AWC, seeing Morrow on the Mage. I've been a big Morrow fan for a long time, so seeing him back on the Mage and doing really well this season has been super exciting. I'm excited to see that old school rivalry between them and Echo continue.
Absolutely. And then looking back towards the beginning of the season, when we saw these teams and these rosters start to form, would you have predicted these teams be the one to make it this far?
I mean, we have some very powerful teams already locked in for the finals. Teams like Echo, Streamer Zone, for example, Gators back, Welcome to the Jungle. These teams we've seen be very consistent over the seasons. But there are some surprises in the Gauntlet, and that is what we're going to be seeing today. And I'm really looking forward to it. You know, some powerhouse teams, for example, like the Direwolves, a team you really wouldn't expect to see in that Gauntlet. But it just speaks to the level of competition this year. It's quite high.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some really strong teams that didn't even make it this weekend, which really speaks to that as well, I would say, Ven. But, I mean, if you're watching from home, D-Machine, if you kind of want to catch everybody up, if someone hasn't watched AWC all season, what's the one thing that you would like them to know before the games begin?
Honestly, that everything is on the line this time around. I mean, these players have been competing all season long, specifically to qualify to BlizzCon. BlizzCon is the aspiration of any high-end arena player, being able to make it to that final stage, feel the rumble of the crowd. That is why they're here. That is the end game. That is how Venruki always likes to say, I'm going to steal this for you, sorry, Ved, is basically the final boss. It's how you beat PvP. I just love that line.
Oh, it's a good line.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That's my line. No, he stole it. It's all good.
Yoink.
You didn't read the subtext. You got to trademark it or D-Machine's going to steal it.
That's right.
You stole Supati's line too. Didn't you say, not to get off topic, the
line?
The graveyard line?
It's my line now.
Yeah, okay. I see where you did. Okay, D-Machine. All right, I'm watching you. But speaking of watching, let's take a look at the roadmap and the journey that these players have taken to get to this weekend. As we know, we had the first 3 qualifying cups, and now we are into the Gauntlet. You can see it in the middle of your screen there. Only one team from each region will be making it into the rest of this weekend, the Midnight Season 3 Finals. And the top 4 teams from EU and NA, of course, will be battling it out there. And then, of course, we've got that coveted spot that all of these teams want to get to is BlizzCon. Super exciting stuff, and I cannot wait to get to BlizzCon, of course. But Ven, do you feel like the players can ignore the bigger picture of making it to BlizzCon and kind of play it out for today's games without letting it bother them?
I mean, it's a really difficult thing to do, right? I mean, I feel like for these players, super important to take it one step at a time, because if you misstep, you know, especially if you're in the Gauntlet, you're out, and your opportunity for BlizzCon is completely gone. But at the same time, it's always got to be in the back of your mind. That's where the biggest prize pool is. You know, that's where the gold medal is, the statues, the trophies. The final boss, like D-Machine said, for PvPers, of course, is going to be BlizzCon. That is how you win it all, and that's what these players want. We haven't seen it in a long time, so I bet these players are excited to get there. But like I said, they got to take it one step at a time.
They definitely do. And just a quick segue as well, that is not all that's happening at BlizzCon. There is so much more. If you love esports, if you love Blizzard esports, the Overwatch World Cup, Hearthstone, of course, MDI will be there as well, alongside AWC, of course. And then, of course, the Blizzard Classic Cup will be bringing Heroes of the Storm, StarCraft Remastered, StarCraft 2, and Warcraft 3 back to the BlizzCon stage for 2 days of thrilling competition. So if you're a BlizzCon, definitely be checking out if you want to see some of those other games. Lots to see at BlizzCon, lots to see here in WoW Esports as well, because between now and the end of BlizzCon, $800,000 will be given away for WoW Esports. But let's talk about, Ven, the prize pool distribution this weekend.
Sure, we can take a quick little look at it. Money up for grabs for basically everyone, even for these Gauntlet players here today. If you finish 5th through 8th, you are going to be walking away with $2,500. Of course, the finals, then you can see the prize pool distribution there. First place walking away with $25,000, and that's per region, of course, with $120,000 prize pool available this weekend between the 2 regions. And then, of course, like you mentioned, that's an opportunity also to go to BlizzCon, where the prize pool really jumps up.
Yeah, certainly does jump up. So there's just so much going on here. I mean, they've got prize pool in the back of their minds. They've got BlizzCon in the back of their minds. But first, they've got to get through the Gauntlet. Or if you get 3rd place this weekend, into the cross region, but we can see MDI, AWC, all leading up to BlizzCon. as you can see right there on the top right of the far right of your screens. But let's talk about the cross region, because I think we're all really excited about that as well. The third place from this weekend from EU and NA will be facing off against each other, D Machine, and I could not be more excited for that.
Yeah, it's a new feature. I really like this this new playoff match that we get to look forward to. The top teams that are able to make, first and second for Europe and North America will immediately go straight to BlizzCon, but the 2 third-place teams will have to battle it out to see who is going to get that very last position at BlizzCon. And something to note about that matchup is that it will be in an improvised best-of-7 format. We're going to be going back and forth between home and away servers to try to mitigate that latency that online competitive games have to deal with. And then whoever comes out on top will solidify their spot on the big stage.
They certainly will. And Zika, which potential cross-region matchup would you most like to see?
Ooh. For me, I mean, I doubt that this is going to happen, but if we get to see Echo and the Gators battling it out for a BlizzCon spot, I think that would be insane. I feel like Calvish is like the next peekaboo in the line of North American rogues. So I think watching him go up against Waz, mains versus mains, that would be absolutely sick. If not, I hope we get to see it at BlizzCon. I'm just excited to get the lands back, to get the EU versus NA back as well. And of course, the cross-region tournament is going to give one region that edge. One region is going to have one team over the other, like one team is going to go, one region is going to go in with 3 teams compared to one region only having 2.
Yeah, didn't think about that, but yeah, that's very true. So I'm excited to see who does end up going to that cross-region tournament and who, of course, ends up being able to go to BlizzCon through that. But let's first talk about the Gauntlet. Let's talk about the teams that we'll be seeing today. Zico, we can start off with specialty.
Yeah, so we got specialty, been an RMP team here on EU, Prima, DC Ben, Finn, and then they also added Myler to that roster a little bit later on, playing that Mistweaver. I doubt we're going to see Myler too much due to some changes with Mistweaver, but these guys are super, super explosive. This is an RMP that played it a little bit more old school, going after healers and going after rogues compared to kind of the standard rogue mage race that we saw, playing that sub rogue as well. So he's a very explosive team, and they have beaten some of the top dogs in the past, so I'm excited to see what kind of damage they can do to the bracket. And of course, we also have Last Dance that is going to be Dakara, Tony, Kasu, playing that jungle cleave. We've seen Kasu and Tony win the biggest tournaments, win an entire season together with Relza on the roster, but now they have Dakara, who was struggling a little bit picking up that Mistweaver Monk, but due to some meta changes, I do believe we're going to get to see Dakara at full power on his Priest main. So this is a team, whenever jungle is good, this is the team that is usually the best at it. We'll see how they can perform. And then, of course, HABOS BABOS, another kind of ladder all-star team. They got Dex, Oscar, Queener, and Warwick. Now, Dex, of course, kind of touted as the best Restorator, or one of the best Restorators in the entire game. Oscar's been super, super solid on that mage. Queener playing a little bit of Outlaw Rogue, but his main has been that Warrior, so maybe we get to see him on the Warrior. And then, of course, Warwick's been on the bench so far, but maybe we get to see him play that Warlock. He has been to the biggest stages in the world, been competing at BlizzCon.
Yeah, and then we cannot forget about DOBOB. This is a fan favorite. You got Nala, Flappers, Relza, and of course the playmaker Tessia, who's mostly been playing that Frost Mage. This is definitely a team that could win it all. We've seen Tessia in the past make some really flashy plays. I feel like when DOBOB is on their A game, it is a really difficult team to match in terms of skill. These beautiful Ice Wall plays, big Ray of Frost. Tessia, we'll have to see what he can do. And if they do end up playing the Rogue with Nala or the Feral Druid of Flappers. So curious to see what DOBOB decides to do, but we do know the final boss of the Gauntlet, no matter what, will be Stop Nerf Mistweaver. Bank on that Mistweaver, an absolutely phenomenal healer. He's been, I don't want to say he's been lucky, but he's been fortunate that Mistweaver Monks are super good. But even when Mistweaver Monks are not good, this team is amazing. You have Smite playing the Devastation Evoker, one of the only players to play that Devastation Evoker in these tournaments. So if you're a Devastation Evoker fan, Smite's going to be who you want to cheer for. Of course, backed up by Cassidy and their Hunter as well. So some interesting compositions for Stop Nerf. We know they're going to be the final boss, and they're going to be a very difficult team to beat.
Yeah, I think they certainly will. So we'll be keeping an eye out for these teams as we get through the gauntlet. So we're going to explain the format to you if you haven't been watching throughout the season, because this is just a little bit different than what you're going to be normally used to seeing. The gauntlet kind of looks like this. Round one, we've got Last Dance and Specialty, and that means that they're going to be playing off against each other, and the winner of that one moves up to round 2, winner of that one moves up to round 3, winner of that one moves up to round 4 to play against Stop Nerf Mistweaver. Winner of that one moves on to next weekend to join the rest of their region for the top 4 in hopes to get to BlizzCon. So it's definitely a brutal format, D-Machine, but I mean, in your mind, out of these teams, who do you feel like is kind of the most intimidating? Who do these teams kind of want to avoid?
I mean, my eyes immediately go towards round 4. As Venriki kind of pointed out, these guys, they're very, very good, but they're also playing a composition that not a lot of teams have a lot of reps on, you know? Like, when it comes to the Devastation Evoker and the Mistweaver Monk this time around, these guys are going to probably bring in some surprising plays, but every single team, DOBOB, HABOS BABOS, Last Dance, Specialty, there are names on every single one of these rosters that AWC fans recognize, because every single one of these rosters are absolutely capable, if they have their game at a tip-top shape, to make it all the way to the finals. So this is going to be an explosive day. Can't wait.
Could not agree more. So let's start talking about this first series. Get your predictions in, Last Dance versus Specialty. But before we do that, Zico, I've got some bad news for you. Unfortunately, the predictions leaderboard has been reset.
What?
Finally.
Why? What?
I'm sorry. You were too far ahead, man. We had to do something about it. Lane production?
We're
Not me.
actually we're
Just
nerfing
listen.
me because I was just that far ahead, huh? That's crazy. You know what? I don't want to be the echo or welcome to the jungle of the desk. I'm gonna let you guys catch up on the points.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you guys. I'm gonna give you guys a chance, but like, please try to make it. At least try to beat the coin.
I'm just happy I'm not being sandbagged by Chan anymore. Finally. My God.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah, we'll have to see where we end up after this weekend. But Last Dance versus Specialty, that is the first series then that we've got coming up here. Talk to me about these two teams. Where do you think this series is going to go?
I think it's very likely that we see a Rogue Mage from Specialty going up against a Jungle Cleave of Last Dance. The thing about Last Dance, though, is this is a team, they're tournament veterans. They have a ton of experience in the AWC, in championship rounds. So I feel like for them, they're going to be used to this level of pressure, and I think that's a huge advantage for them. Whereas Specialty, there's a lot on the line, right? Like, you have to get through many, many rounds of the Gauntlet. Then you have to make it into the finals, and you're looking to ultimately qualify for BlizzCon. It's stressful for both teams, but I feel like if you're not used to that pressure, it's a especially difficult situation.
Yeah, most definitely is. And then, on the opposite side, we've got Specialty, kind of almost like the opposite of what you're saying with Last Dance. Regular 9-to-5ers kind of said themselves, D-Machine. But you've been talking to these teams. How do you feel like the vibes are from either side? Do you have any special insight from them?
Honestly, the immediate vibe that I got was kind of a relaxed one, which is very scary in a tournament situation. If you
Hold on, that doesn't align with our narrative, D-Machine. That doesn't work.
Let me finish. When it comes to
we'll see
these competitions, to be honest with you, like, nerves are inevitable. If you've ever had a chance to, be part of any competition, you can immediately feel the pressure build up as you get closer and closer to that moment that you need to perform. But when you see a team that's kind of cool, calm, collected, and just here to have fun, that can be sometimes the most dangerous team that you go up against. So they seem to be in good spirits. We've seen some incredible plays out of Specialty before. I mean, they've taken down like Burger King, aka now Guild Bean, a team with incredible Rogue Mage players, and they were able to beat them in a mirror in the past. So we've seen special things out of this Specialty, but the question is, can they bring it today against the Jungle? We're gonna find out soon.
Yeah, very good question. Seems like Last Dance is going to be taking this one 85% for their prediction, and historically they're pretty good at predictions. Zico, I'm sorry, but I'm going to make you go first. Your predictions.
I see.
Talk big game.
We got D Machine stealing lines. We got Venruki stealing predictions, and we're putting me first. That's crazy.
Me stealing predictions? Oh, how did I steal a prediction? What, we haven't even said it. Can I go first? Because
yeah, go first. You go. You
No,
know what?
it's
I didn't
fine.
like that.
You know what?
No.
I insist. It's okay.
yeah, thank you.
I just want an excuse, in case we have the same prediction. I'm going with Last Dance. I think that the tournament veteran experience is going to go, against the newcomers, kind of, and I think they will crumble under the pressure. I think they have found an answer for the Cabal.
Okay. Ben, would you like?
3-0. Okay, bold. All right. Well, I'm going to give a little bit more of a chance to Specialty. I do agree. Last Dance will probably be walking away with this one. I just feel like they're a team that will rise to the occasion, but I'm not counting Specialty out, so I'm going to go 3-1 in favor of Last Dance.
Okay.
Nice.
3-1. D Machine.
I completely agree with Zico. I think Tony Farrell and Kasu, these guys have been playing together forever. They can lock in when the time needs. There's no other opportunity for them. There's no lower bracket to fall back to. Mom Spaghetti, and they're ready. They're here.
Okay, I'm going to go 3-1. I'm going to agree with Ven. I don't know if Specialty is going to completely fall over. We never want that. Supity seems to agree. So we've got a clear underdog here. I wonder if we could check back in with chat and see what their prediction is, because it's a little, I would say, Specialty has got more fans in chat than
It is Rogue Mage.
On the casting desk. It is Rogue Mage. That is, I mean, that's a very good point, D Machine. You've got a team that is playing that, and this is what the predictions look like. So if you were Specialty, David, what do you feel like they're feeling, knowing that the odds are against them, knowing what is on the line, BlizzCon, prize pool, just making it to tomorrow even? How do you feel like that feels as a player in that position?
The pressure is inevitably going to stack. You're going to get in your own head, and it's how you deal with that pressure. It's how you deal with preventing that frustration, preventing any of those tilting opportunities, and focusing up and playing your game that you've practiced with your teammates, and just taking every game one step at a time. At the end of the day, more reps, the more games you get in, the better you'll be. And so if I was Specialty's coach right now, I would just be saying program to look forward to, and just do the best that you absolutely can. I feel like as soon as you start thinking about all the stakes, what's ahead of you, you could easily just start, fumbling.
Absolutely true. All right. Well, their gates are going to be opening soon. Game number 1 here in the Gauntlet. It is Last Dance versus Specialty.
All right, and both teams are going to lead with their strongest foot forward here, but we are going to see Myler throwing in a little bit of a surprise here on the Prez Evoker. He was playing that Mistweaver, so they're not going with the Priest, and they're not going with the Mistweaver. They are going with the Prez Evoker, so let's see if Last Dance can tangle with this curveball that has been thrown their way. Kasu is, of course, going to be playing the MM Hunter, and DC Ben also was playing a lot of Fire Mage last time, but now going to be playing that Frost Mage. Let's see how the opener looks.
I'm excited to see Specialty open up here. I'm a big fan of the Prez. I've been playing it myself. A lot more mobility to find yourself with than on a Priest especially, but also damage potential as well. Those disintegrates are nothing to sniff at. But here we go. They are finally connecting. DC Ben is out of stealth. Finn is opening as well. Tony is caught into that stun in cat form, as Myler is the one who's actually put into the CC. A fear out onto Finn, but he's immediately going to get out of that with the Dispel. Full kidney shot, and this is the smoke bomb as well.
Whoa.
Blades committed, even the disintegrates, lots of damage, and Dakara's going to go ahead and jump into that angel form, get that Hymn of Hope going to heal through that smoke bomb. Trades coming out, but nothing too crazy just yet, but DC's Ben's got to be careful.
Yeah, that was a great push here from Specialty. Starting off with aggression, definitely something they want to do. DC been trying to eat the trap there, not able to, and there is big cooldowns being traded. Myler, Trinket, Rewind coming through right there. So a great push here from Last Dance, and even though that looked scary on Kasu, they didn't actually force his medallion or a big CD. And here we go, a huge push here onto Kasu once again. Dakara this time is going to trade out that Trinket, but this was for the blind, so Dakara is not going to be too sad about this trade. They have already gotten rid of the blind, they've already gotten rid of the smoke bomb, and they've already gotten the Prez Evoker's trinket. Tony, though, getting swapped through here in the backline. I really like this. They're going to actually chain it with a Ring of Frost and try to just crowd control him. Playing defensive right now, realizing that there's a long CC chain here onto Myler. DC Ben being very defensive in this position, holding on to his ice block potentially here as a result. Really, really nice game sense there, realizing that they cannot be aggressive there. Now going for the Ray onto Casu, but it does get interrupted, and he does get forced into the ice block, which is raw damage here from Tony.
There's just cooldowns being forced on specialty side just without any trades, man. Like, that trinket, questionable. That ice block, questionable. I'm spooked for specialty right now. Dakara, he's got 30 seconds until his trinket comes back up, but here's the true shot aura. DC Ben's got to be careful. I don't even know if he's still on hypothermia yet. I'm looking at his debuffs, and he's got a lot of them, and he sees it. He's on the run. He's trying to desperately get away, but another full trap lands, and no trinket available for 10 more seconds. Into the follow-up Cyclone. Is this going to be DC Ben's second ice block already, or does he just go down? He does. He gets the button off. He doesn't do a down goes for now. Big heal is going to land, but the damage is continuing. Tony pushing in. He's in bear form. He's at low health. Specialty desperately trying to, you know, punish this over-aggression and this over-positioning from this jungle cleave, but it's too little too late. Dakara's just got the buttons and the throughput to go through this. He uses the Guardian, only a minute cooldown if it doesn't proc, keeping his team nice and aggressive, and DC Ben, time is running out, Z.
Yeah, DC Ben was kind of relying on the alter time there, but it got dispelled at the very last second and kind of forced him into that second panic ice block that we just saw. And now here's a full trap on the Myler. Myler has the trinket. That is the last line of defense. He's trying to hold on to it for as long as possible. Smoke bomb, though, onto Tony.
Here we go!
Tony might have bitten off more than he can shoot. Can they take him down? He's so close. Woo! But no, it is going to be a save coming through here from Dakara. Tony pressing his entire spell book in that position. And now Casu, smelling blood in the water, gets polymorphed. Huge damage onto DC Ben. Dakara in a full sleep there, but Myler not in any crowd control. DC Ben is lining him, though, for a second. Myler, though, coming through behind the pillar, gets fully trapped here. Once again, it's going to be on Tony. It's got nothing. Can they do it? Tony on 1% HP. Once again, ducks into the smoke bomb, but there is the full cheap shot. Tony needs to be extremely careful here. He is honestly very lucky to be alive in that position. Dakara working miracles here, and now they're still trying to find that kill. There's still a 30-second window here on DC Ben with no ice block, but Myler still has that trinket, still has that communion, and I don't think Tony can be too aggressive here. He gets stunned once again out of Dakara's line of sight. Tony, what are you gonna do? He trinkets, shadow melts, gets the stun there onto the rogue. Now getting aggressive. They forced the Emerald Communion, but this is not what we expected here. The entire crowd, the entire desk, all expected a quick stomp here for Last Dance, and specialty.
Oh my gosh, Ben!
They're generating pressure, but
it's
Ben!
over!
Oh
4
my
seconds!
God!
4 seconds on block, Zico. He was so close for that to rotate back around, but it was too little too late. We talk about the efficiency of trades. We talk about the synergy between DPS and the healers, and that is a perfect example of how just a small slip-up can easily be capitalized on with a high-end players like we see from Last Dance. Fantastic job by that team. There was some close calls. We got some really big some really big setups going out onto Tony throughout this game, out of form a few times with Dakara's, Guardian coming back in just a few short seconds. Every bomb traded with that Angel form, though. I just think Last Dance played this very, very well. There was a little bit of opportunities for Specialty to try to punish, but that was a beautiful set of aggression from Last Dance and Specialty. They showed some signs of life, but they really got to clean things up if they want to go the distance against a jungle like this, Z.
Yeah, like you mentioned, man, that was so close for Ben. He had a couple of seconds left on his ice block. I actually thought it had rotated back up, but just a few more seconds. And Myler wasn't even crowd controlled there. He just didn't have any big buttons to heal with. And as a result, they got the kill. I mean, you can see it here on Ben, 12 seconds on his ice block in this position. And they managed to kind of dogpile on him behind that pillar. And then Myler comes through, trinkets in that moment. And he tries to stagger the damage, but it's not going to be enough. Doesn't manage to get the heals out that he needed in that moment, and DC Ben is going to fall. But like you and we both mentioned, this was a really close game. I mean, look at Tony in some of these moments, like even here when they got Tony's trinket, Tony could have easily gone down here. I mean, there was so much damage coming through, dropping very, very low multiple times. The Last Dance, I don't think this is going to be as one-sided as we thought, and I think if your specialty, this is where their mental gets tested. Yes. As kind of the newcomer team, right?
Absolutely.
Because there's two ways to look at this. Oh, that was a really close game. We messed up here and there, and if we just clean that up, we got this. everyone is expecting us to lose anyway. Like, just do our best, you know? Or they might start to, you know, oh no, everyone just saw us lose, and they might get a little bit nervous. You know, there's a lot of people watching, and all of a sudden that can just spiral. So this is where they're going to be tested mentally for sure.
No, it's such a huge component of these competitions that it's difficult to portray on a broadcast, you know, especially an online tournament like this. Like being able to have the opportunity to sit behind these players at LANs of the past, it's crazy. Like you could see teams go into this situation after a loss like that where they just shut down and don't communicate. You know what I mean? Or you can see teams, you know, possibly start throwing blame around. I mean, it's really a test of a high-end champion to be able to take a loss like that, focus back up, and go back into game number 2 completely ready to make trades. Because I really do think if they just clean up just a little bit of cleanup, maybe specifically with the defensive trades to go a little bit longer, or perhaps even just making sure that if you're committing that kidney go, that you got that cross CC. I mean, you got a dragon on your team. You have sleeps and polys. You know what I mean? If one person's getting locked down, make sure the other one's getting in there and getting the CC that they need. If they can clean up that a little bit more, I think Last Dance may very well have themselves in a tough series. This is single elimination, meaning there is no lower bracket. Whoever wins this series moves on and continues to go down the gauntlet. Whoever loses here in this best of 5Z, it's over. They can't go to BlizzCon.
Yep.
It's all or nothing right here, right now.
That's why we love the Gauntlet. Every game is a bloodbath. There's no second chances here. You have to battle through the entire region if you want to make it to that Grand Finals. And then you have to do well there as well if you want to make it to BlizzCon. So it's a long road for both of these teams, kind of starting at the bottom of the Gauntlet. But this is game number 2, Last Dance versus Specialty. Specialty choosing Tolvir Arena here, which is going to be a large map, but not too bad here for Castle. They're actually opening up onto Myler. Huge setup there coming out, forcing out the Trinket early and the Obsidian Skills, but they get a sleep onto Dakara in Angel form, using the Witness Forsaken in that position. Ben is going to be the target here as well. No Trinket used from Tony Kasu, only using the Witness Forsaken there on the Sleepwalk. It's still a win for Specialty to get that cooldown, but still, it was an expensive win because they had to maybe even use Ice Block here. DC Ben dropping very low, full trap, a little bit late there onto Myler, but Myler with no Trinket. They could actually go after Myler as well, but they're going to rotate the CCs here onto Myler, get the Cyclone as well, pushing for that Ice Block, but Tony is getting peeled in that position, and it doesn't look like they're going to have enough damage here. They're going after Kasu. No crowd control though yet onto Dakar. Oh, nice sleep there, sniped by Myler. He's doing a phenomenal job there on the Preservoker. Stun coming out onto him. If they get a freezing trap out the back of that stun, they will. I think that's going to be okay. There's an Emerald Communion instead. I thought it was going to be a nice block, but trading out the early Communion instead. And now Last Dance netting themselves another big cooldown here in the opener.
I like the Emerald Communion. It could be a big play because it does give a lot of mana. Maybe we can go into late game. But Cass, you getting set up now. That was the Angel Form. That's the Apotheosis. That's the throughput Last Dance needed to trade to respect that setup from Specialty. If there was any CC onto Dakara, that could easily have been a Trinket. But Cassie's just going to walk away now with just some throughput cooldowns. But here we go. The setup continues out onto Tony. Full kidney shot, but the damage just isn't there as DC Ben is the one who's on the back foot. Myler now popping some of his offensive cooldowns, trying to get aggressive. Stuns go out. Half sleep. Cheap shot onto Cassie. Dakara not into any more follow-up CC. But it looks like Cassie's going to be okay here. Last Dance doing a great job at negating these setups from Specialty time and time again. They know that they're consistent pressure. The attrition is on the side of the jungle cleave, but they have to be aggressive. And because of that, Specialty is rotating and forcing this jungle into less than ideal positions. And that's exactly what you need to set up on a team like this. Kidney shot goes out in the Cassie just to slow some stuff down for now. Myler finally has his Trinket back, Z. So it looks like this team is stabilized for now. This could be anyone's game. But here we go. Set up on the Tony. Cheap shot in the bomb! It's over!
Oh my God! Specialty coming in with the special tactics right there. Doing a nice little swap there onto Tony, stunning him on his Trinket in the bomb, but that's what we were talking about in game number 1. These setups onto Tony, he got a little bit lucky in one of them to actually walk out alive, and now he's not going to be as lucky twice in a row, and they managed to do a really nice play there. I really like how Finn played this matchup in general here. You can see, and they managed to do a really nice play there. I really like how Finn played this matchup in general here. You can see before this is when Kasu popped the rapid fire right here. You can see Kasu popped the rapid fire, Finn disarms him, and then he just gives him a kidney shot here just to slow down the last seconds of that rapid fire. And then they kick Tony, and then they start building up the momentum there onto Tony. And then here, Tony, once again, a little bit over aggressive. They get a gouge into a sleepwalk onto the car, and then they get the smoke bomb. And then Tony, realizing he's in trouble, trinkets, but he gets instantly cheap shot on his trinket and goes down in the smoke bomb. That was really clean from Specialty, actually. Just a beautiful sequence there between Myler and Finn. Both of them playing super well in this game. Despite losing that game number 1, you can tell they don't let it phase them, and they managed to get this win here.
That was spooky, man. That was spooky. But, man, what a small window of opportunity, man. Look at the defensive still on Last Dance at the very end here. There's the cheap shot into the bomb. This is the disintegrate. Everyone on Specialty just kind of getting their licks in onto Tony at the very end there. The trinket follow-up, and it's just a very small mistake that's capitalized on, getting him a win on the board. Man, I'm already excited to go into Game 3. This is the type of arena that I live for. This is what I want to see from these teams, where any mistake can be basically a loss, and any outplay can easily switch the tides. This is some exciting gameplay from both these teams. They definitely brought their A game today. We're going to Ashamane's Fall for game number 3 of this best of 5 series. First team to make it to 3 wins will move on in the gauntlet, eliminating their opponent. Something to note, however, is that every single time a team loses, they then get to see the composition their opponent locks in and then choose a map as well. So something to know about that, though, both these teams kind of only have that one composition that we know them with. I mean, Myler coming out on that dragon, though, I think is very exciting. Maybe I'm completely biased because I have recently started playing a Preservation of Ochre, but yeah.
I don't think you're biased at all. I like the way they won that game was actually so beautiful. It was like a Welcome to the Jung Echo level chain what they did.
Yes.
They killed him in a 2-second gouge, 2-second sleep, smoke bomb, stun the trinket, and just win. Like, that was a really, really aggressive play. And I love when I'm gonna be honest, if you want to talk about bias, I don't like Outlaw Rogue. Like, I love Sub Rogue. Sub Rogue is way more fun to watch. Like, from a watching, playing against Sub Rogue can be kind of frustrating as well. But playing against Outlaw Rogue is also kind of, playing against Rogue in general is frustrating. But I think watching a Sub Rogue do these setups where they're stunning someone, they're stunning their trinket, they're setting up the team for the crowd control, and they're 100-0ing a target, and it's very like, it's all about the cooldown traits, and if somebody messes that up, they just instantly get deleted. I love to watch that. Especially if it's Tony, so we love to see it. Because, you know, we're going to get some fire tweets afterwards when that happens. So,
Tony's brethren cheering him on here in game number 3, prowling in the facade of Ashamane's Fall. Very nice shot, observers. Hats off to you guys. Appreciate that. But, dude, one of the things I wanted to point out in that last game is there was a lot more swaps from both sides. Like, and everyone on both of these sides of the team are definitely kill target potentials in a hard swap. You know what I mean? I saw that kidney shot go on the Kasu to stop that rapid fire, like you said, and I'm like, oh, he's going to get swapped to. No, he was just slowing it down. It's all about trades and understanding win conditions, and these players know that. But here we go. The game has already started. Myler's going to be opened up on and immediately going to trinket wall. Something to note, but this is Blades from Finn. He's trying to get aggressive. Tony's already in bear form with that bark skin. Oh, a true shot aura, both sides just going crazy with it. Takara's going to go ahead and get out of that sleep. Not sure how that broke or how he got out of that, but that was a full sleep. And now all of a sudden, Tony seems to be completely fine regardless.
Yeah, and we're going to see DC Man also kind of licking his wounds behind that pillar. Myler here on the Preservoker into a full stun trap, and they are going to go after Tony here. So once again, Casido loading up aim shots. This could be scary. Dakara gets the follow-up CC here onto Myler. Myler with no trinket in this position. Needs to be a little bit careful. There's a Cyclone as well. DC Man, what are you going to do? It's got to be a nice block. No, it's going to be Myler reconnecting with the heals there. The greed is good. Casu getting kidney shot there once again by Finn, doing a phenomenal job there onto the Rogue. But now here is Myler's turn to kind of get aggressive. aggressive. Fire breath onto Tony. Big damage. Tony almost going down. Dakara has to trinket, trade out the Guardian, and save him. And I think maybe all of us are wrong this season, or with this prediction. Literally everyone right now in the chat as well as on the desk, because this is looking like Specialty is just gaining more and more momentum here. They're understanding the matchup. Finn is getting swapped to no trinket. And that is going to be Myler with the rescue, though. Beautifully played. And Finn is going to eat an old trap there behind the pillar as well with his sprint. DC Ben taking a little bit of collateral damage, but they are all going to recover. Both teams playing super high aggression here. Who is going to fall? I am scared for Tony right now. He could just be flopping right now in front of our eyes.
It just
huge
spammed.
Damage coming through. Tony, how is he going to stay alive? He does have the survival instinct. I think he's going to be fine with that, but Tony has no trinket, no cooldown. Look at the left side bar. Every single button except his kick is used. And Dakara, same thing. Next chain, Tony could just fall.
Incarnation, let Mame stun on the Finn. He's going for Cyclones during Incarnation. That's to give you an idea of where this game is. Specialty just have all the momentum in their favor. But here's the smoke bomb, kidney shot. Dakara running in. He gets in the angel form. Is it enough, however? The throughput's not quite as much as you think, but DC Ben caught into a block throughout all that. Myler now getting kicked in the back line. Can he stabilize his team? DC Ben still hasn't been top. Now they're switching the damage out on the Finn. Last Dance catching some momentum finally, but the car is tapped on throughput. Zico, this is spooky movement as they move forward into this game. Finn is in some trouble though. This is Rewind. Lots of defensive cooldowns are going to be committed to keep his team offensive on Specialty. Then here we go. He's stunned out of form. The sleep on the Cassie. If Dakara's caught in any CC, this could just be the game, and he knows it. Cheap shot lands. Can they get the polymorph? They do. Full polymorph lands. But where is the damage? They're switching it over onto Casu. He's got Turtle. He's got Trinket. I hate this swap. The Sap follow-up, however. It looks like Casu's going to be okay for now. Dakara avoids devastation there, doesn't get CC chained when everything was on the line. Huge plays by him to stay in the game and to avoid that. But here we go. Here's the Ray of Frost. It gets interrupted. The cheap shot on the Tony, the full kidney shot on Dakara. Where is the follow-up CC? This is the true shot aura as well, though, so DC Ben has to be careful. Both teams just going neck and neck, blow for blow, Z.
I gotta say, if they win this on Last Dance, it is all thanks to Dakara. The way he outplayed that smoke bomb, he walked into it and then pre-angeled right before he was gonna get stunned, and actually managed to save Tony in a checkmate situation. This man is playing out of his mind right now. Is he going to get rewarded for it, though? They need some good aggression on Last Dance. Where's the damage? Where's the cooldowns? The DC Ben still has his block. Finn still has basically everything as well. They need to make sure that they're forcing these cooldowns. Myler still also has his trinket, but here comes the damage on the DC Ben, and there it is. They get the second ice block here of DC Ben. Now they have a 50-second window where DC Ben has no ice block. I don't even know if they need CC here onto Myler. They get the full trap. The car is pushing in for the follow-up fear. Can he get it? No, he gets stunned. Beautiful defense there from Finn, and now he's going to get put into sleepwalk. No, the car manages to fade it. He finds a full fear onto Myler. Myler's going to have to trinket that, and DC Ben is not out of the woods yet. Huge damage connecting here from all sides from Last Dance, but here's a swap. Grip on the smoke bomb. Nah, the car, bro. What is going on this game? This man is playing just out of his mind right now. This is incredible to watch. There's a full stun onto Myler. DC Ben tries to eat the trap. He can't eat it. DC Ben might have eaten enough more than he can chew. He might just fall right now. They're going in with the stuns. Finn is trying to do what he can to save him. Disarm onto Casu. Myler manages to rescue him to the other side, and they manage to survive 3 seconds on that ice block. They don't want a repeat of that game number one. DC Ben is going to weather the storm. This is an incredible game, D-Machine.
Okay, that was the cloak and evasion committed out from Finn to stop that go. This is the true shot aura, and he gets kidneyed on it into a follow-up cheap shot. Dakara in that angel form, even committing the Guardian through that to keep Casu alive throughout all this. And it does that. They swap the damage over on the Tony. They force him into bear form. He's looking for the defensive close. He gets locked out. Tony is on the run right now, and Dakara knows it. He could easily get caught into some CC chain. The Apotheosis is going to get those big heals to dump into Tony, but this is the Incarnation. He gets gouged on it, trying to slow each other down. Both teams just trying to grasp control of the game, but DC Ben is in trouble. Full fear on the Myler. No out, and that is another ice block committed out for Specialty. Time is running out for both of these teams. DC Ben, what are you going to do as soon as you get out? Dream Breath does get committed, but they swap the damage over out on the Myler. Huge play on them. They're trying to maybe bait a trinket, perhaps. Not going to see it for now. Casu getting swapped up on by Finn, chunking them down more and more here. Dakara with no throughput. Zero throughput. He has Trinket, but as we get deeper and deeper into dampening, he needs that Guardian. 15-second window here for Specialty to set up potentially. If they can get a CC chain, if they can catch Tony out of form before that Guardian, he could easily fall in just a second, Z.
Yeah, and we're going to see a swap to Kasu. Kara immediately gripping that. But now he has rotated back his Guardian, so now things are looking a little bit better defensively. Meanwhile, DC Ben might just flop right now. He's line of sighting on the Emerald Communion. Manages to get back into line of sight. The overpower barrier coming through. There's the triple roar coming through as well. There was a smoke bomb there committed, but no one trinketed on the side of Last Dance. The car is in a full polymorph, and they turn it around here onto Kasu. Big damage connecting, but no, a defensive cyclone from Tony. Now Tony getting swapped to kidney shot onto him. DC Ben blinking around the corner. Myler looking for some healing here. Manages to recover DC Ben. Big rescue there onto the other side of the map. 35 long seconds on that ice block. They do have the rewind, but no trinket. So Myler's going to have to pre-rewind, I think, on the next CC. But they're swapping to Finn right now. Big damage. There's the silence. There is the full trap. They could take Finn down right now.
Incarnation!
Huge hit. Beautifully done there. But Finn is going to vanish, actually, and turn it around onto Tony. Now it's going to be a massive heal coming through from the Kara with the Guardian. And both teams running out of cooldowns. 36% dampening. It is going down the wire here in game number 3.
Myler holding on to that rewind so greedily right now, but an ice block comes off a cooldown for DC Ben. Insane sleep polymorph cross CC. Tony sees it. He's on the run. He's not letting these guys connect. But the sap follow up into the sleep follow up as well. Specialty just taking control of the game right here, but now diminishing returns are going to be on Dakara. He has Trinket. He uses a fear himself. Myler running out of mana. Dakara, the same story over there. Into the half trap onto Myler. This could easily be another ice block for DC Ben or Finn, but they got to get aggressive. This is the apotheosis being committed from Dakara. He gets an extra stun, but he also gets lots of healing throughput, and you can see it. Tony and Kasu are sitting completely fine as DC Ben is just getting chomped down. He's got to be careful not to get kicked on Frost. He's super low. He's getting picked back up by Myler, but for the cost of his entire mana bar at this point, Myler using the stun himself. That deep breath to try to get aggressive, but Tony in bear form. True shot aura from Kasu. He gets Dragon's Breath on it to slow it down into the polymorph. Desperately, DC Ben is trying to take control of the game. Cross CC, full ring, and sleep onto Kasu during his Tree Shot aura. Tony in cat form, though, he could easily go down. He gets blinded, and it breaks. Specialty is flailing at the end here. They are tapped. They have no cooldowns. They, at least on the healer side, they have a block, but who cares if you can't get picked up while in the block, Z?
Yeah. Forget about the cooldowns. They have no mana. Myler, what are you going to do? He can't heal anyone. DC Ben forced into the ice block. Finn is rotting down. I think they've done it. Last dance here. Dakara holding on to his mana. DC Ben so low. He might just flop right now. He will. And they will take down Finn as well for good measure. A double kill coming through here from Last Dance. And I got to say, this game was all Dakara, man. This man, insane. He came to play this game. I really hope we get to see that one play he did on the smoke bomb, like kind of early on, because that should have been Tony. Tony should have been dead there. That was just Dakara taking the entire team, putting it on his back, and said, "We are going through this gauntlet, gentlemen. If I have to do it myself," and that's exactly what he had to do.
That's exactly right. It's really funny. I'm checking our production chat and our producers in our ear saying, "Are these mana levels normal? Like, how is this going? It shouldn't prez. Like, what is happening?" And it's like, yes, honestly, yes. Usually, you like both of these classes can absolutely go the distance when it comes to their mana level. But that was such an insane game to see it go that far. Miracles were happening on both sides. Cross CC from Specialty to back each other up during like that True Shot aura go, but also Dakara just being an absolute legend with the heads up plays, the grips on the smoke bomb, just unreal. To the things that they had to do to bring it that late into the game. Something to note when you're watching a Preservation Evoker is that they can Emerald Communion and bring back a serious amount of their mana. So just keep that in mind. If you see Emerald Communion off cooldown, but their mana is going down, they can bring back quite a bit of that as that rotates up off a cooldown. And not only that, but it does a serious amount of throughput. Look at that grip on that smoke bomb. Insane nice. Plays, dude.
Yeah, no, the car was making huge plays. Like the grip on that smoke bomb for sure, really, really big. But also when he had no trinket, Tony had no trinket, no survival instinct, nothing. He also walked into the bomb. And what typically happens is the rogue is stunning the kill target in the smoke bomb, and the healer walks in and he gets stunned as soon as he walks in as well, before he can get a global off. because the rogue walks out of the smoke bomb. But the car actually entered angel form right there, and you can't get stunned in angel form. And then he managed to get some heals out, enough to buy Tony time to get out of that smoke bomb and actually top him. And then even just on mana, winning the game. Like, sure, Holy Priest, doing better on mana in a long game compared to a Prez Evoker, but still having to heal that much damage and that many stressful situations. I think the Kara definitely the MVP of this game, and now they're up 2-1 here against the RMP. You know, they're against the Cabal. There's going to be a couple of RMPs, I feel like, in this bracket. So
just a couple.
Last Dance, definitely, they don't get to warm up a little bit. They're just immediately thrown into the deep end here in the Gauntlet.
Thrown into the Gauntlet, you might say, even. But, that was phenomenal. We harped on just all of the heads-up plays, all of the ability to read the win condition for both these teams as they change in real time so quickly. But another thing I really want the audience to pay attention to, specifically the people that play with me in Solo Shuffle, pay attention. The positioning. The positioning of both these teams. Okay, so when we look at a jungle cleave, obviously you got to get your setups, you got to get your traps, you got to push that damage. But they also, Last Dance, recognize they have the late game advantage. They have the attritional advantage. They have the Holy Priest's mana. They have the Mortal Strike. You know what I mean? They have the consistent pressure. They have the tankiness of the bear as you get deeper. They have the tools to trade to get that go further, and that's exactly what they did. But man, is it a tough order to do. But watch how these teams rotate with one another. When they're going defensive, they go defensive together. When they get offensive, they're cross CCing to make sure that their opponent, that their DPS that's popping their offensive cooldowns doesn't get healed. Simple concepts, very difficult to do and to execute, especially at the highest level. Both teams are just showing us an absolute clinic. Here we go. Possibly match point for Specialty if they lose this game, Z. Whoo! It's all on the line right here.
There's no second chances in the Gauntlet. You lose, you're out. And the other team moves on. And Last Dance are looking like they want to continue dancing here a little bit longer. Let's see if they can knock this out 3-1, or if Specialty are going to bring us all the way to our game number 5. Maldraxxus Coliseum. So all the maps, both teams kind of have a gentleman's agreement here to pick large maps. Like the first game, of course, standard, it's going to be in a grand. Then we're going to see Tolvir, we're going to see Ashamaze, we're going to see Maldraxxus. These are all the largest maps. Both teams seems to be perfectly happy playing them. And you would think that the Sub-Rogue actually wants to play on smaller maps, and same thing goes for the Prez Evoker, because the Prez Evoker, of course, prefers that medium range, but an opener here coming through onto Myler, big damage. They're not going to force his trinket, though. This time, they're not going to be able to get that one. Tony now into a stun. They're going to go after Kasu, Takara in angel form. Both healers deflecting the opener with minimal cooldown usage. Another thing to consider if you're in a Soul Shuffle with D-Machine.
That's right, absolutely. Kidney Shot going to be committed out onto Kasu here. He is in the bomb. Takara goes in for it gets immediately stunned, just like you said it was going to happen. Now Takara caught into that full sleep. He got a huge heal off that Serenity to top off his Hunter right before that, but Kasu's still dipping down lower and lower here. Takara gets out of that interaction without trinketing. Huge plays, or even using a Guardian. Now he's getting aggressive. There's the fear. Immediately going to get trinket out onto Myler as the setup go was pumping damage onto his DPS, but that trinket is a huge commit moving forward into this game.
Yeah, and I really like that they're attacking the Rogue a lot in this matchup, but we're going to table that thought for a second. Tony getting swapped to, taking a lot of damage, but it is going to be the Angel created by the Kara. Now Tony has a chance to get aggressive, so they can't stun Kasu, they can't stun Tony, so now they're just going to CC Tony here, they're going to CC everybody and play defensive until they can do those stuns again. So DC Ben just going to be chilling behind the pillar, drops a Ring of Frost, but he gets caught behind the pillar. They got a full fear of the Myler. DC Ben, what are you going to do? The Master Spell, oh my god, the kick on the Master Spell. That could have just been it right there, but Finn with great game sense, Shadow steps over, gets the kick there at the very, very last second. DC Ben would have just died there and right there. And now he's going to be able to continue playing here thanks to his Rogue. Let's see if they can turn the pressure around. They're going after Kasu. DC Ben looking for the sheep, finds it onto the Kara. Doesn't get any Shadow or Death on that one. And there is going to be some damage coming out through Kasu, but instead it's going to be a trap onto Myler. DC Ben, no Ice Block for a second here. Did have the hypothermia, but now it is over. So he could access that second Ice Block if he needs to, but looks like they're going to survive with just the Emerald Communion.
Looks like it, and that will help him with his mana going deeper into this game. game. But here's the stun set up onto Casu. He has to hold on to that trinket. He can easily die in the next setup if he uses it. But Dakara was caught into a full fear. Now he has to trinket. Gonna go ahead and use that apotheosis to keep Casu alive. He knows that Casu needs to hold on to that trinket, or he could easily just die in a smoke bomb. Same for Tony, and I love that Specialty are just kind of swapping the targets around. But now the setup from Last Dance, the Cyclone lands on the Myler. DC Ben still just taking the onslaught of this jungle cleave. Big heal will land out onto him right before that full trap follow-up. DC Ben should be okay, but another fear follow-up. It just feels like Myler can't catch a break, even with those CC immunities every now and then. But I'm just looking at the trinket on Dakara, and there's no trinket available, and there is the turtle switching the damage out over on the Tony. He's low as well, and there's the bark skin. Both holding on to their trinkets, however, still have angel form. Last Dance doing a good job continuing to rotate the defensive cooldowns to go the distance. The rescue, the desperation rescue from Myler is going to bring DC Ben back out of line of sight, but there's no throughput besides rewind. He doesn't want to commit that just yet. And I do like that Specialty are keeping Casu and Tony on their toes, but man, they got to get some goes and they got to get some buttons quick.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it. They're doing a go right now.
Here we go.
Casu, but counter go coming out here onto Finn. They get a full stun trap. Can they get the restun? No. It's going to be Myler trinketing and using that rewind. They overlap it, though, with the evasion of Finn there. So Finn is an extremely exposed target right now. If they can get a CC chain onto Myler and another stun onto Finn, they could absolutely wreck him. Picasso with the true shot leftovers, attacking DC Ben. Can they go after Finn? Tony is looking for it. Finn is realizing that he's in big trouble. He's going to run behind that pillar. Casu trying to power through here. Dakara also swarming on one side. They're looking for the crowd control. They're going after Myler. Huge swap onto the healer. And they take him down. Beautifully done there by Last Dance. They know, okay, they're expecting us to go after the rogue. We're just going to go after the healer. The rogue is being overly defensive right now. The healer's a little bit out of position, and they just find those moments and completely surprise attack there. And that's such a difficult thing to go through when you're the healer, and you could be the target that dies because you have no for a Pres Evoker, if you don't have that communion and you don't have the trinket, you have to pre-obsidian scale, which is basically like a bark skin. You have to use it before, you have to anticipate the stun and use it. That's the only way you survive that. And if your rogue also has no cooldowns, then you're kind of preparing to, you know, use preemptive stuff on your rogue and save him. And then boom, you get caught like that. Great catch by Last Dance.
Hard agree, man. And something else I want to give Last Dance their flowers for, not only were there CC, I mean, look, at no trinkets are available on the side of Specialty at the end there, very deliberately because of Last Dance's play. You know, none of those trinkets were done, you know, out of quickly. Those were all calculated trinkets enforced by Last Dance. But something else that Last Dance did a good job of, consistent pressure. Something to note about a preservation evoker, you probably have to deal with that CC immunity that you see above their head all the time. You're like, oh, why are they always immune to CC? That's because they get that CC immunity whenever they use Verdant Embrace, which is one of their biggest heals. Now, if this preservation evoker has to be using that big heal all the time just to keep his team aggressive and alive, he can't be using it right before a fear or right before a trap. You know what I mean? He has to use it for the throughput. And the Last Dance's control plus their consistent pressure made it so Specialties, all of the advantage of the composition that they came out with today, were basically nullified. A great adaptation by them. They move on in the Gauntlet, Zico. Can't wait to watch this team continue to play.
Yeah, I mean, like we said kind of during the intro when we were talking about, you know, what all the teams are bringing, Last Dance really is that jungle team. They've always been just such a phenomenal jungle team. But that has kind of been their bane as well. They never really bring a lot of flexibility. We've seen Castle on the mage, we've seen, you know, Tony on the boomkin and things like that, but usually it's pretty troll when they run alt stuff compared to their jungle. I mean, I'm just being honest. Like,
no,
I feel like that's historically for jungle teams in general, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Actually, yeah.
I feel like for them, it's always been a struggle to kind of find. They have the same issue that we're seeing from DOBOB. I feel like if DOBOB's team had, so they're playing FMP, right? If they had a rogue who could play a hunter also, then they would have
nuts.
They would have RMP, they would have FMP, and they would have jungle. Then all of a sudden they have insane flexibility. But
so some good cops.
It's so hard to find that last guy.
Pretty good.
Yeah, it works. But it's hard to find that last guy who can kind of complete the puzzle. Usually jungle teams are just like, no, it's us. We're just playing jungle and that's it, you know? Like 3-man roster like these guys.
I mean, like on a on a broader perspective, think of over the years in AWC, how many players, they're so talented and they keep finding new rosters and they keep trying, and they have so much talent, but you just can't find a roster that really lets them shine. And I feel like it's cool to see when something kind of comes together and they do so well. So both of these teams definitely impressed us. Only one will move on. But I mean, D Machine, you were talking like midway through before that last match leading into it, just how impressed you were with these two teams.
Yeah.
How do you feel like that kind of plays out for the rest of the day? Do you feel like we've already seen them step up just in that first series?
Yeah, I mean, as Last Dance moves forward, they have to continue to maintain this level of play. Specialty, an incredible rogue mage, a newer team that I am a huge fan of. I can't wait to see them continue to compete in the future. I'm going to be keeping an eye on them. But Last Dance, not only do they need to maintain this level of play, they have to do that back to back to back. There's more rogue mages in this bracket, as you kind of alluded to with DOBOB especially and some others. So not only the Last Dance need to kind of bring their A game, but they need to bring it all day. And that's, again, another tournament experience type of situation that's hard to articulate until it's hard to even like understand until you're in that situation themselves. So if you're a fan of Tony Farrell movies or Kasu or Dakara, I mean, you better be a fan of Dakara after the performance he just put on. You're going to need to give these guys their energy because they got a long day ahead of them.
Yep. Definitely. So we're going to give them a little bit of a break. Let us know in chat how you feel like that match went, but we can take a look at the rest of the day. If they do end up playing every single round in a row, it'd be definitely cool to see them come up from round 1 into round 4, but they've got to go up against HABOS BABOS for round number 2. It's single elimination for the rest of the day. So they've got a lot on their back, playing in their minds, I'm sure. So we'll head to a break. When we come back, we've got that round 2 match coming up next. Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are in round 2 of the Gauntlet. It is HABOS BABOS versus Last Dance Super Tees. Do you feel like Last Dance can win 2 in a row? What's it going to take?
I mean, HABOS BABOS, for me, I think are a few notches above specialty here that we saw in the first round specialty. There's some 9-to-5ers. They're just some grinders trying to live the dream and balancing work along with professional play at the same time. Whereas HABOS BABOS are full-on sweat lords. Like, the names on this roster are absolutely stacked. They have not seen
Sweat
sunlight in
lords.
days. They have thousands of matches played. So, like, HABOS BABOS, I think, is going to be a much more threatening presence. However, Dakar on that Priest had some very flashy plays, but unfortunately, he's in the Gauntlet, so he's going to have to do that game after game after game after game, and the teams just get better and better as he moves through it. So this is a really tough spot for Last Dance.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And we were kind of talking about it a little bit before we went into the break. This is going to be their second series in a row. So at this point, then, I feel like it's going to be momentum. But at some point, it might turn into, just being a little bit run down from playing so many series in a row. What do you think?
I mean, honestly, if they start feeling run down, like, they don't deserve it anyways. Like, this is, like, these guys play 8 hours a day, you know what I mean? Like, this is the time to rise to the occasion. Adrenaline is going to be high. I feel like you might be right. Fatigue could be a thing, but at the same time, you could also, if you are a team that's in that situation, every single game and every single series you win is like getting closer and closer to the dream. And that should, in theory, give you more and more excitement. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my God, we're actually doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. We did it! Hopefully, for whatever team is in that position. But yeah, I would hope that, like, fatigue and, how could you not be excited? Like, imagine you win 3 series in a row, these sudden death matches, and then you're like, I don't know, we're tired, we got to take a nap.
You're right.
No,
Well, you know what? When
not
you put
gonna
it
happen.
like that, you're right. Absolutely. I mean, these guys, both teams have absolute veterans here in AWC and tournament play. Super Tees. Somebody I want to highlight is Wally. In our behind the scenes conversations, we were kind of talking about how we haven't really been seeing him. And what this guy has, I mean, he's been on BlizzCon, on the BlizzCon stage. Like, talk to me about this player. And do you feel like Wally is useful against this team?
I mean, Walrix is a legendary warlock. For a long time, he's been on some very big rosters. I think having that LAN experience, being a tournament veteran, is very important for his teammates, which are more so newcomers when it comes to the competitive play that we're seeing here. So even though he might not be in the match, I think he is an integral part of the team. I think in the current meta, very unlikely that we see him. However, we don't know what the meta is going to be like in the future. So having some flexibility like that is great. So I think having him as a veteran, having that flexibility for possible future outcomes is great, even though right now he's probably just the water boy on the bench trying to make sure that everything is going its way. But warlocks, there's oftentimes the warlock is the water boy. I feel like throughout history that we've seen the lock rock just sitting there, just giving people healthstones IRL. Like, you guys can do it. I believe in your rogue mage. That's kind of my expectation for Walrix, is he's just going to serve as kind of experience and morale at the moment, and just be in future investment if the meta shifts more in his favor in that regard. I think right now they're just lined up as an insanely good druid mage between Oscar and Dex, and that's been something that's been very competitive in Europe at the moment, is who's the best mage, like, is who's coming for Raiku's throne, who's coming for his crown, and JT is still relatively new to Echo, so I think he's got a bit of a target on his head for a lot of the healers in the tournament to try and one-up him.
I like how you knew the joke that I was going to make before I even finished it. I know he doesn't play Mage Aya. Well, I mean, we'll certainly have to see. I kind of do want to touch, well, maybe we can get into predictions first. It seems like the players are ready to go. Ben, let's talk about predictions. If you were in chat, get your predictions in. Then, how do you feel like this series is going to play out?
This is a tough one. This one is a lot more difficult for me. I feel like I'm going to go with HABOS on this one, to be honest with you. Like, I liked what I'm seeing from Last Dance. It was looking good in that last game, but I kind of just feel like the Druid of Dex with Oscar is going to be kind of a brick wall. It's going to be difficult for them to push through. I actually think we might see Walrix in this.
Really?
I think there's a possibility. I've heard whispers, from my little birds, that some teams are playing Mage Lock even. I don't know if they'll play that into jungle. Maybe they will. A little Affliction Frost Mage kind of action, but we'll have to wait and see. Either way, I'm going to go with 3-2 for HABOS.
Okay. Super Tees, what about you?
I don't want to bet against Rogue Mage. You know, this is my chance. Like, the prediction leaderboard is reset. I was kind of sweating it out in the first series when Myler's team was kind of looking like maybe they were going to take it. But then I ended up coming out in a safe spot there. So I think I'm betting very similarly here for HABOS BABOS. I think they're going to win 3-1 over Last Dance. But at the same time, I don't know. Kasu's Marksman Hunter. I think Marksman Hunter in general could be a wild card for the tournament for a lot of these mages. So if there is a team that could pull it off, it probably would be them. I'm not taking that risk right now, though.
All right. For my prediction, I believe in the Wally Dream. I'd love to see him come off the bench. I think it's going to be HABOS BABOS regardless of that, but I feel like we're going to see a little bit of pushback from Last Dance. So I'm going to go 3-1. See if Zigo or D Machine went against the grain.
Hopefully. I wouldn't want Zigo to be copying anyone, you know? So.
Seems like he copied you.
D Machine did.
3-0 though. Ooh, D Machine 2-3.
Okay.
For Last Dance. Okay.
It's an opportunity for D Machine to pull ahead. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, they played very well last series, Super Tees. I mean, is there anything that they can repeat from that first series into HABOS BABOS?
I mean, it's just on Dakara, right? Like these pre-life grips on bombs, making sure he's not getting caught in polymorphs. So his positioning, his shadow or death, his fades. I really feel like Dakara can be a real MVP of this matchup. Tony's got to be on point with getting into bear form when he anticipates being a target, and then spamming out cyclones and stuns to assist Kasu. And Kasu's main goal is just one-shot the mage. Just make the mage afraid. If Kasu isn't keeping pressure on the mage, then they're going to lose their momentum. So really, all three players really need to be on point, and they're likely going to be encountering a lot of mage throughout this, so they've probably also got a lot of practice. That could be a significant benefit to them, whereas HABOS BABOS, how many jungles are there that they're queuing into? So, you know, not having a lot of experience, you might die without blocking against a marksmanship hunter. This is an advantage for Last Dance.
It's a very good point. We'll see if it affects them. Game number 1 starting now. Single elimination. Round 2 here in the Gauntlet. It is HABOS BABOS versus Last Dance. They have got a long road ahead of them, and I am excited to see what we see exactly in the blind picks. I mean, you yourself then said that you think that we might be seeing Wally. If we do you think that's something that could come out in the blind, or do you feel like that'd be too risky?
I don't know. I mean, not a lot of teams are playing Mage Lock right now. I do feel like it's kind of unlikely. It's like the meta isn't really Wizards, like, and it hasn't been for a long time as far as I'm concerned. It's all about having that rogue.
Yeah, that's why we've got Shan now casting with us.
Yeah, exactly. But it's all about the rogues. It's all about the warriors. You want that melee in there, kind of like a bruiser to lock down a target, you know, stay in the fight, put up the Mortal Strike effect. It's very, very powerful. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Rogue Mage. Probably won't see anything like Rogue Lock, although maybe. We mentioned it, like mages seem to be kind of that pick right now. And for Last Dance, the one good thing is traditionally hunters have been pretty good into mages. I don't know if it's necessarily as one-sided right now as we have seen in the past with that matchup, but yeah, the marksmanship hunter, it looked good in that game number 1, and it's something that the Last Dance can definitely utilize in this match. I just think it's going to be a little bit different. Very likely we see Dex play the Restoration Druid, which is going to bring a lot of extra control, you know, some very powerful heal over time effects, and Dex is extremely good at getting offensive when he needs to.
All right, well, it seems like the game is now ready to go. We're getting the teams loaded up. Game number 1, like I said, Last Dance versus HABOS BABOS, Sid.
Unexpected. No mage in the arena here. Game number 1, the Grand
Get him
Arena.
out.
Queener in on that Arms Warrior. Oscar in on the Elemental Shaman, I believe. And then Dex on the Preservation Invoker. So he's not playing his Resto Druid. He's branching out onto some different healers here. And the Thundercleave can be difficult for a marksmanship hunter. It's very high plate armor. However, Elemental Shaman can get cleaved down too. I wonder if they'll come to regret this or not. An interesting counter pick regardless here in game 1.
If I was a Feral Druid, this does not make me happy. Oh, Dex has to live the opener, though. Oh, he just died in the opener. No, the Disorienting Roar. Tony Trent. No, Dex. Oh, my gosh. They almost threw away game number 1 in the opener. That was so greedy there by Dex. trying to get away with just a cancel or a stasis. Ultimately will survive. Now they can turn around. But I love this composition from HABOS BABOS. But the question is, can they execute? Because that was scary. That opener did not look good.
Oh, Cyclone on Dex. Oscar the target. Verdant Embrace in. Oh, he gets Cyclone low on it. Nice Cyclones from Tony, but a double shockwave from Queener. Dex is dishing out damage. Deep breath across the team here as well, as Tony's reloading his bleeds, getting ready, interrupting Dex. Dex is getting shut down a lot here in this position. Incap Roar into Freezing Trap. Triple crowd control. Dakar is in position for a Psychic Scream as well. Do they have Tremor Totem? Oscar's in a Burrow. They Cyclone instead. Oscar's just dying to bleeds. The volley around the corner. This could be it. Dex ducks in for a massive heal here with the time dilation active, but it's just doing nothing. The Dream Breath finally comes in. Oscar restabilizes. They've got Kasu on the back foot. It is a volatile matchup regardless for both teams at the moment.
Yeah, this is very high pressure for both of these teams, but like I said, this composition makes a lot of sense for HABOS BABOS. I'm curious to see what Oscar's going to be able to do on that Elemental Shaman, receiving some changes to their Ascendants. Not going to be as powerful as we've seen in the past, but their consistent damage should be high. Oscar, though, when it's done, could fall here. Looks like Dex will trade out some heals. He's got the Emerald Communion, opting to use it on this trap. At the same time, Kasu is getting absolutely destroyed in the middle of the map. Needs to be careful. Survival Instincts trade. Dakar going to grip him back to the pillar, but he does not want to go to the pillar. Back to the middle of the map, and this might be a mistake here from Kasu, and it might cost them this game one.
Oh, 50% Spirit Bastion, pinning 2 targets from Queener. He's getting big value right now on that sweeping strikes, and Castle gets Shockwave, but Takara connects a massive heal with that Guardian Spirit. And now Castle looks like he wants to get aggressive. He's pushing in. Tony is pushing in, leading the charge. They maim stun. They're swapping on the healer. They're going after Dex. They know he doesn't have Emerald Communion, but he preloaded a Stasis. So that Stasis, he could activate it while stun locked and deny all of that damage. But now he's in a freezing trap. They switch back on Oscar. He trades his Astral Shift immediately to reduce damage and desperately to recover. Dex repositioning away, but he's caught in an entangling root, which can actually be very annoying as a preservation evoker, as you're unable to use a lot of your abilities. He's just kiting around the map with the hovers, repositioning, looking for sleepwalks, trying to get aggressive, baiting the fades, baiting the deaths, but the Will of Forsaken will break it regardless. Nakar is just bouncing pair of mendings, looking to line up a Holy Fire here, but his team is getting absolutely destroyed. He's going to jump into Angel form, another full freezing trap. Oscar in trouble. Dex, how is he going to respond? The trap breaks to damage. He rescues Oscar to the pillar to line of sight, but Tony doesn't care. He's pushing in, looking for a Cyclone. He gets Winchard on it. Dex immunes it as well with the time stop. Tony goes for it again. Dex immunes it again with the deep breath, but he's ultimately caught in the Cyclone. Dakar's in position to fear his trinket as well. Instantaneously, there's no tremor. They fear out of the Cyclone. Oscar's in the middle of the map. He's going to have to burrow likely soon. They hold on to it. Big heals come in, but Dakar's actually ahead on mana.
Yeah, mana could be a huge factor here. Dex, of course, has 50 seconds on that Emerald Communion. Oscar right now into a stun. He's taking a huge burst of damage. Maim stun as well. He could just fall. He's behind the pillar and gets dropped. Oh, no. Dex had no options there. I didn't like that positioning because, I mean, basically Dex is put in a situation where even if he trinkets, he can't save anyone. And he had the trinket available. He had the time dilation available. I feel like that was a bit of a positional error there by HABOS, and this is not good, because for Last Dance, this might have been a surprise to walk into this composition, but they were able to win anyways. And HABOS BABOS, they're trying to get the counter pick here, and it just doesn't end up working out in game number one, which is super unfortunate for them.
I personally, from playing a lot of Elemental Shaman myself, I absolutely hate playing Cleaves. I feel like you just get run down by physical damage, and it's really unstable. So I feel like Elemental is better into Rogue Mage. But into these kind of cleaves, I'm, at least myself, not personally a big fan of it. And, I mean, we haven't also seen them play this. Like, Oscar, I mean, maybe he's played Elemental like up here. So they're going, like, double alt against a team that's full mains, you know, in the finals, in the Gauntlet.
Insane, yeah.
And I just feel like you can't disrespect Kasu and Tony on this jungle. It's just so many years of playing this comp, whether it's against the grain or with the grain. They just stick to it regardless. So trying to whip out some counter pick like this, I understand, like, the preservation evoker crowd control immunity is nice. I would have maybe liked to see a Mistweaver instead. Mistweaver into the Hunters, because that's actually what's given Last Dance the most trouble, is Mistweaver teams that can port the stun traps and avoid that crowd control chain. Because this looked really unstable. Like, Dex almost died in the opener. This game could have been over within just seconds. I don't want to see them run this back again, even though it was a really entertaining game. It was back and forth. I feel like this is not giving Kasu and Tony enough respect.
Yeah. I think Jungle's one of those compositions where it's well-rounded enough where it can beat anything, right? Especially if you're super good at it, like Tony, Kasu, and Dakar are. Like, you're not going to be able to just walk in a bunch of alts and win this matchup very convincingly. I feel like jungle overall, really solid composition, lots of bursts, lots of crowd control, lots of consistent damage. There's opportunities to find win conditions, and if you're, mispositioning, you're not used to the damage, it's like we kind of highlighted as well. I mean, how many good teams right now are playing jungle? So, even if HABOS BABOS practice this composition into, some players that can run jungle, it's not really the same thing as playing against Last Dance. So I'm really curious to see if they decide to stick with this or if they're going to swap it up a little bit here. Because honestly, I feel like Last Dance, they really impressed me with their setups. Even that final setup, getting the mind control on the warrior, so it's a complete 1 versus 3 isolation. Just really well done by Last Dance, and I feel like that's got to throw HABOS off.
Yeah, they were like, I was a bit worried because the Prez Evoker crowd control immunity, like how would they deal with that? But they were getting so much crowd control regardless of it. Last Dance had a really good game here. They kept with their pressure. I like that they also stayed cheeky. They didn't just only tunnel the shaman. They saw opportunities to go on the healer, and they were taking advantage of that as well. So Last Dance, they came to play. They're just dialed in on their jungle cleave. It's do or die is this. They're only a 3-player roster. They're starting in the beginning of the Gauntlet. They have to win 4 series in a row to get to the top 4, but they're looking very hot right now. And now HABOS BABOS, I think we're going to see a gear shift here. I think it'd be very surprising to see them run that same composition again, given how volatile that was for them. But what else have they prepared? Okay, yeah, this is their mains, like Dex on the Resto Druid, Oscar on the Mage. We don't know yet what specialization of Rogue, which could be important. I feel like Outlaw Rogue in this matchup maybe isn't as good as Subtlety. I feel like the Subtlety Rogue keeps the other team honest, like they can't just push in on the Mage, whereas the Outlaw isn't as much burst, immediate threat. But at the same time, I don't know how much practice they've had, because Subtlety and Outlaw are dramatically different play styles, so we will have to wait and see. But I think this is HABOS BABOS backing down, realizing, okay, we tried to counter comp there. Last Dance are too good. We got to dial it in on our mains now. It's a single elimination bracket. If you lose a series, it's over. They do not want to be risking it, and so they're going to be locking this in here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very intense. But for me, the big question is, why didn't HABOS lock this in game number 1? We basically know exactly what Last Dance is going to run, so I feel like they can't have full confidence in this matchup, but I do agree. I'd rather see them on their mains, playing the composition that they're best at. I know Dex as a restoration druid, and when he's on resto, I'm a believer. He's great at pushing in, getting aggressive, landing the stuns, landing the cyclones, and I just feel like that last matchup, we just saw them way too far on the back foot. They were getting out a decent amount of damage, but I mean, that's just going to happen naturally with the composition that they're running. But the win conditions just didn't seem there. It felt like they were playing safe. It felt like they were playing scared. And I want to see HABOS kind of play a more aggressive playstyle and keep Last Dance on the back foot.
All right, let's see if they can get in here and get some work done. What specializations is it going to be? I'd be very surprised to see fire or assassination. I'm imagining it's Outlaw and Frost here for game number 2. But if they lose here, it's a match point, and they have to win 3 in a row, have a comeback train there if they want to stay alive in the Gauntlet, keep their dreams alive of getting to BlizzCon. This is the biggest year on record for the AWC. So this is it. This is the year to really dial in, really lock in, and get it done. And you don't get any second chances in this Gauntlet to keep that opportunity. Game number 2 here, and Last Dance look great on this composition. They've really just ironed out any sort of errors and folds in their composition, and I do believe that's the Outlaw there on the side of Queener with Oscar on Frost, Dex on Restoration Druid. So they're locked in 100%, in my opinion, to the meta. Maybe you could substitute the Preservation Invoker in, but I feel like Dex on that Resto Druid is going to be a phenomenal player here. So this is the real challenge for Last Dance. If they can win here, they might be able to win the whole thing.
Dude, Oscar is playing a Drakthir Mage. Oh, no, he's not. It was just... Okay, never mind. I thought he was going to play a Drakthir Mage, so we have extra stops for the Cyclone, but that's not going to happen. Looks like you will be going with a Dark Iron Dwarf.
Dex is tree form instantly.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder if he procced it. I don't know if you could set up Swiftman's in the starter room and just proc it, but he's just going to tree form, try to stay ahead of the opener. Dex right now into a full trap. Fear on Queener. Really good setup here once again. Casu looking to get aggressive. Big aim shots coming in, and Dex is going to have to play catch up. He is now into a Cyclone. That will subside and has opportunities to keep his team alive, and now it's going to be up to HABOS to get aggressive.
All right, True Shot is up. Can Casu connect? They polymorph him. I like this. Just crowd control the true shot. Remove the hunter from the game during this window of time. Another rapid fire. Oscar barriers it. Tony's reloading, bleeds up on Oscar. Dex is jumping into the mix as well, but he's caught by a binding shot. Triple binding shot from Casu. He lands the trap right on the blind into a cyclone. That binding shot was crazy from Casu. It shuts down that push. They cyclone Dex. They're trying to get it on top of the mage, but Casu's being pressured. He's going to trade as exhilaration here and try and push forward. Every rapid fire is the scary moment for Oscar. He connects a massive black arrow crit there as well. He's going for a glacial spike in defiance. Tony gets counterspelled on a cyclone. Dex then goes for one on Tony. Oscar's pushing in on Dakara. Dakara wraps around the corner to avoid the potential Dragon's Breath polymorph that Oscar wants to throw his way. So Dakara's just hugging this pillar on the opposite side, trying to heal Casu at the same time. Struggling at the moment, but Casu is just marching in. He wants a freezing trap. He's moving in close to Dex. Oscar is there to eat it, but he's not able to. He's trying to stack up to break with cleave damage, and Tony's going to get in here. Dakara's in here. Triple fear from Dakara.
Nice fear.
Massive damage is shredding Oscar. Dex trinkets in a panic. Breaking free of the crowd control and getting a tranquility, but momentum feels like Last Dance still have control, but a main stun comes in from Dex. He's trying to be the X factor. He's getting a lot of crowd control right now. In Capoeira into a full cyclone on the healer. This is a beautiful comeback from Dex from that moment of panic and now to a moment of asserting dominance, but not enough to really force anything. And now he's in a cyclone. This could be an ice block for Oscar with no medallion available. He's trying to blink around the pillar. Casu is chasing him, but now it's a freezing trap out of the cyclone. It's difficult to land those. He times it perfectly. They're just so polished. They fear out of the freezing trap. They stun Queener, but Oscar is just kiting like a god, line of sighting all of this incoming damage despite that extended crowd control chain. Can they manage to set it up again? They cyclone Queener. Dakara is still ahead on mana. He's definitely appreciating those mana buffs that Holy Priest got leading into this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge factor for Last Dance as well. It seems like they have the momentum. They've got the mana lead. Oscar might just go down to large amounts of damage. Full trap potential here. Once again, Casu snipes it, but I might want to see them go after Queener just a little bit more. Maybe their play is to just keep Oscar on the back foot. He's playing incredibly defensive right now, which makes him difficult to take down, but it feels like Oscar isn't able to get that much damage out, and just hoping that Casu will potentially overextend here, and that's one thing Last Dance definitely needs to be careful of. Casu does not want to get caught out of line of sight of Dakara, caught into a stun, could get dropped with a Ray of Frost, but so far I feel like Last Dance are doing a great job navigating this.
A kidney shot on Dakara, but there's a trap on Dex. His trinket's coming at 1 second. Dakara's choosing to sit through this. Cyclone on Dex. Dakara trinkets out of the follow-up and recovers Casu to full health. Casu repositioning. True shot is coming up. Incarn's active. They really want to get aggressive here. Rapid fire. They're swapping Rogue. Tony fakes an interrupt and they cyclone him. Now he's jumping in on the mage. I really like the cyclones from Tony in this game. Even despite the crowd control from the Rogue and all of the interrupts, he's getting a lot of clutch crowd controls with cyclone. Now full stun on Queener, trying to enable Casu to get uptime. If Tony is not peeling the Rogue will totally dismantle Casu. Maim stuns from Dex though have been great as well. He's getting these consistently on Casu. It's very important that he's getting these stuns with the Outlaw Rogue. The Outlaw Rogue doesn't have as many stuns as the Salty Rogue. Tony getting pressured here in a swap, trying to keep him on the back foot, and Dex is just on the pillar with Oscar at the moment. Casu's in melee range. He's playing melee marksman. He's in a polymorph. Takara wraps in. Double fear with the cyclone on the Rogue. They want to connect damage here, but Oscar's just around the corner. They can't get to him at all as the ice barriers, but the freezing trap extends the crowd control. Perhaps they have enough damage here with the rapid fire. Nope, just totally shut down, and a Ray of Frost gets interrupted, fortunately for Casu here. Now a Maim stun on Dex, a big push, and they do finally get the ice block in. They still have basically three medallions with Takara's trinket coming up in 20 seconds. This is a great position for Last Dance. They're almost redefining the meta if they can beat HABOS BABOS here.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do. This is a phenomenal team, and so far it's looking good for their team. Dex, of course, looking for crowd control. Did manage to find a little bit under Dakara, but now finds himself caught into a full fear, into a trap. Can they take down Oscar? Are they going to be able to get the second ice block? Tony's there, gets the Maim stun out of this crowd control, and it's just never ending. Oscar's isolated. Needs to be very careful. He's not on hypothermia anymore. We'll get the Iron Bark, and I think ultimately will survive as a result, but they are just so far on the back foot. I do like the fact they're going after Tony a little bit more, pressuring him. They get the Bark skin out of the way, trying to keep him honest in the match. But look at Queener. He's got nothing. They can make a swap on the Rogue. He is completely in danger here. The Tranquility does recover at the same time. Tony's low on health. He gets interrupted. Casu gets polymorphed. Oscar a little bit low on health. Triple fear once again by Dakara, looking to set up his team for a potential win. Tony moves over, looking to follow it up, but he gets caught into a kidney shot at the same time. Oscar's just getting soloed by Casu through the pillar. Beautiful rapid fire.
Oh, he's trying to cross the map. He gets blasted! He has to ice block at 10%. Casu almost sniping him out right there. No ice blocks remain now for HABOS BABOS. They're behind on mana. Dex is in cat form, trying to get stuns for the team. And it looks like Queener's going after Tony, but he's trying to get back onto Casu with the Blade Rush. He does manage to reconnect for a moment, but survival Instinct here is going to survive. He's wrapping around the corner. Black Arrow procs, looking for big damage. He's pushing in. Here comes the volley. A massive, crushing rapid fire hits the whole team, and Dex is getting shredded as well. Dex now into a stun, in position for the trap. He lands it. Oscar unable to disrupt. They polymorph the Hunter. Dakara moves in for a fear. He dispels the sheep. He gets a double. Queener is chasing Tony. Does he have a stun for him, though, to stop this onslaught? There's no ice blocks for him left. He's silenced at the moment. Dex is in cat form, trying to get something going for his team, but they're trying to reposition. He's in the middle of the map. Rapid fire connects into another Black Arrow, and Iron Bark is the last defense for Dex to protect Oscar in this position. He Frost Novas. He's trying to line of sight. Dex and Cat looking to get combos, but Tony meets him with the maim stun, and Queenish is out of the game. He was just rooted out in the side of the map and unable to really do anything for his team at the moment, and Oscar is getting annihilated. One more crowd control on Dex. I think it's game over. They're 10 seconds away, roughly, from another ice block. Can Dex keep Oscar alive for 10 more seconds, 9 more seconds at this point in time? Can he manage to do it? The damage is overwhelming, but they stun Kasu. They're turning it around. A smoke bomb. Kasu disrespects. He doesn't trinket. He trades out at the last second with exhilaration, tossing out the rapid fire, and Dex has done it. They've survived to the third ice block.
Yeah, they managed to do it, but what a close call that was, and the pressure just isn't there. They're losing on mana. HABOS is really struggling to find momentum here. Tony doing a great job pre-bear forming the stun once again. Queener rolls over, gets a dismantle on Cassie, but look at how unafraid Cassie was in this game. He's just running on top of Oscar the entire game. He's so far on the back foot. This could easily be an ice block. Oscar has to be careful. Big ice barrier will come in, that overpowered barrier to survive, but the ice block rotates in anyways, and this is a nightmare for HABOS. This is not looking good. Oscar could easily fall as he retreats to the pillar once again. Cassie's just going to be using not only the turtle, but the Guardian Spirit. So big overlap there. Maybe potential here for HABOS if they can hold on a little bit longer.
Oh, rapid fire, defensive air frost, Dakara in position, full fear, no trinket, and this could be it. What can you do, Queener? He needs to help, but he's in the cyclone. He can't, and Oscar's running for his life. Barrier around the corner, but the entire team is dogpiling on him. Holy fires are incoming.
Nice
Triple
TV.
Dragon's Breath. They gouge Cassie. They're trying to buy time, but Dex is in a binding shot. Oscar, he alters at 50% health. He's probably going to have to cancel that alter time. They're swapping onto Queener here. Beautiful peels from Queener right there to keep the team alive along with the Dragon's Breath. Oscar is kiting for his life right now. They're going to be on match point if they lose here. Queener gets stunned up. He's going to have to evasion, but Kasu's overlap earlier on, they might be able to punish it. They cyclone him at low health. That overlap is their only opportunity. Can HABOS Babos punish that mistake from Kasu earlier on and actually win this game despite being so low and so far behind? They might be able to do it. Dakara, he's not triggeting the blind. I can't believe it. The blind ends up breaking. Queener is going to swap to. Is he going to fall at this point? Cloak of Shadows fades. No defense remains. But a ray of frost from Oscar snipes him at the last second. And last dance fumble. HABOS Babos punish.
That is so heartbreaking for Last Dance. I'm not gonna lie, this is a 8.5 minute game. I feel like for 8 minutes and 15 seconds of that 8.5 minutes, Last Dance was just in the driver's seat. It was complete domination, totally one-sided. But as dampening gets higher and higher and Oscar's living, you make one mistake, you overlap the Guardian Spirit and the aspect of the turtle. I don't know if Cassie was trying to use it like offensively, because I thought that could close the game out in that moment, but it didn't seem like he was in any danger whatsoever. And making that play, there's the turtle. Okay, so it was a close call. He went down to like 30% health. I don't mind the aspect of the turtle upon seeing it in the replay, but that's got to be so heartbreaking for Last Dance. Oscar just won't die. He just won't die. And eventually, Holy Priest is one of the healers I feel like that struggles the most in dampening, right? Like your cooldowns, like you're basically, as a Holy Priest, you're all about just healing. You don't really have much damage reduction. It's just all about maximum healing. And I feel like that's one of the things Holy Priests do struggle with, is dampening gets higher and higher. You have to cast more and more. You can't just rely on your instants. And that's when the game becomes really, really scary. And that might be the game plan of HABOS moving forward. But what a close game.
I feel like as Outlaw, you have to do that. I feel like they have no aggression as Outlaw to win early. But as Outlaw, they have Disruption, and he can guarantee uptime to peel the Hunter, which is the only advantage. I think the Druid also is nice, and the Purge protection from the Druid is nice. So, like, this version of Rogue Mage, they should just be playing to dampen, which is, I mean, that's what they did. Oscar was at a pillar the entire game. Like, there should be little, like, mountain trail tracks from how many times he ran around the pillar with his team right now, and I think that's exactly what they need to do if they're going to win this. They're going to win in dampening outside of like maybe a major mistake from the side of Last Dance. This version of Rogue Mage is just the ultimate dampening version of it, which is looking kind of risky because Kasu is just doing so much damage at the moment. So for that entirety of the early game, they just feel like they're losing. But that one miracle moment where Oscar got the triple Dragon's Breath to be able to live and get back to his healer on the opposite side of the map, damage. at the moment. So for that entirety of the early game, they just feel like they're losing. But that one miracle moment where Oscar got the triple Dragon's Breath to be able to live and get back to his healer on the opposite side of the map, and then they got fed up of chasing him, so they started committing rogue, and then they left Oscar open. He's like, "Oh, you guys forgot I exist for 2 seconds." Ray of Frost.
That's
it's over.
That's the thing about Frost Mage. Is like you can be doing a whole. What is this?
What?
Okay. Well,
they obviously didn't like it. Maybe they're thinking like, man, we were gonna lose that game. Like we can't do that again.
This.
Like
I feel like Ret Warrior has been one of those compositions that Last Dance has just gotten owned by. Like historically, it's like sometimes teams that can run this Ret Warrior or certain cleaves into them, they just lose. And it's like they don't really have another option. The funny thing that Last Dance has just gotten owned by. Like historically, it's like sometimes teams that can run this Ret Warrior or certain cleaves into them, they just lose. And it's like they don't really have another option. The funny thing that Last Dance could do is they could play a Frost Mage. Like you could put Casu on a Dev Evoker, or a Frost Mage, and I feel like it could be okay.
I feel like they haven't been putting a lot of practice into it though.
Yeah, but
there's also no purge though from a Resto Druid. It's like as a mage, you should be like 100% good, right? Like you're literally just everything you have can't be removed. Maybe Casu
I would actually
Mage
like to see some flexibility here, because I think like jungle into Ret Warrior is just not traditionally that good. Like I think they're gonna get walked over. It's not gonna be like it. Maybe I'm wrong though. I could be totally wrong about that, but I feel like HABOS BABOS will have a compositional advantage if Last Dance locks in the jungle. And we do know, we saw it in the highlights earlier today when we were looking at this team. Last Dance, for the first time ever, is playing something that wasn't jungle. Like they actually did try the Devastation Evoker Pharaoh. It didn't look bad. They tried the Frost Mage Pharaoh. It didn't look bad. So I'm curious what they do here.
I mean, Feral Mage would just be insane, I'd assume. There's no ranged interrupts. There's no purge. You can drag it out into dampening. It seems like Holy Priest can, get into dampening if they need to. I wouldn't be totally upset if he did it, but at the same time, it looks like they've been pretty locked in on jungle. Like this is just what they've put all their practice into. So do they want to run the alts? But like, how familiar is Oscar on Rets? Like we saw him on Ellie game 1. That seemed pretty new, and then we see him now on Rat Paladin on game number 3. So it seems like HABOS BABOS are really trying some different things. And yeah, Last Dance just gonna run the same. We don't know what spec of Hunter though. Maybe Beastmaster instead of Marksman, something with a little bit more mobility. We'll have to see when we get into the game here in a moment. But it's very interesting from HABOS BABOS. Like I was kind of seeing them as like a one-trick rogue mage. Maybe Queener could play like Windwalker or Warrior or something, right? But it was going to be all mage as the basis for their team. And they're playing like these they're playing the Ellie Warrior and they're playing the Ret Warrior. And I mean, that's important flexibility to have later if you manage to qualify, right? Because you don't know what the meta is going to be. And maybe it's important flexibility to have right now because that was very close. That was a very close loss. So if you can manage to counter comp your opponent, you'd probably much rather do that. And we've been following Dex with some really good plays. He's been utilizing that Maim stun and Heart of the Wild very effectively in the game to generate combo points and get stuns at clutch moments. And he's also running the PvP talent to regenerate mana when he throws out Star Surges and Wraths, which is really important to getting into the late game for his team. So it's a great usage of that to be able to just extend his healing as well. And he's just a master of the Druid to be able to keep his team alive as long as he did in that previous one. He's also choosing to run the instant cast Wild Growth, which can be pretty mana intensive, but it's a lot of healing throughput. So you've got to be very careful as to when you're allocating that, and with how big the burst damage is that can come up from a marksmanship hunter. You got to be a bit careful with it. And he's running the instant cyclones as well, which is a new feature of this expansion Midnight. So he's able to get instant CC at clutch moments and aid his team aggressively. And I would say that Druid is a pretty high skill cap right now. You are able to utilize a lot of global cooldowns, and you can get trip up on them, fall behind, allocate hots to the wrong place, go in at the wrong time, and suddenly lose the game. So you do have to manage a lot of resources and a lot of decisions at the same time. They're switching over to Ret Warrior, which honestly, healing a cleave can sometimes be very stressful, just because they're gonna have to run in there and you're gonna have to decide like, who are they attacking, where am I allocating my hots. We haven't seen them play this comp in tournament either. That's kind of crazy to be playing stuff we haven't seen them play the entire season in their last chance to qualify. Dakar is over here on the Holy Priest, and he's been doing a great job as well, which is the instant healing available to this. Holy Priest is kind of a unique healer with the way that you kind of like save your Serenity until the target gets low health, and then pair it with like a Guardian Spirit, and then top the target off with one heal. You kind of take this gamble of like, I think you can go a little bit lower, so I'm going to let you go lower before I top you. Otherwise, you run out of your instant healing, and then you're spamming a lot of flash, and you can run out of mana very fast. So he's been doing a good job managing that weakness and mitigating it through into the late game.
Yeah. Really interesting to see. Mana was obviously a factor in that game. So that's an interesting thing about Holy Priest is like, I feel like Holy Priest suffers the most in dampening, but also they have good longevity to get into dampening. So it's like, it's an interesting place to be for Holy Priest. It's a bit of a double-edged sword for Tony here. You can see him on the Feral Druid. He's been looking good, and it's like you mentioned about Resto Druid. I feel like Feral is very similar. It's got a high skill cap. Like there's a lot you can do on a Feral Druid with disorienting drawers, with maiming an off target, with getting re-stealths, allocating your rake stuns in the right places, and also just finding cyclones. And I feel like Tony, he's been doing a great job of that. Feral Druid is actually super fun right now, and it's great to see him be able to play his main and to do such a great job on it.
I mean, he likes the 4% damage buff also, right? Like that was a little bit of a factor. I also feel like Marksman Hunter is randomly doing more damage. I don't know what it is, but anytime I see Volley down, I'm like, oh my god, I'm terrified. But I don't think he'll be playing Marksman into Ret Warrior. He is. Oh man, right. This is the swing match where he could choose to play Beastmaster. He knows what's coming his way, and he's not backing down. He's continuing to play Marksman into double plate and a bear with a lot of disruption, stuns, and disarms, and easy uptime with freedoms from Oscar as well to support the Warrior. So this is tough. At the same time, Queener is not playing a Dwarf. He could be a liability on that Warrior as a target. They do open on the Warrior immediately, although it looks like the Hunter is going on Oscar. They already got his Divine Protection and they didn't even open on him. They stun Dex, and Queener is the target. He's getting blasted. He's already down below 50% health, and Tony's getting crowd control. Maim stun into Incap, into a Cyclone, just CCing him by himself while Casu is ripping Queener apart, forcing his die by the sword by himself, and now Casu has forced him away, and he's not able to even stay on the target. Blinding Light on Dakara. They're switching on Tony, but Tony fakes the interrupt and gets a Cyclone on the Warrior. Silencing on Dex. Dex is in cat form. Tony is trying to get combo points. Queener is likely going to be the target here. Casu wraps around the corner. Freezing trap. Sanctuary was instant there, but he still lands the trap. But the hots are up on Queener. He takes no damage throughout that. Now with the Cyclone, though, the hots are likely going to be falling off. Mind Control, possible from Dakara here. That is an X factor. The Mind Control at low health could be clutch. Dex gets the Star Surge. He's in cat. He gets a Maim stun on the Hunter. Building up more combo points. Looking for the Cyclone. Locking out the Hunter. They go after Tony with a Hammer of Justice on Dakara. He's back into bear form. But honestly, if you're Casu, you're pretty happy if you can manage to force them to not attack you. He's going for a trap. Lands the freezing trap. Mind Control on the Ret to remove the off healing, which is very important. Beautiful cross crowd control. They isolate the Warrior, but not enough damage to win.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. I feel like if you're a Colossus Arms Warrior, you are quite durable. He's going to have a lot of versatility. Mind Control's coming in from Dakara, just spamming them out when he can. Try to slow down the offensive pressure here from Queener and Oscar. Big damage here onto Casu, though. He needs to be very careful. I mean, Hunters are super susceptible to being killed here by Ret Warrior, but I would say Last Dance so far, they're doing an excellent job finding pressure. They managed to find a trap here onto Dex. I love what they're doing. Tony finds a Cyclone. Now they can push in, but it seems like Queener is able to shrug off the attack once again. Nice intimidating shout. Going to fear up both Casu and Dakara as they continue their pain train here onto Tony.
So a lot of Rep Paladins, I think almost all of them, have re-rolled to Herald of the Sun, which actually converts your Word of Glory into Eternal Flame, and it provides a lot of healing. You can see Oscar actually at 10,000 health per second. That is one of the reasons why the team is so durable, and look at them just collapse on Casu, and it's a main advantage. If you have that off healing to survive a burst window from the Hunter, then you can just turn it around and get aggressive like this with Cyclones and Dakara and push in, maybe just win the game outright here. Dakara was forced to use Medallion, and this game is swinging out of control. HABOS BABOS looked a little shaky at the beginning, like they needed to find their bearings, but if they can find them, this composition is going to do a lot of damage. It's going to have a great presence. They isolate the Ret Paladin. They've given up on the Warrior with him playing Colossus, as you say, even though he's not a dwarf to remove bleeds. They'd actually rather attack the Ret Paladin, who is. I think a swap to Dex is probably the main win condition here. Just if they can catch him in the open and get like a double binding shot or double stun on the Ret and the Warrior and isolate him, I think that's what I want to see. If they can maybe set up and then trap him low or trap him and swap to him, something like that from the side of Last Dance.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see it as well, but I feel like this game is looking more convincing from HABOS than the last, where I felt like Oscar was just so far on the back foot. This map, though, is nice. I do like this large map here. for Last Dance. I feel like it gives Casu a lot more breathing room, but he needs to be able to get away from Oscar and Queener, and it is not easy to do. Nice Typhoon there, but Casu's getting low, and that will be the aspect of the turtle. He only has one of those available, so things are starting to unravel here for Last Dance. Casu getting aggressive with the true shot. This is an opportunity to maybe win the game. He's just one shot in Queener, and he will survive with the die by the sword. Continuing to make a push. He gets a disarm on Casu, completely shutting him down with the double shockwave. Good plays there by the Arms Warrior as HABOS continues to march forward and keep this pressure up here onto Casu.
I do like the Rep Warrior a lot more than the Thunder. The Elemental Shaman, I think, was a liability. The Rep Paladin's providing so much utility, and look at this burst damage coming in on Casu. Once again, pinned by the spear, trying to set up an aim shot off the stun. Dakara is getting chased down by Dex into the in-cap roar, but he gets silenced. Beautiful silence timing right there to stop the crowd control. They cyclone him DR, trying to finish off Oscar in this position, but they still have Divine Shield. They're just sitting on it at the moment and trying to greed it out. And with all that utility from the Rep Paladin, they were likely going to have to take this into dampening to reduce some of the Eternal Flame, reduce some of the Resto Druid healing as well. Dakar is trying to add damage and reset his Chastise here. Big Holy Fire around the corner. Queener's forced to retreat, but they catch Tony in the path of that retreat and swap to him in a Shockwave. He's trying to reposition, but he's taking a lot of damage, and Dakar is struggling to heal him at the moment. He's back into bear form, trying to kite. Casu has been free casting aim shots in the corner. He's jumping in with Power Infusion. They're getting aggressive with the Freezing Trap. They force the Divine Protection. They could swap Warrior here, though. No die by the sword. Queener stuns the Hunter, preventing damage during this window. He lines up another aim shot. Casu is just ripping and going for it, despite the Warrior getting uptime on his heals. But Dex is in tree form and used the Medallion earlier to break crowd control, so he's going to stabilize the team. He's Star Surging, amplifying his hots, getting in position, regenerating mana. He's actually ahead of Dakara. Dakara sees that. He goes into Angel form to immune control, as well as extend his mana as his healing is free. Big burst damage on Oscar, and they do get the Divine Shield.
Whoa.
This is an important sign of life. I was going to get very concerned if they couldn't force that cooldown, but now that they've got it at the 5-minute mark, dampening is going to be in their favor if they can survive this swell of damage. At the moment, it's the Avatar. Massive pressure coming out on Casu. They swap damage on Queener. Dex is struggling here on the swing match. He's caught into a maim stun. I'd love to see them swap Druid right here, but I think they're going to Cyclone him. They're trying to get crowd control. They can't get the Cyclone. They can't swap. Casu is scared. They life grip him, but Queener leaps in with the Stormbolt. Dex in position with the Vortex to stop the disengage. He gets the Cyclone. This could be the Turtle. He's trying to gamble it. Dakara trinkets instead, but he's stunned on his trinket. Now it could be an overlap. They pin out Casu. They blind Tony. Dex is moving in. He gets an in-cap roar. He's trying to stay on target, but he gets vortexed away from Tony. Queener's trying to get there. Can he finish Casu by himself? Because Oscar's in a Cyclone. Dex jumps in to help Queener. Can they take him out? Tony's looking for Cyclones. He gets it on Dex, but Queener's still getting uptime. He's back into battle stance. He gets the double shockwave. He's trying to tear in here, but he doesn't have Avatar, it looks like, at the moment, or Warbreaker, so it's tough to get pressure. Casu's repositioning Oscar in trouble. He Divine Protections at low health. Dex gets Sanctuaried instantly on the stun, and he wild charges the Freezing Trap. Beautiful teamwork right there. That was an instant Sanctuary. Even though we've really only seen Oscar on the Mage, he is doing work here on this Rep Paladin.
Yeah, and Casu's still in danger. Dakara falling behind on mana right now. Full Cyclone on Dex, though. An opportunity at the same time. Casu is low on health. HABOS, this is the swing match. If they can win this, they still have Lay on Hands. They still have the Blessing of Protection, and Casu is just getting ripped apart. Oscar looking to push in to get the Hammer of Justice. Manages to find it. Casu, though, gets topped off. Now into a Shockwave. Things are not looking good. NS Clone lands on Dakara, and Casu's forced into his second turtle. At the same time, Tony uses the Bark Skin, and they are just unraveling here. This pressure is so high. They do land a full trap. Can they reverse the pressure? Oscar needs to be careful. No Divine Protection. Trying to get back to him. Tony might die. He gets stunned up. He can't access his Lay on Hands, but it looks like he will hold on. Dex keeps him alive, and now into tree form. I feel like almost certainly, oh no, Oscar's still low. Use the Lay on Hands. Sacrifice trades on Queener, and Last Dance is not making this easy. They are not going down without a fight.
They have to win in this 2-minute window where he doesn't have Divine Shield. I think if they can't, they're going to lose this game. Dakara is just behind on mana. He's in Angel form, buying time. Sanctuary from Rep Paladin reduces the stun, but Dex still got trapped. Caster's in trouble. He gets gripped back to Dakara, but he's struggling to heal and dampening. 37% healing reduction. He comes out of the Angel form. He goes for the Benediction, his new Apex talent, to try and get some boosted heals, but he has to stun. He's in a stun. He trinkets instantly, and Caster's in trouble, trying to line up aim shots out of the Cyclone, trying to finish Oscar here. They have 1 minute to win this game. They have to instantly purge the bop also, which is going to require RNG through some of the hots here, because Oscar still has it. The volley comes down. He's gonna have to bop this. He bops it. If they get lucky on the purge, they might win. Can they remove the Blessing of Protection in time? It's staying up. He's line of sighting. Dakara's trying to get it around the corner. They do manage to remove it, and they need to keep Dex in crowd control. They have 40 seconds. Castro has to win this game in 40 seconds. Can he pull it off? 36 seconds. Dex has a lot of options. He just has to pre-Iron Bark. Full stun. Castro has not a lot. He feigned death. He exhilarates. He tries to kite away. Vortex is down to try and pin him, but Dex can't get there. He's stunned up. Tony's chasing Oscar, and Castro, you have to go for it. You have 20 seconds to win this game. Can they manage to take him out right here and now?
No way!
20 seconds to win this game.
Oscar!
They have to topple him. He divine protections around the pillar. He's healing himself with Eternal Flames, and he buys time on the clock. 13 seconds to that divine shield, and he's going to run Casu over as soon as he has it. He's only playing afraid, waiting for that cooldown. Now it's 6 seconds away, and the momentum is gone, and I think it's it for Casu. Full stun, no trinket, and HABOS BABOS have done it. They take the swing match, and they move 2-1 in the series.
I mean, that's just so big for multiple reasons. First of all, winning the swing match, like you mentioned, super important. You're now up in the series, and I feel like this looked very convincing. This has to be the best map that Last Dance could possibly play on, and HABOS was still able to get the win with this cleave setup, and I don't know what Last Dance is going to do. They could switch up their composition, but I feel like the jungle is just so incredibly risky. There was a few moments on Oscar, like right here, super scary. You can tell Oscar is definitely sweating. Like, you can still die to a Marksman's Hunter and a Feral Druid, but the way they were rotating, I think Oscar did a really good job line of sighting when he needed to, and they hit those timers. There's just so many cooldowns you have to get through. The Divine Protection is a cooldown. The Ironbark's a cooldown. And once you get through both of those, maybe you'll get a Divine Shield. Maybe you'll get that Lay on Hands. Maybe you'll get a Blessing of Protection. But it's just an infinite rotation that HABOS BABOS has. And I feel like Queener also did a really good job shutting down Casu in this game.
All right, the Marksmanship Hunter doesn't work. It was kind of good, but no, I think if they were a mage, they would have just won this. I swear it would have been like, I don't even think they would have been sweating.
You
All
think
these
so?
stuns would have been blinked. Would have had altar up the whole game. Like, his Ray would be a rapid fire. I just feel like, I swear if he was a mage, it would have been, I think this would have been easy.
You don't think comfort, like you think the mage is so far ahead that like the comfort of Casu on Hunter would just doesn't matter?
I think in this matchup, yeah.
Okay.
I think it would have been, I think he should have done a mage. And we've been saying that throughout the entire series, is like, can they actually make it work with jungle only? He played Dev Evoker throughout the cups. He played Frost Mage throughout the cups occasionally. And I think this would have been the moment. Is like, you're fighting a team on their alts in a comp that should be hard countered by a Frost Mage. They have no purge. You just blink every stun. I feel like that game right there should have been the game where you really kind of stretch that versatility.
I would say what I think might happen, so I think on a large map it could be difficult, but when I've played against Dex and seen him play, like if they do end up going up against a mage, they might not attack him. Like they might actually just have Dex push in, be in cat form, be in tree form. He's pretty difficult to crowd control. Of course, you can land like a Dragon's Breath into a Ring of Frost, but if you're not playing Shimmer, that's hard to do. So they can kind of like Shimmer check him. If he's Shimmer, then you can train him down. If he's not, then it actually is pretty difficult for him to land meaningful crowd control onto Dex. And that's when HABOS can kind of just go after Tony, go after the Feral Druid. Because I don't think it's going to be as consistent to land like a polymorph on Dex as it was to land the trap. So maybe opportunities there, but we are going to a huge map. Last Dance, they have options like we mentioned. What are they going to do? Because I feel like we've seen this story before, Sid, where it's like Last Dance, they look so good, and then someone runs a cleave, and it's like, oh, yeah, we just don't have anything we can do about this.
A cleave or a rogue mage, or I mean, most of the comps in the meta have been tough for Last Dance. We haven't seen them get a top 3 the entire season, I don't think. Whereas HABOS BABOS, they got 3rd in the final cup.
There it is.
Last Dance have not been able to get in there, and okay, he's going to be doing it. He's swapping over to the mage. I think he's going to regret not doing it sooner, because now he doesn't have the swing match advantage. Like, if you were going to do it, it had to be last game, because then
we're going to hook point after this.
Yeah, you would know what's coming your way. So like. And this isn't 100% guaranteed, but I feel like that game was going so well for them. I'm just trying to like reposition a mage in for Casu, and I'm like, there's no way this wouldn't have been infinitely better.
Here's another thing too that we have to consider is like, if we go to game 5 and Last Dance says, okay, we got to play mage blind. Oscar's not a ret anymore. He's
exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Like, you had to do this mage pick last game.
Yeah.
If it was going to work for the whole series, because I think you have to blind lock jungle.
Yeah. HABOS, this is nice. They're showing a lot of depth on their roster. It's making them a lot more deadly, right? Like when you can bring in these different variations. They have Walrick on the bench too, so it's like I actually really like this team for a lot of reasons. Like you have the Rogue Mage, you have the Rat Warrior, you have the Ellie Warrior, you play Ellie Rogue. But then like if we ever see Warlocks be good, you could play Ellie Warlock. You could play Mage Warlock. You could play Warrior Warlock. Like I feel like HABOS has a lot of flexibility. The only thing that I would be a little bit afraid for HABOS is just the Druid. It seems like they The only thing I've seen convincing so far from Dex is Druid, but he's an amazing player, so it wouldn't surprise me if he had other healers up his sleeve.
Yeah, no, this team is a very strong contender for a top 4, I think, and the versatility would be great for a BlizzCon stage, and there's obviously more time to prepare at that point as well. So HABOS BABOS with the swap to the Ret Warrior gets the swing match advantage, and now Casu is having to tread into the enemy's domain, onto a mage himself. His hatred has been boiling for it for season after season, and he has to become what he hates here in game number 4. And is it going to be enough? Is he familiar enough on this Frost Mage in order to pull off a win against this Ret Warrior? Dakara still playing Holy Priest, Tony still on the Feral Druid, so a lot of crowd control, a lot of burst damage from the Ray of Frost if he's able to position well here, but it could just end right now, and HABOS BABOS could just close it out 3-1 with an unexpected Ret Warrior. I thought for sure they were going to be Rogue Mage the entire tournament through, but they have flexibility here. Gates are open. There's going to be no going back in the Gauntlet. Last dance. Is this going to be your last dance?
Well, we'll have to wait and see what they can do. Oscar pushing forward right now. He gets mind controlled, so Casu going for that Ray of Frost. Big damage with the power infusion, but it seems like Queener's going to be able to shrug it off. Maybe getting lower and lower on health. Casu just completely open. Ice Lance after Ice Lance. Shatter after Shatter, and they might just win in the opener. I feel like HABOS is disrespecting here. This is such a terrible opener, but honestly, this looked a lot like the beginning of the last game as well, where Casu was with the power infusion, the true shot. They got a lot of damage rolling. And it seems like HABOS was able to get away without using too many cooldowns here in this opening stage of the game.
Pummeled on the Ring of Frost. I think the mind controls from Dakara, that's going to be very important here to enable Casu to cast. So every time that mind control diminishing return is over, we likely will see him going for it. He's Holy Fire. Nice Ice Wall catching Queener out in the corner here as he channels a Ray of Frost, but Oscar's there to support with Eternal Flames. Dex jumps into their side, but they stack for a triple Dragon's Breath, but a huge swell of damage when Casu hits him, but Dakara was ready for it, recovers it. They swap on Tony, catching him in cat form. He's trying to retreat and abuse those Frost Mage slows, but they're still getting uptime. They have to life grip Tony. Queener doesn't care. He's leaping in. They're playing with confidence. They know they're ahead in the series, so HABOS BABOS are going to play aggressive. They're really going to push Casu. They're going to push Tony because they can risk losing because they know they can counterpick in game 5, which is really going to put the pressure on Casu.
I really like what we're seeing here. First of all, Casu needs to be careful. Could fall down. Ice Bearer comes in. He's playing Blink, so no shimmer action here. He's going to be able to blink out of the stuns, but I really like that Oscar is not afraid to come back and defend Dex. Like, he's coming back. He's trying to keep Tony in check a little bit more, whereas Queener, he's just going to be sitting on Casu. He's on mage duty. Shut down the mage. Don't allow the Ray of Frost. Oscar, he's going to try to shut down the disorienting roars, although we are going to find one right here. Just too far out at the moment. Tony, let's see if he's had any damage. Full main stun here onto Queener. What is Casu going to be able to do? He goes for an invisibility, a second invisibility, just continuously dropping targeting from the enemy here to survive. But now with no Spear Bastion, this could easily be an ice block. He is pinned down. There's not many cooldowns. Casu needs to be very careful. Everything on the line. BlizzCon potentially on the line here. This is a very dangerous situation, and I feel like this is high stress for Last Dance.
Oh man, how do you not block that? I'm surprised Dakara didn't use any mana either. I was really expecting either Dakara's going to on that push or Casu was going to die with no block. Defensive Dragon's Breath. He blinks away from the stun. He gets pummeled. He goes for the Ray, trying to punish that, but it's not finding too much momentum. Tony gets blinded. He's unable to help Dakara, dispelling that, I believe, but Casu is still in trouble. It's so much damage. He just can't get anything going. He's just bouncing up and down while the enemy team is doing whatever they want at the moment. He's trying to get distance here. Maybe they need to swap on Dex, get like a double Ring of Frost or something, because I feel like it's too predictable. They do isolate the Warrior, but Casu has to get gripped away from the burst. Queener leaps in for a Blade Storm, shredding down Casu even further. They're unable to peel him. He charges forward. They invis, and they go into a mass invis, trying to delay the damage that's incoming at the moment. But Dex finds a full maim stun, punishing the blinks earlier on, forcing Casu's trinket as he pops his barrier to absorb the damage and reposition. Incap Roar, Cyclone gets Shockwave. They overlapped it with the interrupt, but Casu is just taking so much damage he can't get his footing. He's just flailing around in the middle of the map, trying to wait for an opportunity, and now he's trying to take it. Ray of Frost does nothing. No crowd control on anybody. And no, he's going to walk into that Shadow Side Eye and take 5% more damage. He did. He's taking 5% more damage on match point right now. He's got Alter Time. He rewinds his health, but they're switching to Tony. They force his Barkskin. He's pinned by the spear, and these Spears of Bastion are the scary moment where the mage is unable to escape. He's looking to try and counter pressure. Queener sees it coming and pre-die by the swords, anticipating the stuns there, denying the incarnation. That was great anticipation from Queener, and even despite the counter pick, you can tell that Queener wants this. He is playing out of his mind at the moment, keeping uptime on the mage and really crushing it.
Oh, it's close call after close call. Casu, you are playing with my heartstrings here. I mean, he needs to be so careful. I mean, just one big Mortal Strike crit at the right time, and Cassidy just goes down. Dreams, eliminated after such a long fought season. Big ice wall, Ray of Frost. Queener is going to shut it down. Beautifully done with that intimidating shout. Ultimately will survive, and Habos can continue their push. Dex is winning on mana. They've got every single cooldown available from Oscar, and this is looking good for Habos to eliminate Last Dance. Let's see what goes on, though. There's not out of it yet. We know Last Dance is a phenomenal team. Are they getting able to bring it back? Can they find that win condition? It is possible. Queener getting low. Full Cyclone here onto Dex. He's in tree form right now, and Queener needs to be careful. Oscar's there, able to toss in some off heals, and now I feel like Dex easily keeps them alive, and they can make their push.
Tukar's almost even despite the innervates here. Cassie's trying to reposition with the Blizzard, but Queener's just all over him. They catch him in a stun. Vortex is down, pinning Cassu. He's trying to reposition. He gets Vortex back in towards the Warrior. Here comes the Warbreaker. Big pressure is building. Cassu barriers. Tukar's out of Angel. Dex is in cat form, getting combo points and getting ready for a stun. They go for the Hammer of Justice. Cassu's in trouble. The Guardian Spirit. Cassu blinks, but he blinks next to Dex, and he's in cat form, just getting combo points and doing damage. Mass Invis, dropping a Desperation Ring of Frost. He gets Shockwaved. He blinks away from it. Queener Spell Reflects. Spirit Bastion is down. A scary moment at 24% dampening. They desperately Dragon's Breath with Alter Time to try and buy time on the clock here, but a huge hit of damage comes out from Oscar. He blinks away from the Altar, going for a Glacial Spike onto the main stun of Queener, and it looks like he's going to alter back, but he's right next to Queener, takes a huge hit of damage with that Star Surge. He gets gripped back around the corner. Queener leaps in, going for the win. Here comes another Warbreaker. He barriers it immediately. They life grip away. Oh, but the double Shockwave, they're stacked. He blinks. Tony's trying to get combo points for a stun on Dex, but Cassu is flailing. He's struggling. Star Surge incoming, and the first Ice Block will be pulled, even despite the Cyclones on Dex, and I just feel like Last Dance are fizzling out right now, slowly over time, and it's an inevitability at this point.
Dex is playing with so much confidence. He's just on top of Cassu, blasting him with Star Surges and Wraths and Moonfires, getting crowd control on Tony, but might get counter crowd controlled here. Tony goes for the double disorienting roar. Looks like Queener's there with a big demolish. Cassu Alter times it, but he just cannot find pressure. He is so far on the back foot. Cassu looking like he could easily fall in this situation. Double Dragon's Breath barrier comes in, may be able to hold on, but Takara is just burning through his mana. The pressure's not there. Queener has a die by the sword if he needs it, and I think Cassu is going to be going into that second ice block really soon. I mean, this is just overwhelming pressure as dampening gets higher and higher, gets gripped away into a blink, has the Ray of Frost available. Is he going to use it? Could go with an ice wall. Looks like this Ray of Frost will be channeled. Queener easily able to shrug that off with Dex and cat form, and now Cassu's in so much danger once again here, Sid.
Invis, barrier. He's trying to use everything except ice block, but dampening is so high they're getting cleaved. He's trying to reposition around the corner, going for polymorphs, not able to fake the interrupts. He fakes his spell reflect. Cassu blinks back to the corner, but Star Surges are incoming, and Dex is playing with confidence. They're overwhelming Cassu. He's caught in a shockwave with no blinks, it looks like. He uses the medallion, but it's so much damage. Dex is just spamming Wrath and Star Surge on cooldown, basically, just chunking massive extra damage in for the team. They swap on Oscar. They managed to pull his Divine Protection, but Takara, I think the clock has struck 12, and his Diamond Slippers are about to turn back into leather. He's 0 mana at this point. Angel's 2 minutes away. They're just overwhelming him. They're all over him. He's got one more ice block. He's holding on to it. Takara's doing what he can with Power Infusion, spamming out Smite, but there's just no mana left in the tank. They pop out the Guardian Spirit. They need a complete miracle. Cassu ice blocks at 1%.
Oh my gosh.
The entire season on the line right now. You have nothing. They swap on Tony. He's getting crushed. If they pull this off, it would be the biggest upset of all time, I think, in the AWC. They have absolutely nothing remaining. Tournament lives on the line. The mage swap not working out. Can they manage to do it? He's desperate, but Dex is still just spamming Star Surges and doing damage in tree form at the moment. They're trying to find the momentum. Where can they go? Then they have to Master Spell a bubble, but he doesn't have mana to do it, and Cassu has nothing. 40 seconds away from another ice block. He barriers. He's trying to stay alive. Double Dragon's Breath, but the crits are coming through, and Cassu is being crushed. He barriers again. He's fighting in defiance to try and stay alive for his team, but Takara has nothing left, and HABOS BABOS claim victory 3-1 with versatility in their compositions.
Beautiful job there by HABOS BABOS, and unfortunately for Last Dance, their run is over. They have been eliminated. HABOS BABOS is going to continue on. This is a brutal gauntlet. I mean, it just seems like as the gauntlet goes on, the teams are more and more difficult, but HABOS BABOS really impressed me with the versatility of this roster. Like, we thought they were mostly going to be playing that Rogue Mage Druid, but they're bringing in Cleaves, they're bringing in the Elemental Shaman, and they looked incredibly good on all these compositions, claiming victory over Last Dance in a 3-1. But, I mean, it felt like for Last Dance, the mage feral priest, just they really struggled to find pressure. And this is like the most confident I've seen Dex so far in these games. Like, he is just running in with his team. He's getting all kinds of crowd control on Tony, and you could look at the damage meters too. I mean, Tony struggled in this game, so like this is worst case scenario. You basically have a situation where Casu's getting destroyed by a warrior and a ret the whole game, and Tony's just getting taken out by Dex. So it's just Akara. He's not getting crowd controlled much, but unfortunately, you know, he's just burning through his mana, and his teammates can't get any pressure. So it's a really good strategy that Habos had.
It's heartbreaking. This is every single series is just an elimination series today for one team, game after game. And Last Dance, that will be it for them. Casu's Frost Mage, not enough. Dex playing with confidence. To be fair though, you have that one game advantage, right? Like, if you lose here, you still got a game 5 where you're going to counter pick. So I feel like you get to play a little bit more comfortable in the matchup. But he definitely took advantage of it, which is important. If he played like safe and passive, I think they would have lost this game. So Dex adapting there and being able to enable his team was very important, just to make sure nothing could slip through. But it feels heartbreaking for Dakara. He put everything he's got into these 2 past series, but unfortunately it is not enough. HABOS BABOS will advance, and they have 2 potential opponents remaining in this gauntlet now.
We do. We are about halfway through. They are going to be moving on up to play against DOBOB, but HABOS BABOS, you guys were kind of talking about it a little bit just now, Supties, but I'm kind of curious. Like, we saw them diversify. We saw them really step up to the challenge in this last series. How much work do you feel like they put behind that between the last time we saw them play and now?
I think their jungle looked like they put a lot of work in. I think the Feral Mage, maybe not so much, as far as maybe like matchup knowledge. Like, their strategy seemed pretty linear. It was like, just attack the warrior. And I feel like if you've only got that as your option against a Resto Druid, the Resto Druid is having a cakewalk. If he just knows, like, oh, warrior's the only target the whole game, life comes up, easy peasy, I do what I want now. So it just seemed like they were a little bit too predictable. Their jungle looked insane, though. This is the best their jungle has looked with Dakara now on the roster, I feel, though.
Yeah. All right, well, we're going to see what HABOS BABOS can do in the remaining series, and we'll see if we get an upset. Right now, we're going to be moving on to a break. When we come back, as you can see here, it is DOBOB versus HABOS BABOS for round 3. And then, of course, we've got that round 4 series, Stop Nerf Mistweaver, the last boss, as we've been saying, and we're stealing the line from, I don't even know who originated it at this point, for the Gauntlet here in EU, waiting for an opponent. But DOBOB versus HABOS BABOS going to be coming up next after this break. Welcome back, everyone. We are on our third series of the day. It is DOBOB versus HABOS BABOS. Super excited for the series D Machine. We're about halfway through the Gauntlet as well, and it's HABOS BABOS that came from round number 2. But what do you feel like their chances are against DOBOB, considering how they've been playing this season inside of DOBOB?
Honestly, HABOS BABOS, they seem to have the magic needed to go all the way, in my opinion. I saw a lot of compositions that seemed preemptively prepared for their matchup today, and that to me is kind of a sign of a team that is ready to make the magic run happen out of the Gauntlet. But DOBOB, a fan favorite. Well, I mean, we talk about Thessia, we kind of gush about how good that mage is. Though I'm gonna be straight up and completely honest, I feel like DOBOB has something to prove going into the Gauntlet. From my perspective. I mean, they're in the Gauntlet. DOBOB's in the Gauntlet. I mean, that should say everything that I'm trying to articulate right now. They didn't have the greatest season, but now is their final chance to make it into the finals. HABOS BABOS is going to be the first test for them.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. It's 98% on the side of DOBOB, only 2% on the side of HABOS BABOS, which frankly, Zico, kind of surprises me. I mean, we know that DOBOB, like D Machine was just saying, had a very strong start, but has had a bit of a rocky season. Do you feel like, Zico, that's reflective of the performance we're going to see today from DOBOB?
That's a tough question. I don't know. I feel like DOBOB, they just struggled with the top teams. I feel like they actually didn't have that bad of a season. They just, in the previous season, were more competitive against the absolute top dogs. And of course, Guild Bean, aka Burger King, kind of took their shine a little bit this season. So yeah, I think it depends on what they've been actually doing throughout this off season. Because individually, they have all the tools that they need. You know, Relza and Flappers, they go way back. They're lifelong friends. Thessia, one of the best mages. It's just, to me, the question is how well have they integrated Nala? How good is their rogue mage?
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, on that note, D Machine, would you like to start us off with predictions for the series?
I would love to. I did have a quick opportunity to talk to Nala, see how they're feeling, and they responded with about a single sentence of, "We're gonna take it one game at a time." And that type of concise thought process, not overthinking it, not getting in their head. I think DOBOB is gonna take this 3-0.
3-0.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, and that's coming from the guy that predicted the opposite of the rest of us last series. So we'll see. Okay, Zico, what is your prediction?
I'm having a tough time predicting this one, actually, but I am leaning more towards DOBOB. Like, HABOS BABOS showed a lot of compositions, though, so I do think it's going to be close. I think it's going to be a 3-2, and yeah, DOBOB, I'm putting my faith in their RMP right now. So yeah, I'm going with 3-2. I think it could come down to even maybe some rogue mage mirrors. So yeah, I think that it's going to be really close.
I'm with you on this one. I feel like I've been a fan of DOBOB since day one. I feel like I'm always rooting for these guys. But in this instance, I'm going to go with HABOS BABOS. I think it's going to be close. I think maybe like a 3-2 in favor of HABOS BABOS. But just the way that we saw them play last series, I feel like they've got a spark today. So we'll see what Ven and Supatees predicts. And if I'm the only one predicting this way, I'm going against chat, which is never good. And Zico, I'm going against the two top dogs when it comes to predictions.
And me.
And you were...
What the heck, man?
What place did you get? You yourself said that you were giving... I mean, I guess it's Chan's fault, according to you, but to me that smelled like copium.
I'm sure if you ask the producers, if you remove Chan's numbers from my numbers, me and Zico would be right there holding hands at the top. Don't do the math. Okay. You don't have to worry about it, but
Yeah, no, I won't. Don't worry. I won't. All right, so Supatees is the self-proclaimed curse, and if you predict with him,
not looking good.
Not looking good for me, but I don't know. Give me some hope, Z Machine. What do you feel like the HABOS BABOS could do against DOBOB here?
No, I don't think I'm gonna give you any hope. I think they're gonna lose 3-0.
Okay.
So...
All right, that's fine.
Listen. When I talk to players about going into this tournament, Rogue Mage was the topic. There wasn't like, oh, maybe this into this, maybe this into this. It's like, how good is your rogue mage? Question number one.
Yeah.
How good is your rogue mage is what they keep asking me. DOBOB, we got Relza, okay? We got Thessia. Thessia is a legend of a mage. The question, I think Zico absolutely nailed it. Can Nala step up to the plate and really form a rogue mage roster that we've seen these other two players in the roster, perform at a really high level? I talked to Nala. They seem like their head is in a good place. That's all I needed to hear. A solid rogue mage. They have the winning formula.
D-Machine, can I tell you something?
Tell me. Whisper it.
D-Machine just got added in the Discord. At D-Machine, stop blaming Chan.
I'm blind. I can't see that. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, no. All right. Well, it seems like we're going to be getting into the series soon. So far, we have unfortunately not seen an underdog win yet throughout the course of today. This is only the third round, so it certainly could happen. HABOS BABOS only 19%. But, I mean, let's talk about that blind, Zico. We know that this is a single elimination. We know what's on the line. Do you feel like more thought is being put into the blind prediction, more mind games that could be played in a scenario such as this?
I think that's one thing that kind of went in favor of HABOS BABOS in the last series. They showed, like, hey, look, we can play Red Warrior, we can play LA Mage. Well, their LA Mage, or their LA Warrior, sorry, looked a little sussy, but, they showed that, hey, we've practiced all of these different comps in addition to the Rogue Mage that we've also seen from them. So we do know that they have a lot of flexibility. With that said, I think game number one is going to probably be a little bit of a mind game. But we saw HABOS BABOS kind of throw game number one by trying to pick too smart with things that they're not maybe too comfortable with. So I'm not sure. I think
maybe an overcook.
Game number one is going to be very telling. It's going to be all about that. I think DOBOB is going to lock in Rogue Mage. And they're going to say, let's see what you got, HABOS BABOS. And this is a chance where HABOS BABOS is going to be like, you know what, our Rogue Mage is actually better, and we're just going to mirror. Or it could be a chance where they're going to be like, nah, actually, we're going to play this counter comp. And that is where they might play something on paper that is, advantageous to them, but they maybe don't have the experience they need on it.
Hey. Yeah, you definitely don't want to overcook D-Machine, as you just said, in a situation like this. It's definitely a delicate balance when so much is on the line when you're making those decisions in a blind pick. DOBOB versus HABOS BABOS looks like we're going to be queuing up the game, getting the teams loaded in, and those gates will be opening soon. But this is a huge moment for both teams looking to prove themselves here in round 3. DOBOB versus HABOS BABOS looks like we're going to be queuing up the game, getting the teams loaded in, and those gates will be opening soon. But this is a huge moment for both teams looking to prove themselves here in round 3 of the EU Gauntlet.
Oh, baby. Single elimination. That means nobody drops down to any lower bracket. It's all or nothing right here, right now. HABOS BABOS, they need to continue their reign here in the Gauntlet if they want to move on to the finals. But DOBOB is one of many of the top teams in Europe that come to mind. As soon as I hear the word Thessia, I get excited. I talk about Thessia all the time because whenever I interviewed other mages, like, which mage do you think's the GOAT? Thessia just always pops up. We see an Arms Warrior and a Preservation Invoker locked in for the side of HABOS BABOS. So no Rogue... Oh, and a Pres Evoker for DOBOB. Crazy. Okay, we have ourselves a blind pick, Z.
We definitely have a blind pick here. So Queener is going to be playing his main, which is that Warrior. So that's obviously going to be the big difference here in the matchup. I do think that the Rogue is going to be a little bit stronger, but we'll see. This is definitely a matchup that could go either way. Let's see how they decide to play it out. Relza and Dex both on that Pres Evoker in game number 1. Dex Pres Evoker didn't look too hot, almost dying in the opener, but we'll see. He has had a chance to at least warm up, whereas Relza is coming in kind of cold right now. They're going to be doing a bit of a mage race on both sides. And I think if Queener can get good uptime, he's going to definitely be able to pull ahead. But he's also more susceptible to being crowd controlled here with the Outlaw Rogue just having infinite uptime on these mages. We get a full sleep there onto Dex. And so far, it's going to be Thessia actually on the back foot taking a lot of damage there. And Relza is going to be able to deal with that. Now it's Oscar's turn, dropping very low as well, but Dex not in any crowd control. Both mages will recover.
Looks like it. Yeah, honestly, my assumption about the composition advantage right now, you hit the nail on the head. I see an Outlaw Rogue, and I'm like, that's basically an Arms Warrior. You know what I mean? In my mind, but here we go. Kidney shot will be committed, but it's on Queener. Oscar is the one who's taking a bunch of damage now. Dex caught into that sleep is going to force an ice block out from Oscar. DOBOB catches a little bit of an early lead here. 50 seconds on that adrenaline rush. Damage will be ready to go for DOBOB in a very short period of time. The question is, how will HABOS BABOS deal with that onslaught? Disarm goes out in the Queener. Counterspell onto Dex. Any follow-up CC, and this could be another cooldown committed out for Oscar, but it looks like they're okay for now. They're actually trying to swap the pressure over onto him. Relza is aware of that, positioning accordingly. Thessia is the one who's on the back foot, just getting lit up, but a nice route onto Queener is going to slow that down for just a period of time as Relza tries to get the throughput through. But he gets caught into a quick CC right there. He's going to go ahead and wall, possibly swapping onto him, but it's Oscar really who's the one in trouble, Z.
Yeah, and I'm going to see Oscar should be okay for now, but he's going to be able to get away. Tessia also just running around the corner, trying to kite Queener, but Queener getting a little bit of uptime here, actually using his Gnome Racial there and his Blade Storm. But Tessia's doing a great job just building distance, making it back to the control. Tessia almost going down there. Beautiful, beautiful push coming out here from HABOS BABOS. They're going to get the first ice block. Relza also has to use the Emerald Communion. They get great CC chain there. Full poly, they get the full sleepwalk, and they force two major defensives here from DOBOB. And this is another thing that you have to consider here in the Gauntlet. If you're a team that has been playing, you're kind of coming in, a little bit hot still. You just won a series. Whereas DOBOB, they've just been sitting around waiting all day. And you can tell here the momentum is in favor of HABOS BABOS.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm looking at Dex's damage as well on top of all this. Oscar at half health here with Dex caught into a quick CC, but there's Thessia also getting locked out. He's got to be careful. Both these teams just going bar for bar. Oscar going to blink out of that smoke bomb. He should be okay. And there is Dex's Emerald Communion trade for trade. I do think DOBOB's control is giving a little bit more breathing room for Relza perhaps, but Dex, regardless of that, is able to pump a bit more damage out. And that could matter as we get deeper and deeper into dampening. But here we go, set up stun out onto Queener. He looks like he's going to be okay, but he gets caught into a disarm, not able to follow up too much damage just yet. Nala committing the Cloak of Shadows, Adrenaline Rush, can't be peeled throughout this, trying to make something happen. Relza caught into a little bit of CC to follow it up, but this is the kidney shot, commit, go. Dex comes out of that, uses that deep breath. It also immune CC and stuns their target. Sleep cross CC out on Nala, and Relza is out of there. He is just across the map, trying to avoid any CC for now. Both teams just trying to find the setup. They get a sleep out onto Dex. Oscar is the one who's taking a bit of pressure. And whenever you see these dragons going in for a sleep like that, it could completely shift the momentum in their favor. But they are also pushing in order, and maybe in a risky position in order to find those opportunities. But big damage goes out onto Oscar. Disarm onto Queener. Blind is going to be committed on the Dex, but where is the committed damage? Nala grips over. He's finally there, but the altar time was procced. It doesn't matter. He's still in so much trouble. And there's an ice block with a cheap shot followed up on Dex.
So they do get the second ice block here from Oscar, and now just one more setup here on the side of DOBOB. They could potentially take the game. Dex still in a counterspell. Beautifully sniped there by Tessia. Tessia is kind of even on damage, slightly behind Oscar there, but it should be more about the control in this position. Dex with no trinket, Nala with no blind. Adrenaline Rush is popped. Nala's getting crowd controlled heavily on his Adrenaline Rush. Even getting swapped to Nala. What are you going to do? Pre-evasions here in that position to get a counterspell finally onto Oscar. Relza gets counterspelled as well. Nala does manage to weather the storm, but still buying them time. Dex mana is not looking good here. Relza still having a little bit of an advantage, and he gets the first sleepwalk. Oscar in big trouble. No ice block. What is he going to do? He blinks back towards his healer, but there's the full ray. Nice alter time and Shadow Meld there to interrupt that. Beautifully done there, kind of banishing that ray, but it's going to be enough. Huge damage coming through, and they managed to get the kill. DOBOB taking game number one after a shaky start.
I wasn't expecting that burst at the end there. Maybe I should have, because that was well-calculated go for DOBOB. Well, it turns out the Rogue Mage is confirmed better than the Warrior Mage, Zico? Is this scientific? I'm not sure.
I feel like it is. I feel like I would much rather have a warrior on me than a outlaw rogue if I'm playing cross mage for sure. Like
that's valid.
it's just brutal. I mean, look at the damage from Nala. He's like 2 million ahead. He has infinite stops. You know, it's just you can't really do much about him being on you. So I think eventually Nala also adding in, you know, the blind, adding in a lot of extra control, just becomes really brutal to deal with. That one swap on Nala was really nice though, almost taking him down, but didn't manage to get enough damage.
I don't even know if Relza pressed rewind, bro. Genuinely, I don't think he pressed it one time. There's the Emerald Communion. His Relza was up on mana, and Emerald Communion was coming back off cooldown faster than Dex's too. Like it was just like every possible like win condition on papers just seemed to be in favor of DOBOB ever so slightly. And that's kind of what you would expect from this composition, but there was signs of life from HABOS BABOS. These guys definitely can go the distance against DOBOB, but I know Quinier, this is his main on that warrior. I think a rogue mage mirror would have been a different story and would have been a little bit closer, would have gave him the tools to go a little bit later on in the game. You know, coulda, woulda, shoulda, we're never going to know, but we are going to know what compositions they're going to be locking into game number 2. HABOS BABOS losing game number 1 means they get to know what their opponent locks in and lock in their own composition and map choice after the fact. So if there is a composition or countering opportunity that can occur, HABOS BABOS will have their opportunity to do so right after this.
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of what we were talking about. HABOS BABOS, I feel like they don't seem to have enough faith in their rogue mage, and that's kind of what I talked about. Like, I feel like there's a high chance that these guys are just going to pick something that in their mind is like, okay, this is our best bet into the rogue mage. And they're going to kind of counterpick themselves a little bit. And I feel like that's what they did in the last series. And that's what they did kind of in this series as well. I guess it's just because they want Queener to play his main, right? Because he's just way more comfortable on the warrior. So they're kind of choosing the comfort over, meta. But they most likely knew what they were going to go into, unless they were expecting FMP, which I feel like they weren't, but maybe. Anyway, we're going to hook point. We'll see if they decide to lock in the same thing. And now there it is.
Oh, Resto Druid
and this is what I was going to say. I feel like Dex on the Resto Druid can kind of make up for the Queener Nala gap.
Mm-hmm. And I think also
both mages are insane, you know.
I'm under the impression as well that Resto Druids can go the distance on mana a little bit further too. You know what I mean? Versus that Prez Evoker. Don't get me wrong. Prez Evokers are incredible. They have their Emerald Communion. Their mana is pretty good. But I don't think it's as good as a Restoration Druid. Also, just like the HOTS give you a little bit of passive tankiness. And when it comes to that passive tankiness or that little bit of throughput, especially as CC chains hit, it really changes also like how the game plays out, how comfortable the DPS feels to go for that aggressive play, to take those risks, to look for those opportunities to maybe punish an opponent's like over positioning or something along those lines, even when they're getting low or their healers in CC chain. Versus the Preservation Evoker, when those CC chains hit and the CC immunity is no longer there, it's basically Trinket or Emerald Communion. There's not a passive amount of healing that's always up for them. I guess Dream Breath is considered a hot, and they do have a lot of hots, but it's the Restoration Druid just feels comfy being wrapped in their leaves.
Yeah, that is definitely one way to put it. There is a Druid, definitely a comfy pick here for Dex, and I mean, he looked really, really good on it today, so I'm happy to see this, and this is kind of what I wanted to see from them in game number 1. We'll see if it works out for them here in game number 2, but Queener finally going to go back to that Outlaw Rogue. And we are going to see Dex on his Druid. So Queener alting a little bit, but he did play it quite a bit during the regular season. And we'll see if it's going to be enough here. If DOBOB's RMP is just on a new level here. They get a full Ring of Frost onto Dex.
So much going on.
Huge Ray coming out from Tessie as well. Nice opener, but they don't really force anything. Oscar with a beautiful Shadow Meld there. He did that in the last game as well, using his Shadow Meld as a kind of a pseudo interrupt. But here comes the second charge of the Ray. Oscar is not ready for it. Big damage coming through, but Dex is going to go into broccoli form.
That was blind. That was so many things. I mean, Dex was just in CC forever, and he didn't even Ironbark or they got block. I mean, don't get me wrong, these goes from Rogue Mage, they do come back fairly quickly, but I am surprised to see HABOS BABOS walk away from that opener not committing anything. But Oscar's not out of the wood just yet. Finally, Iron Bark is going to need to be committed as the onslaught continues from DOBOB. Now we have Ralza still rocking that Preservation Evoker, which means sleeps are a serious threat that they need to take into consideration. Thessia, however, is on the back foot. Ralza's got to catch up and get this healing off, but Ralza caught into a polymorph. The Cyclone on Anala. Thessia is all alone, and he's got to be careful. Follow-up polymorph on the net, and then they're swapping the DRs. They cross CC and then swap the DR cross CC. Just HABOS BABOS take full control and force an ice block, Z.
Beautiful, beautiful push here coming out from HABOS BABOS, finally showing some offensive signs of life, and Thessia's not out of the wood yet. He is taking tremendous amount of damage here. Dex even adding in a lot of extra pressure from the side there. You can see those Star Surges flying in. There's the Maim stun onto Relza. Counter go, though, onto Dex. But they're actually going to go after him now. It just looks like they are slowing him down there, trying to stop the potential Cyclones. Oscar is taking a decent amount of damage. They don't find the Sleepwalk here. Relza going for it once again. Does manage to get it this time. Can they push for the Ice Block here from Oscar? Oscar defensive Dragon's Breath, defensive disarm coming through. Both rogues unable to attack right now with that disarm. There's the full Ring of Frost as well from Thessia. Here comes the Ray of Frost. Big damage coming through. Oscar denies it though with the barrier. Dex manages to get a huge Nature Swiftness heal there as well and holds on to his trinket. So excellent offense from DOBOB. Thessia is making insane plays, getting crazy value out of his Ray of Frost, but they're just not finding enough to actually land a kill. And we'll see if they can continue this CC chain. Eventually, it should net them another big cooldown here.
Did he blind go? What can they get done? Into a gouge. Oscar is not the one on the back foot. Thessia is. That's going to be the rewind committed out from Relza to keep Thessia nice and healthy throughout that. Another huge CC chain go onto Dex. And Oscar walks away not having to commit any cooldowns. But burst damage can come at any given time. And that seems to be when the stars align to force the cooldowns that they need. But here's the kidney shot on the Dex. Thessia is the one who cannot follow it up, though. He cannot. It was out of form. He could get the polymorph, but Thessia's low health forces him in a position where he needs to run away. Relza gets locked out. Thessia's got to be careful here. It looks like Verdant Embrace is going to be used by Relza to try to top his mage off and to immune some CC, but it fades. Now the cheap shot onto Relza. Thessia's got to be in some trouble. There's the full polymorph follow-up. The trinket does come out, but it doesn't matter. An ice block will be forced regardless. Some possible overlap, Z.
Yeah, big overlap coming through there. And Thessia, honestly, a little bit lucky to be alive there. He was on 1% when he actually managed to get into that ice block. And now he's got nothing left. And this is kind of what I wanted to see from HABOS BABOS. They just need to have faith in their Rogue Mage Druid. I feel like their Rogue Mage Druid is so solid. And we'll see if they can actually try to snowball this into a win. Dex once again in a full Ring of Frost. Oscar could have to use his ice block here, and he will. Very late bomb coming through there from Nala. I don't think they're going to be able to kill through it. Maybe they're going to try to get the Sleepwalk onto Dex, but they don't snowball it into anything else. Oscar just sits the full ice block. He's going to have another one in his back pocket. Don't really like that smoke bomb there from Nala, but we'll see if it ends up biting them. Still, Thessia has rotated one ice block back at least. And Relza hurting on mana is what we mentioned. The rest of Druid having that mana advantage is kind of putting DOBOB on the clock here. And so far, time seems to be running out.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm watching like an old kung fu movie. These guys are just deflecting every punch, you know, juking every kick. But Dex's mana is in a serious lead compared to Relza. He has that Emerald Communion to bring it back up. But this Restoration Druid, I imagine, will have the advantage as this game goes out longer and longer. But here's a full kidney shot onto Dex. What can they get done with it? Looks like Oscar's the one who's going to be on the back foot. Iron Bark and Barkskin committed as Dex dips down a possible swap target for him, and he knows it. He's going to preemptively use that. Nowhere's it's a pretty short cooldown to consistently rotate through. Quinier's going to get caught into a disarm, and DOBOB just has complete control. A sleep follows up, and I believe that blind is going to be trinketed. Oscar now catching a sleep of himself, but Nala now in a defensive blind. HABOS BABOS, I mean, they have the late game opportunity. They just need to survive. And there's possibly the final ice block. He comes out early. There's the bomb onto Nala. Big damage set up onto him. Dex got into a Dragon's Breath. If there's any follow-up, there isn't. Nope, it looks like Relza is going to be okay for now. Even if he does get CC'd, he has that Emerald Communion, and his mana bar desperately needs it.
Yeah, but I really like those defensive blinds. I really like that they're attacking Nala. They just need to attack anything right now. Relza has an Emerald Communion. That is going to be the last line of defense, but can they race Oscar down? At the same time, Tessia is taking a lot of damage here as well. Huge pressure coming out from Relza with no mana left, just spamming out the disintegrates. Can get a little bit of mana back from that. Nala, though, in a kidney shot. They're pushing for the win on the side of HABOS BABOS. Relza gets sheep. Emerald Communion coming through. He was very patient with that cooldown. Mana has equalized just a tiny bit, but it's still a race to the finish. Oscar, 15 seconds left on the ice block. Dex with no trinket. There's the kidney shot. They have to win on this setup right now. Can they find any more follow-up CC? There's the sleepwalk from Relza. Do they have the damage to take somebody down? It's going to be Tessia on the back foot. There's the deep ref as well. The longest CC chain of all time from DOBOB. But it's going to be Tessia in ice block, and it's going to be Nala shortly falling over right now. Relza's got nothing left. He's got a rewind actually back.
He's holding it.
He could use it to try to hold and save one player on his team. He's going to have to use it surely in this position. Relza gets caught up in a full polymorph. Trinkets out of that one, spamming out the Chrono Flames. Wiener now in a full kidney shot. Can they take him down? This is the last ditch effort. Dex Trinkets to try to save him. He still has mana. He still has nature swiftness. I think HABOS BABOS has done it, D-Machine. I think they've weathered the storm. All they need to do now is just attack Tessia, and they can take a win here.
Oscar has a block, and he has to use it immediately. Tessia has one too, but Relza's out of mana. Still holding on to that rewind. Both of these healers playing so greedy. Besides that short cooldown Iron Bark, he's trading that like a champ. But the setup on the Nala. Can Relza keep him alive? The defensive blind goes out. Actually, offensive blind. They're trying to make a miracle happen on a Quinier. And the kidney shot in the bomb, and he goes down. DOBOB at an inch of life. No mana remaining. Find an opportunity. They take it. Taking the series 2-0 against HABOS BABOS. And man, that 3-0 predictions, he ain't no thing. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, there's no way they managed to do that. That is crazy. I thought they were for sure done. I thought they were for sure done, but Relza is a madman. This guy is holding on. Look at him right now with 0 mana. Most healers, you just press Emerald Communion anytime their team drops low here. But this guy's waiting for it. He's just going in, spamming disintegrates, just waiting forever to use that cooldown until he gets crowd controlled to maximize the amount of value. He knows I'm not going to get it back anymore. I have to use it at the perfect time. Same thing here with his trinket. He's trinkets here, and he still has his rewind. He's like, I'm going to save it for later. And then they find this miracle swap here onto Queener. They managed to catch him without a trinket. I didn't like the previous smoke bomb from Nala in this game, but I definitely like this smoke bomb here towards the end. That was absolutely beautiful. Manages to get them the kill and get them the win. And I feel like Tessia, man, Tessia's looking hot. Tessia's looking very hot. I feel like he actually managed. I think if we looked at Ray of Frost damage, I think Tessia is severely ahead of Oscar because I feel like every single one of his rays actually got value this game. And it seems like a pretty rough matchup, honestly, with the Prez against the Druid. Like, you're on a timer. If you don't manage to win, you're just going to lose on mana. But they managed to hold on long enough to actually get a win here. So, DOBOB not out of the woods yet. They could definitely still get reverse swept. But they can at least breathe a little bit. They won on hook point, with basically nothing left in the tank. I mean, look at Nala here. He's just dead when they do the swap. He's on 20%. It really is just a last-ditch effort.
I couldn't believe that happened. Like, while I'm casting it, I'm like, yeah, I knew that was going to happen the whole time. I'm just like sitting here looking at the rest of Druid's mana. But but one thing that the rest of Druid doesn't have, at least, they don't have the M markers, convoke build. Instead, they're going for, that long game sort of mana build. But the Dragon's always got the disintegrate on their bar. They always got the offensive Chrono Flames on their bar. You know what I mean? Like, they got the damage when they absolutely need it. And that's why I love watching a good preservation evoker. Relza repping that dragon, and it's just such a cool sight to see both laser beams kind of going on a single target when the stars align with their toes. But one of my good friends who I've been playing arenas with forever, he's actually the one who showed me World of Warcraft. He said something very knowledgeable to me the other day. He's like, hey, listen, I know they might have better mana than you. I know they might have better like diminishing return synergy, but they can't press those buttons if they're dead. And I think that's exactly what DOBOB is doing right there. He's like, disintegrate. You put them in the dirt. Who cares if they have better mana?
Yeah. It's the best CC actually in World of Warcraft is just killing your opponent. So,
yeah, it's full.
You can tell maybe you guys have some friends in common, you and DOBOB. maybe they listen to some of that advice because that was such a great game. Honestly, that was my favorite game so far today.
That was incredible.
I really thought that DOBOB were just out. I was like, yep, that's it, they're cooked. But they managed to find a win when no one else could see it, and that's what makes them such a great team. And that's why it's so surprising that they are in this position. And I'm actually gonna give my friend Venruki, who I know is listening out there, a little bit of extra homework that he can copy. Okay. Even though he's pretending he's not taking my predictions, I'm actually thinking that whoever wins this series actually wins the entire gauntlet here, and he's gonna qualify for the finals. So
wow,
that is.
I hope that's reflected on the prediction leaderboard. You know, like because if that happens. You should get like a little star next to your name or something. That'd be extra special. Okay, good. I'm glad. Quinier, if you're listening, I know you're not. I'm only a 1,500 scrub in Twitch chat, and I can't even talk. But your rogue is good, man. I know you're a warrior main, but your rogue is very good, very solid. Like even though you lost that last game, I think that showed a lot of promise. Now you're going to Tolvaron Arena. It's not nearly as volatile as Hook Point, you know. Go the distance, get your advantage. Relza looking good on the dragon. Some select armor. Man, some scales going on. I don't know. The dragons look weird to me, man.
Yeah, what is it? I don't know about that weapon though. That thing is huge.
Oh yeah, that's the current. That's the current season weapon or whatever. Yeah, it is gigantic. Though I will say, if you get it in the elite version, it's kind of fire.
Yeah.
This guy's just stabbing people in the ankles with just like things of fire. Like what the heck?
I love that. I think that's what is that? The PP enchant?
It's so funny. Whenever I was like working the production for the MDI shows, whenever they showed this, they're like going deep into talents and stuff like that. Meanwhile, on the AWC show, you're like, "What transmog is that? Yeah, like where does that drop from again? Yeah, I need that. That's it." I think that
you know what I love, D-Machine? I love that Gnome is meta.
Me too.
I'm a huge fan of gnomes. I love that Gnome is meta.
Gnome supremacy. Gnomes so on top, bro. Gnomes are the best.
Gnomes on top, dude, for sure.
If you guys didn't know,
I played Gnome Mage, but it just wasn't like it just didn't work. Everyone's just like Night Elf and Dark Iron Dwarf, and I was like, all right, fine, I'll cave.
Yeah. No one understands the bonus to steez when you're a gnome, man. It is so your DPS goes up so much. It's like putting like the K and N sticker on your car after you change your intake. You know what I mean? It gives you at least 10 horsepower, at least.
Yeah, I mean, when people lose to you, they're losing to a gnome, so it just adds
to
the
God,
factor.
True. The slash lap on a gnome too, dude. Oh my God, it was so hard.
That's perfect.
I suppose we should cast the game that's happening, huh?
Yeah, we should probably talk about the game here.
Oh, Oscar almost died!
Oh my God,
that is an Iron Bark. It seems to be enough for now, but that could have been a down goes.
That was close call there on Oscar, but they only used the Iron Bark. They used the Nature Swiftness on Dex as well, so there is a 30-second window. Tessia at the same time taking a lot of damage. Nice Vortex there. You see that by Dex? He managed to grip him back to the midfield there. Both mages getting interrupted there on the Ray. Tessia gets a sheep there onto Queener. Manages to get a Dragon's Breath as well. Stalling here while Relza is sitting through that blind. Not able to find the Ring of Frost, but there's a Sleepwalk. Tessia's pushing in now for the Ring of Frost potentially. Is Queener going to be able to stop it? There's the Gouge. Nicely done there by Queener. Breaking up the CC chain, and there's the Snowdrift coming out from Tessia. He loves to play with that tech. Just getting
Oscar
off of him. At the same time, Oscar taking a lot of damage. He blinks out of the bomb, 0.1 seconds though. Don't like that bomb again, but it was a nice attempt coming through from DOBOB. Do they have the crowd control? Full kidney shot onto Dex. Oscar still not out of the woods. Big damage coming through, but the Hots are doing work. There's a full Sleepwalk, and Oscar's just going to respect it and trade out the Ice Block. A lot of over-aggression. Look at the swap here on the Queener. Huge swap coming through, and they managed to extend that CC chain forever.
Bro, DOBOB's got control of this game. And if you're ever playing a Wrestler Druid, swaps are the bane of your existence. It eats your mana up. You got to get those Hots back rolling. It's a lot of time wasted. And when you're eating CC chains like Dex is eating, he's got work cut out for him. Here's the kidney shot, but he is out of form, so it has to be followed up with the ring or a sleep. And it does. A full sleep lands. Quinier caught into that follow-up stun from Tessia, and Oscar could be in some trouble. He's getting lit up. He's just running across the map here. Relza's just chasing him down with his Disintegrate, and he is done. No more Ice Block, Z.
Yeah, last game was really back and forth, but this game is looking like the DOBOB show right now. Looking like a 3-0 might happen. This is the Gauntlet. There's no second bracket. There's nothing left. HABOS BABOS, if they lose here, they are out for the season. Their BlizzCon dreams are going to be crushed underneath the huge crab of DOBOB. Can they stay alive? They need to buy 2 minutes for Oscar here. No ice blocks. And meanwhile, DOBOB, they're planning their next attack, and they're moving in right now. Nala's in a kidney shot as he goes for the hook there onto Dex. Look at Dex repositioning. Gets a main stun first onto Relza. Tessia could be in trouble. Emerald Communion is going to be traded. They break the polymorph as well. And now Relza, he is on diminishing return. He wants to push in and get that sleepwalk, and Dex knows it. Repositioning very intelligently around the corner, trying to buy as much time as possible, really utilizing this big map to his advantage. But sooner or later, they're going to be able to find him on the side of DOBOB. Dex now trying to immune crowd control here as well. Looking for some cyclones, and again, just buying time. There's the full kidney shot though. Can they follow it up? Here's Relza. There's Tessia. They get the sleepwalk, and now what are you going to do, Oscar, with no ice block for another 35 seconds? They can chain this CC. Can they find anything more? Another sleepwalk coming through. Dex actually managing to immune it there for a second. Re-stealthed on it, I think, and manages to stay away from the crowd control. The only reason why Oscar is alive here is just because Dex is playing 5 steps ahead on that Druid. Really, really nice defense.
All right, but the damage is finally here, and now Dex is off of diminishing returns. They're actually swapping over out onto him, and it's going to force the bark skin through that kidney, but not a trinket just yet. Dex is going to walk away, not overreacting. Nice swap from DOBOB, keeping HABOS BABOS on their toes. Thessia's got to be careful. Oh my gosh, no CC on the Relza, and there's an ice block. Just lots of burst damage coming out. We're only at 17% dampening. And Relza's mana is becoming somewhat of an issue with no Emerald Communion for 2 minutes. All of a sudden, HABOS BABOS could find a win condition getting deeper and deeper into this game. We are on Tolvaran Arena, so there's a lot more places for HABOS BABOS to kind of rotate around. But one of the things I want my Solo Shuffle partners to take note of is how they switch the diminishing returns. They don't just keep CCing the healer, but here's a huge deep breath go out onto Dex. He's got an Iron Bark, but is it too late? Huge heal comes out of it, but now there looks like they might be swapping over onto Quinir. He has no Iron Bark available to put onto him. Now they swap the damage over onto Oscar. Relza caught into a polymorph himself, though. Thessia's about to be careful. Huge damage lands on him. The barrier gets completely chewed through. Desperation rescue. Relza's trying to get his mage out of line of sight of Oscar, and what seemed to be a go for DOBOB just turned on their head.
Yeah, things are not looking good in the mana department. Like you mentioned, they just have to play to live on the side of HABOS BABOS. All I want to see is just kidney shot Nala. Don't go for too much crowd control onto Relza. Just let him spam himself Get kidney shots onto Nala. Get blinds onto Nala. Just slow Nala down as much as possible and interrupt Tessia. But they go for a blind onto Relza. It actually breaks there as well. Now Relza is going to be free to play aggressive. He gets a full sleepwalk onto Dex. And now Oscar once again has his ice block rotated back up and might have to use it. Tessia's there with the Dragon's Breath into the double snowdrift. Can they get anything more? Tessia gets interrupted. Relza burning through the mana. That is going to be the rewind for Relza. He's got the Emerald Communion. He's got the Disintegrates, giving him a tiny bit of mana left. But they are really on the brink of defeat here on the side of DOBOB. And it is all thanks to Dex defensive plays. But Dex did have to commit his trinket in that exchange. They could go for a Hail Mary swap here onto Dex and just try to take him down 100-0. Do they have the damage to do that? I think that's the only win condition left here on the side of DOBOB.
Oh, dude, he's got Emerald Communion back, but Relza's got nothing on that little mana bar of his. Nothing left. Emerald Communion coming out just to get the mana back, I assume. And it looks like he does get a little bit longer, but time is running out. Here's a bomb committed onto Quinir. He doesn't shrink it out. He's just going to go ahead and use the evasion out of that. The damage just wasn't there to really capitalize on that bomb. And he was able to just walk right out of that. Thessia, though, he understands the win condition. He understands Relz is in a bit of trouble here. He also understands that the diminishing returns are not in his favor. He's just going to buy a little bit more time before getting back out there. Now, Dex, there's the full cheap shot. Can Thessia land the follow-up CC? He doesn't, but a blind is committed regardless, and Oscar is forced into the ice block. DOBOB on the brink of death here. Thessia's got a one ice block left, but with Relza's mana becoming more and more of an issue, HABOS BABOS is getting closer and closer to bringing this back into a best of 5. If they lose this next game, Z, it's over for them.
That's it.
They move on into the Gauntlet, but here we go. There's a nice polymorph on the Quinneer, gonna slow some stuff down. A sleep goes out onto Dex, and it's Oscar who's in trouble. A poly follow-up. Thessia's got a block, however, and they can't force a block of their own. And all of a sudden, DOBOB have very few defensive, if any defensives, available for Thessia.
That was a really sick play there from Dex. He trinkets out, goes into Tree of Life, pops the Innervate there, and just spam heals him and manages to top him there without using any mana. And now, as a result, Dex is going to have still a tiny bit left in the tank and a block advantage on his mage. He might have done it, but Oscar finally forced into his ice block. They could potentially still turn this around on the side of DOBOB, but they need to act fast here. Relza has nothing left in the tank and nothing rotating back up anytime soon. All they have is crowd control, and they're chaining it beautifully right now. Can they do it? Oscar is so low. The Snowdrift is going to connect. There's the Ray of Frost, and Tessia KOs Oscar to eliminate HABOS BABOS from the competition and move on to face the final boss of the Gauntlet, Stop Nerf Mistweaver.
DOBOB are back in form, and they are back, and they mean business. Moving on to the final match of the Gauntlet, taking out HABOS BABOS unbelievably 3-0. If anyone predicted that, they were probably really handsome.
Did you predict that?
I don't know. We're going to have to go check the leaderboard later.
Oh my god. All right, Zico, walk us through this replay.
I mean, this was just insanely well played. Look at Dex here. He trinketed out. He popped his entire spellbook with the Innervate, as you want to do. But he trinketed there, and then they get this beautiful chain with a Sleepwalk, Sheep into the Snowdrift, and Tessia just hits the 2-man drift right there, and he takes his team and drifts all the way to the Gauntlet Finals with that. Beautiful work here from DOBOB. And Tessia, man, this is playing so good, man. He's so good at being the playmaker. We always talk about him being a huge playmaker. He's the one who's the reason they get this trinket from Dex. And then here again, it's him and Relza. They get the Ring of Frost. They get the Sleepwalk. They get the Half Sheep. And then there's the double drift as well. Both players completely eliminated from the game. Oscar completely isolated here. All Nala has to do is just go to his steak that's been served on a silver platter and eat it. And there's even a Ray of Frost there as well, just for good measure. So Tessia, lower on the damage, but just playing for crowd control, playing for burst, and ends up winning them the game.
Yes, again, another message from my solo shuffle partners. Damage is cool and all. CC and damage, way better, y'all. Way better.
Noted, writing that down.
Thank you.
Write that down, chat. All right, well, DOBOB 3-0. And D-Machine, I just want to let you know to DOBOB at all, so I don't know what you're saying about him. It's kind of rude, actually.
Didn't you also not predict DOBOB at all?
Yeah, I wasn't gonna bring up myself though. I wasn't gonna bring that up. But yeah, well done to them. Unfortunate for HABOS BABOS, that is gonna be the end of the line for them. But DOBOB, final round, Zico, in the beginning of the day. Is this a team that you would have predicted to make it to the end?
Yes. Actually, yes. Okay. My prediction, like in my head before we started the day, was I think DOBOB clears this bracket. I think they're going to clear Stop Nerf Mistweaver as well. Yeah, that's what I think.
Early predict.
I think
Ben's
Stop
gonna
Nerf
steal
Mistweaver,
it now, though, dude.
I think Stop Nerf Mistweaver is a phenomenal team. They are playing some of the most off-meta. This shouldn't even work. How did they even finish, fourth place and do this well in the regular season? How is it even possible? But let's be honest. They're playing Feral, Dev Evoker, Mistweaver. Like, that's their comp, This is like some just like C-tier, like ghetto comp, So... yeah, I mean, they're making it work to I think they pushed that comp to their limit, but I do think that an insane RMP should beat them, and I think DOBOB's RMP looked really solid here. So I think they put in the work in the kind of break that we had where they needed to put it, and I think they're going to clean this up.
Chad, I'm talking to you now. Trust nothing this man says. He likes to sandbag to try and get chat points. So think for yourself here. We're going to get to predictions after this break and the Stop Nerf Mistweaver DOBOB series, last of the EU region. Only one of these teams will make it into the top 4 for the rest of this weekend's games. head into a break. It is those two teams coming up next. Welcome back, everyone. We are in the last series for EU here in the Gauntlet, and it is a big one. It is Stop Nerf Mistweaver versus DOBOB. We heard Zico's thoughts on this series before we headed into break, but Ven, I would love to get your take. Who has the advantage here?
You know, at the beginning of the day, I would have kind of guessed that this was going to be our finals in the Gauntlet, to be honest. And I don't know. I don't know who to go with. It's going to be a really difficult prediction. I mean, DOBOB, they're looking incredible. Tessia is looking like he's on fire on the Mage as well. I really like the Prez Evoker, which is going to give them that extra offense. But Stop Nerf, they're just such a unique team. You know, they're bringing this composition literally nobody else is playing with the Dev Evoker and the Mistweaver Monk. Maybe it's a Feral, maybe it's a Hunter, but this team has been holding it down with these compositions for a long time, and they're just always such a wild card to me because they're phenomenal players, and I don't know. I don't know who's going to come out ahead of this one. My heart is telling me one thing, my head's telling me another, and I just don't know which way to go, you know?
Yeah, I feel you. You went with your heart last time, and you did pretty well with predictions, right? Or was it your brain? I can't remember which
like
flipped.
a lot today?
You like fully committed. No, like cup number 3.
Yeah, at a certain point, like I just realized that I'm just going with my heart too much, and I just continue, let it ride, you know. But Zico, he's getting a little too cocky, so I have to start like really dialing it in, and I'm just gonna use my head from now on. Who do I actually think is going to win? That's what I'm gonna be leading with.
All right, well, let's get to predictions then, Ven. Who do you actually think is gonna win?
Oh God, yeah, you gotta say, yeah. All right, well, I actually think this might be the first time Zico and I might deviate in our predictions. I think we're both correct twice today. But I don't know. DOBOB's looking good, but I'm actually going to go with Stop Nerf. I think it's going to be a Game 5 series, but I'm going 3-2 for Stop Nerf. I'm doing it. Can't stop me.
Okay. Zico. Okay. Let's see if your predictions... Okay. Gonna say, let's see if your predictions aligned with what you were saying before heading into break. But all right, you're a man of your word. Okay,
one of us is pulling ahead now. Then this is the moment.
Yeah. So you said 3-0 too. That's okay.
Yeah. I mean, I don't actually think it's gonna be a 3-0, but I'm going with my heart.
Polar opposite.
It's gonna be a 3-0.
I see. You're doing for the dramatic effect. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, 3-0 DOBOB, 3-2 Stop Nerf for Ven. Soup Teas and D Machine have got their predictions in. I think, I don't know what to do. I think I might go 3-2 for DOBOB here for my prediction. But really, I think it could go either way. I think it's going to be a close one no matter what. Both of these teams are so different as well. Soup Teas and D Machine, both on the side of DOBOB. So Ven, you're alone.
This is a position I like to be in. It's like, you go big or you go home. And I'm going to be sticking with my prediction. I believe in Smite on the Devastation Evoker. You know, I believe in Bank on the Mistweaver Monk. I mentioned at the beginning of today, Mistweaver Monks were very good during the cup stages. They've received nerfs. They got nerfed pretty much every single tuning pass, like 7 times in a row. They were quite good at the beginning. No, not so much, but they're still quite strong. And I really like the extra offense. You know, the Zen Spheres that Bank's going to be able to bring in. He plays really aggressive on that Monk as well. Boosting the damage of his teammates. Like, I feel like they could do this, but you're also on some level going against Rogue Mage when we know Rogue Mage is quite good right now.
Yep. All right. Well, I mean, if you could speak to them, Ven, you're kind of the only one that thinks they could pull it off. What would you say to them?
Dig deep. Believe in the power of teamwork and friendship. You've gotten this far by just trusting your instincts and playing your best, and you just got to get in there, play your game, and get the win. That's what it's all about. All
right. I feel so motivated now. I feel like I could play in this series. But...
I feel like going to the gym.
Yeah, there you go.
You'd have time for that? Is it like 4 a.m. for you over there or something like that?
Nah, it's 10. It's not too bad.
It's 24/7.
Still early.
No. All right, yeah, you got time. Take Ven with you. Bring some motivating speeches.
Yeah, I'm just
we used to go to the gym together. Fun fact.
Yeah. Back in Ohio?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good times. Oh, really digging. Speaking of. All right, well, we're going to be getting the series started here. 39% on the side of Stop Nerf Mistweaver. So let us know in chat how you feel like this is going to play out. But we will have to see. Time can only tell. This is the last series of EU. The winner of this one moving on into tomorrow's games. And the dream can stay alive. But only one can continue. And one is going to end their journey right here in under 5 games. It's a single elimination, best of 5. Stop Nerf Mistweaver versus DOBOB. We're getting into the game, Zico.
Yeah, and this is a big one. Winner is going to qualify to the finals, where you will have a chance not only to make a lot more money, but also to grab one of those elusive BlizzCon spots. And we are seeing Smite on a Death Knight right now.
Are you kidding me?
Wait, like, are my eyes lying to me right now? Is that Smite on a Death Knight? Are we seeing Feral Death Knight? Has this been the answer all along to Rogue Mage? We're gonna find out, Van. What do you think about this DK pick?
I'm at a loss for words. I'm literally at a loss for words. I don't know. This was not on my bingo card. I'll tell you that right now. I didn't know Smite could play Death Knight. I didn't think this would make any sense, but they're gonna do it, and we'll have to wait and see. I feel like Death Knights are interesting right now because they're pretty strong outside of fighting Mistweaver monks. If you fight a Mistweaver monk, you kind of automatically lose. But outside of that, I think you can do quite well. So I'm really curious to see what Stop Nerf does. I think they knew what they were walking into in this matchup, which makes the pick even all more interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see if it works here. Looks like they're going to be running after the mage, but right now Smite is just taking a lot of damage. He's getting kited. They're going after Relza, though. Big setup here. They grip him into a stun. Emerald Community coming through. I don't think that's going to be enough. He might just die in the opener. Oh my god, he's on 1% HP. Relza, how are you going to stay alive? Don't be so greedy. He finally goes for the rewind. He uses the Emerald Community, uses everything in the entire spellbook except that trinket. I don't know if that is going to be a good trade here. Running after Relza and doing this level of damage, I don't know, man. Smite doing 40k DPS here in the opener, but now it's going to be DOBOB's turn here to get aggressive, going after Cassidy. Cassidy so far holding on to most of his cooldowns, and here comes the pain train. Relza, are you ready for the Zug? Double stuns coming through. Nala also taking a little bit of collateral damage there, but they are going to recover on the side of DOBOB for now.
Very interesting, and I would say Unholy Death Knights right now, they're very cooldown based, so you'll notice Smite has a lot of burst damage, especially when his Army of the Dead is available, and outside of that, the damage will feel a bit lackluster, but you can actually kill a Preservation Evoker quite nicely. At the same time, though, Cassidy is getting low, Smite as well. They have to hold on for that Army of the Dead cooldown that Smite has available. Bank gets interrupted, though, and now Smite's in danger. He gets dismantled. They might throw the game. He's 1% health. Somehow he holds on the Life Cocoon. What a beautiful counterspell by Tessia. But these all-ins on Relza are going to be really scary. Relza just immediately trinkets, but Army of the Dead is available. I feel like they might be able to just kill Relza through literally everything. There's a huge opportunity for Stop Nerf here.
Smite has no trinket, though. Maybe they can crowd control him on the push. They're going to need to. Yeah, there it is. Full sheep, full blind, full everything here. They are taking Smite out of the game, and Relza's just dying through everything still. If Smite can just connect a little bit of damage, he gets stunned now after the full blind, the full gouge. He's so sad right now. He really wanted to connect there. He knew he had the win in his back pocket, but great defensive work there between Nala and Relza to manage to shut that down. Relza should have his cooldowns rotating back up here in about a minute, so if they can just weather the storm one more time potentially, Relza should be out of the woods here. But here comes the setup. Cassidy loading up the bleeds. Bank rolling over. Can Smite connect as well? Nice rescue there. Relza buying some time. Defensive Ring of Frost. You can tell they are so scared on the side of DOBOB. This is this cleave here that Stop Nerf Mistweaver has brought. This is it really captures how they've played the entire season. Just complete chaos, just running basically random comps that no one plays and making them somehow work. But here comes the connection onto Relza. Is he ready for this? He's going to take a decent amount of damage, but it looks like they're slowing down everyone. There's the Strangulate. Relza, no trinket for 4 seconds. One leg sweep, and that is going to be it. They do it. Stop Nerf Mistweaver find a 3-second window to take down the healer of DOBOB and take game number 1.
No one predicted this. I mean, this is just absolutely remarkable. Stop. No, I'm not being cheeky. Like, I would not have guessed they're going to run a cleave setup like this. Like, I can't believe we're seeing Smite. I've never seen him play anything except the Devastation Evoker, but I'm going to be honest. Like, just a quick little shout out to Party Waffles. He's killed me so many times on my Evoker, just soloing me on his Unholy Death Knight. I don't know what it is, but Unholy Death Knights are very good at taking down Preservation Evokers. And yeah, they're showcasing it here. These all-ins with Bank putting in extra damage. I think both the Unholy Death Knight and the Feral Druid are relatively durable into this, so you actually have the opportunities to kind of stall. And let's not pretend that Relza didn't just almost die in the opener. Like, this game could have just been over in 30 seconds here. But ultimately, they managed to survive. And this is such a close call, just close call after close call, both ways. So I think we got a series on our hand here, Z.
Absolutely. I mean, this was just an incredible kill too. Look at that. 2 seconds left on Relza's Trinket, 5 seconds on the Emerald Communion. And it really is all kind of a snowball from this disaster of an opener here. Just the fact that instead of using that short cooldown Trinket, instead he had to use his long cooldown Rewind, his long cooldown Emerald Communion, like those cooldowns that you kind of want to use between your Trinket. So unfortunately for Relza, he never got those back. And that puts him in the situation where they have such a long time to find a kill window on the side of Stop Nerf Mistweaver. With that said, though, they definitely, took that window to its absolute limit, but they do find a win. I want to ask you, though, Van, do you think that this is a blind pick level comp here that we're going to see from Stop Nerf Mistweaver? Do you think that this is, something that we potentially could have a repeat of? Or do you think they're maybe going to lock something else and use this as a kind of a counter pick? Or was this just a one-time surprise?
I think... So this composition Stop Nerf has, and the way they're playing it, I think is very good at killing healers. So I think they can kill healers. I think it's very likely also Nala will be tagged out. I feel like against a cleave setup like this, you'd rather have a Feral Druid. You know, you're going to be able to use Disorienting Roars. You're going to have Cyclones to make these healer all-ins a lot less manageable for Bank, Smite, and Cassidy. So they're going to lock it in again, which I don't mind, but I think DOBOB will completely shift what they do here. Like, they could potentially bring in a Priest instead, because I think Priests are a lot harder to kill with these all-ins, just because of how much like kind of passive damage reduction they have. They can paint up in stuns and stuff like that, but I think if they lock in the Prez again, they're at high risk of just dying to these all-ins.
Yeah. Maybe we'll see a healer swap here. DOBOB taking their time, and Stop Nerf Mistweaver, they are just insta locking this. This is what they're bringing. They're bringing chaos to the Gauntlet, and we'll see here how DOBOB is going to respond, because I don't know if Relza locks in the Prez. Is he gonna go maybe Druid? Really don't know what he's gonna decide to do here. They're taking their time. Clock's ticking. This is a very important game. Winner of this will be advancing through the Gauntlet here in Europe and will make it to the finals. There is, way more prize money on the line, of course, tomorrow and on Sunday, which is the tournament that you qualify for, and also the BlizzCon spots, right? Like, all they have to do is get first, second, or third, and then at least if they get third, they can play in that cross-region match against the North American third team. So yeah, they're gonna lock in the exact same thing. But Nala was he sub last game?
I think he was, yeah. I'll double check really quick. I'm pretty sure he was. Yeah, he was.
They're just going with the same thing and just using a bigger map. They've talked maybe the strat a little bit. Yeah. Do you think that there's another way for Stop Nerf Mistweaver to win? Because they did go after Nala a little bit on the Rogue too. But, typically when we see DK comps, it's always been about kind of getting on top of a target and then gripping a second target and then getting, like, the big AoE blender going. So do you think Nala could potentially be another target for them?
There is potential. There's no doubt about that. But I feel like the thing that's highly beneficial, I want to talk about something. It's Ruin of the Apocalypse. I need to Google this. Ruin of the Apocalypse. Search it up, because it's a weapon enchant that's kind of new for DKs. It's not new, but it's become meta, which is very interesting. So it applies additional healing reductions from your pets. So instead of using like the Ruin of the Fallen Crusader, which gives you a big strength boost or whatever, they're using Ruin of the Apocalypse, which adds like an additional reduction on healing. So you have kind of a double Mortal Strike effect going in, and then of course you have the Strangulate. And like I mentioned, Death Knights are a little bit different than they have been in the past. Like, they're super cooldown based right now. So when you do decide to pop that Army of the Dead, you can all in. Can they take down a different target? I feel like it's possible, but I feel like this composition is crafted to kill Prez Evokers. Like, that's literally why they're locking it in, is to just all in these healers.
Yeah. All right, well, they're going to need to do it again. I think they had the dream opener last time. But with that said, though, it is really scary when you get gripped into a leg sweep, because there's always the chance also All right, well, they're going to need to do it again. I think they had the kind of the dream opener last time. But with that said, though, it is really scary when you get gripped into a leg sweep, because there's always the chance also that you can get stranged on your trinket. And if they can do that, they can just kill you through everything, basically. So Relza is going to have to be really, really quick and really, really precise. He's going to need to have kind of perfect balance between offense and defense. And Nala's going to have to do a good job also peeling for him during those situations. But at the same time, you don't really want to be stacking with your healer when the blender is blending. So he's going to have to, they're going to have to play a perfect game of balance here, balancing their offense and their defense. Let's see if they can do it here on the side of DOBOB right now. Stop Nerf Mistweaver up 1-0, and they're gonna go to 12-year arena. Nala looking for the opener, finds the sap onto Bank. They're gonna go after Smite, it looks like. There's the blinding sleet though, slowing down Nala's opener. Actually gets stunned, gets knocked behind the pillar, and they're doing a kind of a cheeky setup there onto the rogue. I really like that from Cassidy, but doesn't really net them any major cooldowns. Now here comes the Shadow Blades, here comes the setup from DOBOB.
I hated that open. I thought Stop Nerf, that was a terrible waste of cooldowns. Like, Smite didn't do anything with his big timers. Nala just happy to just vanish out of there. Like, I don't know. They need an all-in on Relza. Let's see what they can get done. Relza's getting low. Looks like time dilation will be enough. There just wasn't that same hit of damage because Smite sent the go too early, and I feel like Stop Nerf Mistweaver, they're kind of fumbling here in the early stages of this game. That's not to say they can't recover, but definitely not as great of a start.
Yeah. Let's see here what they can do. I think it's just going to be DOBOB right now running the show for a little bit. Here, there's a smoke bomb. There's a stun onto Smite. Can I take him down? No Icebound Fortitude. Doesn't use his trinket. Death Pact.
Oh, nice sap.
Instead, and huge resap there onto Bank. And that is going to be Bank trinketing and draining out the life cocoon. That was a great play by Nala. And now they have basically nothing. They have Smite's trinket, and that's pretty much it. And yeah, now it's going to be tough here for Stop Nerf Mistweaver. They still don't have their offensive cooldowns either. Still, that Strangulate is about to rotate back up, so they need to really get something big with their next push. Otherwise, DOBOB probably going to just be too far ahead here. Cassidy looking for the Cyclone, gets counterspelled. DOBOB looking to launch the next attack. Nala needs to be careful, though. He's got no trinket. He's got no evasion. Nala could honestly be the target at this point. Get a Sleepwalk onto Cassidy. They're going to send a go onto Cassidy here, but he's in bear form, but they don't care. They're just going through it. Tessia with the Glacial Spike, just adding a little bit of damage there into the mix.
Oh man, another, like, a little bit of an overlap there. I feel like Stop Nerf Mistweaver right now, it feels like nerves are really high for them. They're going on all in on Nala. He's caught. He will manage to get off the Cloak of Shadows, and I think he ultimately will survive here. Maybe not, though. This damage is huge. Relza likely going to be able to keep him alive. Tessia in the backline finds a beautiful Ring of Frost from around the corner. Ray of Frost lands on Smite. How are you going to live? AMS in 1 second. 1 second on that anti-magic shell, and that will be enough to survive. What a close call. And Smite, I was looking at his gear. He's built himself like an absolute tank as well. As much versatility as humanly possible to survive these setups.
Yeah, Smite gonna need it. I mean, we saw just there how useful that was. Nala getting stunned, getting gripped, getting knocked behind the pillar, and Smite sending his cooldowns here onto Nala, but not really doing too much work here with that. And I feel like they've gone after the rogue a lot, but Relza has no trinket, so Relza could be a good target here if they can connect onto him. We do have the Strangulate, but look at Smite once again in so much trouble. He's going to be able to get the anti-magic shell, but they're actually just chewing through it. Bank is still in the blind. Bank managed, oh no, there was a gap there in the CC chain. They managed to get the cocoon there in the gap. Otherwise, he was dead here for sure if they just managed to do that setup a little bit cleaner. I think Smite actually would have gone down there, but still, here comes the setup onto Relza.
Oh, they get the Emerald Communion! Oh, that's huge.
Huge sheep coming out there onto Smite as well. Cassidy basically just taking control over the match there, doing insane damage onto Relza. Does manage to get them a big cooldown there and at least keep them in the fight.
They can kill Relza. Cassidy just has to hold on. Stop Nerf. They need to live a little bit longer. They have a clear win condition. Relza has Trinket, but... oh, Cassidy! Oh, just survive. He's so low on health. Bang Trinket's out, but they have an all-in opportunity. Here it is onto Relza. They've got the Strangulate. They've got the damage, but good peels coming in. Relza could easily fall. Can they get the Strangulate? He almost dies. 10% health, but holds on. We'll trade out the rewind, and now it's Cassidy on the back foot once again. The Sleepwalk comes in, and Cassidy likely going to fall. I don't know how. Relza's still dead too. What is going on? It is a race to the finish between these two teams, back and forth, fighting it out to the bitter end in game number 2. But Stop Nerf completely recover, and Relza is still just outright dead here.
What is going on? What did Cassidy eat
What's
this morning?
happening?
He's just dying
He's dead.
through everything. What? He just gets beautiful Ring of Peace from Bank, just pins him on the wall, can't heal, and he just rots down. That was... What did we just watch? What's happened?
He just couldn't recover. Like, I wonder what his gearing is looking like here. It seems like he has a decent amount of versatility on, but like, man, they are just absolutely destroying Relza. And it's like, normally when you're a Prez evoker and you get out of a stun, you're not going to die. Like, Prez has some of the highest HPS in the game, especially if you've been bursted. You can reverse that damage with Golden Hour. You heal quite a bit, but I don't know what's happening. Like, Relza's literally just dying. Like, let's take a look at what happens here. This is the big all-in. Cassidy, we're saying, Cassidy, you need to live, and he does. He holds on, gets the interrupt on Relza, is a huge all-in here onto Relza, but you can see at the same time, look, Relza's just outright dying. Like, he's trying to play aggressive, but his health is going nowhere but down. He gets a big Dream Breath. At this point, you're like, okay, he's probably okay, but no, still just dying. No one's even on him. He's just bleeding out. Beautiful Ring of Peace, and Bank is there punching and kicking. And this is why you never, ever count out Bank. I mean, he's just so incredibly impressive on the Mistweaver Monk. It's like when Mistweavers, were a little OP at the beginning of the Cup stage. Like, their team was looking phenomenal, but it's at this point where it's like everyone has kind of abandoned Mistweaver. He's still holding it down. He's still getting those wins, and he's just such a deadly player.
Yeah, I mean, Bank is just insanely clutch. The difference between him and any other Mistweaver is truly remarkable, but that is crazy. So he got gripped there, and he instantly blinked, and then he just got Ring of Peace on his blink into the wall, and then he just like slowly rotted down, and then Bank just touch of death him. What do you do now if you're DOBOB? Like, what do you do? You're down 0-2. The matchup is looking good, and then all of a sudden, you just lose. It's kind of crazy.
I also have to say, we've seen very little Death Knight representation in the Cup stages. Like, we've seen a few Frost DKs. I don't know if we've seen any Unholy DKs. And now Smite, he's going from one kind of off-meta pick with the Devastation Evoker to the second with the Unholy Death Knight. And they're winning. Like, and this is the time to win, right? Like, this is the Gauntlet. It is single elimination. Like, this is do or die. And this is the time to come in with a surprise composition, right? Like, stop Nerf Mistweaver. This is such a fun team to watch. You just can't help but like these guys because they're playing these off-meta comps, these off-meta specs, and they're beating the Rogue Mages, which is awesome for them.
Absolutely. I mean, it's time dilation that kills Relza, I think. He just took so much damage from beforehand, and he wasn't able to heal through the time dilation. A couple of death coils, and then Bank just there as well, doing a little bit of damage. Gets him into touch of death range and finishes the job. Now we're going to Maldrex's Coliseum. DOBOB, what do we do here? I feel like historically also Feral has not been a bad pick into DKs. So maybe it is time to bring in Flappers on the Feral Druid. I'm not sure. Maybe it is time. Like that's another thing, right? It's gotta be really, really stressful for Flappers to just sit on the bench. His team is almost there. You know, they've been playing great the entire day, and you're just sitting there, like, just watching. You like, what do you do? Like, I feel like
it's the worst feeling.
Yeah, you're just like, I mean, I would be like, just tag me in, man. Just tag me in. I swear I killed this guy, you know?
You have to have that confidence. But it's like, I mean, they're getting rid of Rogue Mage for a Feral. The Ferals aren't bad, obviously. They're losing to a Feral Druid, but I feel like, in general, I would like the Feral pick here. I think it makes a lot of sense to me. Disorienting Roar is really disruptive on those setups. And you got Cyclones. I do wonder if even maybe Tessia could change his spec. Like Frostmage is really good. It's really durable, but I wonder if that's what you need in a moment. Oh, they're bringing a Mistweaver Monk too. So I think this is really smart. Like, this to me makes a lot more sense. I'm telling you, I don't know what it is, but Prez just dies to Unholy Decay. I don't know why. I don't know how, but it's just they just do. It's the only thing that kills me on my Prez Evoker is Unholy Decays.
Yeah. I mean, we just saw it happen. Apparently, Unholy Decays and Bank is what it takes to take down a Prez. Just have Bank knock you into a wall with time dilation up, and then you'll just die to air basically. But yeah, Relza, he's like, you know what? Maybe Mistweavers are kind of good still. So he's going to lock that in, and then we are going to see Flappers on the Feral Druid. I like this from DOBOB. Don't be too stubborn. Don't harp too hard on the Rogue Mage, because obviously this is a matchup that they probably didn't expect. I mean, who did, right? We haven't really seen. Have we even seen DKs like played at all? I feel like
Frost DK.
actually,
Frost
yeah,
DK Hunter a bit.
Vigarista. Yeah, we saw Vigarista with the lawnmower cleave, deleting mages. But yeah, I think Unholy. I think it's the first time for Smite.
So I kind of mentioned at the beginning of this, it's like one of the reasons we're not seeing Unholy is because I truly believe one of the biggest hard counters in the game right now is a Mistweaver against an Unholy DK. It is like, it feels remarkably unfair. So like, I don't know if Stop Nerf somehow pull this off, I'm gonna my jaw will hit the floor, because I feel like for Relza, he can play a build right now where basically he just uses spinning crane kick, rushing wind kick, spinning crane kick, and you're just AoEing off all the pets. And then as Unholy DK, like this current iteration of Unholy DK has more pets than we've ever seen before. Like you were summoning ghouls and goblins and skeletons and basically everything to, you know, zombies. And all of those zombies and ghouls and goblins and pets can be AoE'd by the Mistweaver Monk. So it becomes really difficult to kind of push through that level of healing. But I don't know. Bank, if there's anyone that's going to be able to kind of like figure out a win condition here against a Mistweaver Monk, it's probably Bank, you know, because he's seen these situations before.
Yeah, well, at least they have the Transcendence in stuns, so I think Relza is going to be feeling a lot more safe, but I don't know. I'm worried about the mana maybe as well. I think it's going to be a little bit rough for them maybe if the game goes late, but at the same time, I think with an Unholy DK, at least on these larger maps, you are gonna like struggle getting uptime, because a lot of the time what we see with Unholy DKs especially is that they kind of struggle to chase after a ranged class, and like especially deep in dampening, they kind of just die to damage on their way out, because so much of their defense is through, you know, like the Blood Pact and Death Strike and just self-healing, and also Anti-Magic Shell getting weaker with dampening too. So I think a lot of I think dampening in general is just such a strong offensive tool against DKs. If you can just survive long enough, they just kind of end up flopping. So we'll see if they can kind of drag the game out long enough, survive enough of these like super all-in one-shotty setups, and then they should have a decent shot here on the side of DOBOB. But I really like this. I mean, Stop Nerf Mistweaver, like, can we just appreciate their season? Like, their run this season has been amazing, honestly. No matter what happens in this one, even if they get reverse swept now, I just want to say I think they played really, really entertaining matchups. They brought in classes that we don't see from anyone else. They brought in, you know, their A game, and you can tell these guys are kind of trying to create their own meta, and they're really thinking outside the box, and I think that's super cool to see. And the fact that they've been doing so well while doing that is really impressive.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Zico. I mean, they're just a really hard team not to love. And at the same time, so is this roster, right? Like, you have Tessia, such a playmaker on that Frost Mage, not playing the Ice Wall in these games, which, you know, is slightly disappointing, but, you know, sometimes you just got to go with that more consistent pick with the Master Shep. But he's definitely one of those players who, he's phenomenal. So we'll see what he can get done here in this matchup. I think compositionally, this is a lot better of a matchup for the side of DOBOB. So we'll see what ends up going down here. But I don't know. So far, the series has been an absolute banger. And I do feel like for DOBOB as well, it's an uphill battle, right? Because they have to win this, and then they have to win 2 maps and compositions, like at a disadvantage, which is going to be really difficult to do. So this is not the position you want to find yourself in when you're playing for, you know, the finals coming up this weekend, and the finals being what qualifies you to BlizzCon. It's like there's a lot of stress coming into this next match.
Absolutely. And before we get into that next match, we can take a look at Nala's mug being complete fire, actually, kind of green fire. To be
Fell
more
fire,
specific. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Fell fire. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Let's see it. It's do or die time. DOBOB versus Stop Nerf Mistweaver. If Stop Nerf Mistweaver wins this 3-0, I mean, that is just insane. DOBOB has to reverse sweep right now. or their entire season is over. And this is a team that has had such great runs throughout the last seasons. They've just been an insane roster to watch. This is an all-star roster. Relza, Flappers, they have won, the biggest tournaments together. So seeing them eliminated this season in the Gauntlet, not even making it out, seeing this team even in the Gauntlet is crazy and a testament to how competitive Europe has been, and the fact that there is one of these new teams in the top echelons. Of course, talking about Guild Bean, but here Flappers is going to be tagged in. Been watching all day. He's coming in cold, but
nice
go
fake.
Cassidy gets a nice stun, and now goes into bear form. Manages to dodge a lot of the damage here, and Cassidy is already rotting down. That's going to be a life cocoon immediately here. DOBOB with a strong opener.
I'm not sure. I feel like there's actually an opportunity here for Smite. I don't think Relza is going to be playing the spinning crane kick build, which is like a hard counter to the Unholy Death Knight. He's going to be playing more for that range. Double Blinding Sleep comes in. They're going after Flappers, putting out a lot of damage. Tessia drops the Ice Wall, as Cassidy could be in trouble, but Bank, they're going to be throwing in the Conduit of the Celestials. Triple leg sweep into a nice Cyclone. Polymorph on Smite, and Cassidy is completely isolated. A great setup there by DOBOB, but feels like there wasn't really that much damage. Smite takes a little bit of a hit, but Bank completely tops off in that situation. So clean setup, but unfortunately just not the damage to follow it up.
Yeah, and Flappers now caught up in a leg sweep, but going to be okay with that one. No bark skin on Flappers as well, but still holding on to his trinket. So far, Cassidy going to be in bear form as well, kind of respecting the damage. Smite sitting through a paralyzed there as well. Double Dragon's Breath coming out from Tessia. This is going to be the target. Cassidy looking for his next victim. Smite actually manages to connect here onto Tessia, and now Tessia could be in a little bit of danger. They are getting some uptime onto him, building up the bleeds, but there is the Ray of Frost. Cassidy anticipating the next attack here. He's going to bounce Flappers away, but nice Ring of Peace there to knock Cassidy back into the claws of Flappers. But Flappers is the one who's going to be stunned. Flappers triggering out aggressively onto Cassidy here. That could come back and haunt him later, but at the same time, look at Smite. He's taking an insane amount of damage. The Ray of Frost is going to be enough damage here. Can it take him down? Smite Bank trinkets out to save his team. He had to use his entire spellbook right there, but Cassidy holding on to his trinket is at least something that can carry them forward defensively.
Yeah, that's a really scary situation for a Bank to be in. I mean, Cassidy might just outright die here. This is looking like a completely different game, a very one-sided. DOBOB seems to have all the pressure. They've got all the momentum. Look at Tessia's damage is absolutely sky high right now. Smite, though, going for an all-in. Bank gets interrupted. He can't connect to Cassidy right now. This is super awkward. There's a lot of line of sight issues happening right now on the side of Stop Nerf Mistweaver. They need to somehow find a way. They're making a little bit of a push here, trying to reverse the pressure. Bank tops him off, but burning through his mana quite rapidly here. There's an opportunity for an all-in on Flappers. Relza gets caught into a leg sweep. This is a dangerous situation as they're all three rotting down. Restorer gets traded out there by Relza, topping off the team, and now DOBOB can get aggressive.
Yeah, and they find a triple leg sweep right there as well. Now, Bank going to be a little bit in trouble. Gets a full Cyclone. Smite now, what are you going to do? Trades out the Icebound Fortitude immediately. Does respect the damage that's coming in, but is it going to be enough? Look at the pressure coming out from Flappers and Tessia here. Everything is just dying. Bank gets counterspelled. That could just be it. Cassidy, what are you going to do? He's running for the hills. He gets absolutely crushed here from the damage of DOBOB, but the Life Cocoon is going to sneak in time. Smite at the same time, though, rotting down. Flappers having the time of his life here. There's the bash stun onto Smite. The Ray of Frost does get interrupted. Tessia now looking for some polymorphs. Relza in a paralyze. They're trying desperately to find something. The Song of GG coming through, sniping that wall, but it's not going to connect onto anyone on the side of DOBOB. And now, once again, Bank is in a full Cyclone. What are you going to do here, Cassidy? Can they find the polymorph? There's the leg sweep onto Bank. Bank actually trinkets out of that one, immunes it, but does manage to get paralyzed. Actually breaks it. He gets counterspelled once again. Tessia is just a sniper with these counterspells, landing them time and time again, and it is generating so much pressure. I don't know how Stop Nerf Mistweaver is going to survive. They got no buttons left, but Bank miraculously recovers his whole team. There's the full stun, the full Ring of Frost, and they are going after Smite. Relza is there, and Relza really wants this touch of death after what Smite has been doing to him. There's the full stun onto Smite. Can they connect the damage? No. Smite is going to trinket and AMS and survive once again.
Relza trinkets. He uses his Life Cocoon and the trinket. There's an opportunity here. Smite, of course, that was his Army of the Dead, so trying to reverse the pressure with that big cooldown, but they do manage to find at least a little bit of an opening here opening up the game, and Stop Nerf not out of it there, but there's been a few close calls. Mame now on to Bank, and Smite, I don't know if he's going to be able to live again. He goes for the Blinding Sleep, but they are just all over him. Smite is getting smothered. Triple leg sweep comes in. Glacial Spike, Ice Wall, isolating Smite, but he's okay. Anti-Magic Shell, he just won't die. Flapper's now in a little bit of danger as Bank is continuing to throw damage, but his mana is not looking good. I don't know if he has Mana Tea available, but I think Stop Nerf may have ran out of time.
Yeah, they might have ran out of time, and this is what we're talking about, dampening being such a powerful tool against Death Knights, and we are currently at 24%. Smite now catching a stun yet again. It is going to be Icebound Fortitude, and look at Flappers, man. This guy is coming in fresh off the bench, but he is cycloning him on the Icebound Fortitude. He's making constant plays. He is topping the damage as well, at least in terms of the Druid matchup, and he is just getting so much work done here for his team. Cassidy's running down as well. Huge damage. Can they take him down? He goes into bear form. He's trying to stay alive for just a tiny little bit, but I don't think they have enough time. Bank is in a leg sweep. Can they take him down? He is so low. Tessia free casting, trying to crowd control Bank. He ducks away around the corner, but it's not going to be enough. Relza is there and dunks him, and DOBOB finally puts a point on the board.
Yeah, I genuinely believe you cannot play Unholy Death Knight into a Mistweaver Monk, so I think DOBOB, this is the exact pick that they needed. I think Stop Nerf, Mistweaver, they got some beautiful wins with this composition, but now this is where the games begin, because DOBOB, they're going to have to put themselves in a disadvantaged situation compositionally and in terms of map pick. Stop Nerf has a huge opportunity, but we can break down this game. It felt like for Stop Nerf, Mistweaver, there just was no good target. Like they had a few moments where they tried to all-in Relza, but always had something. He could Trinket, he could use the Life Cocoon, he could use the Restoral, and it really, to me, just felt like a pretty one-sided matchup where Stop Nerf, they were on the back foot. They're barely surviving over and over and over. They did manage to live a long time, but it just kind of felt like they never really found their footing offensively. It's like they're living, but they're not really putting themselves in a position to win.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, yeah, that's the best way you could possibly describe it. It just felt like for the entire match, for the entire 5 minutes or whatever, even a little bit longer than that, they were just running for their lives. Like, actually, it felt like they had no offensive pressure. There was one moment where there was maybe a chance to try to take down Relza, but pretty much the entire game, it was just DOBOB running the show, doing tons and tons of damage. Ceci's completely free casting the whole game, getting CC, getting damage out, controlling everybody, and Flapper's also just getting so many Cyclones, getting so much bleed damage, just swapping back and forth and setting up the team for CC. So this looked like a completely miserable matchup for Stop Nerf Mistweaver to play. And it makes you wonder, like, why didn't they just lock this in sooner on the side of DOBOB? Because like you mentioned, now they're gonna I mean, do you think they're just blind locking this? Because the question we have to ask is, of course, we know that Smite is also, I guess he's a phenomenal DK, but he's also a phenomenal dev evoker. He also is a great hunter. I mean, is this comp good enough to beat everything that we are going to see from Stop Nerf Mistweaver?
Well, we're going to Ruins of Lordaeron, so we know it's going to be a spicy map either way. Not a lot of line of sight here, not a very large map, so it's difficult to run and hide in a situation like this. But for DOBOB, it's like you mentioned, they have a lot of questions here, because I feel like Relza almost has to play the Mistweaver Monk. I feel like he'll probably play the Mistweaver Monk, but then I feel like Stop Nerf is just going to lock in their main composition, and the game is going to look way different with a Dev Evoker over an Unholy Death Knight. I'll tell you that. Like, it's not the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem right now. You need to play this composition, and you need to beat every single thing that Stop Nerf Mistweaver has. And I don't know if they can do it. And also on their maps, like, they have so many options now on Stop Nerf Mistweaver. They've set themselves up beautifully to actually make it through this gauntlet and make it to the finals. And I wanted to ask you, Van, what do you think about either one of these teams? Who do you think is going to be more chaotic to see in the finals? Who's going to be able to do more damage? Because whoever wins this is going to go up against Echo. So who, I guess, has a better chance of them of defeating Echo and really shaking things up?
Do you want my heart or my head? Because, like, there's a big part of me that, even though you know I like playing mage and stuff like that, I kind of want to see a non-mage team like pull it off and cause some chaos. in the finals. I feel like both these teams are challenging, though, because you have DOBOB that has been a real threat to Echo in the past. You know, in some of these mage mirror matchups, you know, Tessia versus Raikou. Sometimes Tessia gets the better of that exchange. So there's a real possibility that they could cause damage to Echo, but at the same time, stop Nerf. They're that wild card. They're the ones bringing in the weird compositions, and I just feel like, I don't know, it's really hard for me to root against them. This has been like one of my favorite teams for a while now in Europe.
Absolutely, same here. Stop Nerf Mistweaver. Yeah, I mean, this is what we were kind of talking about, right? They're going to lock in Smite on the Dev Evoker, and now we are at a situation where we're playing a Feral Mistweaver mirror, basically, with you know, both teams having a caster on their team, and one team is going to have the Frost Mage, and one team is going to have the Dev Evoker. So I don't know how this is going to play out, man. Like, this is scary times. I feel like the amount of pressure that the Dev Evoker is going to be able to do is going to be completely remarkable. But at the same time, the Frost Mage, you know, you have your interrupt a little bit more frequent, you know, your counterspell.
Mass Invis.
We've seen that be a key. Yeah, Mass Invis for sure. We've also seen Smite, though, on the Dev Evoker. You know, it's not really Mass Invis, but, you know, the time stop also has been really clutch. As a kind of a utility for him as well. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be really interesting to see kind of how Europe is, how we're closing out Europe today with these two comps, or potentially closing out Europe. We could keep going. We could see another comp after this.
I feel like with the way this series is playing out, like, this is basically perfect for Stop Nerf Mistweaver. Like this, but I will say this is not a free win. Like, if you were to like weigh in right now a Frost Mage versus a Dev Evoker, I feel like many players would say Frost Mage kind of has the advantage there. Like, it's like you talked about, you have multiple ways to drop targets. So you have your Greater Invis, you have your Mass Invis, which stops crowd control on your healer as well as yourself. He's probably going to play Night Elf for Shadow Meld, and I would not be surprised if we see just a lot of control onto Smite. So lots of polymorphs, lots of counter spells, lots of you know, interrupts from the Feral, Cyclones. Just take the Dev Evoker out of the game, because he's the one that's going to be bringing a lot of the pressure, right? If you shut him down and just go after the Feral and go after the Mistweaver Monk, that might be a winning strategy, but it's not an easy thing to do. Like you said, he's going to have time stop, he's going to be run casting, he's going to be, you know, triple deep breathing your entire team, and it sounds easy, like, oh, we'll just shut down the Dev Evoker, but they have a lot of ways to prevent that.
Yep. We'll see. I think it's going to be a game that definitely will go to dampening, and it's not just about the...
All right.
Yeah, I do think that. I don't think it's only going to be about the Frost Mage versus the Dev Evoker. It's also going to be, you know, not having bank on your team versus having bank on your team. Like, sure, Relza is a great Mistweaver Monk, but his main is the Priest, right? And Bank, he is basically a one-trick Mistweaver through and through. He's always at the top of the ladder as the Mistweaver, and he's just been holding it down for so many years. So playing, you know, against a non-Mistweaver main. Let's see how it plays out, though, in the opener before we get into all of that. Triple leg sweep coming through. Not actually forcing out a single trinket there from either side, but still good pressure coming out here from both teams. Tessia doing a lot of work there in that opener, getting a three-man cleave setup going on, but not actually managing to get anything done in terms of big defensive cooldowns. Actually, they did get the restore also. That's something. Here comes the counter setup. Here comes Smite. Big damage being loaded up. Fire Breath into the disintegrates, and Flapper's feeling the brunt of that exchange. He's got no bark skin, does get the life cocoon. Now they're going after Smite. Smite gets the life cocoon as well, so both teams definitely mirroring each other here in the opener.
Yeah, lots of back and forth here in game number one. It is good control on Smite, so control the dragon, burst the dragon. That is the name of the game here. Flappers, though, might just die. Cyclone on Relza. Flappers completely isolated. His match point here if Stop Nerf can win this one. DOBOB looking to stay alive, but a really close call at about the 1 minute mark in the game. Full polymorph once again. Smite in danger, but he's got his trinket. He's got the obsidian scales. We'll just trade out the scales, and I think that's going to be enough. Even though it's a Ray of Frost, I think he should be able to hold on as he continues to make a push here. Cassidy gets a nice interrupt. Now they're trying to just pressure down Flappers once again. Frost Mage is super difficult to take down in a matchup like this with all the defensives that they have, so makes sense that they are just going to be pressuring the Feral as much as possible.
Yeah, and let's see Bank sitting through a full poly here. Smite looking for the setup. Connects with the deep breath. Flappers is going to be the one kind of on the back foot there. Cassidy was just hiding while that setup was happening. But look at Relza.
Cassidy!
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Cassidy almost going down.
gosh.
That was such a sneaky Dragon's Breath that came out from Tessia there. He got the sheep, and Cassidy thought he was out of the woods, and then just sniped him while he was walking over with a cheeky little Dragon's Breath. Almost taking him down, but still forcing basically the entire spell book. So they're definitely making plays, and that's the problem, man. When Tessia's in the game, he's definitely a big X factor here. Still good pressure coming out. Bank now caught up in a polymorph. Relza at the same time, though. It's a 2v2 situation. No team has healers. Flappers is going to be the one on the back foot. Smite still taking a lot of damage. There's the leg sweep coming through. Tessia looking to line up some more crowd control. Not able to find it just yet. Bank is going to be coming out of that one. And once again, the renewal is going to come through and top the team.
Yeah, just polymorphed on the Dragon Rage. Smite finally has an opportunity here. Gets put into the maim stun, though. They're doing a great job controlling Smite. Normally, he's sky high on the damage meters, but they're landing the right counter spells, the right polymorphs, the right cyclones, the right maims, and really limiting what he can do. At the same time, Tessia gets stopped on that Ray of Frost. Paralyzed now onto Relza. Is there any follow-up? Doesn't look like it. Beautiful denial with that Dragon's Breath. Tessia doing a good job playing defense. Flapper's getting low on health, though. Stop Nerf still continuing to make a push. They get the leg sweep here onto Relza. Flapper down to about half, is going to just pop the bar skin. He looks like he's going to be completely fine in this situation as they make a push here now onto Cassidy.
Yeah, and Cassidy just anticipating it, sitting in bear form right now, looking to get aggressive, but he gets stunned immediately there by Flappers. Now Flappers with a nice kick there onto Smite as well, slowing down the pressure. Relza caught up in a paralyzed. Flappers could be in big trouble, could get KO'd right there and then, but Relza manages to get the life cocoon. But look at Bank's mana still, though. He is so far ahead on mana, but maybe Relza still has some mana tease charges left in the bank. We'll see. There's the double leg sweep coming out from Relza, looking to set up the team. Cassidy once again pre-bear form. Nice Typhoon there, knocking behind the pillar. There's the song of GG coming through as well. Oh my god, an ice wall! Smite just gets stuck on the wrong side of the wall. Beautiful setup here onto Cassidy, but it doesn't really, it looks flashy, but it doesn't even net them a bark skin there. So not going to be too effective in that position, but still good pressure coming out now onto Flappers as well. Dropping very, very low, but still Relza still in crowd control. No trinket there. Finally, he's going to trinket, and it looks like he's going to be able to save Flappers, but it looks like Stop Nerf Mystery Order just has a little bit more spice in their setups. Nice time stop there from Smite as well.
Yeah, really nicely done. Banks in a counter spell, or sorry, in crowd control. Smite just immediately time stops himself. He's in a stun right now. Tessia could, nope, doesn't have the Ray available for a few short seconds, but Dragon Rage is now up here for Smite, and this is the opportunity. Let's take a look at Smite and see what are they going to be able to do to shut him down. Flapper's just line of sighting. The Sleepwalk coming in. Interrupt now onto Smite as he's just getting destroyed. He's getting killed. Oh no! They totally reversed the pressure with the Ray of Frost. Tessia really keeping Smite on the back foot. He managed to hold on though. That was Bank's trinket, and Smite's been limited on what he can do. Tessia's beating him on damage, now polymorphing him up. I mean, this is just a nightmare for this Devastation Evoker.
Yeah, and now they have a lot of options here. They could swap to Bank. They could take down Cassidy. They could even take down Smite, as he doesn't have really any big personal cooldowns. And they're going to go after Smite right now. Flappers, though, gets counterstunned by Cassidy. Huge damage. Relza, though, in a leg sweep. Bank is completely free. They're turning it around onto Flappers. Flappers also almost going down there. The revival coming through from Relza. Full sheep on Smite as well. And once again, he's going to be the target of choice. Bank is in a full
nice time
CC
stop
here as well. Nice time stop, though, from Smite, slowing it down. And he interrupts the follow-up Cyclone there as well. Really, really good plays here coming out from Smite on his main. And we are going to see Bank finally getting caught up in that Cyclone. Cassidy could go down. The ice wall is dropped by Tessia. They get the stun, but Banks connects with the life cocoon there. Once again, such a back and forth game. And I am starting to wonder if Relza is going to have enough mana to keep this going.
Yeah, mana definitely heavily in favor of Stop Nerf, but I just don't know if it's going to come down to mana. It's so back and forth. Dampening is getting higher, like you predicted. Flappers right now, Barkskin is active, but his health is just still continuing to go down. Finally, Relza connects a big heal. Did have some Mana Tea available as well, so he boosts his mana up significantly in that exchange. But finally, some pressure coming in. Cassidy, though, is isolated. Great pressure here. Triple stun from Smite, trying to slow it down, but Cassidy might just die. He's in touch of death range. He rolls over, and they do it. DOBOB tie it up. And now, I don't know, because this is a back and forth series, but I feel like DOBOB had way more kill potential in this game. It just felt like Tessia was so lethal. Every single time they managed to isolate and get a Ray of Frost off, like, that was really difficult for Stop Nerf to deal with.
Of course, it's going to the wire. This is EU. the Gauntlet final right now. Winner will qualify for the
One
tournament
game,
tomorrow for the big chance to go to BlizzCon, and the loser will go home, and that will be it. And we are going down, like you said, Van, all the way to Game 5. It's going to come down to one singular game. Stop Nerf Mistweaver, you said it. Their pressure was overall lower. The Tessia factor was just massive this game. But at the same time, they at least get to choose the map. They at least have the comp and map advantage. So if you're moving into a Game 5, you definitely want to have that on your side. But also, you were up 2-0. And this is where your mental is going to be tested as hard as possible. Because I know I would rather be DOBOB in this situation than Stop Nerf Mistweaver. I would rather be the team that won the last 2 games than the team that won the first 2 games. Because the team that won the first 2 games, it's very easy to think about one of the games you lost and be like, yeah, we should have done that. Yeah, why did you do this, you know? And really get into a bad headspace. Whereas the team that just won 2 back-to-back, they're like, come on, guys, we got this. We just got to do it one more time, you know? I feel like they have all the momentum now on their side.
Yeah. I think you're totally right about that. As someone who's been in that situation before, it's way worse to have that thought in your mind, like, are we really going to get reverse swept? You know, like, as opposed to like, we're doing it, we're going to do it, we're turning the series around. Like, you know, you won 2 games, you're 1 away from closing it out, your composition's winning, the enemy team is just like, for Stop Nerf, it's like still a question mark. What do we run? Like, the Unholy Death Knight works so well, but now there's a Mistweaver in the game, we can't play Unholy anymore. Then we bring in Smite on the Devastation Evoker, but there's still opportunities. I'm kind of like, I know it's like right now Frostmage is really hard to kill, but I kind of wish we maybe saw more pressure on Tessia in that game. Like, it feels like they're not. It's really hard to win outside of like getting them out of mana, and if Tessia is like slightly more on the back foot, he's not going to be able to make these same level of plays. So I don't know. I feel like for Stop Nerf, I maybe want to see them, because they basically left him completely open the entire game, which is a scary thing to do.
If you're leaving Tessia completely open, you are going to pay for it. That is basically the problem. This guy is going to get so much CC because he's not one of those passive mages. You know, there's a lot of mages out there who play it very like passive. They just play to, you know, to get the damage and to survive and just get the late game win conditions. Tessia is not like that. Tessia is kind of player, he will play Shimmer even into like sub rogues. He will play it into feral druids, and he will just try to make plays. He will just be offensive, go for ice walls even when everyone else is playing Master Shepherd, going for the extra Versa, and he just goes for those playmaking talents. And I mean, we saw it even in this game, you know, dropping ice walls, isolating targets, and generating pressure through that, playing the Snowdrift, just doing a lot of work for his team, just trying to set up as much as possible and kind of being in your face. And he's very, very, very good at that. So honestly, probably the best when it comes to that play style. So I feel like leaving him open especially is not something that you want to be doing. But we are going to go to hook point. Where it's going to be is not something that you want to be doing, but we are going to go to hook point, where it's going to be more difficult for him to do that, so maybe he will be pressured more. Do you think that is going to be the main win condition here for Stop Nerf Mistweaver? Like, how do they turn this around right now?
I think
if you're their coach.
I don't know. Yeah, Coach Finruki. I mean, we talked about it. I want to see them go after Tessia more, because one thing I really don't like is when we're seeing Smite pop Dragon Rage, he's getting controlled. He's getting counterspelled on Mass Disintegrate. He's getting polymorphed. He's getting polymorphed again. Like, you need to stop those polymorphs. Like, Tessia needs to be kicked. You know, he's not playing Shimmer in this matchup, so he's going to be kind of a sitting duck, just eating those disintegrates. And if you can stop the polymorphs during those moments, I feel like Smite's pressure and damage is going to be way higher in this match. So that would be the main adaptation I just want to see from Stop Nerf, is just don't be afraid to go after the mage. Then at least try to keep Tessia on the back foot a little bit.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, kind of help enable Smite more in this matchup, but this is do or die time for both of these teams, and we are seeing a huge opener here onto Smite. He's going to activate the time stop, though, while Bank is sitting through that crowd control, but he cancels it early while Bank is still in the leg sweep. He gets fully cycloned. Smite could have to pay for it, but he is going to just play offensively. did use his Obsidian Scales. Dragon Rage as well being committed in this position, doing a lot of work here, actually going after Tessia a little bit, kind of following your advice here. Tessia being kept honest a little bit more in the matchup. Double leg sweep onto Relza and Tessia. Could be forced into the first ice block. He's fake casting with Frost, actually. Manages to get the precognition, drops the defensive Ring of Frost, goes for the polymorph as well, finds it onto Bank. Big damage with that Glacial Spike, and that is already Bank's Trinket Life Cocoon.
He gets cycloned on it immediately too, so can't really even take full advantage. Now he's into a polymorph. This is not good for Smite, but they are going after Tessia just a little bit more. Tip the Scales, Fire Breath coming in. Good pressure here on the Tessia. And they do get a stun onto Relza as well. Smite looking for a Sleepwalk. Manages to potentially find it here. Paralyze overlapped with the Sleepwalk. So unfortunately, not getting full advantage of that. At the same time, Flappers is taking some pressure. And it just seems like Smite, he's going to try to keep Tessia a lot more honest in this match, which I like. Tessia denied him so much in the last game. Beautiful rescue there by Smite as well. Freeing Cassidy from the clutches of DOBOB. But Bank has some work ahead to top off the team.
Yeah. Bank definitely trying his best at this position, but with no trinket, it's going to be hard. He still has that renewal in his back pocket that he could work with, but not much CDs other than that. But at the same time, Cassidy still has everything, at least rotating back up, even waiting for his bark skin there before he does engage. Gets dispelled there on the Ring of Frost, going after Tessia. Gets a nice roar there, playing defensive here. He knows Flappers is on the hunt, manages to catch him there. Big damage onto Cassidy. Cassidy with counter stun. Meanwhile, Bank though is also stunned up. Can he get the follow-up crowd control onto Bank? They don't find it, and it is going to be a recovery here for Cassidy. But he did have to pay with his bark skin. Now they're going after Flappers more on the side of Stop Nerf. And they get something onto Flappers. Doesn't look like it. Relza just doing a great job avoiding crowd control. Full polymorph once again onto Bank. Smite taking a huge deep breath right there around the entire map. Manages to get a little bit of pressure with that. Relza now caught up in a sleepwalk. They need to get a follow-up Cyclone here, and they get it. Cassidy's looking for it, but not able to find it. There's the Paralyze into a leg sweep instead. Flappers could go down here. Relza, what are you going to do? He's not trinketing. Why is he not trinketing? Oh my god, they throw the game. DOBOB is going to be eliminated, and Stop Nerf Mistweaver find the win against all odds when it was looking so dire for them. They finally turn on the heat, and they make it. They are the number 4 team that we're going to see in the European finals.
I mean, they keep their dreams alive. They make it into the finals, opportunity to get into BlizzCon, and this is a phenomenal team to do it. They managed to really punish Relza and DOBOB in this game. They just undercommitted cooldowns. And we just have to give a big shout out to Stop Nerf Mistweaver, because they came in with such an unexpected composition in the blind pick in game number 2. They put themselves in this fantastic situation, and they were able to close it out by taking down Flappers when it really mattered most. And I don't know. I'm very excited for this team. A bit of a disaster there for DOBOB at the end, but they had a phenomenal season also. But it's a disappointing finish for them for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they were relying on that survival instinct that Flappers had popped, but yeah, when you're that close to touch of death range, and you know there could be more crowd control coming, I mean, it even ran out there, so like, yeah. The problem for Relza there, he didn't have anything to combo with his
there's
trinket.
no
He
combo.
didn't have a live cocoon. There's no combo for him, so you just have to trinket right away if you're going to trinket there.
Well,
because
well,
yeah, otherwise.
Look at this. Okay, so I think he knows he's gonna get roared. So it's like, what do you do? Do you trinket the roar? It's like almost in a possible situation. He trinkets after the roar ends. I feel like you had to just immediately trinket the roar. He did have his pet, so he actually could have summoned the pet, which would have given a little bit of a shield, maybe protected the touch of death, and then I don't know. It's like it felt
Installed for the live cocoon with a global.
Yeah, it's so easy to look back though when we have when we have replays. It's like he could have done this, but in the moment with so much on the line, it's just so devastating. But I'm very happy for Stop Nerf Mistweaver. I feel like they're a really well-deserving team. They've been so consistent, and
absolutely,
even when everyone's abandoned Mistweaver, they're still making it work, which is great to see.
Yeah, definitely satisfying to see a team kind of stick to their own, stay in their own lane, do their own thing, and then come out on top. And that is exactly what they did. They came out on top of the Gauntlet. Round 4, they were waiting for an opponent all day long. DOBOB, unfortunately, that is the end of the line for those guys. And now we're going to be seeing them tomorrow for the rest of the weekend in the EU Top 4. Zico, how do you feel like they're going to do?
I think that, I mean, DOBOB, Stop Nerf Mistweaver, phenomenal team. And I think they are the team that people are most scared of, because when you're playing like Rogue Mage Mirrors all day long, you're practicing that matchup heavily, and you're used to that matchup, and you're expecting that matchup. But when you're playing against a team like Stop Nerf Mistweaver, now you have to consider all of these like off-meta stuff that no one plays. Like, okay, we have to practice against Dev Evoker Feral. We're gonna have to practice against DK Feral. Like, how do we find practice? It's only one day, and we're gonna have to practice against. Sure, the Dev Evoker Feral, they ran it all season, so probably the teams in the finals have a decent kind of grasp on what to do against that. But the DK Feral, I don't think any one of these teams have, a lot of practice into that. And that's the scary thing about facing a team from the Gauntlet, because anything can come crawling out of that Gauntlet.
Yeah.
And you don't only have so much time to prepare for all the comps that people are running.
I'd love to know what Echo's thoughts are, and maybe if there was a team that they would have rather seen from Stop Nerf Mistweaver, if there was a team that they were predicting. But yeah, they really don't have a lot of time, as you said, Zico, to prepare for this. So we'll certainly have to see, but really excited for how this bracket is shaping up. And looking at the matches that we've got, now that we've got all 4 teams, is there a matchup you are most looking forward to that we hope 2 teams get to face off against each other? What are your thoughts?
I don't know. That's a tough question. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like for Streamer Zone, GG and Guild Bean, it's gonna be a close matchup. As well, Echo versus Stop Nerf Mistweaver. I mean, Echo, they've been the most dominant team in the region for quite some time. They didn't actually win last year, which is quite surprising, but they're back in tip-top form, right? They ended the cup phase in the #1 seed, so I feel like they're back kind of in that captain seat for the finals, but they're going up against a very good Stop Nerf Mistweaver. As for my favorite matchup, I really couldn't say. I feel like all the matchups are going to be good, and just from what we've seen in the Gauntlet or throughout the cup stages as well, it feels like genuinely any of these teams could actually win the whole thing, which I think makes me the most excited.
Also, real quick, before we do head over to break and go on to North America, I do want to welcome the Hearthstone community. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome them in if you're here still from WoW. But of course, we did talk about it in the beginning of the day. They will be having some esports at BlizzCon as well. So thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Hearthstone viewers. You came in a wonderful time. We're about to head over to the North American Gauntlet. We're going to go to a break, and then we'll head on over. And we've got Mom I'm on Stream versus Z-Rated up first. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, we just finished EU Gauntlet. It was Stop, Nerf, Mistweaver. That will be continuing on for the rest of the weekend for the Season 1 Finals of Midnight. And now we are moving into North America. Only one team can make it out alive from the Gauntlet as well. It is the same story over here. We can give everybody a bit of an overview of what's going on here if you missed the intro for today's stream. But first 3 cups, same thing, qualified into the top 3 for the finals, or if you didn't, you get sent here to the Gauntlet. One team from NA, one team from EU will be able to move forward for tomorrow's games and Sunday as well. And then, of course, there's BlizzCon. Super excited for that. We were just talking about it a little bit also with that Hearthstone raid, because we've got so much going on at BlizzCon on top of the finals for AWC and MDI. There's Overwatch, Hearthstone, Masters, and of course the Classic Cup. Blizzard bringing back some of those old school games, StarCraft 2, Warcraft 3 to the BlizzCon stage. So definitely go check that out. We are so excited for that. But the players, I'm sure, are excited to get started because there's also, like I said, BlizzCon on the line for these guys as well as the prize pool. But let's get into talking about these teams, Super Ts for the North American region here in the Gauntlet. And we can start with Z-Rated.
Yeah, I mean, even just starting at the beginning of this bracket, we're in North America. This is the time to zug. There is a lot of cleaves, a lot of aggression from most of these rosters, and Z-Rated is maybe one of the pinnacles of that type of playstyle. Throughout the cup stage, they focused around Zozo on their Retribution Paladin, they utilized Jawaz on Beast Mastery Hunter, and Zagorn was pretty exclusively playing the Preservation Evoker, and honestly, it's a Preservation Evoker meta. That's going to be really good for them here coming into this Gauntlet. And they also have a 4th player, which they didn't really get to utilize a lot, who is able to play a Havoc Demon Hunter, and that is a specialization as well that could be critical for them with Zizzy on that Havoc Demon Hunter, maybe potentially Devourer, but I think most likely Havoc. So this team is benefiting the most, I think, from the changes that have come forward for this Gauntlet, and they were an impressive team. They're just kind of on the come up throughout some previous AWC challenges, and their opponent is going to be that of Mom I'm on Stream. And this team actually had a great performance towards the tail end of the cup stages, getting into, I believe, a top 3 in cup 2s, and they play a lot of Feral Druid and Arms Warrior together. Swim was a critical player for this roster. I feel like he was earning a lot of fans. I feel like I was talking about commentating over him, talking about how he's going to be replacing Laros or something as like one of the best warriors in the region. And Bubble Buddies had to be expanding onto some other healers because, as his name was suggested, he's mostly a Paladin main, and Holy Paladin not looking too hot at the moment. But this roster, you definitely do not want to count them out throughout this Gauntlet. They're a very entertaining team to face, and that's the first round of the Gauntlet. When we move forward into the next round, who their next opponent will be, this is Vigorista's roster. This is the Shuffle Club, and this was a fan favorite. They're representing Latin America from Brazil here, with Tony Black on the Mystery Monk, Vigorista on the Death Knight, both Unholy and Frost we saw from him. BL we saw Sir Monk, Vigorista on the Death Knight, both Unholy and Frost we saw from him. BL we saw Survival Hunter and Marksmanship Hunter, and I think their Hunter Death Knight looked like their best composition, and I do wonder if they are feeling inspired at all from Europe, given the Death Knight performance there, actually getting Bank Mistweaver's team into the top 4. I think most people were counting Death Knights out. I think Mez has all but just decided to sit on the bench at this point, so I do wonder if they've been inspired. They also have Arc on that Retribution Paladin, Venruki.
Yeah, and of course, we cannot forget the final 2 teams of the Gauntlet. That will be Guild Bean. You've got some huge name players from North America. Chun-Li, we know him as a Windwalker monk. You got Kearney healing them, Ceralium, one of the greatest, mages in North America. And they bring out some really interesting compositions, with Chun-Li and Zac playing double Windwalker monk. I feel like Guild Bean is an interesting team because they have all the meta picks. Like, they can play things like Windwalker mage and Rogue mage and even potentially Warrior mage, but they're not afraid to also experiment and just play something absolutely crazy, which makes this team very exciting, and I think also makes them a real threat. And then, of course, after that, we're going to be looking at Dire Wolves, which I think is one of the fan favorites in North America. This roster's been together for an incredibly long time, winning BlizzCon back in the day. Sea-Doo, Samayam, Mez, and Trill. Now, they've been focusing a lot on the rogue mage as of late, with Trill playing, the outlaw rogue, the subtlety rogue, and Sam I Am obviously being a phenomenal mage as well, but they have lots of different options. They can bring in different cleaves with Mez. We saw Unholy Decay surprisingly played in Europe, so maybe this is a day where we do see Mez tagged in for some surprise picks. Direwolves, if they are well practiced and well prepared, they're one of the best teams in the region, and I think it's fitting they are the final boss of the Gauntlet, and we'll see if they can do it here today.
Yeah, we certainly will. Looking forward to getting started with these matches here in North America. Real quick, though, we're going to give another recap of kind of how this Gauntlet works if you missed the EU region. It's the same thing over here. There's going to be multiple rounds. We've got 2 teams starting at the bottom. The team that wins moves up to round 2. Team that wins that round moves up to round 3, so on and so forth. And we've got Direwolves, like Ben just said, in round 4, waiting for an opponent from the rest of these other matches. So Super T's, if we have a repeat of you, it's going to be Direwolves that ends up making it out alive from the Gauntlet. Do you feel like that's possible? What team do you feel like is going to kind of make a run for it?
It depends on what version of Direwolves we're going to get. If it's the competitive spirit Direwolves or they're just gunning down everybody, then sure, I believe in them. But if it's the one where they're not so certain, not feeling 100% in themselves, then it could be anybody else's Gauntlet to get through. So we're not going to know which version of the Direwolves we're going to get until we get there. So it's the Jekyll and Hyde. We don't know which one we're going to get. And if you meet the wrong one as one of these teams, you're going to be pretty upset, because I think their Rogue Mage, if it's polished, is going to be an absolute monstrosity in this competition. But it's a long road to get there also. And can you keep your steam going throughout this Gauntlet series after series? And a lot of these teams I think are evenly matched. It could be a lot of game 5s, so you got to be ready for that marathon.
Yeah, get some water, hydrate, make sure your posture is good, get some stretches in if you've been watching since this morning, Chad, because we've got NA to get through still. First series of the day, then Mom, I'm on stream versus Z-Rated, starting us off in round number 1.
Yeah, this is it's going to be a close one. I feel like both these teams have the potential to actually go the distance. These cleave setups are both really powerful, and it's like Super T said, I feel like Mom, I'm on stream, especially in that final cup, they picked up a lot of momentum. I think a swim, especially on that warrior, was looking phenomenally good, but I don't know. There's something about Z-Rated that just gives me a lot of confidence. They're a team that really has genuinely been improving, year after year, season after season, going from like, oh, we just got our first Gladiator to, oh, now, we just got our first rank 1 titles. Oh, we, made our first top 8 in the AWC. Now we're, potentially winning cups, and maybe they get out of the Gauntlet too. So I feel like they've been leveling up. And for me, I think Z-Rated will have a little bit of an edge. And, I'll tell you a little bit more about that when we get into the predictions.
Okay. Do you want to start us off in the predictions?
Sure.
Seems like a good segue. Right.
Yeah, sure. So I feel like Z-Rated, Super T's did an excellent job highlighting that. I feel like with some of the changes that has come in, their team, I feel like stands to gain the most in terms of like how much power their competitions have gained. And I feel like they're a team that plays a lot on ladder. They practice a lot, and I'm going to give them an edge here, 3-1 in this series.
All right, Super T's, what are your thoughts?
I'm kind of leaning the same thing here. I think Bubble Buddy is probably going to struggle here. I think that we're likely going to see some Retribution Paladin. I think that's rough for the Warrior Cleave, and maybe even some Ret Paladin Demon Hunter kind of combination here could be an option for them in this Cleave meta. It would be a huge amount of damage against a Feral Warrior in this setup, or just the Ret Paladin Hunter. But they have to be careful of the Mistweaver's spinning crane kick build if they do decide to go that route. So I'm still leaning into Z-Rated though. I think it's probably, I'm going to go a little closer than Ven. I'm going to say it's 3 in favor of Z-Rated and then 2 to Mom, I'm on stream.
All right. We got Zico and D-Machine's predictions coming in soon. In the meantime, I think I'm going to copy you guys. I think I'm going to go with Z-Rated as well. I think maybe for me, it's just, I think the fact that they come from another game, I think is really fun to see them do so well. I love a story like that when players sort of switch into a different level of, or different type of competition, and then they do so well. So my money's on Z-Rated. I think I'm going to go 3-2 though, mostly because I hope that it's a close series. I don't want Mom, I'm on stream to get obliterated here, and I certainly don't think that they will, but D-Machine does. 3-0. Yeah. Let's see what Zico says here for his prediction. 3-2.
I like this. Perfect.
3-2. Yeah. Why do we like this, Ben? Let's like Mom, I'm on stream. Seems like Zico thinks the only one that thinks they're gonna win, but I feel like personally I'm surprised that we're not a little bit more split down the middle.
Yeah, I think I think a lot of people have just seen more of Z-rated, right? Where it's like for Mama on stream, they did a great job in Cup number 3, but I mean, chat seems to be in favor of Zico as well. Mama on stream seems to be the heavy favorite from chat. That's what Zico's going with. I mean, maybe we're putting too much faith in Z-rated, but for me, it's like they've been consistent for a longer period of time, and I feel like they have the right compositions to go up against these cleave setups. And if they're not fighting against the cleave setup, Mama on stream will likely be playing a Shadow Priest. So it's like, I just feel like Z-rated compositionally will have an advantage. And for me, they've been a little bit more consistent in terms of the AWC. So that's why I'm going in favor of them.
Certainly could, Super T. Since this is our first match that we're seeing in AWC for North America in a while, can we talk about maybe some of the contrasts that we're going to see between EU and NA, if any?
I mean, NA is going to be a lot more hunters, I think, a lot more cleave, a lot more warriors. In this Gauntlet stage, it's like the second half of it is like the mage bracket, and then the first half is kind of the cleave bracket. So it's a battle of the cleaves, who's going to get out of the primordial ooze and deserve that position to go up against the rogue mage meta that is kind of established in the upper part of this Gauntlet. So this first round here, Z-rated, it's desk favorite, but not crowd favorite. You guys really believe in Mama I'm on stream. Their Feral Warrior was really good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely agree. No, sorry, I was just saying, like, usually I feel like we're kind of aligned, like the caster predictions and the chat predictions, but it seems like we're the exact opposite this time. So it's us against chat. Let's see what we can do. It is Mom I'm on stream against Z-rated, round number 1 here in the North American Gauntlet.
Ooh, okay, so it's gonna be Ret Warrior coming in from Z-rated, and then Feral Warrior with the Holy Paladin coming in from Mom I'm on stream. So very interesting. You're gonna have the utility of a Paladin on both teams, one playing Holy, one playing Ret, and then you're gonna have that crowd control coming in from Zentheon and Zagorn on the Prez Evoker. So kind of similar toolkits from the two teams, just taking a different approach here.
Well, let's see who comes out ahead, the Pharaoh Druid or the Retribution Paladin. We're just exchanging massive cooldowns in the midfield at the moment. It's going to be a bit of a blender matchup between these teams, and Zozo and Zizzy are actually falling behind in an explosion of damage as Zagorn lined up a stasis to redirect healing right at that critical moment to recover through that initial exchange. Now stun on Bubble Buddy. Swim is the target. He's going to trade Die by the Sword to parry melee attacks, which is going to be very effective against a Warrior and a Ret Paladin, so they switch off of that to Zentheon. A great reaction from Z-rated. Skull Bash on Zagorn, trying to shut him down. Zagorn just hovering close to the fight. He's got to be careful of interrupts, likely careful of swaps as well. He's Verdant Embracing in. He's immune with that Nullifying Shroud, keeping Hots up for his team. And I'm very curious to see how Bubble Buddy can perform here. This is the first Holy Paladin that we're going to see in the Gauntlet stage. Is it going to be enough?
Yeah, Hammer of Justice now on Bubble Buddy. Do they have any crowd control to follow it up? He's falling behind. Might have to trade up the trinket here. What is he going to do? Zentheon and Swim are getting low. Zentheon just kiting around right now. Swim as well, but their health is going nowhere but down. And Bubble Buddy on that Paladin is going to be feeling a little bit uncomfortable. Like, that's kind of the way Paladins operate. Everyone's around 60% health. You're not fully topping people off. It's a very difficult healer to actually fully take down. But, getting pressure. Zizzy might just die. Huge onset of damage there by Swim and Zentheon, reversing the pressure and really making Zizzy sweat in those moments.
All right, Zizzy, he survives there with the Die by the Sword. He's leading the charge. He's got Avatar, big demolish, but Zentheon's a bear, and he does not care. Swim gets cleaved down, though, from the sweeping strikes, and Bubble Buddy's Avenging Crusader is just faded. May be difficult for him to recover. He's in a Hammer of Justice. This is danger time for Swim as Bubble Buddy. Immediate emergency measures get pulled. He uses his Lay on Hands to recover, but he is falling behind. This pressure is overwhelming from Z-rated at the moment, and I think that Ret Paladin support is definitely paying its weight in dividends here for the side of Z-rated. The Sanctuaries, the Sacrifices, the off heals with the Eternal Flames, providing a lot more support. However, Zentheon is leading the damage meter, and Swim is also doing massively more damage overall. If they manage to survive into the late game, that damage differential will run the Preservation Evoker faster than the Holy Paladin. However, these crowd control setups will be tough to survive between Sleepwalk and Hammer of Justice, which is currently active right now on Bubble Buddy. Zentheon gets low. He's desperate, trying to jump around and interrupt the Preservation Evoker and avoid the melee attackers. He's looking for Cyclones, trying to fake interrupts, but he's not finding the fakes. He gets rebuked by Zozo. Zentheon responds, though, with a Maim stun, and Zagorn into a Hammer of Justice. So I'd like that double stun setup from the Feral Warrior to prevent the Sanctuary. It's a very important level of coordination that they are going to need in order to win this.
Yep, good pressure here from Zentheon right now. Zagorn, though, mana looking okay. Is falling a little bit behind. I feel like that might be one of the advantages of the Paladin is a late game. If they can make it there, it's looking unlikely with the pressure we've seen so far. Sleepwalk now into Bubble Buddy. Swim's getting low on health. He's caught into a stun. But Zentheon looking for Cyclones, trying to just slow down the offensive pressure here of Z-Rated. But would say so far, even though Swim and Zentheon are doing so much damage, it does feel like Z-Rated just has more pressure in this matchup overall. But as I say that, Zozo's getting absolutely destroyed. Zagorn needs to top off his team. Big Dream Breath comes in, and I think that should be enough to keep them stable. Searing Glare coming in here from Zozo, but his health is still low. Trades out the Sanctuary to get his healer out of crowd control, but Zagorn is now dead. This pressure is completely reversed here, and Mamam on stream is really making Z-Rated sweat.
I mean, Swim is now almost double the damage of Zizzy. They will lose if they don't win on burst and setups at this pace in probably like the next 2 to 3 minutes. They do get a Sleepwalk. This is the win condition for their side right now. Zentheon pre-bear forms, but it's a triple shockwave from Zizzy into another Sleepwalk. Spirit Bastion is pinning them at the moment, and Zentheon is just staying in bear form throughout this exchange with Barkskin to make himself durable, realizing that he doesn't want to just lose all of his health there when Bubble Buddy's in crowd control. Bubble Buddy's trying to charge into the middle of the map right now. He gets a Hammer of Justice with no trinket. Beautiful cross stuns here from Mom I'm on stream. I feel like their setups, they're clean. Their damage is good overall. It's just kind of unfortunate they got the Holy Paladin. I feel like it's more of a liability for them, unfortunately, at the moment because everything else looks so good for them. Zagorn's regenerated mana from the Emerald Communion. Zentheon's just kiting around in bear form during the sleepwalks. Good positioning. They do catch Swim into the shockwave, but he will be able to recover, it appears, in just a moment. Bubble Buddy repositioning onto the far side of the map to try and avoid those sleepwalks. Zagorn could get swapped too. He goes for a deep breath to immune stuns and stun the team in reverse, then hovering back into the middle of the map. Zentheon in trouble. He's popping Incarnation though at the same moment to try and to tear into Zozo with stun cross from the Paladin and the Feral. Now looking for Cyclones with the spear, pinning them out of range of interrupts. That was beautiful coordination there from the spears and the Cyclones. I really like the coordination from Mom I'm on stream right now. They are performing phenomenally. Swim just continuing to scale the damage meter right now, but here comes that double stun lockout from Z-Rated. Zagorn in position, gets shockwaved by Swim, disrupting the sleepwalk. Great disruption on the crowd control chain. Good plays from Mom I'm on stream. Despite, I feel like at a composition disadvantage, they're overcoming it with just pure skill.
Yeah, Swim's getting low on health though. How much longer can he hold on? Will be the dab of the sword that trades out. Swim down to 20% health. Bubble Buddy really struggling, but has the lay on hands. So even though it gets scary as a Holy Paladin, you kind of just hover at low health for a really long period of time. Zizzy in the meantime, though, getting low. Full Cyclone lands on a Zagorn, and now Zizzy is in danger. Zozo, can he keep him alive? His health is just still so incredibly low. Time dilation trades, and Zentheon isn't bear form, so the damage should stop. It's back and forth. Both these warriors could die. Stormbolt on Zizzy. Who is going to fall first? There's the lay on hands coming in from Zozo to keep Zizzy alive, and Swim now down to half HP. Gets caught into the full stun. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. This is a crazy game. Both these healers are burning through their mana. Dampening is getting higher and higher, and it's becoming increasingly unstable.
Oh, Zozo. Divine Shield likely going to be pulled here in the next couple of moments. Zagorn is struggling to heal through the pressure right now at 30% dampening and healing reduction. Zozo sacrifices, but that's redirecting damage to himself. Zagorn's caught into a Rakeside's Incarnation. This is a big push from Zentheon. Look at the pressure. It's immense at the moment. Mom I'm on stream have built the advantage. They've denied the burst long enough that I think they're going to be able to claim victory here at any moment. Everyone is in trouble, and Zagorn needs to survive for 13 more seconds. But a Searing Glare hits the whole team, disrupting their push in these final moments. 7 seconds to Emerald Communion. 6 seconds away to Emerald Communion. Can they manage to survive and hold on? They're trying to take out Swim at the same moment. This could be a cross-kill situation on both sides. Dive of the Sword comes up. They have the Emerald Communion. That gives Zagorn a bit more mana and allows him to recover the team, but he's actually blinking behind the pillar, and his team is still just getting absolutely shredded by Swim. He's doing so much damage. He's doubled Zozo at this point at the 7-minute mark. Zagorn's trying to get in for crowd control. He fakes the interrupt. He gets the sleepwalk. Zentheon bear forms, anticipating the damage. He pops Survival Instincts. The only reason he's alive right now is because of that anticipation. Now Bubble Buddy is free of the sleepwalk. He's tossing in damage with the Hammer of Wraths from his Avenging Crusader. He's trying to recover the team and keep them going. They're still close to a win. They've burned through a lot of defense. That Bloodstained Protection is the last line here for Zozo, but he's caught into a Cyclone. But maybe Z-Rated have weathered the storm just long enough. Another sleepwalk onto Bubble Buddy. Swim trade Stab of the Sword. They swap on Zentheon in the Stormbolt. Zentheon is just tearing into Zizzy, trying to win the game, but there's a Bloodstained Protection just waiting in Zozo's pocket to rip all of those Feral Feral Druid bleeds off and completely reset the team. This is coming down to the wire.
Oh my
There's basically
gosh.
nothing left at this point from either side.
This is an insane game. Everybody's dead. Dampening is high. Healer's running out of cooldowns, and Swim looks like he will fall. Ends up going down. Bubble Buddies did not have anything else he could use, but they're going to continue to go for it. I think it's unlikely that they do win here, but ultimately Z-Rated pulls ahead, but there were so many close calls in this game. Zentheon goes down. Z-Rated takes game number 1, but that was not easy, and I can't help but feel like, is Swim playing a different build? Because his damage is just unreasonably higher. Like, is he playing Slayer or something? I think he is.
He might be. I didn't see a Demolish, I don't believe.
Yeah, he's playing Slayer.
So I've been playing Slayer myself a little bit, but it can make you squishy, you know? Maybe he wouldn't have died here if he was running the Colossus instead, but it was so much extra damage. I actually can't believe it was that much extra damage. Also, like, contributing the damage reduction from Zizzy playing Colossus for the damage reduction there. He was still able to do such an immense amount of pressure, but ultimately not able to hold on. They just burned out of cooldowns faster. That Ret Paladin utility in the late game, it's just so many immunities, so many hard resets between Lay on Hands and Blessing Protection for the team. The Feral Druid doesn't provide that. He does a significant amount of off healing, did 8k health per second, but the Feral Druid is not going to be giving immunities to their allies and damage reduction to prevent these late dampening moments. So the Feral Druid kind of just falls off at that point. They really needed to close out the game before that Emerald Communion came off cooldown, but they didn't have enough control or damage to do so at that moment in time. So Z-Rated, they hold on. I think they're advantaged. I do wonder if Buddy, if he was playing a different healer, if it would be any better. Like, if a Mistweaver would just be better in this position than the Holy Paladin.
The Holy Paladin, like, I don't know. It's just, it's not bad, but I don't know. This is such a close game. It's hard to call, right? Like, this moment of the game where Zizzy and Zozo, they're both, 30% health. Zagorn's completely tapped on mana. Bubble Buddy almost, look at 3 seconds left. 2 seconds on Ore Mastery, 3 seconds on, his Avenging Crusader. So it's just like, there's a lot available for them if they could just hold on a few short seconds. Like, maybe Swim just needed to leap out of there. Maybe he needs to play Colossus in this matchup, like you said. The damage is going to be a little bit lower overall, but how much, you said you're playing Slayer. How much of it is just like kind of damage that doesn't matter that much? Like, it's like AoE damage on off targets. It's just going to get healed up anyways quite easily by Dream Breath.
I mean, it's mostly your Blade Storm where you notice like a significant difference when you get the 3 procs on your execute and then your Blade Storm's amped up. That's where you notice it. It's a lot of burst AoE, but I feel like a Preservation Evoker is built pretty well to heal through burst AoE.
Yeah.
So maybe Colossus is better just for your own survivability, and then also just the single target damage that you get from it. Teams are locking in here, and it looks like Z-Rated are going to be sticking with the same composition. They're going Robodrome, which is really different. Not a lot of teams. I think the last time we saw Robodrome a lot was when Priest had the Spider-Man legendary, where they could just like web slinger to allies, and they would get their ally to go on the top side, and they'd web sling up. And we are going to see Devourer Demon Hunter from Mom on stream. I thought Demon Hunter was going to come from Z-Rated. It's actually coming from Enzo, who is the Shadow Priest main of the team. So maybe he's picked up a little bit of a Devourer Demon Hunter here. It does a lot of burst damage, and this map is sick for Devourer because they can warp and teleport to the high ground, and then jump down and then teleport up to the high ground. So this is actually a nice map pick here from Enzo. Bubble Buddy's going to go on the Preservation Evoker, try to go toe-to-toe with Zagorn. I think I'm giving Zagorn the edge there. Bubble Buddy, unfortunately, just came into the tournament scene as a Paladin main, and Holy Paladin has just not been in the top-tier position, unfortunately. So he's going to go on the Preservation Evoker, and we're going to see an entirely new composition. We have not seen Feral Druid, Preservation, Devourer Demon Hunter in a tournament broadcast, and AWC has been going on for over a decade. Still seeing new compositions at this point.
Yeah, and we'll see if it works out for them. I think one thing's for sure, when you don't have a Paladin, stability is going to be going down a little bit. Like, I would be very surprised if this game goes on as long as the last one. I feel like whoever wins this, it's going to be a lot quicker. Mom on stream, it's going to be difficult to survive these setups a lot longer when you don't have things like Blessing of Protection and, as many sacrifices and stuff like that. And I feel like for Z-Rated, they have a very real possibility of just going after Bubble Buddy. Like, I think they can actually just go after Bubble Buddy. I'm curious to see what build Enzo plays, because with the specialization, the Devourer Demon Hunter, you can play more of like a caster style.
I don't think he's playing that one.
Yeah,
with 25 charges.
Yeah, might update here. Okay, it looks like he's not going to be playing that. So yeah, he's going to be weaving in and out of melee range. When he does go in, it's going to be doing a decent amount of burst here. Enzo setting that up early on, and now just getting the damage rolling. You can see this is exactly what Super Tease was talking about, how as Enzo, you can basically warp up to that top platform.
He's already in meta. He's ready to line up some big bursts here. Where's Enzo going to go? Here comes the Predator's Wake. Big connection in on Zizzy and Zozo. Enzo just ramping up immediately in this game. He's just going to be building up souls on the ground, collecting them, and then going into Void Metamorphosis. But he is pinned by the Spirit Bastion, so he can't. He tried to get out with Vengeful Retreat. He's not able to, and that Spirit Bastion is going to be an important tool. But these warps, he can just teleport to the high ground on the ramp. Zizzy leaps after him. He just jumps right back down. Void Rain, then warping back up to the high ground. This is very interesting tech. I've never seen a Demon Hunter kind of playing like a Warlock almost on this. Devour Demon Hunter, the new specialization to the expansion Midnight, and Enzo has given us an interesting masterclass on positioning here. He's back into Void Metamorphosis. Here comes the big hit of damage from that Predator's Wake as he's trying to connect onto Zizzy, but no damage really just happening at all. It's totally deflected. Bubble Buddy gets a nice time stop here, turning Enzo to gold, preventing damage incoming while he sits through a sleepwalk. And now Enzo likely gonna have to take to the high ground, just warping up in the Stormbolt, but Zizzy can heroic leap after him and demolish him, doing tons of damage. He baits the warrior off the side, but then ultimately decides to chase him down on the bottom, going for a Chaos Nova, stunning up the team, paralyzing the healer with an incapacitate from that imprison, and then immediately warping back to the high ground so he can generate souls more freely of interrupts, use his reap to collect those souls, and get closer to 25 stacks. So you can see below his health bar on the left, there's a 10, a 14, a 15, a 17. Whenever that gets to 25, it means he's at max souls, and he's going to be able to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's going to be a really scary situation for Z-rated. At the same time, I feel like it's going to be difficult to go after Bubble Buddy as well, as he can kind of divert and embrace to the high ground at the same time. Zozo getting a little bit low on health as Enzo's going for some burst here. Zozo looks like he's going to be able to recover. If we look at mana, it's pretty even for these two teams right now. They're both kind of topped off as dampening.
This map is insane for him.
Yeah, it's like... I love this, though. This is something, you know, you absolutely love to see teams utilizing, you know, not only a specialization, but a map that pairs really well with the specialization. And we have not seen something like this before. This is
like watching StarCraft with Metavacs, and he's just like Metavacking his Marines up onto the high ground and dropping them off, and then picking them up and then dropping them off, and they just can't get to Enzo consistently. And then they're kind of forced to attack the Feral Druid, which honestly, I feel like going Feral wouldn't be too bad. I feel like that maybe they're ignoring Zentheon a little bit too much here. Enzo's doing a lot of overall damage, but they were winning on damage last time as well. He got speared on his warp. That was an excellent catch, but oh my god. Zentheon! Time stop. They swap onto Zentheon from the time stop. They get a double shockwave, though. The crowd control from Z-Rated has been so good, I will say. Even though they're losing on damage in the last game, in this game, their crowd control setups are clean, and that is what they need to win this matchup. They have to get good crowd control and lock a target in place long enough to burst them down, because that Devour Demon Hunter is so slippery. He just warps right back to the high ground. Void Raid generating Void Souls. Here comes his Metamorphosis. He's ready to go. He's getting more. Predator's Wake. Big connection here. He's cleaving 3 targets, getting into position with the Fellblade as well. And Zagorn's trying to recover. He uses the Obsidian Scales and gets a Dream Breath on the whole team. He heals through that burst damage, and now Enzo has to be careful. They're repositioning. You can see Z-Rated pulling Enzo away from that ramp. They've realized that staying in the center of the map is not a good idea. Enzo can escape too easily, so they're trying to bait Enzo away. Enzo realized he's getting baited, and he's pulling back into the center and trying to move the fight to where he's going to have a positional advantage. But they're also just focusing Zentheon so much more. He's in bear form. Will he be able to survive here? Enzo's just trying to ramp up souls while Zentheon's basically holding threat against the other team down bottom, but it's 2 versus 3 while Enzo is trying to ramp. He jumps back down, trying to get into position, and even despite doing more damage, they're losing heavily on mana.
Yeah, this is a very interesting. I almost wonder if Enzo maybe should have played the other build. He's going for a one-shot here onto Zozo, but the fact that he's not really a target and he's playing at range most of the game, I feel like maybe would have gotten more value out of the Collapsing Star. We'll have to wait and see if it does work out, though. Right now, Z-Rated, I feel like they're navigating this pretty well. Like you mentioned, they still have pretty much all the defensive cooldowns. A few scary moments. They do get low on health, but Zozo's low. There's a Cyclone. Needs to be careful. They do get the lay on hands out of the way. So finally, starting to pull out some of those big cooldowns as they do manage to get out one of the most powerful that Zozo has, that lay on hands to basically instantly heal up his team. Zentheon, in the meantime, taking some pressure. Zagorn right now might have to trade out the trinket as Zozo's getting low. It's back and forth here in game number 2 between these two teams. Beautiful spear drops down by Zizzy, keeping everyone pinned down, giving his team an opportunity to start getting some pressure rolling.
Enzo repositioning, warping back to the high ground. He's critically low, but a big heal comes in from Breath Buddy here as he rescues Zentheon to the high ground, just medevacing everybody on his team to that top side of the ramp. And now Zentheon gets bursted. Oh no, is he going to survive here? Enzo ducks in with a warp to drop Darkness down on his teammate. Very effective usage of his mobility in this matchup so far. And he's ramped up, and I think he's got a hunt ready to go here. Where is he going to send it? Looks like it's off cooldown. He's Void Raying again, just getting more souls, trying to reap forward and keep his team aggressive, but Zizzy is catching up on damage. It feels like Zizzy is just getting better and better. Sleepwalk on Zagorn, nice play. That forces the Emerald Communion, although Zagorn probably wanted to press it just to get mana at this point, which is now going to give him a pretty significant lead over Breath Buddy. As we see Zagorn into a stun, Enzo is ramping with the Void Ray, generating more souls and then reaping them onto the target, using Consume to get more reaps. He's trying to pre-Vengeful Retreat to immune a stun. He's ducking in for some burst, then Vengeful Retreating away on the reset. You have to be very careful. Every time he does a backflip like that, he goes immune to crowd control, so he's trying to anticipate a stun, but Zentheon is just getting cleaved. Here comes Enzo's big hit. He needs to get a huge swell of damage off this Predator Wake. Oh, he got shockwaved on it. Is it going to be enough? He trinkets out to try and reconnect even more damage as he jumps into the fight onto Zozo. And they do get them low, but not low enough to force a major cooldown like Divine Shield. Maybe they can get died by the sword. They do at least get died by the sword. Breath Buddy stuns up the healer Zagorn. Zizzy is still in trouble. Void Ray is going to go through that die by the sword as it is magic damage at this point, not physical attack. Enzo takes to the high ground as he sees that he was about to be the target, but now his teammates are stun locked downstairs. He jumps off the side. He's trying to warp forward, but he doesn't really have a lot. He's just purging off buffs, trying to limit damage during this time and continue to ramp. And here comes the Incarnation. They get a Cyclone onto Zagorn. Maybe they can do this. Zozo needs to be ready here. He uses Sacrifice on Zizzy to redirect damage, but now they're swapping to Zozo with that extra redirected damage to try and force a Divine Shield. Not enough damage to do so. Here comes the Spirit Bastion. A big play from Zizzy as he pins Enzo with that. He immediately retreats to the high ground and then decides to jump off the side. Gotta be a little bit careful here. A little bit of a skating rink on that top side of the ramp, but mana is the issue. Breath Buddy has to survive for 18 seconds. His Emerald Communion is 18 seconds away, 17 seconds away. It'll give him mana back, 15 seconds away. Can he manage to survive to it? Zentheon's just a bear at the moment. Vortex pinning the Ret Paladin and the Warrior. If they survive to that Communion, I think they have a good shot of winning this.
Yeah, I think so too. It's not looking too bad. This map, this composition, they're overwhelming Z-rated. Zozo's low on health. He still has the Divine Shield if he needs it. I feel like Zagorn really has to focus on keeping Zizzy alive. Enzo teleports up to the top portion of the map once again. Here comes the damage. Predator's Wake. Can he get into the Metamorphosis? Collecting souls. He needs that burst damage. Big damage incoming, though, and Zentheon could fall. It's coming down to the wire once again. Here comes the Emerald Communion. Hammer of Justice to follow it up, and Zozo still just continuing to make a push. He is not afraid. He's got the Divine Shield. They want to keep Zentheon on the back foot, but Enzo has the damage available. Here comes the burst. Can they take down Zizzy? He's got 5 seconds. 5 seconds on the die by the sword. Just needs a little bit more time. Can they stay alive?
Oh, no,
he's got the Divine Shield. Zagorn does nothing. Enzo could die too. They're reversing the pressure. It's such a race to the finish here, Super T's.
Enzo just got pulled to the high ground from Breath Buddy, but 0 mana remains for either side. But Emerald Communion comes up in 5 seconds for Zagorn. 3 seconds away from it. Can they survive? 2 seconds away, and Zagorn's probably just going to press this as soon as he gets it to regenerate mana. He has to be careful he doesn't get cycloned on it, though. He's going for Disintegrates instead, just trying to take out Zentheon. He's back into bear form. He's tanking. Here comes Incarnation. Can they get a kill? Limited defense for Zozo at this point in time. Breath Buddy stuns the whole team, but he's got no mana remaining. He's caught into a sleepwalk, and Zentheon's pinned in bear form. Enzo ducks over to reverse magic the sleepwalk, but now he's caught in a Stormbolt. He trinkets it. Can he get to the high ground in time? They're cleaving him. He's vengeful retreating. He goes into the Metamorphosis. Enzo needs to win right now with this Metamorphosis. Will he be able to win? He goes in for the Predator's Wake. He needs big crits right now. If he's going to pull this off, he cleaves the whole team, but not enough damage to finish them off. And now that ramp is going to have to reset for him. There's no Incarnation. There's no threat, but maybe towards the tail end they can finish Zizzy. He uses die by the sword. He holds on another sleepwalk. Enzo caught in a shockwave. He's getting absolutely shattered. 1 second left, but he gets time stopped. Is he going to be able to warp to the high ground and survive? One global cooldown will take him down. And Z-rated close it despite the cheeky tactics of Mom I'm on stream and some interesting tech. Z-rated still come out ahead.
Super C's, what did we just watch? This series is amazing, by the way. Like, Z-rated's up 2-0, but every single one of these games is as close as it can possibly be. I feel like one thing that's really impressing me about Z-rated is they're so patient with their cooldowns. Like, there's a moment in the game where you called it, it's like Emerald Communion's up, he's got to use it, right? No, He plays it really calm, cool, collected. He wants to make sure, and this is the most annoying version of Ret Warrior. Like when you fight a Ret Warrior that not only is just tapping around, hitting not random targets, but just making swaps constantly in the game, but also that they're just so stingy with their cooldowns. Like they're really going to make you work. You know, Zizzy's 50% health. I'm still not popping Die by the Sword. Like I want you to fully commit to me when I use that Die by the Sword. Zagorn saying the same thing. Like, I want you to have to feel like you're going to take down Zozo before I use my Emerald Communion. And it's mentally, it's impressive because with stakes so high in the match, like, I don't know, it's just the easy way out is to just use the cooldowns as you get them. But the high level play is to really make your opponents commit before you use those cooldowns. And I think it's just really impressive to see.
I thought it was just a fun comp. It was an interesting strategy. I just don't know if it's going to work on every map because, like, if he didn't have that high ground, they would have lost so many times before this. So, like, how many maps can you do this on? Mugambala. Maybe Tiger's Peak with the balcony, sort of. This was the best map for it, though, and they lost their best map. So I just don't think this is going to work in the long run. What about...
do you think the different build would be better?
Demon Hunter Warrior instead of Feral?
Yeah, I mean, could be an option. I don't know. It's just like you don't see it that often. I feel like Devour is good, but you don't see it that often. It's like basically Devour is a specialization that is just all about burst damage, right? Like you bring damage and more damage, and then when you don't have damage, you have damage, and you're very, very evasive on this specialization as well. But outside of that, it's kind of like that's all you really bring. You know, you bring the fact that you're probably not going to die, and you bring the fact that you bring a ton of damage, a ton of burst. But I feel like for Z-rated, they're handling the situation well. They're doing it again.
They want to do it again.
I want them to play Collapsing Star. I feel like the caster.
I haven't seen someone play that. The only build I see is this one with Predator's Wake.
I want to see them play the 100 soul version of it, where you have to pool 100 souls and just the most damage in the universe. It's risky,
Warp
but
up to the high ground, channel a Spirit Bomb, and just
exactly
launch it down.
I do wonder. I especially like it too because, like I said, you can, as the Presevoker in this matchup, you can use the Devourer Demon Hunter as almost like a helicopter up, you know, by using your Verdant Embrace. So if he teleports up, you can just Verdant to him, and then all of a sudden you're up. But then you're in that awkward situation as a Feral Druid where you just have a Ret Warrior kind of beating you up.
Feral can do it too. He can go caster and wild charge up.
I want to see it.
He can jump. He can wild charge up to his ally. So
I don't think we saw that one time, did we?
We never saw him do it, but he could do it.
And he could rescue too.
That used to be tech for druids back in older expansions, where you'd put mushrooms on the ledges and you jump up to the mushroom with the wild charge. This would be like the same idea, except the demon hunter's your mushroom when they jump up. I don't know if he's aware of being able to do that, because that's not something that people have done in a long time. That was really old tech. That's like Miss Pandaria old. Level of tag. Z-rated are taking their time to maybe consider, like, they know that it's going to happen, so maybe they have something that would be better. But we also didn't see Zagorn. Zagorn can helicopter one of the melee back up too whenever he jumps. So they're going to stick with the Ret Warrior. It's just looking consistent. It looks safe. It seems like a pretty solid meta pick at the moment if you weren't going to be running like a Rogue Mage, for example. So not surprising to see them want to just play it again. Mama, I'm on stream of a big decision. Do they lock in the Devourer again? Do they change the Devourer's build? Do they bring in Swim instead of Zentheon? They have to win 3 games in a row. Every series today is an elimination series. It's the Gauntlet stage, so it's just single elimination tournament. Every round is everything on the line, and whoever gets out of this gauntlet alive goes into the top 4 for the grand finals between Europe and North America between Saturday and Sunday. So this is like the big moment. This is your last chance to qualify. Everything on the line. And wait, is that real?
Yeah. He was.
Can we hover over his gear?
I think every single piece of gear is just crafted.
How do you survive with 0 versatility?
By teleporting up on a platform, no one can hit you.
What? I've never seen someone do this.
I actually have, but it's
how did you not just die in a shockwave?
Because I mean, yeah, I don't know.
What? This seems so risky. 0 versatility
against Ret Warrior. Yeah, that's
And, I mean, the only class that ever normally does that is Druid. And I feel like Druid takes a little bit. It's not 0. I've never seen 0 on versatility.
Like literally 0. That's
yeah,
I think I've never seen that. Yeah.
What? I guess I'm leveling my Demon Hunter actually with the time walking this week, so this is This is kind of eye-opening for me here. He does have Collapsing Star talented, but I don't think you use it as this build.
No.
Or no, sorry, he skipped out of it. It's grayed out towards the bottom of it. He's playing kind of the hybrid melee build where you build up and then you go in with the burst damage with the hunt, or it converts into Predator's Wake. Does an explosion of AoE, which theoretically, would make sense into the melee, but Collapsing Star could work too. I wonder how hard a Collapsing Star would hit with full mastery.
Sure, is that the build you're gonna play?
I don't know what I'm gonna play yet on it. I'm leveling as the melee build like this, but the Collapsing Star build could be kind of funny on these maps.
Yeah, it's fun. I'm curious. This is very interesting though. I feel like Devour Demon Hunter, they bring a lot of passive defense, so they feel like they can get away with it. Like, it's not often you can get away with playing 0 versatility, and I think part of the reason why he can is because of this map as well. Like, I just don't see that this could be viable unless you're literally just teleporting out of range of everybody, pretty much instantly. And if he does get caught in stuns, then Zentheon can always just go for the disorienting roars, and when that's done, move over. Then you have the opposite side of things where Zentheon knows he's going to be the main target this game. He's trying to be as tanky as possible by increasing his versatility, which reduces enemy damage in the game. But a very unique composition. But I feel like for Z-rated, you got to be feeling very confident. Rat Warrior, they're making it look really good. Like, the Rat Warrior is look good. Yeah, we'll see if they can close it out here, or if Zentheon is going to be able to battle it back, and they're going to be able to bring in this unique composition and make some plays.
Like the Bone Transmog with the Scythe. It's an interesting combination of sets there. And then Bubble Buddy, who's coming on the Preservation Evoker. This poor guy, he's just a Holy Paladin main, and it's just not a Holy Paladin world. He tried to make it work in game number 1, fell short. He swapped over to this Preservation Evoker. I'd say it looked good. I think maybe mana management was, I don't know how much more he could really improve it. I think he's playing the Disintegrate gives you mana back builds, but it's kind of a momentum thing, right? Like, if your team's ahead, you get to disintegrate more, and if you're behind, you disintegrate less. So if you're behind, you're just gonna lose on mana because the other team gets way more disintegrates than you do when you're falling behind.
Tell me if I'm crazy here, but I feel like their game 1 didn't look bad. It felt like that they could win that matchup. Like, that definitely felt winnable to me, even with the Holy Paladin. Like, it was a really, really close call. They were literally seconds away from multiple cooldowns that could have extended the game. Like, they got the enemy healer out of mana. I mean, obviously, they're not doing that for this game, but I do think it's worth just, like, thinking about that. I don't know. That game 1 did not look bad to me. And it's interesting that they're mixing it up, risking it all.
I feel like it's just like you're just like, yeah, Paladin doesn't work. Like, I feel like they probably feel like we played really good, we massively outdamaged, and we still lost. It's not gonna work. We gotta do something else. It's probably their point of view on the situation. But here we go. It's Mugumbala. They're gonna have that balcony. But this map, unlike Robodrome, is that the other team can just go behind the giant wall, and then you're just like, okay, what are we gonna do? Is it just a stalemate until dampening? I feel like Ret Warrior and dampening should have the edge if it does become a stalemate, where they decide to, like, wait it out or not. But we are 5 seconds away. The gates, as soon as they open, there's no going back. So win or lose, no going back. Gates are open. Mama on stream facing elimination. An entire season of play now rests on Enzo's hands, on the Devourer Demon Hunter.
I hope they just play on that. Yeah, this is the best strategy. This is my favorite strategy in solo shuffle when you fight a Warlock who's porting up, is just don't ever go to the opposite side of this pillar, ever. For any reason. Like, you can hit Enzo, make him run away, but literally never give him an opportunity to be up top and attack you. Like, the arena is now this. That's what I want to see. This little section.
They catch him in a Stormbolt. Remember, he's running 0 versatility. So he's instantly going to use his blur to dodge attacks and reduce damage here. But he sits through the sleepwalk successfully. Trying to reposition in here. Looking for sleepwalks on Zagorn now. Maybe Bubble Buddy's going to play with more confidence. I think if he gets more crowd control, that could be an X factor for his team. But while he's getting aggressive, his team is getting shredded. He's going to pop Time Dilation. They are pinned by the Champion Spear of the Warrior. And he's trying to recover. Bubble Buddy repositioning. Verdant Embrace in onto Enzo. Enzo's trying to bait them here to this balcony so that he can warp up to the top side. They're slowly getting there. It's the warp up to the high ground. And is Enzo still playing the same build as last time? Now. Will just be a second when he goes into Metamorphosis, and we'll be able to find out. Bubble Buddy, he's the target. And I think that's what the Ret Warrior should do. Just attack anything that's nearby. Just don't chase. Attack anything nearby. Try and bait them down. They bait him down and they fear him on his Metamorphosis. Enzo is very upset about this right now. He's unable to attack during that intimidating shout. It's his big window of burst. We haven't yet seen a Collapsing Star attempt from him here in this position. He's just continuing to reap and consume. and Devourer. He warps in aggressively, and he's met by a Shockwave, but then immediately rescued back, so they can't attack him and take advantage of that liability of the low versatility. Enzo looks like he's going to blur here as well, eventual retreat towards the side, and it just looks like they're so hesitant on the side of Mama on stream. It just looks, okay, finally some commitment as far as damage. It looked like they were just waiting forever. They were just waiting for the incarnation. They're comboing that together with the damage from the Devourer Demon Hunter, but Zagorn is ready. He just totally walks that off, keeps his team very healthy, and now they're pulling away from this push for a little bit. Enzo kiting back to the balcony, getting ready to warp to the high ground. He's in position at any moment. Zizzy, Zagorn, and Zozo just hugging the corner, line of sighting the attacks and trying to cleave anyone that comes in. Enzo's the closest target. They're going to attack him, but now they're met by Cyclones because Zentheon is free casting, but a Shockwave in that low versatility. Enzo barely warps to the high ground in time. They do pull the Emerald Communion, but honestly, I feel like you want an Emerald Communion on cooldown just for mana almost in this matchup.
I feel very confused right now. I think, I've never seen this before. I think Enzo's playing a caster build, but still playing no Collapsing Star. So, like, basically, he has no burst as this build. He doesn't have, like, the ability to, like, push in and get the big sweeps that we saw in the last game. He's just going to go into meta and just spam out Consume and hope it's enough damage with no Collapsing Star, which I don't think I've ever seen a Devourer play this build before. But we'll see if it ends up working out. So far, his damage is looking good overall on the scoreboard. But, yeah, we definitely haven't seen Z rated under the same kind of pressure that we did in game number 2.
Oh, they catch Bubble Buddy. They're going after him, but Zozo gets intercepted by a stun from Enzo. So good awareness from Enzo here. He's using the Fear as well, the Sigil, to fear up the attackers and prevent their assault at that moment in time. They're doing a bit better on mana is the only thing. I feel like Zentheon's having a good game here on overall damage. I still want to see Zentheon go into caster form and wild charge up that balcony if he's ever in trouble when Enzo uses that warp. Oh no, Bubble Buddy in a sleepwalk. Enzo trinkets, warps to the high ground. They swap immediately onto Zentheon. This is the incarnation. He doesn't want to have to be in bear form, but he's actually just retreating at the moment. And they swap to Bubble Buddy. He's in trouble. Does he have a rescue to pull to the high ground? His team's getting cleaved here. He's really being put to the test. I mean, you're facing elimination. It's an entire season on the line right now. You have to play a healer you might be unfamiliar with, as he's been playing mostly the Paladin and Mistweaver the entirety of the season. This is the first time we've seen him on the Preservation Evoker, where Zagorn is a main Preservation Evoker. He's getting way more sleepwalks. It's match point, and Zentheon's in trouble. How will he deal with it? Enzo goes into Void Metamorphosis, but without that burst damage build, are they really afraid of this? He's just raining in with Reaps, doing as much damage as he can, but Zentheon is still critically low. He warps in for a Darkness onto Zentheon. He might get knocked out. He Skull Bashes to stop crowd control, but now he's pinned out by the Champion Spear from the Darkness. He's bear form onto the Demolish, and I would love to see a Warp Wild Charge and just get Zentheon out of there when he's in trouble like that. They do time stop him. Zozo takes a huge hit there out of nowhere, but it looks like Zagorn was ready.
Yeah, Zozo getting low on health. Still has pretty much all his major defensive cooldowns, though. Needs to be careful. They are playing in range of Enzo to just go up top. I don't know if I like this very much. Goes for the defensive Blinding Light. Looks like he will ultimately survive, but this is match point here for Mama on stream. They need to make something happen. It is risky. Zero versatility here on Enzo, I do believe, unless he's changed up his gearing. Triple stun coming in. Good opportunity, but Zagorn reverses the pressure with a beautiful deep breath, and it looks like Enzo will just teleport up top. Zentheon, unfortunately, just tanking it out in bear form, but he is getting completely overwhelmed. He's getting destroyed. He just cannot get away. Pops the incarnation to get something rolling, but immediately into bear form. He just cannot recover Emerald Communion trades, and ultimately he will hold on, but really not getting too much value out of that offensive cooldown.
I mean, maybe he just wants to be a bear and tank while the Demon Hunter is just raining down Void from the backline. Now Enzo is jumping into the mix, but I feel like he could just wild charge up one time to the Evoker or to the Demon Hunter, and he'd be totally fine in these situations. He's just tanking in bear form, hoping the Demon Hunter will win on overall damage, which they are winning on damage right now, and they're winning slightly on mana, but it looks like the Emerald Communion is rotating up for Zagorn at a more advantageous timing, so he's going to regenerate mana at a very critical moment here in the near future for the late game. Enzo takes to the high ground. Zentheon is left behind. Right here, you could just shapeshift out of cat form and jump up to Enzo, and then the whole team, they're going to use Rescue to do the same thing here. And then if they take the high ground, it could be dangerous. Zozo and Zagorn and Zizzy look like they want to on that staircase. They wrap back down onto Enzo. Enzo trinkets out of the stun. Now he's feared.
Nice fear, nice.
Oh, everyone is in crowd control. This is a beautiful setup from Z rated, but they're just taking their time to recover as opposed to capitalize on damage. And it looks like Enzo's chasing after them with a warp. He's stacking on top of them, doing a lot of damage, making a commitment right now with this Void Metamorphosis, but he's running very low versatility. He's going to be a glass cannon. He's pinned by the Champion Spear. Zozo He's low on health, trying to make a push. He may have to use the Divine Shield at this point in time, but Enzo is so low. Maybe it's worth committing it just to go for the win at this time. Enzo's going to have to jump off the side, but he's going to leave his teammates on the top side. They just switch immediately to the teammates, and now Enzo's in a tough spot. Does he warp back up at low health, or does he let his teammates die? He warps back up, and now everybody is dead. They're going to get triple cleaved on the top side. Stormbolt knocked off the side. Will he be able to survive? Zizzy gets stunned up by Zentheon. Beautiful Typhoon. Enzo jumps off the side now as well. Mana is just neck and neck between these evokers. Zizzy gets isolated, and perhaps they can do it. He's so low. Zagar and Emerald Communion recovers, and he needs evokers. Zizzy gets isolated, and perhaps they can do it. He's so low. Zagar and Emerald Communion recovers, and he now builds a mana lead. Can Bubble Buddy survive to his Emerald Communion? 49 seconds away.
Yeah, Enzo, very, very difficult situation. He does get time stop, so they commit, or they connect, and he just gets time stopped immediately, but a full Hammer of Justice lands, and now Enzo is in danger. He gets stunned up, and this could easily be the end of the game. Mama on stream could be eliminated here. Enzo flailing to survive. 33 seconds on the Emerald Communion as Z-Rated is looking to close it out, but Mama on stream somehow does recover at the end of that time stop. Double stun combo. Enzo portals up top once again, going for the Void Ray, but Zagorn brings him up. Zizzy's there. Enzo just cannot escape. He can't get away. No versatility. The stun, the beautiful darkness, but is it going to be enough? It's a 50-50 chance he survives these attacks. Can he hold on just a little bit longer? Bubble Buddy has nothing. 8 seconds. He gets swapped, and he will get dropped. And Z-Rated does it. They win the first game in the North American Gauntlet. It's going to be a long journey for them, but an impressive 3-0 victory.
Yep, they do not let this curveball composition throw them off whatsoever. Interesting strategy, super fun to watch. Unfortunately, not effective enough to win there from Mom. I'm on stream, and that will mean they are out an entire season of play out the window. Unfortunately, Z-Rated advanced. They face off against Vigorista's team now, and Vigorista's team, similarly to what we saw from Kasu last dance, is I feel like their marksman hunter is kind of like the focal point of their team, but being a marksmanship hunter against a Ret Warrior, that's going to be tough. It's going to be very tough. I think this is going to be the hardest series, honestly, for the Shuffle Club, probably of the entire Gauntlet.
Ooh. Big words. That is the next series. We're looking at the final moments here from Z-Rated, though 3-0. Despite it being a 3-0, Ben, though, do you feel like that series was closer than the score is implying? It seemed like they really had to fight for that.
Oh, definitely. I mean, that was a really close series. It's like you mentioned, the score says one thing. The games, if you watch them, say something entirely different. I mean, this last game, I feel like, was the most dominant for Z-Rated, but in the other games, I felt like they were really sweating. I don't know if I entirely agree with the strategy Momo on stream is doing. It's like, if you have a glass cannon on your team that's kind of abusing this, this top section of the map, I feel like you want to have burst. Like, you need burst damage, and without like the ability to actually just like one shot with collapsing stars or playing the other build where you're kind of warping in and doing like a huge slash to everybody, it just felt like Z-Rated handled the situation well. They felt very comfortable under the amount of pressure, and even though the scoreboard says Enzo's doing a bunch of damage, there was never that really threatening moment you want to see when you have a devourer on your team.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully we will see them stay as a roster. We'll be definitely looking out for them in subsequent seasons. But Z-Rated going to stay in it for just a little bit longer. Like Sid already mentioned, they're going to be going up against the Shuffle Club as we move up in this bracket. They're going to have to be playing yet another series, Supatees. And are they going to be taking that momentum? Do they have momentum from that last series? I mean, Ben was just saying how hard they had to fight. How do you feel like they're going to be doing just in terms of like the vibes from that last series into this second one?
I mean, I think they're playing a stable composition, so it's not very volatile. It's very consistent. They have very just standard strategies and effective strategies that they're just implementing over and over. So I would say that they look solid as a roster overall to be able to take on the Shuffle Club right now.
Yep, here we can take a look at where we are in the Gauntlet currently. Round number 2, Shuffle Club versus Z-Rated. Winner of this one moves on to Guild Bean and then Direwolf. So there's a long day ahead for either of these teams, Ven, no matter which way you play it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the beginning of a very long journey. And just like we saw in Europe, it feels like the teams kind of like level up as you go, with that final boss being Direwolves, which, tournament veterans, BlizzCon champions. It's not going to be easy for any of them, but I'm excited. I feel like Z-Rated, they're kind of like my pick. I feel like they're going to go the distance. So this should be a very fun matchup. Shuffle Club, they brought in some really interesting compositions themselves with the Frost Death Knight, and I'm curious to see what they do here.
I'm curious as well. We're going to head on over to a break. When we come back, it is that round number 2, Shuffle Club versus Z-Rated, coming up next. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It is another exciting series. We've got Z-Rated versus the Shuffle Club, two very fun teams, in my opinion, to watch. Zico, and now they're facing off against each other here in the Gauntlet. Shuffle Club, the only team representing LATAM that we've seen in a while, also 100% rep LATAM.
Yep. If you're a fan of LATAM, if you're a fan of Brazil, the Shuffle Club is your team. Z-Rated, we just saw them kind of brutally stomp Mom I'm on stream, so they're looking hot. They got their momentum. Shuffle Club, been watching in the wings. They've been cooking maybe since the last time we saw them, and maybe we get to see a DK from Vigorista. So definitely a lot of exciting things in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. We saw DK over in EU Super Tees. Can we recap how that went, and do you feel like that applies here?
I mean, that was a very specific situation into Rogue Mage. We've seen Death Knights into Cleaves, and it doesn't look nearly as good. Usually the Death Knight is kind of fallen over. She also voted against Z-Rated, though, last time as well. I'm saying on paper, Z-Rated's Ret Warrior should probably win this. So, unless Shuffle Club have something that they haven't shown yet in the Cup stage.
Perhaps. Something else we haven't shown yet.
I think they also voted against Z-Rated, though, last time as well. I'm saying on paper, Z-Rated's Ret Warrior should probably win this. So, unless Shuffle Club have something that they haven't shown yet in the Cup stage.
Perhaps. Something else we haven't shown yet is the predictions leaderboard. I'm so sorry, Zico. You seem to not want to check in on it, but how do you feel like you're doing?
I mean, I feel like I'm doing fantastic. The reason why I think we don't really need to see them, by the way.
Shadow production?
I think they're swamped right now. It's, you know, they got to be doing all the assets. They're
really
doing a lot of work there. So
I
think
hadn't heard of this.
Yeah.
I think. Oh wow! Look, they found some time in their busy schedule.
You know, they got to be doing all the assets. They're
really
doing a lot of work there. So
I hadn't heard of this.
Yeah.
I think. Oh wow! Look, they found some time in their busy schedule to update with the predictions. Zico.
Oh.
What?
How the mighty fall.
I didn't know you were all the way at the bottom. You're under Super Teams.
I think that's because it's in alphabetical order, actually.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. Anyway, I've just been voting with my heart, you know, because it was so easy the last two seasons. So I figured I'm gonna do the opposite. I'm gonna do what Ven would do. So I'm just doing what Ven does.
Yeah, but what Ven is doing is winning.
Yeah, so we kind of switched strategies here.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's what happened.
All right. Well, we'll check in maybe a little bit later, see if we can see what the status is on the predictions. But let's get into the predictions for this series. I don't know who wants to start. Super T, Zico? I can start.
Yeah, sure. You can start.
Yeah, I'll start us off. Shuffle Club versus Z-Rated. I feel like is a tough one, but I do feel like just based on what we saw last game, I kind of want to go with Z-Rated. My heart is telling me Shuffle Club. My brain is telling me Z-Rated. I'm going to go Z-Rated 3-2. What do you guys think?
Okay.
This is hard because I want to say on paper and from what we've seen from previous cups that Z-Rated Ret Warrior should almost completely demolish this, but maybe Ret Hunter could be hard. Maybe Shuffle Club play Ret Hunter instead in game one, like a BM Hunter.
Okay.
I don't know. Z-Rated looked really good. At the same time, though, Zizzy was getting massively outdamaged on the Warrior front, so and it is his debut on Warrior, I think, in the tournament. So maybe there could be some shakiness there. I have to make a choice. I don't want to make a choice. I feel like I'm at the restaurant and the waiter's annoyed because I'm not making my decision, and
everybody else has already ordered their food.
Everybody's already ready.
You're the last one.
I'm the one putting the table back and like.
Yeah.
Okay, Z-Rated, I think win 3-1.
3-1 Z-Rated. All right, Zico, and what would you like to eat for your entree?
Sorry, Brazil. It's a 3-0 for me, dog. 3-0 Z-Rated.
Rest in peace,
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, no. All right. Well, hopefully they've got...
Oh, my God.
Oh, this is tragic. Hopefully they've got more fans in the chat than here on the casting desk. I mean, I say fan. I am a fan of this team. It's been really fun to see them.
I'm a fan, too,
Yeah.
but I just don't think they're going to win.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to clarify. I love this team. I love Shuffle Club. It's been really cool to see an all Brazilian team, an all LATAM team do so well and get this far, but this might be the end. They are the underdogs, but Zico, can an underdog win in the Gauntlet with so much on the line? I mean, we've seen it in EU, we've seen it in NA. These teams are really stepping up today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, you know, especially a team like Shuffle Club, they're such an explosive roster, right? They're very aggressive. They get, you know, they get in there. They run comps that we don't typically see. So I think if they just go in there and have fun and play their A game, that's probably their best strat. With that said, you know, Z-rated, we saw how they just played now. They're coming in warm. They got the momentum. They got, I think, a comp advantage, which I think is the biggest factor. And I mean, who knows, right? The Shuffle Club might have been cooking something new that we haven't seen before. Only time will tell when the gates open. So there's still hope for this team for sure. Yeah. But yeah, I think if it plays out, you know, based on what we saw last season, I think Z-Raid is going to be a really tough team for them. I think the Shuffle Club do really well into mage teams. They are like kind of mage elite specialists. And sadly for them, Z-rated, they're not running those type of comps. So
yeah, and they've had a little bit of time to cook on the side of Shuffle Club Super Tees, but it's kind of one of those like high risk, high reward situations. You like cooking up compositions for teams. What would you like to see from them, if any?
Well, I mean, I was pretty surprised by the Death Knight Feral Druid in Europe. That was something I didn't expect to see at all. And I mean, that's the main reason that they were able to qualify. So surprising compositions. Certainly not 100% off the table. However, I feel like they've invested a lot of their playtime throughout the years on Death Knight for Vigorista, Ret Paladin for Arc, and then like Hunter mostly for BL. So I feel like where can you really, you know, where is the creativity there? It's like you can play Ret DK, Hunter DK, and Ret Hunter. Those are like your only options. So you either go into this blind pick fully anticipating Ret Warrior, and you don't pick your Death Knight because you think he's just going to die, which he probably will if you do that. So then you do Ret Hunter. You might win. I think you might be able to beat Ret Warrior's Ret Hunter. I think it's possible. So that's probably what they're going to do if I had to guess.
Okay, we will see. Definitely a tough decision here. This is a huge series for both of these teams. It's single elimination. You lose a series, you are out. Your chances of moving on to the finals of season 1 of Midnight are over. It is Shuffle Club versus Z-Rated. Game number 1 here, Zico, in this best of 5 series.
All right, let's see what they got. And the Shuffle Club are cooking up a little surprise for us here. We're going to see Beal on the Shaman Arc coming in on the Warrior.
But it's an Ellie into a Cleave.
Is gonna be playing the Prez, and yeah, Ellie into Cleave. Not entirely sold on that one still, but I am liking that there is no Hunter in this arena.
All right, no Hunter, Preservation Evoker from Tony Black, first time debuted against Zagorn here. Biel is immediately ripping the Stormkeeper Heroism Ascendance, and he gets feared on it. This is usually the standard opener for Warrior. You fear the Ascendance, and then you stun the Trinket, or the Shaman just sits through it like that, and it's such a long crowd control, it basically negates the entire Ascendance. So that was a great opener for Zizzy in this position, and then you can just connect onto the Elemental Shaman, and you can start bullying him. It's so hard to kite melee DPS at the moment with Elemental Shaman. It's not like it used to be in the War Within, where you had so much utility to be able to kite. You just get absolutely shredded and knocked around. He's trying to get some distance here off to the side. Now looking for some Lava Burst. You also have to hard cast a lot more on Elemental Shaman, unlike before where you just be Flame Shock, instant casts, and just jumping around. You have to be a lot more stationary with the new build of it, so these Cleaves get way more uptime. BL, nice Astral Shift here before the Stormbolt, anticipating the stun. He's doing good counter pressure on Zozo, but I feel like Preservation Evoker, it heals through Cleave damage like this so easily, whereas the Ret Warrior, if it has more opportunities to sink in against Tony Black here in this position. Arc is doing a remarkable job on damage, though, if he can manage to maintain this. They rescue BL, but Zizzy just leaps over immediately back onto him. A double shockwave across the team here. Tony uses the time dilation to stagger some of the damage. Nice Heroism Stormkeeper here from BL. Getting that Stormkeeper off is very important. It's your big burst window with the lightning bolts here, although he is playing the Farseer, so he's playing more instant cast. They already pull Emerald Communion. It's not the end of the world, honestly. I actually think early Communion is the play.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just rotating that mana back, and the pressure isn't looking too bad right now. If they can continue to land these hexes, they can definitely take Zozo down here. Let's see if they can continue the pressure right now onto Beal. Beal definitely feeling the heat so far. As long as this Red Warrior is getting uptime, he is going to be a very, very sad shaman right now. Tony in some crowd control, but manages to break out. Zozo is going to be taking some damage here. Arc popping off right now onto Zozo. Can they force the bubble? Doesn't look like it. Zozo is going to recover, and there's the Spirit of Bastion. Oh, that is on the gust of wind too. That is going to be absolutely devastating. Arc trying to get some counter pressure there with the Demolish. Zizi caught up in a stun for now. Beal still pretty low, but he does manage to snipe a Hex, and here comes the Ascendance. He gets feared on it. Stormkeeper, big damage coming out onto Zozo, and I think that was his lay of hands coming through there for Zozo, so he's going to recover from that.
Yeah, I think he pre-tremor'd there, but they killed the pre-tremor totem, so he knew he would get feared on Ascendant, so putting the tremor totem down and then trying to move it away could be a good way to counter that mechanic here and get your Ascendance uptime. It's still very important that you do damage during Ascendance. Astral Shift is going to be exchanged here immediately. I will say Tony's doing a phenomenal job on the mana side of things in this matchup, and this is likely a matchup that will come down to mana. It's just so much more about overall damage and pressure and not so much about crowd control like we see in a lot of these rogue mage setups. Intimidation Shout hits the whole team there as well. Zozo and Stormbolt, Sleepwalk on Zagorn. Love that cross crowd control from the Shuffle Club right now. They get good pressure on Zozo. They get nice Hex. I will say BL is doing a good job in this matchup. It's very tough to get casts off against multiple deep melee DPS. He's going for the Stormkeeper. He actually has blinding lighted on it. He's kind of sad about that. Now he's shockwaved. Oh no, he can't burrow for one more second. Tony Black gets a huge heal though and recovers him, and now his lightning bolts will be launched here as the Ret Warrior's pinned by the Spirit Bastion of Arc. Arc is going to get disarmed though during that moment of time. He's going to lose out on the damage amplification effects. Nice Hex here on Zagorn. The Hex is the X factor. If he can keep getting these Hexes on Zagorn, I think they can win with this.
Yeah, absolutely. They can get those long CC chains. Sleepwalk plus Hex could be a winning formula here, but a big Demolish coming in from Zizi. Bill, what are you going to do here? He does have the burrow. Might have to use it here in this position. Dropping so low, but he's being greedy with it. Tony's got him, and it does look like he's going to recover. That was the rewind, though. Full Sleepwalk onto Zagorn. They don't get the Hex follow-up, sadly, but a nice root, though. These roots are actually really annoying as well as a Prez Evoker. And another Stormkeeper here being loaded up for BL. Double Shockwave, big damage here onto Zozo. How are they going to respond? There's the Hex as well. Zozo so low in that position. Shattering Throw as well coming out on the bubble. Zozo's still not out of the woods just yet. They have a lot of healing to do. And there's a full Sleepwalk onto Zagorn. Could actually just flop right now. The Shuffle Club showing signs of life when nobody believed in them. But here comes the damage from Z-rated Arc. Dropping kind of low, but still it's going to be Zozo actually getting rescued out of the midfield. And that's not typically something that you see. The Cleave having to just run away from the Elish Shaman is going to enable BL a lot in the matchup to get his damage off.
All right, they need to get another Hex. How is he going to get it? He goes for it. He's trying to fake interrupts. They get Shockwave. Shockwave plus Hex could be brutal. Oh, but the Blinding Light stops the Hex into the Shockwave. Zagorn's also using Deep Breath to try and immune here and stun up the enemy healer. BL is getting blasted. Has a lot of options, though. Zagorn into a Sleepwalk. BL loads up Stormkeeper. Looks for Hex. He gets rebuked on it. They've realized the Hex is the threat. They have to put all interrupts into that. He goes for another Hex here, but the lightning bolts are being launched. Zagorn needs to get ready to heal through that and avoid Hex at the same time, but BL is getting absolutely destroyed. He astral shifts at low health here, but a big heal comes in, and he will be getting massive heals as well with the Ancestral Guidance, which gets buffed up by the Farseer hero talent tree, so he gets a big heal every time he gets low. It enables him to recover in that position. Mana is even between these teams. Honestly, pretty close just across the board right now. Too close to call exactly who's going to win this. It's coming down to who can shut down BL the most effectively. He's going to have to burrow here during the Sleepwalk. He's Tremor Totem coming up in 2 more seconds. Is he going to Tremor Totem his healer or Tremor Totem preemptively on his Ascendance? It's a risky choice to use it on the Ascendance. He's trying to load up some casts here with the Stormkeeper, but he's not able to get the Hex. Zozo is out of line of sight. Arc is chasing him down, but I think he's going to need BL's help. Here comes the Hex. It looks like he's not able to get it. He's rescued off into the corner, trying to get behind the pillar to line of sight these Sleepwalks because he fakes the wind shear of BL, and now there's a Sleepwalk. BL is in so much trouble, and he's getting absolutely shredded. He needs to get away from this engagement, but they're still all over him as Zozo is leading the charge. Zizi is there as well, and there's no cooldowns remaining for him. There's a window of opportunity here. They need to topple BL in these next couple of seconds, otherwise he's going to survive till his Astral Shift is 23 seconds away. Can they topple him? Sleepwalk on Zagorn. They're trying to get aggressive. BL just can't get Hexes off. He finally actually does get a Hex. Not enough damage to finish Zizzy. He's 15 seconds away. Time dilation is available for Tony. He's likely going to have to trade that. He's starting to fall behind on mana. Here comes the heroism. He time dilates before the stun, but he's dying through it. It's so much damage. He tries to jump to safety, but the sleepwalk for follow-up is more than enough. And the cleave damage of Z-rated overrun BL. There were signs of life, but I think ultimately you can't play an Ellie Shaman into a melee cleave.
Yeah, I mean, they played it well on the side of the Shuffle Club. They had good pressure. They had a couple of clean chains, especially when they forced Zozo's bubble. That was a really, really good push. Even getting the shatter, getting even more pressure, and actually forcing Zozo out of the fight at times. But like you mentioned, eventually dampening is going to stack up. You're going to have a warrior, applying healing debuff on you, and you're going to have a ret as well, just doing a lot of damage. And eventually BL is just going to run out of defensive cooldowns, and that's kind of what happened here towards the end. He's got no Astral Shift, he's got no Burrow, he's got nothing, and Tony also with no kind of emergency buttons. And they're not going to be able to deal with the consistent pressure of BL getting pinned down by this cleave. And rough matchup for the Shuffle Club. But I do like that they're showing something new, because I do feel like the same thing would have happened if he was on a Hunter, or especially if he was on an MM Hunter. We've kind of seen how that plays out. So over in Europe. So I do like that they're bringing something new and that they've been doing some homework. But I'm not sure this is the correct answer.
Couple of signs of life here. They get the Divine Shield. It's not like they walk out with nothing in this matchup, but from my personal experience and from seeing even just like F tier when they fight up against Welcome to the Zhang, who log Ret Warrior into their Ellie, they don't like that matchup. Like, it's a very stressful matchup and very challenging to overcome. So I just feel like an Ellie Shaman in a melee cleave is like a no-go zone. But every comp they have is a no-go zone. You can't log the DK, you can't play the Hunter, you can't play the Ellie. It's just like Z-rated have your number. And I said that leading into the tournament, that this is just their hardest team. I think Z-rated is the hardest team of the entire Gauntlet for the Shuffle Club. They would have loved to get a little bit higher in the Gauntlet, and maybe one of the Mage teams could have eliminated Z-rated for them. But that's why every single cup is so important, because you just need as many points as you can. You don't know what's going to come your way in the Gauntlet, and it's so volatile with the meta shifts as well. Now they're going to have to fight an uphill battle. They got beat on damage. It's going to be tough. And now do they go back to their mains? They did look decently prepared on this. This didn't feel like it was just kind of like thrown together, like, we need something, what do we do? I guess BL on Ellie, it didn't look like it was entirely random, but I just don't think the Elemental Shaman is going to cut it.
Yeah, they need a mage.
Yeah.
You need a mage. You need a Frost Mage. That's what you need. Ellie Shaman is just a Frost Mage that takes damage compared to just Frost Mage being pretty much immortal in this matchup. Yeah, I don't know. Shuffle Club, if they have that prepared, or if they're going to just run with something else, maybe they're going to just run with their Ret Hunter, try BM Hunter is another option. Or what about Enhanced Shaman? Do you think Enhanced Shaman could be better?
I think Enhance loses to Ret Warrior. I think Ellie loses to Ret Warrior, if I had to guess. Like, the meta right now would be you'd play like Turbo into a Mage team if you were just Cleave only, and then you would play Ret Warrior, I think, in like the mirrors, in the Cleave mirrors right now. Ret Paladin is just so durable with the changes. You're almost guaranteed to get to dampening with the healing that they offer, the support that they offer at the moment, and then when you get there, you just get torn apart. So the Shuffle Club are taking their time. I mean, this is the entire season on the line right now. They're facing elimination, running the clock, thinking about their options. Do they want to run it back as Frost Marksman? Because to me, that's their best comp. Like, if just from watching them play, their most success comes from Frost Marks, and it's effective into a Warrior because the Warrior can't disarm 2 targets. But at the same time, it's probably very fragile. So you're betting all your chips on your best comp that's very fragile. I kind of think that's what you do. I think you just try and win with overwhelming burst damage with Frost Marks, because it's just, that's been your best setup so far.
I mean, at least it's the most entertaining setup, I think,
that
we saw all season. And you know what? They're going to take your advice here, Sid. They're going to go with Marksman,
no
but
Frost.
Unholy.
Yeah.
Yeah, how do we feel about the Unholy? I mean, we saw it over in Europe. Different the matchup, but, it was against the Prez Evoker. We saw the Prez Evoker get kind of chopped up. I think that's probably the line of play here for the Shuffle Club. Just Zug the healer.
Yeah. I mean, you could try and run down Zagorn. I think that's going to be pretty tough to do, too. The only issue I don't like with the Unholy is that you're not they don't have to disarm you, right? So the disarm is going to go into the hunter 100% of the time. That's like the main difference, is like the Frost DK, you kind of need to disarm them. If you don't, then you're going to be in trouble. So the Unholy DK is not going to really grab aggro from that, but it is more consistent damage overall. I just feel like going consistent damage against a Ret's not going to work. Just the extra healing they provide, utility provide, I feel like you need to like have a startling amount of burst or control like a mage in order to kind of overcome that at the moment. And Zozo is running the Herald of the Sun. Everybody's abandoned the Templars. Templars have put down their blades and they've picked up the sun, and it just provides a lot of. It picked up the sun instead. The Dawnlight, just extra consistent damage. Their wings not as punchy, but it's still pretty good. Not as punchy, but still pretty good. And then you just get a bunch of off healing. Is the main advantage of this new Retribution Paladin build. And then Zizzy on the Arms Warrior going Colossus to be even more tanky. So it's kind of just like a full defense turtle build here for them. And they do also get Demolish, which they build up stacks. And then when they're at max stacks, they can unleash a massive attack towards the target, as well as Cleave. And I think he's got the Sulthraz the Lasher with the reworked classic tier set there. That was my favorite sword in Vanilla WoW. I remember getting that on my Paladin and just being so happy when I got it. I was like, what is that? You can combine it together? What does it turn into? It's such a cool little mystery, little Easter egg for classic WoW. And then Zagorn on the Preservation Evoker. He is probably the happiest camper of anybody right now in the Gauntlet, because he's been playing Preservation Evoker the whole time, getting beaten up, and now it's his time.
Now is his time. Yeah, Prez is getting played a lot. It's been mostly about the Prez and the Resto Druid a little bit. Did see a little bit of Holy Priest too, but I feel like Prez stonks are up right now. I did like his transmog also a lot. The purple sword matching his what is that, Tabard of the Arcane that he had.
Very classic stylish transmogs.
Yeah.
He had the Crypt Stalker shoulders too from tier 6 or not tier 6. Tier 3.
Yep.
So here we go. Gates are open though. It's an elimination here. They're bringing in their main composition: the Marksmanship Hunter, the Unholy DK, and the Preservation Evoker. Will the Ret Warrior still thwart them on this? If they do, it's going to be dire straits for the Shuffle Club. And oh no, already caught a Sleepwalk, and the Death Knight is just immediately at 50% health. Stun onto his healer. He's getting blasted down again. Big rapid fire rips around the corner, but now he's disarmed. And Vigorista is still just taking pain at the moment. He's trying to go for the Soul Reaper. He's ramping up big damage on Zozo. And the advantage of the Death Knight is that he can grip targets in the open for the Hunter. Let's see if he decides to do that here with the Ret Paladin in a moment. He's repositioning with his Horse Charger at the moment. They do have good pressure on the Ret Paladin, at least. If Vigorista can hold on like this and tank the damage, I think BL could snipe out a kill.
Yeah, let's see it. Zozo is dropping dangerously low, actually. Will can commit with the Lay on Hands right there. Vigorista, though, still down to 50%, so they are showing some signs of life from the Shuffle Club. Pulling cooldowns, but Vigorista is in big trouble. I really like that anti-magic shell, though, onto Tony, but they're being patient with the crowd control, and that is going to be the Emerald Communion, and its overlap with the anti-magic zone. This is not looking too good for the Shuffle Club. They need offensive pressure immediately here onto Zozo. They need to try to take him down. He's on forbearance for like 5 more seconds. Don't think he's gonna just risk his positioning enough there for BL to actually be able to take him down, but the pressure is good. He's getting a lot of rapid fire around the corner. Zagorn pulling him back around for a second. Vigorista is just taking so much damage. The Demolish is just insane right now. Tony is sweating, and he's got 1 cooldown left, and it's Rewind basically at this point in time. No. Vigorista is just dying through everything. He's probably gonna have to commit to Rewind right now. There it is, Trinket Rewind coming out there onto Vigorista, and they are 1 setup away from winning on the side of Z-Rated. Everyone is just dying right now. Everyone's just getting cleaved down. Zizzy is just a machine on the Warrior.
Yeah, Vigorista, man. He comes in off the bench to try and make something happen for his team. Is he going to be able to do it? Big volley, rapid fire, just absolutely destroying Zizzy there, forcing his die by the sword. This is the true shot, but now he's feared, and he has no trinket. BL is so sad. He had to finish them with 1 rapid fire there before he got put into crowd control. He's got a couple more seconds of it. Perhaps they can force a Divine Shield. But surviving for another 2 minutes to get to that true shot again, that cooldown window is just basically the entire class of the Marksmanship Hunter. Can he survive 2 minutes to go for that burst damage again? They do get good crowd control on Zagorn, but Vigorista is getting destroyed and shredded at the moment. He's holding on to that Icebound Fortitude, spamming out Death Strikes to add some extra healing and gain some extra armor in the matchup as well. Repositioning. Maybe he needs to use Chains of Ice a little bit more.
more, try and reposition. And Kite, he's having a tough time. Tony Black, oh, this is the double stun. This is devastating. He trinket to anti-magic shields to avoid the sleepwalk, but he's still dying. He Icebound Fortitude's like, Zozo gets absolutely destroyed by BL. They sniped him. He didn't see it coming. They left him open, and BL steals game number 2 from Z-Rated.
You can never count out the Shuffle Club. I mean, this is the team. We've seen them do this so many times during the regular season, just erasing people from the map. And again, I mean, I blinked and I missed it. I was like, wait, what? He's dead. He's actually dead. And that is the scary thing about Hunters, right? Is just if they are left open, they can just absolutely delete somebody. And we saw it, you know, multiple times in the game right here. And also right here is when they got Zozo's Divine Shield. No, they got the Lay on Hands here. The Divine Shield was a little bit later, but just insane pressure coming through. And Vigorista, I was just laser focused on Vigorista at this point, thinking that he's just gonna go down, but it's actually, wait, he actually even had Divine Shield, and he just exploded there. I kind of want to see it, watch it back in slow motion, what Beal did to this poor Paladin.
I mean, it's the classic volley rapid fire. It's true shot, volley rapid fire, or volley rapid fire. Those are going to be the windows where BL is going to slip some huge burst damage in and go for the win. So right now, Vigorous is thinking, oh no, I'm dead. Like, I'm just going to die. But here's volley, black arrow into rapid fire, which procs black arrows, into another black arrow right when the explosive shot hits. And he just gets destroyed. They did not think they were going to be losing at all at that moment in time. They were thinking the game was ending and the Death Knight was going to die, and BL just snipes them there for a win, putting a point on the board. I don't know how I feel about them just ignoring the Hunter.
Yeah, I don't know about just the disarm. Well, they were disarming him, but I feel like they could actually just go on him a little bit more and actually try to take him down. Maybe they just disrespected a little bit too much, just went after Vigorista. Basically the entire match.
I guess, I mean, he could have just bubbled too, right? Like, if he just bubbles, Vigorista is pretty toast. Even though he's doing double Zozo's damage. It's crazy that he's doing double, but I feel like he was like, I don't want to say useless, but like offensively, I feel like BL just won the game, right? Like, he's doing so much damage, but I feel like his damage isn't even really relevant to the ending of the game. It's just the marksmanship Hunter volley rapid fire.
But he did such a good job defensively though as well. Like,
yeah, surviving,
when he was super low, Vigorista, he popped like his Icebound Fortitude, he was spamming out the Death Strikes, and he's like barely living. Like, Tony was sweating that game, keeping him alive, and the Shuffle Club are just gonna lock this in again. They're just like, yep, that game looks good. Let's run it back, boys. And Z-Rated. I mean, they got to lock in the Red Warrior again. I mean, they died pre-CDs. They had insane pressure. They were basically in the middle of a kill when they died. Like, surely they just lock it in again on hook point and just run it back, right?
Yeah, I think it would be surprising if they changed the composition right now, because it was just a blunder. It was just not acknowledging the volley fast enough. And not either being in a position to avoid it or having some sort of cooldown that's significant enough to exchange with it. I think they got caught up in going for the win and then tripped on the finish line here. So, but hey, mistakes made, mistakes punished. And the Shuffle Club, if they can just get 2 wins off a couple of small mistakes, they're gonna be very happy, because the rest of the tournament is looking like a lot of mages between the remaining teams, a lot of squishier targets than what we're seeing on this matchup. So Z-Rated need to just clean it up, get ready for those exchanges, and be ready to trade for the true shots, and get ready to trade for the volleys. And is that a ZNN sign in your kitchen?
It is actually, yeah.
You have an official ZNN sign?
Yeah.
You need to get one of those like electric logos that like the news boards that where it moves, like, and put that on the wall behind you. Like.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to upgrade it. It says caution, area patrolled by ZNM Productions. Yeah.
Nice.
No.
Oh, interesting. I'm a little off topic there, but Zagorn actually is going Mistweaver. It makes sense in some sense, because it's really good into the Hunters. Huh?
It worked in the EU. Yeah.
I think it's good into Hunters. I think it's good in Hunters. It's good overall. So I think countering the Hunter here I think this is pretty smart from Zagorn. It's a good map for it with portal positioning. So I think this is an interesting adaptation. It also gives them another... Oh, actually, no, I don't think Mistweaver gets disarm anymore. I think it's like a Windwalker only thing, unfortunately. But I just think that port on trap, port on stun, that crowd control avoidance is going to be key here for Z-rated.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we saw how effective it was. It just removes you as a factor as well of getting swapped to because of those ports that you mentioned. And just having the live cocoon, you know, having answers for the big burst windows. It's definitely interesting here for Zagorn. But offensively, I think I liked what I saw. I mean, they can go after Beal, they can go after Vigarista. I do think that they definitely need to pay a lot of attention to Beal when he's popping off. But other than that, just keep up the pressure. I mean, it would look kind of similar to game number 1, right? Where mana is like somewhat even, but it's all about just running them out of defensive cooldowns. Like every time you connect and pin a target down, you're going to force a big cooldown, and eventually somebody is going to flop, most likely Vigarista. So yeah, I think Z-rated still got this, but if you lose here, especially if you die pre-cooldowns here, that is when the Shuffle Club is going to thrive and could go for the legendary dream run that a lot of people want to see.
I feel like you shouldn't be allowed to vote against Z-rated being ZNN. Like, you should have to vote for them as a team just to align with the Z's here. But it's game number 3. Hook point, yeah. If they win here, you have to keep voting, though. Now I'm obligating you to them for the rest of the gauntlet. Zagorn on the Mistweaver, interesting pick here. Is going to give them a little bit more crowd control as well with the sleeps and the paralyze, which is more immediate crowd control, which could be good for shutting down the hunter or engaging onto the healer. Zagorn's going to put his portal behind this fence line. Zizzy is going immediately onto the Death Knight. They also get the extra damage from the Mistweaver, the sphere on the target. Imagine just even more Ret Warrior damage on a Death Knight. You can just already see it. It's remarkable pressure. They don't even have Tony and crowd control, and Vigorous is instantly 50% health. Zagorn's going to port the binding shot, avoid the rapid fire, and avoid the trap at the same time. Mistweaver, it's got to be way better in this matchup. It's going to add so much damage, so much pressure, so much crowd control, avoidance. So this matchup got even tougher for the Shuffle Club.
Yeah, and you can see Zozo now just respecting the damage here for a second. They're shutting down Beal a little bit. Already forced out his trinket, already forcing out the Roar of Sack. And now they're going to have a big juicy target in Vigarista. Potentially on that next stun, and there's the Stormbolt onto Vigarista. Big demolish coming through. Bealdo loading up some damage. Zagorn caught up in a sleepwalk. Do they have any follow-up CC? They get a full blinding light there onto Tony. He's gonna have to trinket this. Vigarista is getting absolutely crushed right now by the damage. But there's the volley. Here comes the damage from Beal. Are they ready for the hit? Looks like they are going to be able to navigate through it for the most part. It's going to be Vigarista on the back foot, but while they're attacking Vigarista, he's still doing a lot of damage here, topping the leaderboard for his team there for a second. And if he can keep that up, it is going to set up Beal for a potential big hit, but at the same time, there's another demolish. They interrupt it though with the blinding sleet, and Vigarista is just going to wraith walk out of there.
I think he's also playing the spinning crane kick build, which just counters on Holy DKs. It's like the main reason you can't play it on Holy DK. That's what we saw in Europe as well with Relza, why he switched over to a Mistweaver. It's just such a hard counter to Death Knight. So this is going to be a crazy matchup for Vigarista. If they can win here, though, they could win the entire thing. It doesn't get harder than this on hook point against the Mistweaver. And they're actually holding on almost 2 minutes in. Icebound Fortitude going to trade on this exchange with the Hammer of Justice. Here comes another volley. BL is in position. Rapid fire on a Zagorn. He pops Revival. He gets crushed through it again. Deep Breath stun through for follow-up. Zagorn gets strangulated. Can they actually kill Zagorn? Lay on hands. Zozo in trouble again. He can't afford to die without bubbling twice here in this series on their best map, their best matchup. But the Shuffle Club are showing signs of life. BL did get disarmed though on his true shot. Zagorn into a freezing trap. Zizzy could be the target here. I think he is. Zozo is trying to off-heal with Eternal Flames at the moment, generating Holy Power. He's going to use the Stone Form. He's getting extra damage with that Stone Form. An aggressive Fire Blood usage here. You don't really see that a lot from the people playing Dark Iron Dwarf, but it does give you main stat when you remove effects with it. So he's trying to get some extra damage here onto Vigarista, knowing he doesn't have Icebound Fortitude. BL into a leg sweep. Vigarista retreating away, but he's pinned by the Champion Spear. Here comes the Avatar. Can they survive? There's a volley down. BL might be able to carry the game again. They need to be ready. He's strangulated. Sanctuary. No Sanctuary from Zozo. He bubbled. He panics. Zizzy is dying anyways. They're looking shaky. And the Shuffle Club, they have a win condition. They have a win condition. They're blowing through so many cooldowns if they can hold on a little bit longer.
I think they will be able to. They just popped the anti-magic zone. Zozo's got no buttons left whatsoever, and they just burned through the life cocoon as well. If they have enough damage, yeah, they have two shots coming up as well for BL. If they can actually connect the damage here onto Zozo, they can erase him from the map and take the swing match here. The Shuffle Club showing signs of life. Here comes the hit. Big damage. Aim shot being loaded up, and they connect it though. It looks like BL is going to get shut down. Big Stormbolt is going to stop him, but that was before the true shot. He still has it in his back pocket. There is the Diamond Ice Trap, double leg sweep coming through. Triple Blinding Sleet though in response. Vigorista on the back foot, but here comes the damage from BL. He's trying to erase him. Can he do it? He drops him so low there, but Zagon reacting with the trinket, manages to keep him alive, and now Vigorista is on the back foot, but still a lot of damage coming through from BL. Zozo's just doing a great job though, line of sighting, avoiding all of that damage, but he's still falling through. The pets are taking him down. Vigorista hits the depth grip. Can they take him down? He's so low, touch of depth range, and they will do it. The Shuffle Club, you can never count these guys out. They are still holding on strong, taking game number 3.
This is the Omega hard counter. I can't think of a harder counter for Death Knight Hunter than Mistweaver Ret Warrior, and they won on their worst map and their hardest counter. And I said leading in the tournament, if they can be Z-rated, I think they can qualify through the whole gauntlet. They just took the swing match. This is a very important pivot point, and I feel like Z-rated, they panicked. They just were like, okay, we're going to play a little more safe, and we'll just acknowledge the cooldowns, and we'll just trade, and then it'll work out for us, right? Into the late game. But the pressure from the Hunter is just too high. They can't afford to play safe, and that's the type of damage you need against a Ret Paladin. Ret Paladins do really good against that small chip dot damage with Eternal Flame, but they don't do well against high burst damage like a Marksmanship Hunter when they're able to connect. I feel like their biggest mistake is just ignoring the Hunter. I mean, they're crowd controlling him effectively on his true shot, but I feel like maybe you have to attack him and cleave the Death Knight at the same time. It just feels weird to not be attacking the Hunter at all.
Yeah. You think they should keep playing the matchup, but just change up their strategy? I mean, we'll get into that in a second. Let's watch Zozo get deleted first. I mean, you can see it here. He knows it's coming. Vigorista gets the death grip, gets him low, and then look at Beal's positioning there at the end as well. It's so good. He's already preemptively moving to the pillar to kind of be able to cut him off if he gets away. So he's just having perfect sniper positioning. And Beal just looks way more comfortable being the guy dishing out the damage compared to playing LA Shaman and trying to survive. And he does a good job on that Hunter. And they managed to to win. I didn't think they were going to win this. I'm not going to lie. I didn't think they were even going to win game number 2, but they're doing it. The Shuffle Club, they're proving us all wrong.
Brazil refuses to die. They're trying to keep their dreams alive in the AWC, trying to go the distance from almost the bottom in the gauntlet to try and qualify into the top 4. Can they manage to do it here up against Z-rated? You can tell that Z-rated are shaky. They're playing very safe, not taking risks, trying to build counter comps and play more conservatively, whereas the Shuffle Club are just like, let it rip. Just do big damage, and it's actually working. Doing just big damage for one. Usually in tournament, playing safe works, and that's the strat you want to do. This is one of the few times where just going big is actually working out for a team, and Shuffle Club immediately locking in their comp on Runes of Lordaeron and Z-rated. Are they going to do the same here? No pillars to avoid crowd control. Maybe this means Zagorn's going to go back onto the Prez Evoker. Maybe it's just a kind of a comfort thing. Maybe he's not as competent on the Mistweaver as he is on the Preservation Evoker. Maybe that's the reason why that was so shaky for them. He's going to go back onto the Preservation Evoker. This is a risky gamble to go on Runes of Lordaeron on match point, your entire season on the line. This is a highly aggressive based map. I mean, I think the series is going to end with fireworks. This is the series I was most excited for today, and I think it's living up to that excitement now.
Stop teasing us. Just say it. Just say it. It's match point. Just do it.
We're not there yet. Also, the channel point redemption for it was gone when I looked for it. I was like, what was that? I was going to do it in the channel points, and I was like, it's gone there too. I can't do it at all, but at least we will get it, okay? I won't forget. Don't worry. We have time. We will get there. So Zagorn's back on his main here, Preservation Evoker, and again, it looked good, right? Like on the big map, it looked good with the Pres Evoker. They just died without bubbling, and they were just like one setup away from winning. So I think it kind of makes sense here. He's probably just not as comfortable, and fighting against this Marksman Hunter when you're not 100% certain on your class, it's going to cost you games. So I think this is wise from Zagorn making the swap back on the Preservation Evoker.
I mean, we saw the same thing over in EU, right? Like a lot of teams locking in, like HABOS BABOS, locking in what on paper they think is better, but ultimately just Comfort. I feel like when it's these type of tournaments, Comfort usually comes out ahead over meta. Just play what you're comfortable with, and at the end of the day, it's better to play your main 10 out of 10 than play like an alt like 7 or 8 out of 10, because you know, the skill discrepancy is going to matter more than the actual class. But we'll see here. Match point Super T's on Ruins of Lordaeron.
Ooh, nice. It would be a fitting final resting place, though, as it is a cemetery. They set up the double blind. They're going after the healer. They're going for the throat, and is Zagorn ready for it? Looks like he is, and that's where comfort comes into play against a marksmanship hunter. If you're not on a heal you're comfortable with, you don't survive that initial exchange from BL, but they are targeting the hunter a lot more in this matchup now. BL is really going to be tested. I don't think he's going to be free casting like we've seen through the previous games in this series, and he is struggling to stay alive. He's trying to kite towards the side of the map now, pulling towards the center tomb, but Zozo and Zizzy are still on him. He goes for the freezing trap. He secures it. Zozo's wrapping around the tomb to try and stay alive, but he's so low. Vigorista on the right and BL on the left. He comes back to Zagorn, but he's into a sleepwalk now. Beautiful crowd control on Zagorn. Another sleepwalk. BL is low, though, at the same time. It's going to be way harder for him to actually connect damage as the target. And he's trying to reposition, but a double blinding light with a Stormbolt. Nice setup here from Z-Rated. And on match point, facing elimination. Can they pull it off here? BL pops another survival of the fittest here to reduce incoming damage. Zagorn is going to use Rewind there on the rapid fire, just trading 1-for-1 with BL's cooldowns and keeping the gas pedal down on the floor. And BL is looking shaky. He's looking for an aim shot. He gets it. Pops off on Zozo. Half his health is gone. He disengages away with the rapid fire. Trying to reposition. Tony's lining up a fire breath. Another aim shot, but Zozo is wrapped around the corner there with Zagorn. They're not going to be able to connect. Zagorn gets counter shot here onto the sleepwalk. BL is repositioning. Vigorista, how is he going to carry the game now that he's left open? His healer's in crowd control. They trade Emerald Communion. I think it's a fair response. They overlapped a lot of crowd control. He wants to get the mana back from it as well, just in case that's an issue. Double Shockwave. They're getting double cleave value going Hunter. This looks so much more challenging for the Shuffle Club.
Yeah, this looks really tough for BL here, but he still has the turtle. His acceleration is rotating back up, and he has one charge survival of the fittest, so still has some options defensively, but definitely is taxing Tony Black here on his mana and also some of his cooldowns. But Zagorn also falling behind on mana. Big damage onto BL as he gets disarmed there immediately on the true shot. There's the shockwave to follow it up as well. He might just die right now. Doesn't have trinket, but he does manage to get the turtle right there. And Tony had to use his rewind in that exchange as well. So BL and Tony with a huge defensive overlap, and this is opening up the game in a big way here for Z-Rated to potentially take us to our game number 5 if they can get some more uptime.
No.
There's the Stormbolt onto BL. They have the blind there onto Vigorista, slowing him down for a moment as well. And now here comes the side of the Shuffle Club, though. They get a counter shot onto Zagorn. They get a full sleepwalk as well. They need counter pressure. Zozo running around the corner, manages to survive potentially. No, it's going to be the magic bop coming through here, but that means BL is still going to be able to sink his teeth in and get some nice damage out, but he will recover with that magic bop.
Risky exchange there. Oh, but a sleepwalk on Tony. He breaks out early. He's got time stop, but he's sleepwalked again by Zagorn. BL is critically low. Zagorn is there dishing out damage. He's going for the kill right now on the preservation, but he left Zozo behind. And Tony Black recovers. Oh my god, the nick of time stop right there. He stays alive, and now Zozo, the target, has Divine Shield, does not want to go down without bubbling. They face elimination. No more mistakes can be made by their side. They will be out of the competition an entire season on the line. They get the double stun. They're pushing for the win into the sleepwalk. They extend it as well, but he manages to get out. He's free. They time stop. During the wings burst, they could swap. Tony BL still in trouble. He's getting crunched. It's so much pressure. He's at 10%, 5%, and falls. And Vigorista's trying to finish the job, but Zagorn defies it with the Emerald Communion. The Zozo should just press bubble here just to be sure, but he's going to get away without bubbling for now, and I think it's just Z-Rated disrespecting the Hunter in these earlier rounds. This is where I want Vigorista to go Frost. This is where I want to go Frost, so that if they're disrespecting and going BL and ignoring him, he can win the game. But if they're going Vigorista, then BL can win the game. I think that's what's nice about the Frost and the Marksman in this type of matchup.
Yeah, you want to have a kind of a multi-threat when you're playing this comp for sure. And that's actually the next thing I was going to ask you. So Yeah, maybe we'll get to see Vigorista on the Frost, but at least they have won the swing match, so they are going to have the advantage on the side of Shuffle Club. But let's watch back these final moments. I think this was just a huge moment right there where they overlapped the turtle, they overlapped the rewind, they overlapped basically everything. They got nice counter pressure here onto Zozo. They got a good CC chain, but just shutting down BL way too much, and eventually they get too much uptime. This was a nice time stop to slow things down, but not enough time for Tony here to actually catch BL up. Just an overwhelming amount of damage coming through, and Zizzy manages to take him out. And I do think that Zagorn switching to the Prez is much better for them. I do feel like he just looks so comfortable on the Prez Evoker compared to the Mistweaver. Just, you know, getting a lot of damage out. Even you saw like right before this, got really aggressive. Got a sleepwalk into a re-sleepwalk on the breaker into like a tip to the scales, fire breath, just getting super offensive and almost winning them the game. So I like seeing Zagorn on the Prez, and I definitely think he should stay on it.
Yeah, he looks way more comfortable on the Preservation Evoker here, just getting aggressive too, and like almost going for the finishing blow a couple times in this matchup, even though he's facing elimination, right? And he knows that rapid fire is just waiting to destroy Zozo, and he's still pushing in aggressively and playing with more confidence, matching fire with fire. They lock in on Runes of Lordaeron, facing elimination, and match aggression with aggression and pull off the win, taking it to a game 5. But now if you're the Shuffle Club, you have a very tough decision. Do you try to go Frost Death Knight or not? I think you do, just because otherwise BL is just not, he's not gonna be able to carry the game the same way that he was when he's being left open. You need the Frost DK to be able to carry the game. I think in this situation everything rests on it. Do they trust it, or do they go with just the safe pick with the Unholy, which is going to be more consistent damage, but it's not enough to win the match if your Hunter isn't able to support, unfortunately, and it doesn't look like they can really survive. Maybe on a big map, maybe the location could help them out a bit here. Z-rated now with Maldraxxus Coliseum locked in. I think they just do the same, right? I think you just do Ret Warrior Prez. It's a good answer to anything that the Shuffle Club throw your way. Adapt, you know, once you see what's coming through. Maybe you want to talk through that matchup a little bit, but I feel like for the most part they traded really effectively. I don't think that was like... I think the Magic Bob might be a bit scary, but at the same time, as Dark Ranger Hunter, actually a lot of your damage is magic with Black Arrow. So it was probably more than safe. I was just looking at it like, that seems kind of risky with how low you are, but it's probably fine into the Death Knight and into the Dark Archer, Dark Ranger Hunter. So they're taking their time. I mean, it's gonna be a rough day. Okay, we're in Zozo, Zizzy, and Zagorn coming in with Ret Warrior, Preservation Evoker. Is it going to be enough? Is it going to advance them to fight Guild Bean here into the second to last round of the Gauntlet? Are we going to see a Cinderella story where they come from the bottom of the Gauntlet and all the way into the top 4? The Shuffle Club now have 2 minutes, well, less than 2 minutes now, to decide what they're going to do. And they're just locking in the same thing. They just want a bigger map. You know, maybe with the Death Grips and the Chains of Ice, the Hunter might get a little bit more distance and get a big rapid fire volley combo off. You could definitely see it working out. But without the Frosty K, I think they're going to lose a bit of their edge.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to come down to the Coliseum here. Game number 5, both teams kind of taking their time here, and I think Z-Rated has kind of found the rhythm. They found kind of their strategy. Don't disrespect the Hunter, and shut him down as much as possible. Before they were just going on the DK. Now Vigorista, he has to be the playmaker for his team. He has to be the one who actually finds the win condition. And I do think that I did like that they went after the Prez Evoker early on. Maybe they can do the same thing again. Maybe they can try to force his Trinket, going after the Ret, and then swap to him with a big setup. They're gonna need to do something to shake it up. The Shuffle Club, they thrive in the chaos. You know, I think they need to create the chaos and then find a way to close it out. You know, chaos is a ladder. And they need to climb it here in game number 5. It is elimination time for one of these teams. One of them will stay alive in the Gauntlet. Game number 5 between the Shuffle Club and Z-Rated. Both of them gunning for a spot in that top 4. They want to make it to the finals. They want to have a chance to BlizzCon. So if you're a fan of LATAM, if you're a fan of Brazil, Shuffle Club might be shuffling for the last time here. They need your energy.
I'm going to be going back to the shuffle queues if they lose here. Can they manage to pull it off with the Marksmanship Hunter, Unholy Death Knight? They're sticking to their mains. It gets a double blind. Are they ready for this? It's going to be a lot of damage from the Hunter. Rapid fire Zagorn, immediately Obsidian Scales. Zozo Divine Protections, and they negate that first rapid fire entirely, shutting out the Hunter. And that first rapid fire is critical for their momentum in the match. So it was a beautiful exchange from Z-Rated, but they have follow-up damage onto Zozo here with the Strangulate. No Sanctuary available. He's got to be careful. He's critically low. Time Dilation comes through, and it looks like they are pinned by the Championship Spear. Zagorn deep breaths through. He grips him into the trap. That was clutch from Vigorista. They put the trap down, and he grips the healer into it, into a sleepwalk. And Vigorista is trying to do what he can here with that Unholy Death Knight, but Biela's damage is going to fall off a cliff now that True Shot and Volley is gone. He's trying to get distance with Chains of Ice on the large map, but the double freedom is going to be tough to deal with as well, unless he gets lucky Trank Shot here and is able to remove it and reapply that Chains of Ice. He's caught into the Stormbolt. Zozo into the Binding Shop. Tony Black charging across the whole team as well, trying to anticipate crowd control. Zagorn into another trap. I love that coordination, though, between the Hunter and the Death Knight, but the freezing trap not going to be that long as he's playing the Diamond Dice, unfortunately. So now Tony Black repositioning, disintegrating in on Tony. BL is blasting on the left. Tony is on the right, trying to target fire Zozo. Time Dilation from Zagorn will block the kill for now. Here comes the Avenging Wrath. Zozo's ramping up. Double Shockwave, triple Shockwave on the entire team. BL makes a good trade. Blinding Sleep, Strangulate available, but Zagorn has Obsidian Scales. He's going to be immune to silences for a second. When is Vigorista going to pull the trigger on this? True Shot's coming up pretty soon as well. If they can line up a Strangulate True Shot, that is going to be the big burst moment. However, Tony's in a sleepwalk with no trinket on match point, facing elimination. Vigorist is popping cooldowns to try and lead the charge, but Zozo is ready and trades defense immediately. Now BL, he's disarmed before True Shot. BL can win the game right now. If he stays, he's popping True Shot. He needs to connect he needs to trinket the fear. Trinket the fear. It broke. It broke. He's getting the Wailing Arrow. He might be able to clap right now. There's no Divine Shield. He's choosing to not trinket. I feel like that was his big window. He was disarmed before it, but now he's pinned by the Champion Spear. He can't get to the Ret Paladin at all. And that whole burst window is gone, and now he's on the back foot.
Yeah, and BL now has to kite for his life here as Zizzy is looking to close it out. Can he get the damage? Aim shot is going to connect onto Zozo. They're just zugging it out here in midfield right now. Can he get any crowd control on Zagorn? They're going for it. There's the freezing trap potentially. No, they shut it down and they eat the trap. Beautifully played there defensively by Z-Rated. Now BL on the back foot. He still has the turtle. He still has answers defensively, but he is letting it rip. Beautiful CC chain coming out there onto Zagorn as well. And Zagorn has to trinket out of the sleep there. Tony Black doing what he can, trying to keep the team on his back, but at the same time, they line of sight each other there on the pillar. Zagorn gets kicked as well. BL, what are you going to do? He doesn't want to be too greedy here in this position. Survival of the fittest, and the Roar of Sacrifice is going to be enough here to be traded, but Big Demolish is going to connect. Zizzy is going absolutely berserk right now. They're cleaning down Tony Black as well. It could just be a double kill. Double swap right now to the healer. Tony, what are you going to do here? The Deep Breath is doing tons of work as well. Zagorn really wants it, but he's got no trinket. They got no bubble on Zozo. They could potentially turn it around here and try to take him down. Do they have the damage? They just need to land the next freezing trap. Zozo eating that last time was crucial for his survival. Zozo again at 50% HP, managing to survive. Zagorn gets actually a precognition there on the stun trap, and now there's the Strangulate. Can they do it? It doesn't look like it, and now BL is going to be on the back foot unless they can manage actually to do it. Huge damage coming through. There's the Deep Breath as well. Zagorn actually getting cleaved down in mid. They might be able to swap to him here, but looks like he's going to weather the storm. There's the full sleepwalk as well. They're swapping to Zagorn, a Hail Mary, but it is going to be responded to with the Emerald Communion. They trap it though. Zozo, what are you gonna do? He doesn't know if he should push forward or if he should go back, but it looks like he will recover. Still 50% HP on Zizzy as well. Both healers being so taxed right now.
Oh, the Shockwave, no trinket available, and Z-Rated close it 3-0. And the Shuffle Club, they fall short. They fought valiantly. They put points on the board. They took the opportunities that came their way, but it is unfortunately not enough. This will be their run in the Gauntlet. Z-Rated continue their tirade from the very bottom, looking to live a Cinderella story right now, but they just qualified through the Zug portion of the Gauntlet. Now we've got, the crowd control mage portion of the Gauntlet likely here for the conclusion of their run, and they arise the champions of the Zug in North America, but can they outdo the mages as well in this type of matchup is now going to be the real test.
Yeah, this was the Zug championship round here. between the Shuffle Club and Z-Red. And what a round it was. I mean, they had so much pressure. It was so back and forth. The fact that they ate that trap and actually staggered the CC there might have been the only reason why they actually ended up winning this. But in the end, they found the pressure that they needed. They found the stun, and they were able to take down this Hunter. And I think Z-Rated, they quickly learned that if you leave BL open for too long, he's going to take control over the game. And this was the moment that you were talking about where BL could have potentially trinketed out offensively on that shockwave and try to take down Zozo, but they waited a little bit too long and they kind of lost their window of opportunity. It never really came knocking on their door again. And here we saw it, big fire breath coming out from Zagorn. They get the shockwave as well onto Tony as well as BL, and they managed to finish him. And that blinding sleet, if it just came a little bit sooner, could have been enough to still stay in the fight, but no ifs or maybes here. It is going to be Z-Rated who arise from this round.
Forward in this gauntlet, and Supatis, I'm curious what kind of adjustments you want to see them make if they are going to have to survive the sort of the back half of this gauntlet with how different it's going to be.
I think JWAZ and I think Zizzy on Demon Hunter possibly are going to be the adaptations that they're going to need to make for the rest of the gauntlet. I don't know if Ret Warrior will be enough. It kind of depends though what Chun-Li's team is going to be lining up here. Maybe they could play Ret Warrior again into Chun, but I think Sidu's RMP, I think that's the big question mark. Can you actually play this Ret Warrior into RMP?
Okay. So if they make it through the rest of the bracket, do you feel like they're going to struggle with Guild Bean more than Direwolves?
They'll probably struggle most with Direwolves, I think. If I'm anticipating it, I don't know. Yeah, I think Direwolves. I think Direwolves is their biggest threat.
All right, we'll certainly see if they can make it that far. Of course, Direwolves is the round 14, the last team in the North American Gauntlet. Zico, it's amazing though to see this team come so far and continue to just knock out these teams that we've seen have incredible seasons. What do you feel like their likelihood after seeing these first two rounds from them that they do make it to round 4?
I think Z-Rated, they could do it, but I mean, it's going to be tough. Guild Bean, definitely a stacked roster. But I don't know. Z-Rated, they've been playing really, really good, but there's also the exhaustion factor, right? Because they're playing back-to-back series, and at some point the fatigue is going to start kicking in. They just played a long game 5 series here where they really had to give it all against the Shuffle Club, and now they just have to refocus immediately and lock in. Meanwhile, Guild Bean, they're coming in cold. They've been watching the action. They're feeling fresh, so I don't know. I think it's going to be tough.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough for any of the 3 teams left over in North America, because as we know, only one of these teams will make it out of the gauntlet, and then they got the rest of the weekend to play through as well. So this competition for both NA and EU that we saw earlier today has been incredible so far, and the games are only going to continue. So stick around. We will be heading to a break. When we come back, we've got more games for you. We've got round number 3 of the North American bracket. It's going to be Guild Bean versus Z-Rated. Coming up next, we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We've got another series here in North America for the Gauntlet, and it is going to be another exciting one. It is Guild Bean versus Z-Rated. They just beat Shuffle Club in the last round, and now they're going to have to play yet another Series D machine here against Guild Bean.
Yep, and that is the Gauntlet for you. It does not end until you get to the final boss, and Z-Rated are now officially on a tear. They are going up against Guild Bean after taking out Mama Monstrine and the Shuffle Club. But Guild Bean, we've seen these guys. They can be absolutely unreal. A roster of players that, honestly, I'm surprised to even see in the Gauntlet. They're the only other team that is just as surprising to me as Direwolves are. I feel like they're on a similar level, but they just didn't perform throughout the Cups the way that I was expecting this roster on paper to perform. So the question is, did they finally, get everything in line, get their team kind of focused back up to go the distance?
Yeah, certainly a big question. They've had some time to think about it as well, then, really on both sides. We've seen Z-Rated step up. Guild Bean, from when we saw them in the first 3 Cups, what do you want to see them take away and bring into this weekend's games to improve upon?
I kind of mentioned at the beginning of the day, Guild Bean is a team that's very interesting because I feel like as individuals, they're some of the best players in the entire region. Like, they're absolutely phenomenal. And at times you could make an argument that they were like the best at their respective class, like absolute titans. Then they have a weird thing going on where like they can play the most meta compositions, but a lot of time they don't. They'll bring in like weird stuff like the double Windwalker Monk, and sometimes it'll work out, sometimes it won't. But I feel like a roster that has Chun-Li on it, like they're not afraid to take risks. Like, they're willing to just kind of play whatever. They're willing to bring surprises into the game. And I honestly have no idea what they're going to be running here in the blind pick. I think it will be a surprise. For Z-Rated, it's a lot more cut and dry, right? Like, the Ret Warrior's looking really good. They could bring in the Demon Hunter instead of the Warrior, but I feel like for Z-Rated, there's like a 99% chance we see the Ret Warrior once again. And Guild Bean, I think we should be very comfortable anticipating that, and we'll see what they come up with as an answer.
Yeah, really interested to see what they do come up with as an answer. These blind picks have been extremely crucial today. So that being said, if you are in chat, get those predictions in. We're going to get our predictions in as well at the same time here. D-Machine, I'm going to start off with you. What do you feel like is going to happen in the series?
We talk about the roster on the side of Guild Bean. I mean, Ceralium, Chun-Li. I mean, Chun-Li is a name that I've been fanboying for literal years. But yeah. Z-Rated have kind of... They've won me over, not only in this Gauntlet performance, but also in previous Cup performances. A little bit newer players, for sure. I even hesitate to call them newer players at this point because they did compete in previous Cups and make top 8 pretty consistently, but we have just so many tournament veterans that have been doing this for like a decade, so they're still considered newer, I guess. In that perspective. Yeah, I know. But these guys, they've shown some serious potential, and I like their attitude. They're on a tear right now. I'm not so sure about Guild Bean. I'm going 3-2 in favor of Z-Rated.
I'm going to do a complete segue here, and I cannot wait to get to BlizzCon and get some of these players, like, updated player photos and compare them to the last time we saw them. I feel like,
oh my
like
gosh,
if you were to see Chun-Li, for instance, like I remember he used to look like a baby, and it's been a long time since we've seen some, literally with the long hair. Like,
yeah, he's awesome.
But yeah, I'm excited to see that. But that being said, Ben, what is your prediction for this series?
It's a good question. I think going into today, even though they started from the bottom and now they are here, I feel like for Z-Rated, like, I believe in this team to make the dream run. I think they're going all the way in this Gauntlet, and my predictions will reflect that. I do think Guild Bean might be able to pick up a win, so I'm going, actually, yeah, 3-1. 3-1 in favor of Z-Rated.
Okay, 3-1 for Z-Rated. Supties and Zico, their predictions are getting in. This is a tough one. I might just go against the grain here and say Guild Bean 3-2. We'll see.
I think that's
3-2
valid.
Guild Bean. That is my prediction. Supties Zico, good luck. Zico's on my side. It looks like the game is ready to go. The winner of this one moves on to the final round round number 4 of the North American Gauntlet against Direwolves. So this is a big one. Z-rated, they have made an incredible run so far. Can they keep it going, or is Guild Bean going to end that right here, right now? Here we go. Guild Bean versus Z-rated, David.
Oh man, I've been waiting for this one. Big fan of Z-rated, and I was hoping to see maybe a Hunter into the arena, but no, this Ret Warrior is doing solid. But on the other side, we have a Devourer Demon Hunter on the side of NBQ. I don't think we've seen a lot of NBQ throughout the Cups, Ven. This is an interesting composition for the blind pick here.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Z-rated, of course, going to be bringing in the Ret Warrior. And for Guild Bean, a very interesting composition. We've got the Windwalker Monk, Demon Hunter, followed up with the Prez Evoker. And so I think it's something we haven't seen too much from Kearney, but there's kind of an anti-cleave setup here. Let's see if it ends up working out. I feel like Z-rated. Ret Warrior seems fairly well-rounded right now, and they did manage a dispatch of one Devourer early on. Zach, though, taking a huge hit of damage. Here's to see what his gearing is looking like in this match, if he's playing the low versatility that we saw earlier today, or if he's going to be playing a little bit more durable.
All right, there was a quick sleep there, landing on a Zagorn, but not a whole lot of damage. It's so nice having a Ret Paladin backing your DPSs up. But it looks like he's actually going to be the main kill target as the sacrifice goes out. Emerald Communion already being used for the side of Z-rated. Oh, I'm not sure how I feel about that. Maybe it'll rotate in a specific way that helps them out. But Z-rated definitely not messing around with the burst damage available for Guild Bean, but it's really that metamorphosis that I'm going to be looking out for on the side of Zach. That Dev Evoker could absolutely make some serious burst occur at any given moment, so keep an eye out for that. But Chun-Li has the port defensively. He's already defensive. The Kearney's caught into a follow-up sleep, and Chun-Li's just across the map desperately trying to vivify himself as his team consistently loses more and more momentum then.
Yeah, I mean, Chun-Li's in danger. He ports in the middle of the map, and like you said, the Touch of Karma has already been completely shredded through there, and Windwalker Monks, they're glass cannons as far as I'm concerned. Right. Of course, during Fist of Fury, you're going to be able to, parry incoming attacks, but you have some of the highest burst in the game, but you're also one of the squishiest specializations in the game. So if they make swaps onto Chun-Li, they can take him down very, very quickly, but he's one of the better Windwalker Monks at surviving. Big stun setup, though, once again. We'll be using the Ring of Peace to survive. Rolling around, full sleepwalk here onto Kearney, and Chun-Li's on the run, doing what he can to survive, get the Paralyze onto Zizzy, and that's what I'm talking about. Chun-Li is just so incredibly evasive, and if you're going after Chun-Li, that means you're leaving Zach open in this match, and he has been getting out a ton of damage, and we'll see how long they can keep this up for. I feel like Chun-Li's going to have a few close calls if they are to win this game.
Zach, I thought it was MBQ for the longest time, but yeah, Zach on that Evoker, sorry, not Evoker, Demon Hunter, doing the damage, but Chun-Li is really who I'm keeping an eye out for. But this is the burst go. A double leg sweep does land. Zagorn gets caught into a sleep, and Zozo is on the run. Is this going to be a bubble? He's desperately trying not to be in range of that Windwalker Monk's burst, as well as the Touch of Death. Now Chun-Li caught into a shockwave, and Zagorn finally able to stabilize his double melee composition. But that was a scary moment there. Guild Bean almost catching a bit of momentum, but it feels like Z-rated are really taking just complete control of the game. But the Mana says something different on the side of Zagorn. He already used that Emerald Communion. He's in trouble. Zach's in trouble. The sleep does land on Kearney, and Zach is just on the run then.
Yeah, he's on the run. He does have a blur, but greeds it completely. Just going to be teleporting around the map on that Devourer specialization. Ultimately, will hold on, and that's one of the things about this composition Guild Bean is running. Is they're very evasive, so likely going to be going down in things like Storm Bolts, big bursts of damage, but once they get away, it can be difficult to reconnect if you are Zozo and Zizzy. Sleepwalk down to Zagorn, and Zozo might have to actually pop something. He gets a big heal there by Zagorn. Like you said, mana's not great, but it is rotating back up. So the Emerald Communion trading back up for Zagorn now. He's going to get that second use out of it in this match, which I think was smart to trade it early. Like you said, it recovers mana, so getting multiple charges is going to put you ahead in the game.
It's a big deal, and it's risky play, because that is like one of the big inputs that they have, especially because you can use it while CC'd, but Zagorn, he's been on this dragon a whole lot longer than me, and he's making it look good, but can he bring it the distance here in game number 1 of this single elimination series? Z-rated on a tear. Can they be stopped by Guild Bean? Chun-Li is dipping down a little bit as well, but Touch of Karma has rolled back around. It is a fairly short cooldown, and it looks like both these teams might go the distance. Zozo trying to be greedy with his bubble, trying not to hold on to just yet. Zagorn does have a lot of throughput with that Aura Mastery wall, but to sleep onto Zizzy. Zozo alone here for just a brief moment. It looks like he's going to be okay. Stormbolt onto Zach. Big burst damage is going to force the Emerald Communion out of Kearney as he wasn't asleep there. Another button forced and some mana coming back.
Yep, beautifully done. Chun-Li, though, getting feared up. Zozo's still low on health. He's got the Divine Shield, and we've seen Z-rated all day where they just get low on health, but they greed the cooldown. Zizzy almost getting one shot, though. Needs to be very careful. The disarm coming in there from Chun-Li, grappling that weapon and preventing the dab of the sword, but now that that has subsided, it is available. Zach
here we go.
flipping around, going for a Predator Wake. Big burst of damage on Zozo once again, but time dilation will trade, and Zagorn keeps Zozo alive. Chun-Li, in the meantime, has to trade out the Touch of Karma, trying to mitigate some of that damage and redirect it. But now, with no defensive cooldowns, I feel like Chun-Li is a great target for them to swap to. He's going to use the Transcendence behind the pillar, escape from reality back to the middle of the map. But that means, like I said, I feel like Chun-Li is incredibly vulnerable in this situation. If they decide to go after him, it could be very dangerous.
Yeah, as a Windwalker monk myself, I'm spooked for him. Absolutely. He does have his Zenith. He has a go and a leg sweep. I'm just looking at that desperately. Zozo's got to be careful. There's a triple leg sweep from Chun-Li. Here's the Zenith, just like I followed it out. Zagorn's going to get stopped in the follow-up sleep, however, and it looks like Z-rated will stabilize. That was a very scary opportunity Chun tried to get for his team, but no, Z-rated will put a stop to it right away. Zach going through his burst. Kearney's mana becoming more and more a problem, but they're pretty close on mana so far. Zizzy's got to be careful as well. He's in the disarm. He can't use too many defensives, but it will fade finally. He's in battle stance, a double shockwave. He wants to get aggressive. Chun, with no karma available for 24 seconds, has also got to be desperately careful as Zizzy reconnects on here, just chunking this leather wearers down. 15 seconds on Karma, though. It's going to be rotating probably just in the nick of time, but can Kearney keep him alive long enough to get there? Incapacitate will be committed. What kind of momentum can they get with that? Zagorn not caught in any follow-up, but Zizzy at a sliver of health will die by the sword so late. Very scary. Defensive fear on top of all of that. And a kick, rebuke from Zozo, keeps Zizzy alive in a very close call.
Yeah, it was incredibly close, but Zizzy's still low on health. He has not recovered yet. Kearney's going for a sleepwalk. Can he find it? Emerald Communion up in just 5 seconds. Zizzy has to hold on. He gets disarmed. Super back and forth between these two teams. Both evokers almost completely tapped on mana. Both of them have the Emerald Communion if they need it. Who is going to pull out ahead? Zozo, he's got the Divine Shield. He's got the tools to carry his team to a potential victory here. I think Z-Raid is a little bit more durable in the situation, but this damage from Zach and Chun-Li is just overwhelming. And now that Zagorn's in a sleepwalk, this is a huge opportunity to pull some cooldowns. Zozo's in danger.
Oh!
He gets one shot, he dies.
Down goes!
Divine Shield, no! Zozo, no! Oh, that's not what you want. I mean, I feel like they were in such a fine position, but that's what happens, right? Like, you play greedy all day and you get away with the greed. A lot of the time the greed is good, but today the greed is not good. And Guild Bean, they are going to be punishing Z-Rated. They claim that game number 1. And honestly, like, if we take 5 seconds before the game ends, it looks like Z-Rated is winning to me.
Yeah,
like,
me too. Absolutely.
That's such a disaster.
Oh, man, that's a bad feeling, man. I know I'm preaching to the choir with you. When I mean, like the down goes thing.
No, I don't know. What are you saying?
Oh, nothing. Anyway, it's as a rep paladin, it feels bad. I think every rep paladin has done this before. It's game number 1 though. Z-rated. They have a series that they can come back from, and they will also have the losers benefit of knowing the composition that they're about to go into. But I don't think Z-rated has a better answer for this team than what we currently saw. And to your point, I felt like they were ahead. I mean, we had Bubble at the very end there for Zozo to trade out. And if he did that, I feel like they might have edged out Guild Bean's remaining cooldowns and would win.
Yeah, I mean, freeze frame, you got the Divine
Here it
Shield.
is.
You got the Sank.
Oh.
It's like, it's a big amount of
The
burst,
Zenith,
but also
man.
it's like, how greedy can you be, you know?
Yeah, just press it.
Sometimes you gotta, but it's also like that. Although earlier today I was, commending them on being so greedy with their cooldowns.
Yeah, it's like
so it's like Hey, you look like a genius when it pays off, and when you don't, you look like a fool, sadly. So it's just one of those really difficult decisions you have to make. But for Z-Rated, I feel like they were in a good spot. Zagorn, he had the Emerald Communion. I mean, maybe you just trade out the Emerald Communion sooner in this situation too.
Yeah.
You know? Like, don't greed it that much, and then you can hold on to the Divine Shield. But anyways, they just us up on the next game, right? Like, Guild Beans, they're going to claim game number 1. Now you just go next. You have a great opportunity still to come back. But Guild Bean, they're bringing in surprise compositions. They made it look good. That was not what I was anticipating. This is what I mean with this roster. It's like, they'll just play whatever. And it just kind of like works.
No, and that's kind of the mark of a team that is capable of being, you know, one of the best in your region, or maybe even a team that is capable of becoming like a legend. You know, I look back at so many different rosters that have competed in the AWC, and there's definitely a handful that have left a mark that everyone is kind of remembers. You know what I mean? And one of the consistent variables that teams like that that were capable of doing such a thing had was their ability to adapt on the fly, even adapt in the middle of a bracket when you get surprised by that. So Z-Rated, you know, more of an up-and-coming team, some newer folks entering the arena scene. They've been in competitive gaming before, they've been in competitive tournaments before, but not for AWC, not quite to this echelon. Can they, you know, basically adapt against Guild Bean's surprise composition coming out here in the Gauntlet? There is no second chance. There's no lower bracket. It is game time right now. Hook Point will be locked in for Z-Rated as they had that loser advantage. Now Guild Bean locks in their composition that Z-Rated gets to see before they lock in their own. You know, we've been doing this AWC 4-player format with the draft for so long. I just want to make sure that the audience knows how this format goes down. Sometimes we take it for granted. You know, it's been years. Oh my God, it's been years.
Decades.
Centuries in WoW terms.
Yeah, no, it's been quite a while. So we'll see what Guild Bean decides to do. Just running out the clock here. Maybe they bring in a new composition.
Okay.
Entirely possible. It doesn't look like that's what's going on. Probably just talking strategies. How can they make it a little cleaner? How can they make it a little better? We're going to a different map, so that should be play into the favor of Z-Rated. They're the ones that picked this map, so a nice small map of Hook Point. And they could run something else. I mean, I think they've basically only played Ret Warrior today.
Yeah.
I think that's right. So we know that they can play Ret Hunter. They could bring in Demon Hunter as well if they need to. So a few options here for Z-Rated.
Yeah. It's one of those things when you have all those comps available to you, and especially when you're facing like a comp like Guild Bean's running, you might not necessarily know or be confident in which composition is in the best matchup. And who knows, what if the composition that you lock in, you don't have the right strategies down or the right kill targets, or you know, there's a lot that goes into the mind games that we're witnessing right now. And sometimes just not overthinking it and sticking to your guns is the best choice, but they are going with a Havoc Demon Hunter replacing their Warrior. How do you feel about this pick, Ben?
I kind of like it. Like, I feel like Havoc Demon Hunter is one of those specializations right now. It's quite good. So it got some damage buffs. So it's going to be bringing the heat, so to speak. It's risky, though. Like, I feel like the overall pressure of Z-Rated should be higher in this match. But the downside is Warrior brings a lot of defensive utility. Like,
right.
You know, when you intervene, you have that, you know, triple intimidating shouts. You're completely shutting down goes. But yeah, maybe it'll be more difficult for Chun-Li to actually connect. I'm not entirely sure. I like it because I want to see the Havoc Demon Hunter, but I'm not sure this is going to be better than Warrior. But we'll have to wait and see.
Yep. The mobility definitely feels like more in favor of a Havoc Demon Hunter. Maybe a little bit easier to connect with.
Yeah, maybe Havoc just destroys Devour.
It's very possible. Absolutely. Z-Rated though.
Gear.
Yeah, we're gonna have to take a look at his gear, see if he is going that crazy lack of versatility.
No, he's not.
Yeah, I feel like that was a bit crazy. I'm not gonna lie. That's wild. As I've been healing recently, if my DPS was doing something like that, I'd be like, man, that's crazy.
No heals for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guild Bean.
Zico.
Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to point one more thing out. Seeing this type of composition coming out from Guild Bean actually does completely open my brain to some of the other compositions that they might have up their sleeve, especially if they were able to make it to the finals. But Z-rated might not be the composition that they were expecting make it through, but here they are. Now they have to go up against the adaptation from Z-rated.
Yeah, this is going to be insane. I do wonder what Z-rated is going to be able to do. Zizzy on the Havoc Demon Hunter. We'll have to see how it works out. No longer have the protection of the Arms Warrior, but that extra offense might be exactly what they need to take down Zach in this game. And it's kind of exciting. Like, I don't think we've really seen the battle of the Demon Hunter specializations so far in this expansion. I think this might be the first time in the AWC to see the Devourer versus the Havoc Demon Hunter. So let's see how it plays out. Zozo under fire early on here.
It looks like it. He does hand a sacrifice as well. Huge burst damage drops onto him. We're going to get that Shield of Vengeance out early. Zach on the backhand is taking a bunch of pressure as well that he's got to be careful about. But look at just Chun-Li and Zach. They're just flipping around the map. Mobility is not a problem for this composition on the side of Gilbean, but Zizzy's the one who's got to be careful. Quick stun onto Zagorn. No follow-up CC just yet. Zizzy should be okay for now. But Chun-Li and Zach, whoever they want to go on, they can get on. I mean, we're already across the map right here. So Zozo's going to be catching up throughout. It doesn't matter if you're on a Demon Hunter, so am I. And just watching these two Demon Hunters zip around the map is quite a spectacle in and of itself. But here's some CC follow-up onto Zagorn. Nothing to really talk about when it comes to Zozo's health. It's Zach who's in trouble as a sleep lands. Kearney immediately Emerald Communioning at full mana. Both teams kind of respecting the damage of each other so far.
Yeah, and likely anticipating that the game's going to be going on for a little bit longer. I don't mind it. Zagorn as well. It's going to be trading out the Emerald Communion, trying to stay alive, save some cooldowns, recover the mana. As if you can get a second one of those, it puts you in a really good position. Zagorn getting low, Zach getting low as well. This is such an explosive game. Chun-Li and Zach both down to half. Kearney connects a big Dream Breath, and that should be enough to at least semi-stabilize the team. Looks like they will recover. Consume's coming in here from Zach as Zizzy continues his push, and this is a futuristic World of Warcraft for sure. Seeing these classes fly around. You got double Evoker, you got double Demon Hunter. The mobility is absolutely insane, and yeah, this is a very explosive match.
I am happy about the team-colored nameplates right now. Seeing these guys zip in between each other, it is hard to keep track of who's who and where's where. But something else to note on... Oh, Kearney does get caught into a sleep. It could be a trouble for Chun-Li. He's still holding on to that karma regardless. Kearney comes out of it. He should be okay. But something else that I did want to point out is that when you have someone zipping around like that, you really got to make sure your Dream Breath still hits. That hot is so important. But Zagorn gets swapped to. Huge bit of damage goes out into him. He will be backed up by Zozo's Hand of Sacrifice. It should be enough for now. Looks like he will stabilize. They swap the pressure back over onto Zozo, but Zach's got to be careful. Blinding Light lands onto Kearney, and that is going to be the rewind committed. Another button Z-rated forced out of Gilbean. That's some life into them, but they got to be careful. Zozo could easily get swapped to here at low health, but a Divine... Another shield available. Full sleep lands onto Zagorn. I believe it got broke. I'm not sure how he got out. Oh, he probably got out of that because it did break. That's another thing. There's a lot of AoE going on in both of these compositions.
There's definitely no doubt about that. These dragons putting in work right now. These evokers trying to keep their team alive, throwing disintegrates to recover the mana, throwing some extra damage. Zozo's getting a little bit low on health. Big hit of damage there by Zach, because it seems like Zozo might be the main target to make a swap over onto Zizzy. Just bouncing around, really keeping the healers guessing in this match. But look at Zizzy. He's pulling ahead on damage. A lot of cleave in this game. He's able to get a lot of pressure. Zagorn now getting swapped too. And I like what Gilbean is doing. They're really keeping their targeting kind of random, very sporadic here, going after different targets. And really making Z-rated second guess who they're going to be going after. Now Chun-Li and Zach are in danger. Kearney forced to trade out his trinket. Sleepwalk on the trinket. Zach could fall. Beautiful stun. Zach is low on health. Emerald Communion. Oh, is it going to be enough? It's not. They kill him through the Emerald Communion. And Zizzy is in the house on the Demon Hunter, putting a point on the board and tying up this series.
Okay, welcome back, Havoc Demon Hunter. It is good to see you. We are now tied up in this best of 5 series. That means whoever gets the 3 will move on in the Gauntlet to face Dire Wolves. And what we all thought might be, you know, an easy win for Gilbean. Well, not all of us, just a handful of us. Actually, it's pretty evenly split, which is in and of itself quite a nod to Z-rated. I mean, the roster of Gilbean, we talk about it time and time again. But Z-Rated tying it up 1-1 to me is just so exciting. You know, this easily could have been a 3-0 in my mind if I was looking at this on paper.
Yeah. I mean, this is absolutely fantastic. Now I do wonder, I mean, what is Guild Bean going to do? Like, this is another one of those like Z-rated compositions where you have the Havoc Demon Hunter Ret Paladin. It's like Ret Warrior, except it's Demon Hunter Warrior, you know, which is like very unique to them. So
yeah,
I'm curious. I mean, Guild Bean, what are they going to do? Did they like this? It kind of felt like the Havoc Demon Hunter was good in Devour. They couldn't get away.
Yeah.
There's no opportunities for them to actually get away in the match. He was just all over him. He's topping the damage, which was different than the Warrior. It was just very interesting to see.
No, yeah, I thought we were going to go a bit deeper into the game. I thought these two Evokers are doing a fantastic job maintaining that both teams. But look at this triple stun. They caught a bit of momentum on the side of Z-Rated, and they just were able to capitalize it and just keep moving forward through it. Chun-Li even using his Karma, Emerald Communion at the end. It just wasn't enough to keep Zach alive. So I would not be surprised to see Zach get swapped out. I mean, we know Guild Bean, they have the comps on that roster. I feel like now that they have the loser advantage of seeing the composition and choosing their own and the map, why not swap? They have it available.
Yep. I'll have to see what they decide to do. It's definitely interesting. I mean, like, we talked about it. Guild Bean is also they're just one of those teams that is so willing to play, different compositions. But I just don't know. Like, Zach, what else can Zach play in this matchup? Like, what works into the Demon Hunter Ret Paladin? Because it's just like, it's one of the advantages they have is these are kind of their main comps that are pretty good right now, like I feel like they're in a really good position to make it out of the Gauntlet. That's why I've been kind of going with them for my predictions. But I still, even in game number 1, it felt like Z-Rated could potentially win. So
yeah.
Even if they ran it back with the Ret Warrior, I feel like that would have been like, I wouldn't even have been upset about that,
No, yeah, no, absolutely. I was surprised to see the Demon Hunter come out pleasantly. But that was impressive game number 2. Compositions have been locked in for the winner. Map choice also locked in from the loser. Now, finally, Guild Bean has to lock in their composition, and we're going to see here what they lock in, if they are going to get off of that Demon Hunter, or are they going to stick with their guns. Robodrome could be alluding to some fancy strategies like what we've seen previously out of, like, I believe it was the Shuffle Club. Some interesting tech. Love to see that type of brainstorming going on in AWC. But
yeah, I mean, Robodrome seems like a really good map, but once again, it's like, can you actually get away from a Havoc Demon Hunter? Because I think a Havoc Demon Hunter can get up there.
Yeah.
It's not like a warrior. You can actually use like your not Vengeful Retreat, your why am I blanking? Demon Hunters have an ability. Their attack that dashes to a target, and they can do that.
Oh, right.
And I think he's going to be able to reconnect. So, yeah, Fell Rush, I think it is. Is it Fell Rush? It's the attack.
Fell Rush is like a dash in the air. Listen, I'm not a doctor, Enrique, but I do know one thing. Demon Hunter's mobility is crazy. And so I believe you.
That's true, yeah. I'm not a doctor,
okay. All right. Chun-Li switching from a Windwalker monk to a sub-rogue. I am unfamiliar with Chun-Li's rogue, but I do know that specialization will lock someone down. Maybe like a weird like RMP type of situation, type of setup where the rogue holds someone in place while Zach lights them up. Could be an interesting, maybe all of a sudden a vulnerability on the side of the Havoc Demon Hunter. What do you think?
Yeah, well, I think you're 100% right about that. Like, the Havoc Demon Hunter is a lot more susceptible to being stunned and taken down. But if you're a Havoc Demon Hunter, if there's any, like, basically, if you're a Havoc Demon Hunter against a sub-rogue, the two things you want on your team more than anything are probably a Pres Evoker, because time dilation is so strong and up so often.
Slow down the game, yeah. And
then you also have a Ret. He can sack you and he can tank you. So it's like, you're kind of okay, right? Like, Havoc Demon Hunters, yes, they're susceptible to dying in stuns, but if you could pick the perfect composition to not die in stuns, it's exactly what they're running.
Right.
So I don't know if this will work out entirely the way they see it happening, because Subtlety Rogue is also going to be doing It has a lot more stuns than Windwalker Monk, but in theory it should have a little bit less consistent damage as well. So
right,
it's going to be a lot more about these perfect setups.
Yeah, the burst goes are going to be potent, but I'm anticipating something very similar, that the Windwalker Monk consistent pressure is kind of gone. Question is, which composition will have the advantage going into like a later? I mean, we still see Sub-Rogue goes become more and more potent in deeper dampening perhaps, but another question that pops into my mind, Ven, and I don't mean to interrupt, is, well, sure, the Sub-Rogue has the capability of being really good, but how much practice do they have in this competition?
I mean, that's the elephant in the room. We'll see. Right. Guildbean, hopefully they have that prepared. And the ability I was thinking of is Fell Blade. So that's what Zizzy's going to be using. Using Fell Blade, not Fell Rush. Yeah, and he can also hunt up as well. And I think he can glimpse up. Like, there's a lot you can do. So I don't know if that tactic's going to work out entirely.
Double jump even, you know? That's probably what I would do, honestly.
Nice little opener here onto Zizzy, but not really getting too much out of the way. Zozo still has pretty much all his defensive cooldown. So does Zagorn. So it's going to... Zach needs a little bit of time to ramp up his damage on the Devourer. And then once that damage is available, that's when they might be able to get something going. Here comes the Predator's Wake, but unfortunately, there's just not really any stuns. It seemed like Zach attacked Zozo, Chun-Li is attacking Zizzy, and it just feels like Guildbean isn't on the same page in the opening stages of this match.
You don't. That's a bad sign when you're on a Sub-Rogue. I feel anyone who's got a Sub-Rogue in their solo shuffle lobby, especially at my scrub MMRs, know that you cannot mess up the DRs for your Sub-Rogue or bad news will happen. There's an in-cap onto Kearney. Chun-Li already having to use that evasion, still holding on to the cloak, but Zach and Chun are just getting completely chopped down by Z-Rated's onslaught. Maybe a swap over out onto Zagorn. A quick stun goes out onto him, but he seems completely fine. Is that darkness also being committed? Kearney looking for a sleepwalk. He gets a full sleepwalk as the go onto Zozo into that cheap shot. That will be the lay on hands committed from Zozo on that go. So a few more setups like that, and the Guildbean can absolutely fight their way through all of the defensive cooldowns of Z-Rated. I want to see some more goes like that. The opener, botched. That go, okay. Let's see some more of it.
Looks a little better. I mean, getting the lay on hands out of the way is great, but once again, Zagorn, that time dilation is super effective against the subtlety rogue. If you can connect that, super difficult to actually take down. Looks like Zozo will be okay using the divine protection to survive there, but I don't think Chun-Li really committed to. Actually, this is his blade, so uses the shadow blades. I think that's a more than fine trade. Now Chun-Li in a little bit of danger. He's got no evasion, does have the cloak of shadows if he needs it, but I like that they're keeping Chun-Li honest in the game, putting out damage onto him when they can, especially when they cannot connect to Zach. But Z-Rated right now, they're just being torn apart. The stun locks are coming in, and this isn't looking too bad for Guildbean. A little bit behind on mana, but if they can pull a Divine Shield, that would be absolutely massive.
Absolutely. Zach just doing work throughout that metamorphosis. Blind onto Chun-Li will slow some things down. Now the wings hodge out from Zozo. He's trying to get aggressive. Kearney has no follow-up CC out of that, and Zach seems to be completely healthy. Now a big stun lands, and Chun, though, on the back end is committing his kidney shot. The swap goes out over onto Zagorn from Chun-Li, is going to force an Emerald Communion. So Kearney still has his available, but no trinket available on the side of Kearney. Now full sleep onto Zagorn following it up. Zozo's going to go ahead and use that quick wall available for him and continue this onslaught onto Zach. Look at Zach getting back up there so quickly, and he jumps right back down. An interesting map choice, but yeah, they're constantly just trying to get away, but here we go. Here's the benefit of having a Demon Hunter on your own team. A triple deep breath stun lands out for the side of Z-Rated, and Zach could be in trouble here. Now an Emerald Communion coming out from Kearney.
Yeah, not looking too bad here for either side. Zozo has a lot of those cooldowns available if he needs it, but sleepwalk out onto Zagorn. Zach's getting low on health. It's a race between these two teams. Who is going to fall first? Zizzy gets swapped to once again, and I do like the subtlety rogue. It's like really keeping Z-Rated a lot more afraid in the match. Having those consistent stuns from Chun-Li over the Windwalker Monk seems to be working out in their favor so far. And Chun-Li's, his damage isn't the highest right now overall, but it's respectable, and the burst is good. Chun-Li's low on health, though. At the same time, Zozo is trying to survive this stun lock. Chun-Li just going for it, even though he's so incredibly low. He just pops the evasion and just continues the push. Just all-out pressure here from Guildbean, but they have to weather the storm. Zozo gets gripped up. Chun-Li going to be moving forward. He's also out of line of sight right now, so I think he easily gets recovered here by Zagorn. Mana slightly in favor here of Z-Rated, and Emerald Community not going to be available for either of these evokers for quite some time.
Yep. Doesn't look like it. A nice juke coming out from Zagorn and putting Chun into a quick sleep there, but Kearney now caught into a follow-up sleep out of that. This is big damage coming out from Zach. They're setting that damage up, looks like onto Zizzy, but he seems completely fine. It's Chun who's in trouble. He's going to pop that Cloak of Shadows, respecting the burst damage, but now they switch the damage over onto Zach. He's got to be careful. He gets back up onto high ground. Kearney follows him there. Zozo stops his onslaught. They swap the damage over onto Chun. No Cloak of Shadows available now. Now Kearney caught into a full sleep. Where's the follow-up damage? This could be spooky for Chun-Li. He still has his trinket available to him and a Vanish, but he's holding on to it for now. Kearney no longer in that CC. As I say that, a Hodge lands. This is the wings. This is the Divine Toll go. Where's it going to go on? It looks like it will go on to Chun. Chun's got to be careful. This is Blades committed out from him, but he gets caught into a stun himself. He trinkets the stun for the kidney shot go. Zozo with no bubble available is going to bop. Zagorn, how are you going to keep him alive? 7 seconds until Emerald Communion. If he can keep him alive until then, he'll be okay. And it looks like Zozo will stabilize with that Blessing of Protection. Very close call on the side of Z-Rated. Chun-Li finding those win opportunities in those goes where he can. Cheap shot in the Zozo, not catching a lot of momentum, stepping out of line of sight. Maybe he'll go in for a read, just trying to stabilize. Zach jumping back in, trying to get the pressure out.
Chun-Li!
Chun-Li, this has got to be it. The blind gets committed defensively, Ben.
Yeah, defensive blind. Well played there by Chun-Li. That could have easily been the game, but time dilation might not be enough. Kearney's out of mana. 5 seconds here on the Emerald Communion. They need to survive 5 seconds. Chun-Li just has to hold on a little bit longer. He's going for it, putting the pressure out onto Zozo. Zagorn has what he needs. He's got the Emerald Communion. Lay on hands, rotating back up at just 5 seconds here for Zozo.
Yeah.
They need to not greet it. Don't greet it! Use the Emerald Communion if you need it, and it will just be enough with the Dream Breath. Looks like Z-Rated will survive. Now it's going to be Zach and Chun-Li on the back foot once again. Kearney tapped again. He just used the Emerald Communion, and now he has nothing left. This consistent damage from Z-Rated is starting to completely overwhelm Kearney.
This is so close, Ben. 32% dampening, and these dragons are running out of mana. Land hands! Zach is at a sliver of health, and Zozo survives. Both teams barely surviving each other's go. Blade still being committed out from Chun. Kidney shot lands out on to Zizzy. The Sank also getting Zagorn out of the follow-up CC. A sleep goes out onto Zizzy into the disarm. Zozo could be the kill target. No bubble for 10 more seconds. Gouge goes out onto Zagorn, but Zach's got to be careful. Kearney sees it. He's on the run. He rescues him to high ground, but Zagorn brings his whole team, and they smell death in the blood in the water. The deep breath. Zozo in so much trouble, but bubble rotates. He's alive. He's still going through it, but Zach wants to get aggressive with his metamorphosis. Chun-Li has his kidney shot available, but the double stun from Zizzy is going to slow down Kearney. The follow-up full sleep. Chun committing the kidney shot onto Zizzy. He's got to kill him right here, right now. The end cap onto Zagorn, and Zizzy's in so much trouble. He defensively CCs Chun off of him. Can Zizzy get? But Zagorn's out of mana, Ben.
Yeah, no one has mana. No one has anything. It is a race to the finish. Chun-Li going for the stun lock onto Zozo. Can he survive? Chun-Li so low on health. This is metamorphosis for Zizzy. He gets dismantled. Zozo hanging on by a fraction of health. This could come down to a 2 versus 2. Zozo falls. Is Chun-Li going to be next? The time stop comes in. He's got stasis. He's going to be able to hold on. I think Chun-Li might actually live. They do it. Oh no, it's just so incredibly close, but Guild Bean does it. They just will not die, and Zach's damage is absolutely phenomenal in this game. I can't believe they were able to hold on, and probably the closest game of today.
What an absolute nail biter. GG's to both of these teams, giving us some fantastic gameplay here in the AWC Gauntlet. Z-Rated now are on match point as Guild Bean is able to edge that 2-1 lead. Just the health bars on both sides just seemed never healthy. Look at ZZ. He's got like a sliver of health. He goes to high ground. He immediately has Chun-Li step to him. He incaps Chun and jumps back down. It's just so much positional awareness, so much rotation, so much just like crazy little plays that could easily allow either one of these teams to just fall at any given moment, or go, I should say. Man, that bubble rotated just in the nick of time for Z-Rated, but it just wasn't enough.
I was just losing my mind at the end of this game. It's like, who's going to fall first? Nobody has any mana. How are these teams even staying alive? But ultimately, Chun-Li had some incredible blinds, one to stay alive and one to close out the game here in these final moments. And this time stop, look at this, 5 seconds
dude.
On the time stop when he's 20% health. They could have turned it around during that moment, but Kearney, some clutch tech with that time stop. Zach coming in with the Predator's Wake. He's making the Devourer look good. I mean, we've seen some Devourer representation here today.
Yep.
The question is, like, I feel like this has got to be... I mean, all these games feel like they could go either way, but I'll tell you one thing. If Zizzy was on an Arms Warrior this game, it would not look like this. I feel like it would look a little bit different. I think, anyways, like... if the Arms Warrior came back in for Z-rated, I feel like it would be a lot more difficult.
Remove that vulnerability from the sub-rogue sort of thing.
Yeah, well, you just have so much. You have so many ways to kind of dismantle what Subtlety Rogue does, right? Like Intimidating Shout, Dismantle, Intervene, Stormbolt, and Shockwave. And plus, you're not going to die. Like Arms Warriors, especially Colossus Arms Warriors, don't really die to Subtlety Rogues on the Stunlock. So, yeah, I don't know. Ruins of Lordaeron, nice small map. Guild Bean, I feel like if they lock in the Sub-Rogue, they're going to be met with a Ret Warrior.
Yeah, that is the beauty of this format. That they will be able to see the composition and lock in their own. But that means they have to do that as well if they beat them here. They have to win twice then in order to move on in the Gauntlet. This is a best of 5. First the 3 moves on. The one who doesn't, eliminated. No lower bracket. It's all or nothing right now. Teams are actually fighting not only to make it to the finals for those big prize pools, but also, most importantly, a chance to go all the way to BlizzCon. I mean, that is in the back of every single one of these players' minds, especially when with their backs up against the wall. Man, I do enjoy seeing all these dragons and demon hunters in the arena. The action is just so fast. It's very interesting to watch from a bird's eye view of the spectators. By the way, a little shout out to our observers. Doing a great job, guys. Keep it up. There's a lot of people in the back lines making this show a reality, so make sure to thank your local production nerd. They give us this beautiful entertainment. Definitely not biased at all about that.
Absolutely, no doubt about it. It's been an amazing day so far, and these two teams, man, they're definitely keeping it interesting. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like the Gauntlet is one of my favorite days. It might be my favorite day. Because you get to see so many different teams, so many different compositions. Every game, stakes are the highest they could possibly be. You know, there's no lower bracket, and it's the entire season comes down to this moment for all of these players. So super fun to watch. Guild Bean, they lock in the Windwalker Monk once again, and I think Z-rated they are just going to play Havoc Demon Hunter, and then I don't know what happens after that.
Yep, it could very well be a game 5 if it goes the same way that we saw in Hook Point.
You know what else Z-rated could do if they really wanted to? Just lock in the Warrior and just say, we're going to have to win on the Warrior, so if we can't win on Runes with the Warrior, we're probably not going to win with the Warrior and get some more reps in on it. You know, because I feel like, so if you compare, like, I guess game 1 and 3 were both so incredibly close, but I don't know, Ret Warrior to me, where they died with Divine Shield, they still had Emerald Communion.
Yeah,
like, there's just so many buttons, you know, so it's like, I want to see Z-rated almost just go with that composition, even though they won game number 2. I feel like they have to win with that, and if they can, then Guild Bean's in a really awkward position.
Yeah, and we know that Zizzy's got the reps in it, but no, they're going to stick with the Havoc Demon Hunter. Again, a composition that we saw do well into Hook Point. They know it can win. Guild Bean did seem like they were being pushed basically to the brink, but there was also a really potent go with like the triple stun. And I mean, it couldn't have gone better for that last go for Z-rated. So, and you can't really count on that all the time, you know. Being able to get a triple stun, it was huge. So we're going to have to wait and see. Ruins of Lordaeron, though, is a very small map, probably the smallest map in the pool, not only because of its diameter, but also because of the line of sight opportunities. You know, that tomb directly in the middle, the geometry on that thing is clunky. It is not something that you can really rely on too often. It's a map that is it's like a double-sided blade, you know. It could hurt you, but it could do some damage for you as well. That's the way I view it anyway. The tomb.
The Tomb has made major improvements over the years, though. Like, if you go back and play the Burning Crusade, the Tomb is a nightmare. You have to be like an expert at jumping to be able to navigate over that thing, you know? So,
speaking of things that you have to be an expert to navigate, you remember the rope on Blade's Edge?
that was my favorite.
Yeah, I was quite bad at it. So also my favorite.
I'm pretty sure there was an iteration of that map that had no rope either. You just had to jump.
You had to jump. Something else I wanted to point out, then, is the PvP talents for Kearney. Unlike every other dev or preservation evoker we've seen, he is running that time stop, which every other one are either running the Fire Breath Purge or the Aura Mastery on the wall. But here we go. Big, deep breath land on the Chun-Li and Kearney as Zagorn's team is trying to get aggressive here. Zozo positioning himself outside of the wind tunnel that is the melee in the middle of the map. Put the swap over out onto Zizzy. He's got to be careful. He's going to catch a hand of sacrifice from Zozo as Zagorn gets caught into a sleep. I believe that sleep actually ended up getting broken, so no follow-up momentum out of that. Kearney caught into a sleep himself, into a follow-up in cap, into a full Hodge. Chun-Li, the main kill target here, dripping down to about half health here. Kearney out of CC. Should be able to top him up. Zozo getting CC'd as well. They're swapping the damage over out on the Zagorn. He's going to go ahead and use those Obsidian Scale wall to survive for now. A rescue for Zach to follow all that up, but now Zagorn caught into a sleep. Zozo in trouble. He's going to bop himself? Questionable bop. Spooky bop. He's still low. He's not getting stabilized. He finally gets stabilized, but Chun-Li is on the run. He's got the Touch of Karma available to him. Kearney caught into the blinding light, into a follow-up Hodge, and this has to be the Touch of Karma. The end cap goes out onto Zozo to stop the damage. Are they going to punch through? They try to punch through, forcing the Emerald Communion.
Yeah, get the Emerald Communion out of the way. Touch of Karma will trade. Chun-Li still under fire, and this map is very difficult for him to actually get away. He's been doing a good job so far, but he is just getting absolutely smoked in the game at the same time. Zozo.
Oh my god!
Oh my gosh, Guildbean does it! They eliminate Z-Rated. Zozo gets absolutely smoked by Zach, the hero, on that Devour. Are you kidding me? From downtown, that was insane.
We are in a new era of WoW Arena. Ladies and gentlemen, you have just witnessed a gigantic burst of damage that not only is going to give Guildbean a win, it's going to give them the win in the series. Moving on here in the Gauntlet, knocking out Z-Rated. You know, hats off to Z-Rated. An absolute fantastic performance from them. But Guildbean are going to be moving forward with this composition that took everyone by surprise. Windwalker, Devastation on Demon Hunter, and Preservation Evoker. I really need to take a look at Zozo's health bar at the very end here. A double down goes in a single series, Venruki. That's just unreal.
A double down goes.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that reference is. That's what my partners tell me when I die without bubbling. That's weird.
Well, I need to see that again. Now, like, I feel like it was somewhat of an honor and privilege to be commentating during that moment, but that was a crazy amount of damage on Zozo. I mean, it's like, that was unprecedented levels of burst. I'm pretty sure he went 70-0 instantaneously. He just got literally evaporated.
Yeah.
It's like, let's see. Zach is the one that comes in. Let's just look at Zozo. He's just like, he's chilling. He's playing safe. You know, he's at the pillar. He's trying to get some damage. And then Zach just predator. Look at him. Boom!
I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it. It's delayed.
What even was that? Chun-Li?
Oh.
Maybe that was Chun-Li. Who was that?
I don't even know. I don't know. Honestly,
it just happens.
Looking at that guy's health bar, I could have sworn Beast Cleave was on the other team. That was crazy.
Yeah.
Everyone loves
that.
my
Is
reference.
actually insane. I didn't see the death log because at first I was like, that was all Zach, but that might have been Chun-Li. Like he had the Zenith there, so.
And Zenith is like immediate damage too. It's not.
Maybe Chun-Li was the hero.
I mean, that's kind of the beauty of Guilding. We haven't seen a lot of Windwalker monks. They are absolute glass cannons, which make them in like, oh my god, that make it in competitive play, you know, quite a risk to play. But when you have two ultra bursty specs like that, I mean, magic can happen. You lock one down, the other one has time to breathe.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is what we saw just now. Guild being defeating a lot of people's opinions on the outcome of this series. Yeah, there's your answer there.
Look at the cliff, Aya. Look at the cliff.
Oh,
it's so tall. Oh my gosh. Oh. All right, so it looks like in like less than 0.25 seconds, this man dropped 50% of his health
Wow.
or more.
It was both of them, yeah. They just damage coming in from both of them at the right time, but it's like zoom into like the 0.5 if we can. 0.4 even, because actually 0.25. Because it's like he's 40% enhance, yeah. Because at like 0.2 seconds, he's still at roughly 50% health. So in 0.2 seconds, he's just dead. Like
honestly, it's the rat's fault. He should have bubbled. That's what my healer was.
I don't know.
Who's your healer? It's mean.
Gosh, dude, look at the damage contributed between these two DPS. 144k and 106k. We are at a fraction of a second zoom in at this point, and you're looking at 250,000 damage.
Oh God, that was a right
It's
angle.
RSK, yeah.
Oh my
Dual
gosh.
threats,
Just
Skyfire heal.
that is a composition. I don't care what you're playing, you're spooked about. You're spooked to face these guys.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the question. Dire Wolves, what do you feel like their reaction was watching that moment, D Machine, now that they've got to face them in round 4?
Well, as you know, I haven't really talked about this much, but I've transitioned to being a healer. And as a healer, if I saw that, I would hate my life. That would suck. I would be so terrified. Dealing with like really small windows of huge burst is like, I swear, it's taken a little bit off my life healing solo shuffles, but it is very fulfilling to enable your friends, but I would not want to be in Sea-Doo's shoes going into this final round of the Gauntlet.
Yeah, definitely not. And that is going to be the next up series. And I'm so excited. Dire Wolves, they've been waiting there all day. They had to watch EU. They had to watch that matchup. And now we finally get to see them play. And they're going to be against Guild Bean. So we're kind of in familiar territory here, Ven, with a lot of these names.
I mean, this is a classic. I mean, these guys, these are all veterans of like 10 years at this point. So
Yeah.
Couple old
I'm
men,
excited.
if you ask me.
I don't know.
Would you,
What'd
is
you
it
say?
sad?
I said a couple old
I'm
men.
sad because only... Oh, yeah. I was
Why
going
are
to say
you
that I'm
sad?
sad because only one of them can go on, Ben.
Oh.
That's what makes it so awesome.
I know,
mean,
but it's like this time of the year when you look at Twitter, people get eliminated, and then you look at Twitter, and they're like, "We had such a good season. I'm so proud of it."
I was
It makes
like,
me
why
sad,
can't we all
Ben.
be friends? And Ben's like,
like that
burn
girl
them
in Mean
all.
Girls that shows up to the school rally. That's like, she doesn't even go here. Like, I just want everyone to
yeah.
I
Well,
just want everyone to win.
well, yeah. I was gonna say something a little not negative.
If
but it's like
everybody
at the end
wins,
of-
Ben.
Do it, Ben.
You know, at the
Say
end
it.
of the day, everyone's gonna be sad except one team.
That's right.
You know,
You're
at
right.
BlizzCon.
Right.
So
You're right.
it's just
No.
a necessary stepping stone at this point.
It's true. And it's, that's what makes the competition so fun. But Dire Wolves, at Guild Bean, that is going to be our last series of the day for the Gauntlet before we move into the rest
What
of
a
the week and
series,
have our
yeah.
top 4 for both EU, which we have earlier today, as well as North America. So we're heading into a break, and we will be right back. Welcome back, everyone. This is a very important series that we've got lined up. This is a big one. The winner of this one is going to stay in it and face off against the rest of North America into a top 4. It is going to be either Dire Wolves or Guild Bean, D Machine. And how do we feel about the last series? How do we feel about Guild Bean did? And how do we feel like Dire Wolves is going to be responding?
You know, Guild Bean, I talked about it earlier. You know, I was a little disappointed with their performance throughout the cups. It's not that they didn't do great. It's that they could have done so much better looking at that roster. And going into today, we see a new composition come out from these guys. They have some serious burst potential. And Chun-Li's on Windwalker Monk. And that makes me so happy. So for that reason alone, Guild Bean has kind of won my heart over. Dire Wolves, kind of the same story. We've seen just like legendary runs from these people. We've seen them on the BlizzCon stage holding up the trophy, beating the entire globe. And we know that they have greatness within them, but we haven't been seeing it a whole lot lately. So it really is all about who plays better on the day. And that is the best recipe for some WoW Arena.
Certainly is, especially with these two teams, and only one of them will survive, so you can bet they're going to be playing their best super tees. But I mean, on the topic of Dire Wolves, I feel like this is a team that tends to surprise us a lot in terms of the compositions that they come up with and the ones especially that they're bringing out in a blind pick. Any guesses as to what we might be seeing from Dire Wolves?
Well, from talking to Mez, I think I'm fully expecting Rogue Mage, unless he's sandbagging and lying to me, and I feel like I'm pretty good friends with him, and maybe he would be, I don't know, but seems like anticipating Rogue Mage is a pretty safe bet from them. And then at the same time, if they're going to be relying on Zac on that Demon Hunter, that's a big liability into Rogue Mage. And even Windwalker Monk, I think to some extent can be a liability into Rogue Mage. So it's a really good matchup. It's the comp that they've played the most. They've played how many different combinations of it. This isn't even half of the available combinations of Rogue Mage. Actually, I need to run can we do the math on that? How many permutations if you have 3 Mage specs, 3 Rogue specs, and 6 healers? Like, how many permutations of Rogue Mage actually exist in the game?
I'm just laughing at myself because, you know, I'm thinking of all the creative things that Dire Wolves has played, and then we show the graphic of Rogue Mage.
Well, they've played other stuff in the past.
Yeah, exactly, but it didn't make it to this picture. It's just a Rogue Mage team right now in terms of what we're seeing Dire Wolves. But yeah, I mean, I guess then that means the question really, Super Tees, is what is Guild Bean going to play? What do you want them to see play?
I mean, Chun-Li looks good on Windwalker. I really like his Windwalker right now. We haven't seen anything from Ceralium. I don't know if that's an option or not? Okay, here we go. Now we got more things from them in the past. 96. This is all time. Oh, we got all time stat record. So yeah, they're very versatile. Typically, Sam is like the ranged DPS, plays Boomkin or Mage. 0% chance we see Boomkin this weekend. Fortunately for myself. And then obviously the Windwalker DK has been a pretty classic comp for them as well throughout history. I think that's pretty unlikely. I fully expect Rogue Mage Preservation Evoker from them here in this matchup, especially given what they've seen from this team with so much focus on Demon Hunter. So it's going to be up to Guild Bean to be able to kind of answer that. If they can beat Rogue Mage as Devourer or Windwalker, then I mean this entire tournament is open to them, in my opinion.
Okay. All right, well, let's start with predictions. If you're in chat, get the predictions in. This is your last chance for today to get some points, some chat points, and we will do the same for the last series of the day here. D Machine, is it going to be Dire Wolves or Guild Bean?
Guild Bean. We've seen some adaptation come out from them, but there's a Rogue Mage on the other side of the arena. You know how I feel about that. I think Dire Wolves got this 3-1.
Okay, Super Tease.
I can't bet against Rogue Mage, man. I can't bet against Rogue Mage.
Oh, but
There's
you
no
can.
way, right? Like, I can't. I don't. I'm already behind. There's no way. You're just trying to keep. It's like crabs in a bucket. You're trying to keep it down.
I have no agenda.
I have no agenda.
I think Dire Wolves win 3-1.
Dire Wolves 3-1. I'm Dire Wolves 3-2. 3-2. It'll be Dire Wolves 3-2. All right, Ven, Zico, are we all on the side of Dire Wolves? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I'm so sorry.
This just means that Guild Bean has a beautiful opportunity to shove it in our faces, to prove everyone wrong. The Cinderella story, it writes itself.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see Chun-Li with a nice blue ball gown right now.
Does the slipper fit on the monk?
Yes, yes. Who's the fairy godmother, though? I'm not sure. Maybe it's the healing stat. All right, Dire Wolves, Guild Bean. We've got 77% for Dire Wolves and 23% for chat. So Guild Bean, definitely the underdog here in this story, which is so surprising to me. I mean, this team is so strong. We saw what they did in that last series. We've seen what they've done just as players historically, Super Tees, but I guess when you're up against a team like Dire Wolves, everyone seems to disagree.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're in the minority right now. You're taking a big risk, I think, going on Guild Bean, not just based on player skill, but based on experience and composition value as a team. I feel like individually they're great, but I think Sea-Doo has the edge on Preservation Evoker experience, has the edge on composition experience. I think that's very important at this stage in this type of scenario.
Definitely is, and this is going to be the moment here. The winner of this one moving on to Sunday's games for North America. They're going to be able to play for the rest of the weekend. The loser, unfortunately, is going to be the end of the season for Midnight Season 1. It's Dire Wolves versus Guild Bean. Single elimination, best of 5 D Machine, starting right now.
Here we go. We get to finally see what compositions are locked in the blind pick. And Sid, you nailed it. We have ourselves a Preservation Invoker on the side of Sea-Doo. Kearney actually opting to go for the Holy Priest on the side of Guild Bean. Chun on the sub-rogue with that Devastation Demon Hunter. So Guild Bean also anticipating the Rogue Mage is what I'm seeing from here. But here we go. Trill is on a sub-rogue as well. That's different. Big setup goes out onto Zach. He immediately gets out of there. But Chun now setting up onto Trill as Sea-Doo gets caught into that sleep, into the fear. And Trill's got to be a little bit careful here. He's going to commit that Cloak of Shadows. He should be A-OK through that. That's a button out of the way. Sam Mayhem trying to get the follow-up. CC gets kicked on it. Trill's got to be careful here. Zach's still trying to ramp up here, but this is the meta, so Trill's got to be careful not to overextend, Supa.
I think Subtlety Rogue is the right pick here into a Demon Hunter. It's just like a direct counter, although it's typically into Havoc, so is it going to have the same exchange into Devourer? Devourer has a lot more crowd control immunity, and it looks like they're actually focusing Trill rather than going after the Mage. Mage is a very tanky target.
Zach!
Smoke bomb, massive damage comes in, but Kearney gets there in the nick of time. Connects a huge heal with that Guardian Spirit. stabilizes Zach through the smoke bomb, which was a clear win condition there, but he's got to still be careful. He's locked in more crowd control, now into a full polymorph. He's trying to sit through it. Zach is kiting around the map, but Kearney ultimately had to use the medallion, and now they are down 2 medallions, which means unless Zach preemptively blurs or Kearney is able to avoid a crowd control, like a shot of death, Chun-Li just dead out of nowhere. Big swap on Chun. This is the advantage of the Rogue Mage, is just constant swap opportunities as they switch constantly. Trill's going to have evasion, though, and stabilize here. The polymorph from Chun. Zach is hiding behind the pillar. He knows he's the target. Sea-Doo's on the left, Trill on the right. He rescues him on top. Zach ducks away. Trill is chasing him down for the win right now, and Sam I Am is in a cheap shot. Are they going to be able to reverse the pressure? Sam taking some hits here, but Sea-Doo is ready to recover. Zach, he's doing a good job to stay alive here. If they can hold on for 27 more seconds, he's just backflipping constantly to try and immune the stun lock. And that's the thing that Trill is going to have to play around.
Yeah, so many times have I got CC'd into that. Now Zach just getting cross CC'd, up being everyone on the side of Gilbean was CC'd. Sleep into the full ring, polymorph onto Chun. Zach is in trouble in a cheap shot. So much damage, and Dire Wolves with a 1-2 punch take out Gilbean in game number 1's blind pick. What a convincing setup from Dire Wolves. They are looking strong.
That was clean. Just, I mean, they knew what was going to be effective here. Subtlety Rogue into the Demon Hunter.
Yep.
Clean setups. Rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. And I feel like this is the Dire Wolves. You know, we were saying at the beginning, it's the Jekyll and Hyde. Like, what are we going to get here? Are they going to be just kind of like shoulders hunched in and not really confident and just kind of like complaining on social media or something? Or are they going to be just blasting on all cylinders? And this first game was blasting on all cylinders. Dire Wolves looking to reclaim that 4th place position in the Grand Finals for North America, an opportunity to qualify, the biggest prize pool on the line, I believe, of all time right now at BlizzCon this year. So this would be the year to do it. This is not the year to be hunched over shoulders and like, I don't know, man, we're just losing and complaining the whole time. This is where you just got to be polishing your plays. Love that setup from Sea-Doo at the end. Look at that knock on the darkness, just immaculate play actually right there at the end. That was a crazy setup, utilizing everything in their kit.
Look at the trinket
to be able to execute on that win.
It was the sleepwalk that he actually ended up trinketing. He uses the Guardian. Fun thing about Guardian, it's a fantastic button. It's only a minute cooldown if you don't get it procced. However, the reason why it's so good is because it increases your healing throughput. If you get CC'd after you use it and you don't have the throughput and it has to proc, that's a big deal. Forcing Kearney to get that trinket is what created this window that we're watching right in front of us right now, where Zach had to play just absolutely so scared. And you were kind of calling it out, Sid, when we were like watching this. You're like, I'm just staring at Zach. That's a win condition. You have a sub rogue, your DRs are coming up. That is the win condition, and that's exactly what Dire Wolves was teeing up. The question now I have is Gilbean going to adapt to what we're seeing here? They do have the loser's advantage. It is a best of 5. We're going to see what they're going to be locking in here. To me, I feel like they probably weren't surprised by seeing the composition Dire Wolves came out with, and so I'm just a little spooked. Maybe they don't have an answer for Rogue Mage. You have to have an answer for Rogue Mage. We are in the final series of the Gauntlet. You have to be able to go toe-to-toe with a composition like this, but that was a pretty convincing game number 1.
All right, now what are we going to do here? Is Chun going to swap off the rogue? I feel like a rogue of your own is pretty nice, but the mage just isn't a target. You can't target a mage as a subtlety rogue. Just double blink charges on a low cooldown. You can't stun them. And if you can't stun them, that's not a target as a rogue. Now, they could go Preservation Evoker. They could attack the healer. That actually is,
I love that,
a line of liability.
Yeah.
But getting to him successfully becomes the challenge because Zach is constantly afraid of just dying immediately. So that I think that is where the line of victory is you go after Trill and you go after Sea-Doo and you swap between the two of them. But I don't know if they have enough crowd control for Sam, because if they leave Sam open, he's just going to be getting free Dragon's Breath Sheeps. He's going to be getting free Ray of Frost. It's going to be very challenging for them. So they're going to Hook Point, small map. I think they do want to pressure the Preservation Evoker. That's pretty much the only opening I can see for them compositionally. Dire Wolves, I can imagine, aren't going to change anything until they're forced to, because it looked so good for them in game number 1 there. But maybe they want to think about options now. They're just going to go Frost, LT, Preservation, big burst, big setup, Very standard
Control.
composition at the moment. Do love that Trill is willing to play the subtlety, because I think in situations like this, it is vastly superior to Outlaw. Like,
Right.
you win the game immediately instead of trying to play this Outlaw version that has to drag the game on for 10 minutes to win.
Right.
I think the subtlety is just a way faster line, cleaner line. So I do like that Trill is able to flex between those rogue specializations. Guild Bean, big decision. What are you going to do? What are you going to bring in? They looked strong in the previous matchup, but this is a completely different beast. Rogue Mage compared to Ret Warrior or Demon Hunter Warrior is just an entirely different fight for them. They're taking the time on the clock.
I'm
here
just staring at this timer, man. This is a big decision for Guild Bean. This could very well be the series. I mean, it's really hard to come back from like a 2-0 lead. So they need to win on what we always call the swing match. It is their opportunity, is their advantage. They have to win on these. Or if it goes back and forth, they just lose.
Taking their, I mean, maybe they got something crazy. I didn't expect what's come out of them this far, up to this point anyway. So I mean, maybe something crazy comes out from here. Obviously, we've seen some very interesting picks from teams that I didn't even think were an option. So maybe something wild comes out here at the last second and surprises everybody, blows the gauntlet completely out of the water.
There's just so much on the line right here as we look at this timer go down, dude. Like, this one series is an opportunity to go to a tournament that has $120,000 on the line. And that tournament, with just a few short series there, could qualify you to someplace that has $300,000 on the line. You know what I mean? It's just so much. This is it. This is the last shot. There's no more cups. You are watching the last series of the Gauntlet right now. And Guild Bean are locking in the same composition. They're going to shrug it off as a fluke, and they're going to go into Hook Point anew.
So I think maybe if Kearney plays regular Chastise and not the stun, which I would imagine he's playing with a Subtlety Rogue on his team,
right?
He does like a Chastise Fear on the Mage, and then they like imprison Rogue, like it's crowd control both DPS and go after Sea-Doo.
Yeah,
is basically what I'm like. There's a bunch of different ways they could do it, but I think that's what they need to do if they're going to win this. They can't leave Sam open, so I think Kearney is the most likely to crowd control him because Sam wants to pressure him. He'll be nearby, so he can Chastise, he can Fear. And then they can move in on top of Sea-Doo and go after him. They might be able to win doing that. It's going to be a very fast game either way, but I think they could win. It's going to come down to Sea-Doo like pre-immuning, pre-walling, Trill being able to like trinket, rotating between those. But I think if they actually
double dispel, what is that?
Double. I mean, it's for polymorph, right? So you can just take all the polymorphs off, or you take a Frost Nova and a Sheep off. I think I think it's good.
Pretty good.
Just for getting uptime, because Sam, like, in between the Rogue Mage goes, he's just going to spam Sheep. So if you can't get your team out during that window in between the goes, then you just get no uptime and you can't accomplish anything. Right. I think they need to put the gas pedal down. They have to go after Sea-Doo. That's the only line to victory, and they have to put crowd control into the Mage at the same time.
I want to see some offensive purges too, like. Something you got to know about these preservation evokers is that your healing is multiplicatively increased based off of how many like hots and buffs that they have up at any, and it's really easy to fall behind on that, especially if you're tunneling them with triple stun chain every DR go. You can fall behind or even get caught off guard without those hots, without that dream projection on you, and that's a big deal. It's difficult to get that back and ramped up. You have to echo everything back on you. It's something that can really make an evoker's life a lot more difficult. And right now, Sea-Doo is giving his team a lot of breathing room with his cross CC sleeps. They're very solid. And Sam I Am free casting last game. Yeah, I mean, between Sea-Doo and Sam I Am, just having the breathing room to control the game is just, you can't let it happen. It just cannot happen, or they will just take control of the game moving forward. But we saw lots of really good cross CC coming out from Team Guild Bean in the previous series. They're going to need to do something like that again. They're going to need to pull out all the stops. Sam I Am, I'm a fan of these shoulders and helmet. It's kind of cool. It's like a druid thing going on.
I've never seen this set. I don't know. It looks like it could be a Heron Deer kind of set.
Yeah. Oh, it's Heron Deer. It's going to be like, is this like a druid from like Revendreth? What is happening? But
yeah.
Here we go.
It's an interesting combination. It's a Rivendreth Heron Deer remix there from Sam. It definitely is unique. I don't think I've seen it. But here we go.
Plus
Hook
10
point,
to
small
Steez,
map.
for sure.
best opportunity for being here. They have to race the clock. I don't think they can afford to play defensive. This is like you just have to get setups faster than the RMP.
Yes.
And they might be able to run the line faster if they can. So just get the setups.
Oh my gosh, what an
allocate your
intense...
crowd control. Just run. This is not a dampening game where you try to play to live and like stall their setup and win later. You don't do that. You have to go faster than they are.
That is such a cool place for us to be in, Super T's, enjoying some arena here on a beautiful Friday afternoon. And it is a match to behold. So much on the line. Very high level play that we see here. Trill finds Chun out of stealth. There's the full sap. Sidu roots him back up, keeping him there. And here's the blade commit from Trill. Big damage out onto Zach. Huge disintegrate from Sidu. But now Trill gets swapped over on. There's the full kidney shot onto him. If there's any follow-up CC onto Sidu, it could be trouble. He gets put into the chastise stun out of that, but Sidu's not caught in any more CC following up. Now they're switching the damage over out onto Samayam. This is Metamorphosis from Zach. This is a big damage go. Chun gets slept up. It does get dispelled. PI go happens.
He deathed
the blind. That's insane. But he gets caught into a full polymorph. The stun goes out onto Zach into the bomb follow-up, into the half poly, and Zach still seems to be okay throughout all of that, Sid.
I mean, Kearney Shadowward Death's a blind in the Gauntlet.
Unreal.
Last chance to qualify the top
dude.
4. Can they actually pull it off? Can they beat Rogue Mage? They got Samayam on the back foot right now. Sidu struggling to recover. Trill dismantled at the moment. Zach is retreating, trying to hide behind the pillar. They're choosing to try and play this out more conservatively, but he will ultimately get caught in a cheap shot. But there's no control on Kearney. He pre-fades and pre-angels. He's in the smoke bomb, I think, but Zach actually decides to get away from it there at that moment in time. And Kearney should be able to heal up pretty easily now. Trill gets pre-rescued on the paralyze. Now I want to see a swap to Sidu here. Can they connect any damage?
Cross CC onto Samayam in the kidney shot.
They're pretty close. They're pretty close.
Oh my God, they done it.
Did it. Guild Bean actually do it. They drop Sidu. Game number 2. Out of nowhere, Kearney Death's a blind. Okay.
Best not count this team out, Supa. You best not count. When I saw that blind being Death, I saw the little animation kind of like pop back on Kearney's head. I'm like, he blinded. He Death blind. He Death blind. That is such a good feeling. If you ever Death the blind ever in your career, it is the best feeling. Now imagine doing that with like that hundreds of thousands of dollars potentially on the line. You know, like that is oh my God. Put it in the top 5 play already. It deserves to be there. The question,
I mean, even the next setup too. He pre-faded the setup and then angeled it right about. Or maybe this is the end of the game. It's after that point. But he gets a fear on Sam. And that's what I was talking about. You have to control the
chastise
mage when you go
fear,
in the
just like you
evoker.
said.
If the mage is in control, then you can run down the Prez Evoker. They can actually win as this comp.
I think so too. I think they have vulnerabilities, but they also they back each other up with their composition. You know, Chun has his own control available to him. Zach absolutely is vulnerable, but so is the Preservation Evoker.
I feel like maybe Sidu should play something that isn't as swappable.
Yeah, I mean, if he goes monk, he can port stuns. But yeah. I mean, if I would go priest myself, I'd probably be a holy priest as well.
I think priest or monk might be better in this situation. I think he is a liability on Prez. Not that he's bad at Prez. I just think that spec in this matchup is a liability.
I mean, there was a time too where I saw Sidu. I think he got rooted, and he couldn't like verdant embrace. Not only is that stopping your throughput, but it also prevents like that little small windows of CC immunity that you're trying to land with that with what verdant embrace kind of puts on the evoker. It can sometimes feel really clunky when you're going up against like a matchup with that much control. Just the windows to get stuff done just feels a little bit cleaner on the holy priest. I mean, he can even use guardian if he gets caught into a stun. Like if they're gonna like cheap shot the priest to like follow up with some CC from in the cheap shot or the kidney shot, he can also press that guardian. He also has the CC immunity of the angel form. I mean, I would be going on holy priest myself, but maybe I'm overcooking. That is such a possibility when everything is on the line like this. Team composition now having to be locked in for Guild being first, as they did lose on match number 2. Or, I'm sorry, they won on match number 2. On the swing match, as we said, they had to win there. But it doesn't look like we're going to be seeing a back and forth composition war. It seems like both of these teams might be sticking with their guns here, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think Guild Bean can switch to anything.
Yeah, it does not appear that way. Definitely does not.
I think it's really just Sea-Doo possibly changing what healer, but judging by the map, he might just play the same thing. I feel like it's what he's practiced the most, but he can play every healer. I don't think it would be a sweat for him to just switch over if he really feels like a liability in this matchup, because typically Preservation Evoker is a liability into Subtlety Rogue. But Empyrean Domain's a good map here. It's really big, gives him a lot of space, makes it a lot harder for Kearney to actually control Sam too.
Yeah,
like that was the toughest situation for them, so they're already past that. They do have the swing match advantage, as long as they don't lose it here. Guild Bean taking their time to be locking this in.
I like
but
this.
I can imagine
I know all the
they're
tournament
walking the same
admins are gonna absolutely hate me for saying this, but if I was on a team, I would run out the timer, because when it comes to like staying, making the best decisions, it's one with a level head, a calm, collected head. Same composition going to be locked in for Guild Bean. Give your team the breather to basically get your heart rate back down and control that. I think it's OP. I learned that from Benruki. Shout out to Three Amigos. Speaking of Three Amigos, one of the Amigos is still in the arena right here on the side of Dire Wolves as they deploy the strategy that has been deployed for, I want to say, over a decade now. Over 10 years.
Rogue Mage is a classic. There's an almost limitless amount of permutations of it as well. So if you nerf one version of it, another version of it pops up. It's the cockroach of the arena. It can survive anything and still be a viable option here. Darwell's taken some time on the clock too to consider, I think, switching Sea-Doo out or not. If he feels like he could have outplayed that situation, or he just didn't respond appropriately, or if they should play something else. I think it's very safe to just go Mistweaver and just have a port in the back, play a safe game. Sam will carry the match. Just don't make yourself a target. And then at that point, it's like, well, they can only really kill Trill. And then if you know that, you can just rotate defensively around him. And it's going to be much more challenging for Guild Bean to actually be able to close out the match. But if it's been a while since they practiced it, maybe they don't want to. They're taking their time here.
I know.
What other weird thing could they run? There's no
Druid.
way they would switch
I don't know how
Rogue
much
Mage.
reps he hasn't. I don't think he's getting off Rogue. I just think that the swap to the Preservation is the vulnerability. I mean, they could. Yeah, honestly, I'd like to see some TSG. Let's go. Let's get some. There we go. All right. So he's sticking with the Pres Evoker. All right. Interesting. I think that it's one of those things where if you know that you're a possible kill target, you can play around it to a certain extent. But I mean, it was so close. It was so very close. We are going into game number 3 on Empyrean Domain. Little toothpicks of pillars on this type of arena. It's got some similar spacing, at least from pillar to pillar. Maybe not the outer spacing to like Nagrand Arena, for example, but it feels so much more vulnerable than the Grand Arena because of the spacing behind the pillars, but also the diameter of the pillars themselves they're tiny. They're very tiny.
Well, Direwolves, they want space and they want no line of sight. So this is the most space and the least amount of line of sight that they could get.
It's a much more succinct way to say what I was trying to say.
I think this is the best setup that they could get for this. But they got to be ready for those setups from Kearney, because I feel like Kearney was the big step up that last game. Deathing Blind, aside, but just controlling Sam. I feel like they had a much cleaner strategy of what they were trying to do. The first game felt like they were just kind of just YOLOing it, like, go Trail and maybe we'll hit this guy. And there was no clear, succinct plan that they were iterating on. But now if they sync it up, Chastise Fear Mage, Imprison Rogue, whatever, or Imprison Sea-Doo even to set up for the stun so he can't pre-wall. I think that they actually have a strategy that could beat the Direwolves, which would be a major upset. I mean, the Direwolves have been a legendary roster for years in the AWC. They were previous BlizzCon champions. So if they lose to Guild Bean here, it would be absolutely devastating. But I don't think it's entirely impossible.
No, not at all. Not at all. Guild Bean look like they are doing it very solid right now, but Direwolves are not going to be going down without a fight by no means. They have showed us some good gameplay so far. Can they keep that up? This is the only series that they are going to be playing today. It's all or nothing right here. But it looks like Sam AM is going to be stopped in the follow-up CC there. Nope, he lands a full ring of Frost. It gets reversed. Kearney's out of it for now. He's not even committing the Angel just yet. Now full Polymorph lands on the Chun as he's popping his full blades as well as Blind Go. Didn't really seem like it's accomplishing a whole lot though, Sid. It did get Trinket though from Trill.
Yeah, the trinket was the main objective there. If they're running smoke bomb, that could be a win condition. And now Sidu has to be worried. He can't play too far away. Here's the smoke bomb set up on Zach. Kearney just divine hymns through the smoke bomb line of sight. He's dying through the divine hymn. It's a lot of damage, but he manages to gamble it. He stays in it. And now Sidu getting swapped to. And Sam Ammon imprisons Kearney in position for a fear. He decides he doesn't actually have it. Now he walks into a Dragon's Breath. He's like 1 second away from it. He's really sad about that. He's going to chastise Fear the healer instead on Sidu. Yeah, and they're going to swap. There's no trinket on Trill. A very critical moment in the game. He's in a smoke bomb. Sidu trinkets. He gets into the smoke bomb. Can he save him? Time dilation. He gets kicked on a cast. Trill pops evasion. And my God, they have a win condition.
They have a win
Sidu
condition.
has no trinket. Trill has no trinket. You can kick out either of them as long as you survive the blind. Can you survive the blind here? They greed it through with no trinket. There's no way you're sitting a polymorph Kearney. There's no way. He has to trinket it. He trinkets it, but you're still ahead. You're still ahead of the next setup. You just need to play perfectly right now. They can actually win right here and now. Here's the metamorphosis. Here comes the hit. Sidu is getting dunked.
Emerald
Trill
Communion.
gets sapped. They get the Emerald Communion. Can they swap on Trill? Here comes a swap. There's no
There it
trinket. There's
is.
no Communion. Sam's in Fury. Blocks, but he blocks too late. He's trying to peel. Can he keep him alive? Trill into another cheap shot. Not enough damage to finish him, and now that they've survived, now the reverse is true. Kearney has no trinket. Zach has no trinket, and Zach, look, he's in the corner of the map. He's already just behind the pillar. He knows it's game over if he gets caught right now. Here comes the kidney shot. Zach needs to try and immune. Pre-darknesses. Can Sidu knock him out of the darkness? He's behind the pillar.
Knocks him out.
He gets the knock. Around. I think he's still in it, though.
Yeah.
He survived. Zach survived. And now they get an opportunity. No, Chun-Li pulled the trigger too soon. I think he got scared and he stunned Trill there to stay alive, but now Trill isn't a target. Sidu's trinket comes up in 20 seconds. Zach doesn't have enough souls yet to go and avoid metamorphosis. He needs to generate those as soon as possible if he wants to commit to this. They blind Trill instead, but Sidu's trinket time stops immediately. Any obsidian scales. I mean, Direwolves don't look too comfortable in this match at the moment.
Both sides are
Guild
so
Bean are
split.
actually a threatening presence.
All right, Sam I Am did get a juke there. He's just
Oh,
recasting,
Zach.
but this is the Blades. Kearney could easily die here. He does get the Guardian in that cheap shot before the follow-up CC, but is it going to be enough to keep Zach alive? Is it going to proc? No. A huge heal is going to keep Zach okay as no more CC was followed up. Now Kearney has his trinket in just 2 short seconds. Sidu doing a good job shutting down Chun here with the spam sleeps onto him, but now Chun is completely diminishing returns to that CC. But here we go. Kidney shot into Kearney. Sheep onto Chun. Zach into a cheap shot. Cross CC everywhere. But he's going to go ahead and pop that Angel, immune the CC, but does he have the throughput? PI is also committed here. Going to give Kearney the throughput to just spam those heals out. But there's the go on to Sidu. He has trinket. He's holding on it. He also has time stop if he needs it. 2 stuns land, but it looks like Sidu will walk away from that go completely unscathed. Now sleep onto Kearney.
What is that damage?
Zach's got that metamorphosis rolling. It is terrifying, and Trill's respecting it with the cloak into the evasion, and the swap onto Kearney. He has a desperate prayer. Is he gonna pop it? He has to use it, but no trinket available, Sud.
Smoke bomb. Kearney's in it. He fears Trill. Sidu gets a sleepwalk, though. Does Zach have reverse? He has it. He chooses not to do it. He's saving it for the polymorph, I think, in this position. Sidu's actually almost out of mana. Trill has no trinket. He pre-walls. Beautiful play from Sidu. They can't, but they're going Sam. He's just dying. What is this pressure?
Are you gonna block?
Shield. He's critically low. He blocks. It's his second block because he blocked to save Sidu earlier. But now it's set up on Kearney. He's got Guardian Spirit. This is so volatile. Anyone can take this right now. Sidu needs to survive to that Emerald Communion. 14 seconds away. He's caught in a full blind. If he trinkets, he might die. If he doesn't trinket, Trill might die. Sam is ringing himself around the corner, but Trill's the target. Sam comes up in the fight, but it's too late. Rewind comes in. Can Sidu do it? Okay. He's caught into a fear. He recovers. They stay alive. And now Kearney still no trinket. They're going on Kearney again. Can he survive another setup? They're there to peel. They interrupt Sam. Chung's got evasion. Sidu into a stun. Trying to hold on. Trying to hang on here. Can they actually beat Rogue Mage? Is there actually a comp of the game capable of doing it? Trill into a kidney shot. Big burst is incoming. But Sidu looks like he's ready. Time dilation is up. And Trill survives.
How does Kearney hold his Guardian in the middle of Blades Dance Go like that? And he absolutely needed to. He understands not only the current win condition, but the one after that. Such heads-up play by Guild Bean. But can Kearney bring his team the distance? He still has that trinket. But Sidu's mana is becoming a problem. Emerald Communion is back
Chun,
off
that's
cooldown. There's the sheep shot onto Chun. The Guardian Spirit will be committed. Imagine if he didn't have that for that go. It would have been over. Good job by Kearney. Now putting Sidu onto with a full fear. The Guardian on Chun sticks, but he's caught into
the eye.
Oh,
they can kill him. He's taking 5% more damage. He's so greedy. He communions. He's going to survive. That extra 5% damage on the fear pathing was almost devastating right there. They swap on Trill. 1 second away from his trinket, but now they got Sidu's trinket, Trill's trinket. They're in a great position. Chun looks like he's a target here. They're mixing it up, not just going Demon Hunter. Big
Got
fire
nothing.
breath across onto Chun here. Can they manage to close it? Kearney is struggling. It's so much damage. They're wrapping around the corner with Apotheosis. Sam blinks in aggressively. Chun's trying to punish that, but he's snared by the Frost Mage slows. He's caught in a Frost Nova. Trill wants to go after Chun. No trinket available. He has to pre-feint the stun. He steps defensively back to the pillar, but that's another full blind. Is he going to be able to survive here? Does he have the feint? They stun Trill on his advance. They counter the go with a go of their own, but there's a sleepwalk for follow-up. Kearney breaks free from it. They darkness on the smoke bomb, but he gets knocked out by Sea-Doo, and Chun is trying to get back in that darkness. Kearney is struggling. He's limited on healing at the moment. No, he actually gets him back in the game. He gets him back in the game, but they still have to get through so many medallions. Chun blinds. They're trying to go for it. Who's going to be the target at this point? Is it Sam? It looks like he's just going to barrier, walk away.
blind.
Trill, smoke bomb, big push, but Sea-Doo is there. Sea-Doo should be able to deal with this. He's getting big heals out right now onto Trill, but his mana looks very rough at the moment. If they can just do damage, they might be able to win with pressure. Chun pre-evasioning, stepping back to Kearney defensively. Vile Shadows. Trill taking some hits from Zach. Zach's going to have to build up again. He's so far away from his next Void Metamorphosis, triple crowd control. Kearney can trinket, though. They overlap blind and sleep if he needs to. He can just trinket and know that he's immune to the next follow-up. Zach is surviving even despite that. He didn't have reverse, unfortunately, to break that crowd control chain, but where are they going to go? They need to connect something. We haven't seen offense from Guild Bean in so long, but no, Chun gets isolated again. Kearney gets a big heal. They need offense. Where is it? They're sending on Sea-Doo. He respects it. He trinket Obsidian Scales immediately, and as soon as they get that trinket, they're going to pull back to the pillar and go after Trill. They dismantle him, preventing his attacks for now. Zach's in Metamorphosis. He's pre-immuning the stuns. He's Void Rain. He's ramping up. Zach is ready to go. Is he going to connect the damage he needs right now? He sleeps onto Sea-Doo with the reverse, but Trill Cloak Evasions. He'll survive. Zach, kidney shot, no trinket. Kearney, are you ready for this exchange? He trinkets. He grips Zach back to the pillar. Can he actually handle this again? Can Kearney do it on the Holy Priest? He's caught into a cheap shot. Zach is trying to go for the win on Trill. There's no trinket on Trill, no trinket on Sea-Doo. He's zero mana on Sea-Doo at the moment. He's trying to drink maybe in the middle there. He's regenerating mana in the middle of the map. He's just drinking right in their face. He just drinks in their face. He gets a couple of sips. He's got mana to keep going, and now Zach's caught in a stun. Big damage from Sea-Doo. Disintegrate connects, and Zach will fall. Dire Wolves move to match point.
Well done by Dire Wolves. Not only did they beat them with the set-up orientation from the goes, but also on the mana side, they were beating a Holy Priest with that drink. Don't get me wrong, we're at 41% dampening. We mentioned Venruki say this earlier. Holy Priests are like pure throughput. And as that dampening ramps up more and more, it feels rough. So the Preservation Evoker finding a drink like that is just such a big deal. But they didn't even need that mana. They just had another setup go, and Guild Bean was just, I don't know, they were just pushed to the absolute brink here, rotating their defensive cooldowns. Trill doing a fantastic job every single time they're ready to go. He just stuns the world and just kind of gives his team the breathing room to reposition and to set up. I mean, look at the cheap shot here out onto Zach. Disintegrate following it up. Big damage. That's one of the beautiful parts about being a Preservation Evoker is that you do have that offensive opportunity as well. Like you can get in there and get spicy with your damage. It does a lot.
All right. Really good plays here from the Dire Wolves. I thought it was over for them at the beginning of the game. Like,
yeah, for real.
Blow through both of their trinkets, and I thought it was GG at that point. And then they're completely oom, and I think it's GG, and they hold on. He just says, you know what? I'm just sitting for a drink, guys. Like, and he gets some mana back. It pressures them to try and stop him, and then just they have a 6-second window here where Zach's trinket comes up. Although, I mean, even if he had trinket there, I don't know if he lives, given the current cooldown situation there. Very close calls, but this is their best map from Dire Wolves in my opinion. So Guild Bean now, they can take it to a small map. I'm trying to think what the best one for them, maybe Runes of Lordaeron would be the best one for them here with the limited line of sight, and they can kind of get it. They can take the center tomb for Kearney to protect from polymorph, get on top of Sea-Doo, stack them up together, and go for a win that way. But I honestly was not expecting Guild Bean to put up a fight in this matchup. I thought that Rogue Mage would just be like walk in the park against the Demon Hunter, but this is certainly not a walk in the park, or if it is, it's kind of like a Slender Man park.
God. Oh, so what you're trying to say is that possible match point should go to Ruins of Lordaeron? That's
I think it could be wise for multiple reasons.
Sure. I'm thinking of one reason
totally
in particular to why you're
What the heck is that? Why did you go here?
That's not a fitting final resting place.
That is the opposite. What are they thinking right now?
All right, we are going back and forth, Sid. It's worth noting. It is worth noting that, every advantage, every time a team gets that loser advantage, they are winning on it, which means Dire Wolves, they're going to have to win eventually. Or, I mean, either one of these teams they have to win on a swing match in order to win in the whole series, or on the blind pick.
I mean, maybe they're thinking they can play a standard game after that, and maybe they're also thinking, you know what, we're going to go to a big game in Game 5 anyways, so let's just play 2 really hard games in a row if we somehow manage to win this, as opposed to play the small map and then play the big map afterwards. They won on the small map so decisively. I'm very surprised to see them want to go here on Ashermane's Fall, unless they're just kind of like saying, you know what, we have to beat them here eventually anyway, so you know, get it over with now or not. But they're taking their time. Do they really have? There's no way. They've got to just be trying to take it easy here and reset.
Do
obviously a very long day.
Reduce that
Some
heart rate.
meditation. Got to get like visual. You need like vision.
Dude, if I was a coach, I would absolutely be having my players like do some breathing exercises. I did. Oh, okay, all right. Same exact composition, like we thought, like we saw. Makes sense. I mean, it is just absolutely so close, but I do feel as the games go on more and more, it was, you know, their map choice, don't get me wrong, but I feel like Dire Wolves is getting cleaner and cleaner.
Yeah. I mean, yes and no. I feel like Guild Bean are getting better and better. I feel like Dire Wolves have been playing at pretty much the same level the whole time. Maybe C2 with a miscalculation on how much damage he could actually take in that game number 2, but Guild Bean I didn't think they could play a standard game in a Rogue Mage. I thought for sure it was like a cheese thing where you got to win in 3 setups. Like get one trigger from Rogue, get trigger from Evoker, win the game, or it's over. But the fact that they survived that long and they could actually play more of a standard matchup, because usually the team that has to play the cheese strat means that you're inferior, right? Whether it's strategically, skill, whatever it is. Usually if you're employing a quick win strat, it means that you don't think you're competent enough to go in the standard match. But they were actually competent to go into the standard match in that last game. So I wouldn't write them out just yet here as we move into Ashermane's Fall.
I mean, the one win that they were able to garner for themselves, though, they kind of had to pull out some serious mirror. Like that thing blind, huge, you know? Even if it's a big deal. Game number 3 win number 3 could easily be in grasp for Dire Wolves here, earning them a spot in the finals. They are on match point. All of a sudden, Team Guild Bean need to win 2 in a row if they want to stay alive.
God, this is so stressful. Like it's the biggest tournament of the year. Like this is of multiple years, not even just the year. It's of multiple years. Like this
years
is the year,
since we've had a
this is
BlizzCon
the
competition
year to do it. You know, like with this level of prize pool, right? We've had the exhibition matches, but not this level of competition, this level of play. So they're taking their time here, trying to do a tactical delay. I mean, tactical delay probably bio break, right? Like you really want to make sure everything's working out here, talk it through. Like, do we like the Prez Evoker as a target? Should we do Mage more? Like, there's so many things to debate at this point with so much on the line. And you can actually do it, too. Like, this is, I was expecting this to be kind of hopeless, and they would just be, like, kind of floundering around and just in the dirt. But it's actually possible for Guild Bean to pull off a win against the Dire Wolves, such a legendary stacked roster, some of the biggest names in AWC history right here. Can they actually do it at the last second with a Devourer Demon Hunter of all specializations to be selected here? Because we've seen it kind of encroaching throughout the cups, but not, it had a couple of like really big moments, but it wasn't really consistent. This iteration of Devourer Demon Hunter actually looks consistent enough to be threatening in the current matchups. So I don't know if anyone else, in the current top 4 is going to look to adopt it, just because it would be so last second for them.
Right.
But if Zach can somehow get into the top 4 on Devourer, I feel like that would be quite a statement.
I do think that they're slept on. Absolutely. I mean, everyone understands that they are incredibly bursty, but they also bring like the mobility that Havoc has. They have like the ranged AoE stun, and they still have some of the utility like reverse magic, for example. And not only that, but if you're caught out of position, you are susceptible to stuns, but you also have a huge amount of mobility to get back to places. And we're just now seeing new tech being introduced where they're warping back up to high ground and stuff like this. I think a little bit more cooking, and we might very well see these DPS caster demon hunters more and more in the meta. I think this is just kind of a foreshadowing, if you will, of more to come as these guys
Is it also a foreshadowing of the Soul Saga and what's to come in Midnight and the Last Titan?
I don't know. I'm not
Zalatath
saying anything.
prepares her forces.
Yeah.
I like his Mog too. I mean, it's pretty standard Void Mog. Chun is like just full ninja.
I don't know why. This
Just
gives me Shredder vibes or something, like young
It's
Shredder.
Shredder vibes.
that mask
Purple
is
blades in the
terrifying.
night. Chun is a vibe, dude. Chun is a vibe. I feel bad, man. Like, I feel like out of both these teams, like I've got to like hang out with them both in person. It's like it feels sad that one of them's got to go out of the competition now.
Yeah.
At this point, so there's no turning back. An entire season of play for these teams, lining it up to get into the grand finals for massive prize there, and then direct qualifications into BlizzCon for an even larger prize there, and the trip to California. So this is going to be tough. Kearney's playing out of his mind. He's death and blinds. He's keeping setups against Rogue Mage for like I think it was close to a 10-minute game, which is very impressive when you have a Demon Hunter on your team. And he's playing the Holy Priest, which I wouldn't say is like the most meta option on the healers either, and still managing to make it work and take it the distance. So they're running the clock. They're using their delay, trying to consider all their options before they dive in for their potential final game.
I'd be more
of the
concerned if they
season.
weren't doing this with all this on the line, man. Like a trip to BlizzCon, sure, huge. I mean, everyone wants that, but hundreds of thousands, 120,000 prize pool for the finals and a $300,000 prize pool at BlizzCon, and only a few teams really make it. Like 5 NA and EU teams make it to BlizzCon, which means that prize pool is split up even more so than in years past, and there was even more teams at BlizzCon. So there's just so much on the line. Not only are these teams competing for, you know, the opportunity to qualify, but also seeding. We have the cross region competition that's going to happen with the third place teams, and your seed going into the finals bracket could very well spell a narrative for your team to possibly even get third place. So every single one of these games just matters so much. These guys are putting their absolute best foot forward, playing the same compositions. We're seeing this new Demon Hunter specialization being showcased at a level never seen before. Dire Wolves just one game away from making it to the finals.
Gates are open. Who is worthy? Guild Bean. Will the Beanstalk extend into the heavens to the top 4? Will the Dire Wolves chomp down and close this out 3-1? They're just trading damage in the middle at the moment. Sea-Doo commits with a blink in. Zach sees it and warps away back to the pillar. He goes for the hunt on Sea-Doo. He's trying to bait a cooldown. Sea-Doo doesn't fall for the bait. Kearney's trying to position. He gets Frost Nova'd. Zach, oh no, he's pinned. He can't vengeful retreat in the Frost Nova. Sea-Doo is laying in with Fire Breath, but Kearney immediately goes into Angel form, anticipating the attacks of the opposing team. He chastises Sam on the setup, but they're not connecting damage. Sea-Doo pre-time stops. They can't go him. He's anticipating the plays here, really playing on the edge. Sea-Doo deep press to immune the stun there as well. Sam mind-controlled for a moment, but does get interrupted by Trill. Zach's in Metamorphosis. He's going for the hit. He's going after Sam, though. He interrupts the Ray. They shut down on the Ray. They're actually targeting Kearney. They polymorph him at low health. They're trying to switch back, but the reverse on the polymorph denies it. Chun is going after Trill in the middle of the map. Nice double stun on Sea-Doo as well from Zach. That gets a Communion. That is a major cooldown to pull from Sea-Doo here at this point in the match, and they still hold on to 3 medallions on Guild Bean. They pull Zach back to the pillar on the Ray of Frost. They recover through it, repositioning. Sea-Doo gets interrupted on a sleepwalk. Sam blinks in aggressively. Dragon's Breath on the healer. Did he death it? I think he deathed the Dragon's Breath there around the... I think he deathed the Dragon's Breath because it broke, and now Trill is into the cheap shot. Sam is looking for polymorphs. He does catch Kearney finally. Chun is the target, it looks like, for now, but I think they want Zach, and he's just kiting around the pillar. He's using this
setup
so
on the
well.
Sea-Doo.
They're going on Sea-Doo.
Kidney
Chun
shot.
gets dismantled. Big hit. Sea-Doo, I don't think he's going to die here. It was beautiful peels from Trill, dismantling the Rogue on the stun lock. Sea-Doo trades. They blind him. They go on the Rogue instead. Is Trill ready? He trinkets. He vanishes. They sapped the blind. They go on Sam, trying to force a block here. Zach just can't connect, though. He's in a polymorph. Finally, some damage. Psychic Scream doesn't hit Sea-Doo, though, it looks, unfortunately. Can they actually get a block off that? It's not enough. Sam recovers. Cheap shot on Kearney. Big setup. Are they ready? They overlap. They break it. They overlap, and he reverses it, and they break it. Direwolves are looking shaky.
Absolutely. I feel like maybe they're getting a little too aggressive here in the opener. I do like the aggression. They have a little bit of breathing room, knowing that they're up 2-1 against Guild Bean, but man, I feel like there's some opportunities that Guild Bean is going to capitalize on here very shortly. Full blind is committed out from Trill into the follow-up polymorph onto Kearney. Chun-Li's got to be careful. He's in darkness. He should be okay. All 3 of them actually stacked up in that darkness. Zach now caught into a kidney shot himself. Now Trill is the one who's got to be careful. Sidu sees it. He rescues him away. But Sam, as he's pushing in for those polymorphs, is now on the run. This could easily be an ice block. Sidu caught into a fear. Sam is so far away. He blinks back in.
Swap back on Sidu.
Oh, the kidney shot! No! The rewind. It should be enough. It should be enough. But he's out of buttons, Sid.
No Emerald Communion, no Trinket. Trill, no Trinket. They can actually do this. They're in such a confident position. They just need to not choke here. Sleepwalk onto Kearney. Zach survives the stun. How is he surviving these stuns? He reversed the polymorph. How is he looking so invincible? What happened to Guild Bean right now? What did they do? They've got the lockdown. They've got the control. Trill's the target. Triple fear comes in from Kearney, and Trill needs to trade. He evasions. He needs to cloak. He cloaks at critically low health. Can they slip through a couple more hits? Through those defenses, they can't. He recovers. Sidu is there to save the day. But now they're swapping to Sidu. A cheap shot comes in. He repositions. It looks like he will be able to survive. Sam is now taking some damage as well. Kearney's in angel form, anticipating the attack. And how are Guild Bean looking so good right now? They have 3 medallions still. Sidu into full blind, no trinket. The kidney shot's DR'd on Trill, though. Ooh. Oh, no, the stun was on DR. Chun's into the dismantle. He can't keep the pressure going. Now they're going on Kearney. Out of nowhere, on match point, swapping to the healer. Will Kearney survive as they proc his shield? He Guardian Spirits, and he defies it. He refuses to use the medallion, even despite that immense pressure. Zach now into a kidney shot. Kearney's looking for mind controls. He's trying to bait counter spells as well with those mind controls. Zach into the sleepwalk, spammed out by Sidu. Another stun lock, no trinket in game number 4. Can they do it? Emerald Community isn't going to die through it. It's so much damage. They fear him towards the tail end. They swap on Trill, but they break the fear with the AoE damage from the hunt there. Unfortunately, Sidu gets kicked. Trill is still low, but Chun's in trouble on match point. They can't afford to fold at this point. Polymorph on Kearney. Where's the reverse? Zach's into sleep. He can't get there. Chun is going to use Cloak to immune the damage. Now he's caught into a sleep. Kearney into a blind. Oh, you got to trinket the blind. How did he get out of the blind? Did he death it? There's no way he deathed it, but it looks like it broke. Cheap shot onto Sidu. They're doing it. They're so close.
Trill.
They imprisoned him after it. He got the time dilation out in between, though. That time dilation is keeping Trill alive, buying time for Sidu to connect the heals. And now Sidu, Dream Breath applied. Full hots are up, but he still has no trinket. Smoke Bomb comes down onto Chun. Zach looks like he's there. He can do something maybe. Kearney into a polymorph. No reverse. They sleep. They can't reverse. Chun's going to evasion. He step gouges the mage. Sidu gets follow up with the sleepwalk instead. Kearney breaks it with the will. Yep. Trill stun, no trinket. Sidu immunes crowd control with Verdant Embrace, but Trill's dying to damage. It's huge pressure in game 4. Sidu manages to hold on. And now Kearney, no trinket. They see it. They smell blood in the water. They're racing down the healer. Guardian Spirits, and they're cutting him to pieces in game number 4. He survives by a sliver. He survives by a sliver. Imagine qualifying to the top 4 off of a millimeter of health.
It procced. His Guardian proc 3-minute cooldown now on Guardian. That could be huge as we get deeper into this game, but Sidu's mana is becoming a problem. Both teams identifying the win condition.
They have to win right now. They have to win right now. Sidu is getting crunched. Kearney could die.
Desperate Prayer is still available.
He's alive.
The Guardian, but
lived.
Sidu is dead. And Kearney lives. We are going to a game 5. Guild Bean is not giving up that easy. And we continue the series here in the final match of the Gauntlet.
What did they do on the tactical break?
They ate their Wheaties, that's for sure.
Is this like Space Jam, where like Michael Jordan gives them the water and it's like, this is gonna make you play like a god? Like, did Bean come out and give him some water? Like, what is going on? This is a different team right now. This was a completely different team. Yeah. They didn't have to trinket for like 5 minutes against, like, how? How do you not trinket against Rogue Mage for 5? Like, what?
You be Kearney, man. You be Kearney, man. Are you guys watching what's on the screen like what I'm watching right now? This man deserves a follow on all social medias. He's insane on that Holy Priest. I will be stealing his talent build after this for my own. And then the swap will run the Sidu. Oh, man, he still had that time stop. He never, I don't know, I think he pressed it once earlier on in the game. Makes me think maybe the War Mastery Wall might be better for him. I don't know. Time stop seems like on paper like such a great button, especially against like the setup of the team of Guild Bean, but can't do it in stun. Can't press that button in stun.
Okay, we're going game 5. Is Sidu gonna back down off this Prezivoker?
I don't know, man. I think they were playing really, really risky. Like, Sidu was blinking in and going for, like, damage and sleeps, like, in their face, knowing that he's a possible swap target. I think that they were just trying to, you know, kind of get in their head, find, like, capitalize and just get really aggressive, knowing they had that other game in their back pocket. But that could easily backfire on them, as the momentum could be caught into Guild Bean's favor. But this game 5, Supatis, incredibly important to note, will be given the composition and map advantage to the Direwolves. That means they get to choose where we're going next.
They just lost on the big map. This is the map that I thought Guild Bean would want to avoid, and they won on it. So I feel like, I mean, if you can win there, you can win on any map. Like what?
I don't know. There might be like a really
Lordaeron, if
fitting
Sam's team
place.
picks Runes of Lordaeron, this series makes no sense to me anymore as far as my understanding of it.
I really want it to be Runes of Lordaeron, but we're gonna have
Maybe
to
it
wait and
is.
see.
Maybe it is, but I feel like it would have flipped because I swear, like Curdy's team was picking Hook Point. I'm like, oh, small maps are favored to them because they can go on the Prez Evoker. Like what? But then they go Ashmanes, and I'm like, what's going on? They don't want a big or small. They're going safe right down the middle.
Okay.
It's gonna be pure skill deciding this. There's no map advantage. Seems like no comp advantage. I mean, maybe CD play something else is the only thing. I think Mistweaver would be a lot safer from him, and it still adds a lot of damage with the Zen Sphere and the wind kicks. Like it's not like it's going to do 0 damage.
Not like set upable damage, but yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of damage. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. If Mistweaver is the right answer, I almost would like to see a Resto Druid instead of the Mistweaver. You know what I mean? Preemptively going those bears before the goes. I'm not sure. It's just I just feel like Mistweaver right now, something changed in the meta, and I don't see them performing like they used to. But maybe that's in my head. Maybe it's just because I suck at Mistweaver. That's also very possible.
Okay. Guild Bean taking their tactical time here to run the clock against the Direwolves, trying to get in their head using Seadu's old tech, where when he would win a game, he'd take a break in between the game to let the other team just kind of simmer in their own defeat and their own calms towards the situation. So Guild Bean, they just want a complete reset, refresh here, because I cannot believe it's possible. I thought Direwolves would take this at least reasonably cleanly with this particular matchup, but if Guild Bean can actually win this matchup, they have the possibilities of winning top 4 too, because majority of the teams are playing this setup. Guild Bean might be redefining the meta. They're locking in Devourer, Subtlety, and Holy Priest, and now the Direwolves have 2 minutes to respond. What is it going to be? Is it they run in the back? Are they going to keep the liability? Like the Prez Evoker's great offense, no doubt about that. Great offense. Defense is a liability. Yeah. It is an opening, and it is something that they can exploit. So it's the Achilles heel of their team. So do they want to make a switch and go into a healer and remove that liability?
Dude, what a decision to make, though. In game number 5 of this single series, oh my gosh, this is an intense situation to be in for Direwolves. This is a tense situation to be in for Seadu. I feel like all eyes are on him right now. Is he able? Does he still got it? Can he make it to the finals against Guild Bean? Oh, Tiger's Peak, a beautifully even. This is such a great day of arena, man. I'm just giddy with excitement. This is kind of what I'm all about when it comes to the AWC. He's sticking to the Prez. He's sticking to his guns. He's sticking with what got him here so far in the series. And you got to put respect on the name. Here we go. It's the last game of the day, Super Tees. And we have a beautiful matchup right here.
Last day of the season for one of these teams too. Who is going into the top 4? Who is getting a shot at $120,000? Who's getting a shot at BlizzCon? Who is it going to be? Decided by one singular game. Guild Bean looked like an entirely different beast throughout this series, and I think look competent, maybe even capable of winning the entire thing with this setup. Direwolves continue to stick on their Preservation Evoker, despite that being the reason they've lost 2 games in this series so far. Can they actually clean this up, find a line of victory? We did see them kind of poking Kearney more. I don't know if it was working though.
Yeah, I mean, he still had Desperate Prayer in the last go. He had no health. Like his health bar was gone, and he still was holding buttons. Unless that was like a UI bug or something like that. But Kearney seems like his blood runs cold, man. That's a bad priest right there.
I mean, this series for Kearney is Deathing Blind. We need to make like a Kearney montage.
Seriously, dude.
Make a Kearney montage just in case he somehow qualifies to BlizzCon, and then do like show the journey to BlizzCon. Death Blind, live at 0.01%. And then whatever might happen in this game. I mean, imagine he gets like a sick mind control that stops Emerald Communion from healing or something, and then
that'd be so nuts. That'd be sick. Or just even a mind control that keeps someone low. I love to see that. You know,
this might just be Kearney's like big debut. You know, you get a highlight reel for a montage for his for his YouTube channel if he has one, or he should make one at least after the after this. He's getting a lot of clips against some of the biggest names in AWC history here, and there's no going back. You couldn't ask for a better way to end the Gauntlet. I think between both Europe and North America, these final rounds in the Gauntlet have been he's getting a lot of clips against some of the biggest names in AWC history here, and there's no going back. You couldn't ask for a better way to end the Gauntlet. I think between both Europe and North America, these final rounds in the Gauntlet have been an absolute blast of entertainment. We've seen surprises, curveballs, random compositions I didn't even expect to see from both regions as well. A Death Knight Feral, now this Devourer, Demon Hunter, Subtlety Rogue, Holy Priest. We are into the arena, and as soon as these gates open, there is no going back. One of these teams will advance, and one of them will be out of the competition for the season. Who is it going to be? If you're a fan of either team in the chat, you better be spamming because they need your energy. This is it. 5 seconds, 4 seconds away, and this is going to be electric.
Everything on the line. The gates have opened, and I'm staring at the halving of both of these rogues. Who's going to get each other out? Combat will be garnered by both of these healers right away. No saps to start things off. Makes total sense on Tiger's Peak so far. Zach caught no polymorph. Kearney in a kidney shot or cheap shot. Trill immediately going to get disarmed on this opener go. Kearney's not going to overreact. Not at all. Sam I am caught into a reverse polymorph. Kidney shot into Trill. Chastise stun onto Sidu. Where's the follow-up? CC, he gets the Verdant Embrace. He's immune to it. Now Trill swapping the damage over out onto Zach. The blind onto Kearney. Zach taking a bunch of damage, but he should be okay. Great trade, and Darkness is going to be committed as well, Sid.
They're racing the healer. They knock him out of Darkness. They're just tunneling Kearney. This is very risky from the Direwolves to tunnel the healer. If they think they can win a healer race, I don't know if they can with the trades on the Priest versus the Evoker, but they're choosing to risk it all to qualify to the top 4 in what looks like a healer race. Every stun lock they've been throwing into Kearney. Trill looks like the target. They stun Sam at the same time to prevent him from peeling. Now they're swapping to Sam. Big swap on Sam. He pops the barrier. Can they purge it off? They can't. He's Dragon's Breath away. Sidu comes out of the Psychic Scream, wraps around the corner, into a gouge. They're going to swap him, I think, possibly.
Into the blind.
No, blind's on DR.
Super
Why?
DR.
Why?
Oh.
They're just going to go him. They're just going to go Sidu.
Okay.
They're going Kearney at the same moment in time. How is this turning into a Zug Fest? Only in North America could
my God.
of a game like this come down to a Zug Fest. But neither healer refuses to back down. They survive yet another attack.
Hey, pro tip for some more of my Soul Shuffle partners. When you go the healer, the DPS are so much more capable of doing an insane amount of damage. It is so hard to heal through when you tunnel the healer. But both of these teams doing a great job dealing with so far. Kearney now, here's the kidney. He's not using the Guardian, man. He's just, there's the Guardian. Yeah, he's not about that. He gets the Guardian off finally.
Sidu?
Still has the Desperate Prayer. Sidu still has his Trinket, pre-walling this. Kearney looking for the mind control. He eats it with the counterspell. Trill caught into the bomb. Chun trying to get something going, but Trill just swaps the damage over out onto him. Now the cheap shot onto Zach. They're trying to set up on him. Kearney into his sleep. Any follow-up CC? There is. There's the polymorph. Zach's on the run. This is Blades from Chun. He's trying to turn it around. Trill caught into a disarm. Sidu not in any CC just yet. Sidu has every button in his spellbook available to him. Kearney in trouble. He's got no trinket. He cheap shot on the trinket. It's over. Direwolves does it. They find the kill, and they move on to the Grand Finals. Guild Bean will falter to Direwolves, but not without putting them to the absolute brink, backs against the wall, and they show us that they still got it, Sid.
Okay, that's it. We raise you. You want a healer race? We raise you. Healer race as well.
Seriously.
And they made Kearney look like a preservation evoker, closing this out in 2.5 minutes. And I was saying in the pregame, it's like they're kind of poking Kearney more. Is this the right strat if they commit to it? And it worked out for them. They were able to crush Kearney here in Game 5.
I didn't think it was going to work.
Unfortunately, this is the end of the run for Guild Bean. They put on an entertaining show here in the finale of the Gauntlet, but the Direwolves will advance. Sidu, Trill, Samayam, and Mez will be your 4th team in North America. They will face Gators back in the first round as they were the number 1 seed in point standings. Look at this tremendous pressure.
Out of the frying pan and into the fire for Direwolves, it seems.
Yeah.
Head first.
Look at this. Look at this setup on this. Like, Kearney's just never overreacting ever. Never, ever. I mean, he's holding on to that Desperate Prayer for a rainy day. Guardian's being used only when he can get those Serenities off for the big burst heal. He's not letting that thing go so long that it procs or anything like that. But watch this kidney shot. He's spooked. Trinkets out of the kidney. Solid move. Full follow-up cheap shot immediately. Just doesn't have the globals to deal with it as Samayam and Trill synchronize their burst go. I don't even know. Did Sidu get in on that with the Disintegrate, perhaps? Not sure. There's so much damage coming out in that small window of a go. That's exactly what they needed to punch through the defensives of this Holy Priest on Kearney. But man, Kearney has earned a fan out of me today.
Oh, yeah.
Well played.
Yeah, I hope we see them for some other seasons, but that is unfortunately...
Dragon's Breath Disintegrate. Get it?
Oh.
It's beautiful. It's like a work of art.
Double rainbow. You sound like the double rainbow guy. You remember?
Whoa.
Whoa.
Disintegrate.
Disintegrate across the sky. All right, well, that is well done to Direwolves. What an amazing day. I feel like North America and EU, both exciting. I kind of think NA definitely finished the day off nicely, though, D-Machine. Overall, how do you feel like these games went? How do you feel like these teams play? I mean, we've got 2 teams now, one from EU, one from NA. Now moving on to the rest of the weekend.
I think that this is just a foreshadowing of what's to come. This is the best weekend you could ask for the AWC. You best be locked in. You best be following on all the social medias and the WoW Esports Twitter channel, on the Twitch page, because you will not want to miss a single series that goes down this weekend. This is nothing but an appetizer of what's to come.
An appetite. Yes, we've made so many nice food references today.
We're not hungry. Nope.
No, not at all. All right, well done to these guys. It was so exciting to see them play, and that means we have our top 4 for both North America and EU, and I could not be more excited because that is just the beginning. Like D-Machine says, we've got so much more to come this weekend. Supatees, what are you looking forward to now that we kind of can see the four teams for both NA and EU?
I'm excited for F tier and Welcome to the Zhang because I feel like they've been back and forth throughout the season. And F tier, they were the Cinderella story in a previous season from the Gauntlet and getting into the top 4. But now they're a lot more versatile, flexible, and they've been taking games and series off of Welcome to the Zhang. So for me, honestly, in North America, that's my series that I really want to watch because I got an interesting evolution of compositions with the Elemental Shaman Feral Druid from F tier and then Zhang having to respond to that and find options that can defeat it. So for me, that's the series to see. We got really big names here, long-standing veterans, a couple of newcomers as well into the roster, mixing in new healers that weren't previously there, like Meep coming in onto F tier. I'm very curious to see how he performs. I think he's the youngest competitor. I remember when Peekaboo was as young as Meep is now.
Stop it.
And that was in 2014, I think.
Or are you feeling old? Yo, quick shout out to production already having this bracket immediately ready.
Oh, yeah.
Yo, that was fast. Shout out to them. But something I just also want to note, making it this far, Direwolves locks themselves in to a position where if they get anywhere 3rd and up, they still have a shot to make it to BlizzCon. It's the teams that lose twice in a row that will no longer have any opportunities to make it to BlizzCon. So getting to this point, to this finals, not only gives you a huge opportunity at a gigantic $120,000 prize pool, but it also means that you have a really good shot of making it all the way to California.
Yeah, it certainly does. And the dream is still alive as well in EU. We saw those series earlier today as well. We've got our top 4 over there. Also, we can look at the Gauntlet bracket. We saw Stop Nerf Mistweaver beating DOBOB 3-2. That was also a nail biter of a series, and they're going to be joining the rest of the teams over in EU for the top 4 as well for the Midnight Season 1 finals. After finishing off this gauntlet, we can see Echo is going to be the one that has the pleasure of playing Stop Nerf Mistweaver. We were kind of talking about it a lot earlier when they won their series, Supatees, that Echo's going to have to prepare because Stop Nerf Mistweaver is a team that continues to just pull out these weird compositions and really stay in their own lane in terms of the meta.
Yeah, it is true, but they kind of showed their hands. Like they kind of had to reveal the Feral Death Knight in that gauntlet. So Echo are like, oh, that's what you have. So they probably have something that they're going to be cooking up to be prepared for that. And we see Guild Bean here, and you might be going, what? Didn't I just see them lose? Well, Guild Bean is sponsoring a team in Europe too as well, and that was previously Burger King's roster, which is Morrow, which has been Zico's like, you know, the return of the king basically, with Morrow on that Frost Mage, and Blizzo on that roster with Zeepai as well as Lone Tar. So a very stacked roster,
dude,
to say the least.
That roster's nuts. I mean, I expect big things in EU as well as a goodbye wave for one in NA.
Yeah, 07. 07 to our fallen champions, because there's been so many teams that did not make it to this point that had an incredible season, and they were totally agree, and they were so fun to watch. All right, well, we're gonna let Rufio hopefully get a walkie, because he looks like he's getting restless, but that means that hello Rufio, you can say goodbye.
He looks shy. He's like, I don't want to be on camera. Why did you do this to me?
Do this to me, Dad.
I don't want to be on camera. I just wanted to go for a walk.
We got a whole gang here. All right, well, we're gonna go. Thank you everyone so much for watching. We'll see you all tomorrow, same time, same place, twitch.tv/Warcraft. You also see us on YouTube and Twitter, 10 a.m. Pacific or 7 p.m. CEST. Thank you everyone so much. Bye-bye.